I wonder what would happen if a war broke out between an army of 37,000 soldiers and an army of 100,000 soldiers. At first glance, this question seems obvious, but not everyone is so quick to answer it. The teacher was upset that no one even wanted to take the initiative, but a little later, someone found someone willing to voice the answer. James said that the minority will win this battle because they will be more organized and fight more aggressively because they are fewer in number. No one expected this answer to the question. It seemed obvious to everyone that the majority should win, but this point of view is also interesting. The teacher said that she supported this opinion and reminded her students that the main strength lies in knowledge. Only those who remember this will be able to become true knights in the future. First, we need to understand who is really hiding behind the knight's mask. Who are these people and what is their goal? Surely they all crave justice and do not want to lose their honor, and these words perfectly describe these fearless warriors. They are the heroes of our time, who risk their own lives without any doubt to die for honor and justice. Mary's teacher was very unhappy that James was able to answer so quickly. Now she said she hated him. Of course, this is not exactly what you expect from your teacher when you try to give the right answer to his question. After that, the mayor reminded them that tomorrow there would be an important exam and they all had to prepare. Now they have just started training and all of them have already been injured, so it is unlikely that they will be able to pass tomorrow's exam. The teacher told them that they should all be very careful because she was not going to help them with the exam. After that, she told them that today's lesson was over and they still had to do some physical exercises before going home. Only James, who was able to answer the question correctly, can do nothing and go straight to rest. And of course, in the end, the mayor asked them to be polite and not to quarrel with each other. Otherwise, she would be very angry. As soon as the door closed and the teacher left the students alone, panic immediately set in about tomorrow's exam. One of the boys, named Russ, lost consciousness immediately after the first blow. But he is not ashamed, because when a teacher beats you, it is a completely different matter. James immediately started to get ready to go home, and if there is an opportunity for additional rest, he should definitely take it. However, not everyone was happy that he was able to go home early. It looks like the beginning of a conflict. John recalled that James saw everything with his own eyes that happened during the training. As soon as I started to think about it, today's training was really a little different from the others. Today, they had a sparring session with the teacher, which is usually rare, but before an important exam, the mayor said she wanted to test her students' skills. All of them began to simultaneously attack her from different sides and do everything possible to inflict at least some injuries. But Mary didn't just become a teacher. She has long since proven her fighting class and earned the right to teach others. Her speed and reflexes were on a completely different level compared to these children, so she didn't feel any resistance from them. Even though there were many more of them, the teacher moved so fast that it seemed she was using the shadow technique. As soon as one of the students tried to come from behind and attack without warning, she would immediately sense it with her intuition. As soon as she sensed danger, she would immediately approach the students and show no pity for them. These children were smashed like a gang of hobos. They didn't even have time to realize what had happened, and they were already feeling pain in all parts of their bodies. Of course, they were angry and thirsty for revenge. It's not nice to lose so brutally, especially when you have a big numerical advantage. Only James stood there calmly, not paying any attention to all this, as if he was trying to analyze his teacher's technique. John immediately started yelling at him because James wasn't helping them at all and was just watching the sparring all along. Everyone knows that James is much stronger than all of them put together, and the help of their friends is very important for future knights. John had already told him many times that he should not ignore his friends and partners because it could end badly. John prepared to finally take revenge, but his fist was stopped in time by another team member. This guy's name is Robert, and he's against starting another fight because now they'll definitely be disqualified for it. The teacher had told them more than once that she would be very upset if they started fighting with each other again, so it was better not to. The other team members were also against it because they were all very much afraid of potential disqualification. That's why Robert suggested that he spend his time with Benefit and continue training to improve his skills. John came out looking very angry and nervous. He had been wanting to teach James a lesson for his behavior for a long time, and he was understandable. Russ said that there would be nothing wrong with the teacher getting angry, so I didn't have to worry. John thinks that James has become too strange lately. He's always had a bad and difficult temper, but now it's even worse. The fact that he watched them being beaten and did not intervene is too much, but Robert believes that he should not be condemned. If James had behaved as usual, it would have been much stranger, because everyone knows exactly what James has recently experienced. The pain of losing a family is something that is hard to imagine, and even harder to live through, so we need to give this guy time. Meanwhile, James had already gone outside to get some fresh air and calm down. Lately, he has been very withdrawn and hasn't talked to many people, constantly thinking about something and looking a bit strange. And of course, no one has seen him smile or even laugh for a long time. After the recent events in his life, everything has changed completely. Everyone knows that last week his house burned down, and almost everyone in this city knows about this tragedy. His only and beloved brother has completely turned to ashes, and this is probably the hardest thing to bear. There were two brothers in their family, Michael and James, twins. But James was an incredible talent, and Michael was just a regular loser who everyone around him hated. Now James is enjoying the fact that no one knows the whole truth about this gruesome story. And the truth is that it was he who killed his successful brother and took over his life. Now it's time to go back in time and look at the events that took place a week before this terrible incident. Michael sat against the wall and wiped the tears from his face as if he had been beaten badly before. But this guy has real courage, and he tries never to show his weakness to anyone. His teammates were nearby, probably the ones who beat him up and are now enjoying their prank. However, Michael suffered a lot of pain. All parts of his body were very sore, and it was difficult for him to get up. This whole picture made John angry more than anything else, as the two of them had probably always hated each other. That's why John told everyone else that they should get out immediately and leave the little shit alone. Then they said some cruel words and insulted him, which is normal behavior for boys at a young age. In the end, they even spat on him, not knowing why and for what Michael deserved such hatred from the other students of the night school. All of this naturally upset him, and he felt mentally too weak lately. He never tired of repeating that he hated his village and all the people who lived here too much. He went to one of the shops and saw a magazine, most likely with his twin brother James on it. Michael looked very upset and had been badly beaten, and he immediately noticed this magazine. After a few seconds, the guy found a few gold coins in his pocket and asked me to sell him the magazine. In a few seconds, he got what he wanted, although the service in this store is much worse than he would have liked. The seller threw the magazine at Michael's head and then stood there calmly looking at it as if nothing had happened. His whole facial expression says that he is not afraid of this guy and is not afraid of the consequences of his behavior. Since Michael started living in this village, he has learned to read people's emotions perfectly on their faces. Last but not least, he learned how to make facial expressions similar to them, which also helped him a lot in the future. He believes that you can't laugh or cry. You have to walk around with a face that doesn't show your emotions at all. This is how he believes he can avoid being bullied, although of course he has always been overwhelmed by some emotions. It was time to open and read a little bit of the magazine he had bought from that cruel seller. He immediately saw an article about his twin brother, a potential superstar who any famous knight would want to train. At the time, James was considered one of the most promising candidates, as well as the #1 most popular candidate across the country. His twin brother has always been incredibly talented and was considered a promising knight since childhood. Now Michael smiled as he looked at the photo of his brother, although he always manages to hide his expression. Suddenly, a man approached him and said he was willing to pay him only half. Michael was immediately very upset because he couldn't understand why William wanted to pay him less money for his work again. Michael did everything almost perfectly, just as he was asked to do, and he was hoping to get a full salary. Of course, he is not satisfied. But William told him that he had learned that Michael had left work in the middle of the day and had done so without warning. And leaving work among workers is unacceptable, especially without warning, so there should be a serious fine. Michael tried to make amends and asked to be given another chance, but in response, he heard that William was now willing to pay only a third of the money. Michael immediately started explaining that John and the other guys started beating him up, and that's why he couldn't continue working. But in response, instead of words of support and understanding, he heard that he would now receive only a quarter of his salary. It was very, very harsh, and there is no point in talking about justice in this situation. It's just plain robbery. William is well aware that no one else in the village will hire a guy like Michael, so he uses his power. It's certainly hard to come to terms with, and it's hard to live with. And if it weren't for William, he wouldn't have a job at all. So we should be happy at least for that. However, Michael believes that he cannot afford to cry or get angry because it will only make the situation worse. He has to accept it and stand there with an expression that shows no emotion. It's the only way out. No matter how hard it is to come to terms with it, and no matter what problems come into Michael's life, he still realizes that he deserves it all. A few seconds after William left, Michael heard strange voices and felt something flying at him. Again, other boys and girls came to try to mock and abuse this innocent boy. This is the reality of this guy's life. It almost never ends and is constantly repeated over and over again. Bullying and beatings are part of his life. In this village, everyone perceives him in much the same way. He is an ordinary sinner who started a fire 10 years ago. But now he is sure that everything will end soon. Now he will finally be able to change his whole life. This plan has been in his head for a long time, and soon the time will come to put it into practice. At such moments, you can understand this guy. It is impossible to survive so much hatred without changing. Suddenly, Michael heard someone approaching him, and at first he thought that someone was going to beat him again. But then he looked up and saw this guy giving him a hand, and his face was very familiar. As it became clear a little later, his own brother James came to see him, the same guy all the magazines write about. He gave his brother a hand and helped him to his feet. They smiled at each other, and it became clear that they had not seen each other for a long time. Unlike Michael, James is a local hero who, at a young age, was not afraid to save people from the fire. It was from that moment that everyone began to praise him and realized that in the future, he would certainly become a legendary knight. So the only value that Michael has left is his family, because apart from that, he has nothing at all. James was constantly smiling and asking his brother many different questions. He was doing it to make sure he was doing well. He also asked Michael about the magazine he was holding in his hands. He was happy to see that Michael had bought a magazine with him on the front page. Of course, Michael pretended not to see that his brother was drawn here, but everything was clear without explanation. Later, they started talking about various articles in this magazine and discussing the latest rumors in the world of knights. Michael saw photos of entertainment on the continent and said that he thought it was very interesting. James could not understand what exactly he was trying to say with these words. Perhaps it was a hint? Michael recalled the time when they were just children and constantly dreamed of going on adventures. Now a lot of time has passed, but Michael's desire hasn't changed at all. He still wants to leave this village and find another place to live. Ice deserts, crystal seas, mountains and sand dunes, east or west, it doesn't matter. He wants to go absolutely everywhere. He dreams of living in an ideal world that he has dreamed of many times at night. James will be a great knight and Michael will become a true adventurer. In response, James just smiled, as if he had never taken his brother's dreams seriously. Soon they returned home. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and wanted to spend some time together. Michael wanted to make sure that his brother could live without him, because if he passed the internship, he could get a grant. But his brother didn't say anything to that, because as soon as he opened the door to the house, he immediately saw masked men in front of him. He didn't know who they were, and he was naturally surprised to see such strangely dressed people in his home. Michael also could not understand anything and began to ask them a lot of questions, and at that moment, a sword blade approached his eyes. James, as usual, immediately intervened and began to defend his brother, which is a common thing for him. He knows perfectly well that he is the more talented of the two, so he has to protect Michael from all the dangers around him. These unknown masked people immediately started talking to each other. They know that the one who blocked the shot is James, and he is very strong. Michael kept yelling at these people and could not understand who they were and what they were doing in his house. But at that moment, James began to calm his brother down and asked him not to shout because he needed to analyze the situation. Judging by their last attack, we can understand that these people are quite dangerous, and judging by their conversations, they came here to kill James. Michael could not believe these words. Could it really be some bounty hunters who came to take his brother's life? The masked men began to laugh. They realized that James guessed very quickly, but they know that he will not let himself be killed easily. This guy is not one to go down without a fight, which is why his face can be seen on the covers of the best magazines. He immediately confidently entered the house and delivered the first kick, which was enough to realize how dangerous he was. Although James is a fairly young knight who is just taking his first steps in this profession, he has already learned a lot. Obviously, the advantage is not on his side, but the most important thing now is information about the opponent, his equipment, and weapons. This is a situation in which nothing can be certain, so the main thing is not to fight in a small space with these bounty hunters. James has known for a long time that in a small space, enemies can squeeze him from all sides, and then the real problems will begin. He also realizes that under no circumstances should Michael be taken hostage, because if that happens, it will be a disaster. Now the house is very dirty, so it's time to do a general cleaning and get rid of the trash and black cloaks and masks. James made the right decision. It was the decision of a true leader and a person who is ready to take responsibility on his shoulders. He closed the door and stayed with these murderers one-on-one, and did not give Michael any opportunity to intervene in this dangerous battle. Michael begged him to open the door and give him the opportunity to help. But of course he didn't get the chance. Soon the battle inside the house broke out like a fire. It was really something to see. Yes, James is fighting alone against a whole gang of armed men who are ready to do anything to kill him, but he doesn't panic. The guy remains calm and tries to choose the right moments to attack, and so far he has succeeded. He uses his intuition to sense moments of danger and knows when to strike back. Everyone also knows that this young talent has incredible speed, which makes his attacks almost impossible to stop. Although due to its youth, it is still quite predictable, but due to its speed, it is almost not felt. Now everyone understands why popular magazines write about this guy. He really deserves all these nice words addressed to him. However, he should not forget to be careful. He is fighting professional killers, so his life is under great threat. He has to do something incredible to get out of this house alive and destroy all these bad guys. In the first minutes of the fight, he was able to defeat several opponents, but most of them had already adapted to his unusual technique. Now he is restrained by the fact that they are in a cramped room and he has no time to attack. But in any case, it is possible to win. You just have to be careful with the one in the middle, because he is a potential gang leader. James also noticed some strange things. Their leader hasn't moved at all in the last few minutes. Now these guys have begun to recognize that James is much stronger than they expected, and this is ruining all their plans. And now we can't let this situation get out of control and become too late, so we need to be proactive. Their leader also took up his weapon and prepared for the decisive moments of the battle, and soon everything would finally be decided. However, they all heard someone trying to break down the door, and it was Michael who wanted to make sure that his brother was okay. It became clear that these bandits could use this situation against James, and he would not want that at all. Michael decided that he couldn't wait any longer and had to act immediately. He said he would call someone for help. It was at this moment, he said, that the door was destroyed. Someone smashed it with a single blow. In general, James's judgment was correct. He always acts correctly and tried to save his brother. But making the right decisions doesn't always lead to victory. Real life is much more complicated than games. The gang leader was surprised that James was able to block his powerful punch. But it took too much strength from the guy, and now he really looks terrible. The time has come for James to attack again, and this time there is no certainty that he will be able to successfully defend himself. Michael was incredibly nervous, even though it was all happening very quickly, but it seemed like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. He realizes that the decisive moments of this battle are beginning, and his brother does not look like a favorite. He can't even imagine what will happen if James fails to repel the attacks of these masked devils. James realized that he would not be able to constantly defend himself. His strength was running out, so he chose a completely different scenario. He covered his brother with his body and thus saved his life, but it cost him too much. Even the masked bandits were surprised by James's act. He really gave his life to save his family. They even had to pause for a few seconds because they did not expect this battle to end so quickly. Of course, at that moment, Mark was in a state of shock. He couldn't understand why James chose defense instead of offense. One of the leader's aides said it was time to kill the other guy. It shouldn't take long. But the leader replied that these two are members of the same family. They are brothers, which means that this is a completely different matter. The leader approached Michael and told him that he would give him a chance to be saved, but that he had to finish off the wounded James. If he does so, he will earn his right to live, and if he refuses, he will die with his brother. Of course, all this did not fit into the young boy's head. He and James were twin brothers who had always been together. Unlike typical sibling relationships, they were very friendly and always supported each other. When they were very young, James was the weaker of the two, and Michael always defended him when he was offended. In any situation, he would come to the rescue and protect his younger brother. Of course, at these moments, James tried to apologize, but Michael taught him that there was no need to apologize in situations where he was right. He believes that all of this is normal, and if James cannot defend himself, his older brother will always protect him. He will defeat all those who will try to insult James because they are brothers and because they love each other. The only thing he has left is his family. At least that was the case until today. Now he has only a secret that no one knows about, but can he keep it to himself? It was quite a difficult situation. Michael had no choice but to take this step in order not to die with his brother. If he hadn't done this, he would have died just like James, but he was the one who delivered the last blow, and it will be hard to live with. It was then that he decided to change his life, and it was then that he decided to become a James, because no one would be able to tell them apart. The gang leader was clear in his statements. Either Michael would kill his brother or die today with him. He could not agree to these conditions so quickly, it all seemed absurd to him, and he promised to fight to the last drop of blood. He asked his younger brother to try not to lose consciousness and promised that he could kill all these bandits. But soon he heard James talking to him, and he disagreed with his brother's strategy. He said that they had too little strength to stop these bandits and they had no chance of winning. That's why he believes that they cannot die together today, so no matter how hard it is, Michael has to make this choice. Even the masked men decided to keep quiet and not interfere. It's a really difficult situation in which people have to make a serious choice. James asked his older brother to do it. He doesn't want to feel that he was the reason Michael was killed. That's why my older brother had no choice but to do it, even though he didn't even realize what was happening at the time. It seemed to him that it was all a blur, and later, it was even difficult for him to remember exactly how it all happened. The last thing his younger brother said to him was that he believed in him. After that, it was over. He would never see James again, and he would never be able to feel his support again. The worst thing about this situation is that now he will have to learn to live with it, to live and remember that it was he who killed his brother. The bandits were satisfied with their work. They extinguished the fire of the Udion, and now they could go about their business. Michael realized that now he needed to set fire to the house and pretend that it was just an accident. Tears were visible in his eyes. He stood there for a long time and could not understand the reasons for this situation. Why did it happen this way? Why would his younger brother, who was so talented and ambitious, never be able to take up the sword again? At that moment, Michael immediately remembered how he had promised his younger brother that he would kill all insects who would offend him. James was the most precious thing he had, and to tell the truth, he was the only thing he had. They were a strong family, and they got along so well with each other that they didn't need anyone else. But now Michael was alone, and he quickly made a decision about his next steps. He immediately made himself a hairstyle similar to James and decided that from now on, everyone would think that it was Michael who died. Now he will live the life that James was supposed to live. It's his choice, and he's willing to take that risk. He will take his brother's name and now consider himself a James, and he will definitely take revenge on these masked men. The fire burned for a long time, and all the while James was there, never taking his eyes off the flames, as if he were hypnotized. You have to start by remembering everything, which can be a problem because the guy was in a state of shock and everything happened too fast. But he was able to remember that there were at least 5 masked men, but their number is not entirely important now. They came here to kill James, and their motives are also unclear to the end, but this is not crucial either. Now the guy cares about only one thing. Revenge, sweet and longed-for revenge, which must be well prepared. Of course, it will be difficult to take revenge on those whose faces he has never even seen, and it will take a really long way to do so. But a little later, he finally realized something brilliant. If he lives like James and the others, they will come for him. They will come to kill him, just like his younger brother, and then he will finally be able to take revenge. The guy was also able to remember that their leader, with a diamond badge on his mask, was 100% James. So, most likely, he was the initiator of this situation, and perhaps he is always around. This masked man with a diamond badge could always be there to watch and observe calmly, and only then deliver the fatal blow. As soon as the guy thought about it, he noticed that Mary was standing next to him. She said that she was sorry for Michael, and it was a really big loss. However, James did not feel that she really showed sympathy at all. Perhaps it was all just words. The teacher came up and said that everyone knew that Michael was too weak, although she personally saw great potential in him. Mary was looking forward to him showing his true colors, and that's why she's saddened by the loss of such a person. It was obvious that James did not believe in her words at all, as if it was all just dust in his eyes. She's playing a game, but it's not clear what she wants to say. Is it really her? The same woman who taught James all the subtleties of knightly life? If this is true, then James is ready to draw his sword right now and show her his hatred. Mary was quite calm. She smiled and said that she had not seen such a beautiful sword for a long time. And I wondered where James got it. Was it possible to buy such a sword in a regular store? The guy began to realize that she was trying to catch him in a lie, as if she knew the whole truth about him. But it all seems too strange, and only one thing is clear. This woman is too strong. If she really was an enemy, even a real James would not be able to defeat her. The guy can't understand why she came here, probably to ask stupid questions. She laughed and said that she came because she had something to say to him, but he was too ill-mannered to wait for her words. This woman is too strange, and her words and movements only confirm the theory that she is very dangerous. Mary approached the boy and hugged him. Then she told him in a quiet voice that he was doing everything right and called him Michael. Of course, he couldn't believe that she really knew all this, so she was one step ahead all along. A million questions immediately arose in his head, and it became clear that she knew all this. But from when? Really from the very beginning. It looks like she killed James, although it could be just a test for the boyfriend. In this case, he has only one option. He turns to the Lady Knight and says that he is pretending to be a James. His style of speech, appearance, and even his gaze, now he completely copies the original. He is confident that he can deceive anyone. Even if someone starts to doubt him, no one will be able to confirm his doubts. Mary immediately started laughing out loud. She really agrees that the guy looks a lot like James. His appearance and style of conversation, even his blank stare that shows nothing at all, is perfect. But if he is not as energetic as James, he should not expect a normal reaction to his actions. Now it all looks very strange. This woman knows that she is actually talking to Michael, but why is she behaving like this? Now the guy can't understand her intentions. She approached him and started speaking again in a quiet voice and asked him to relax. She had already said that she came here because she had something to tell her boyfriend. She thinks it still looks pretty ridiculous, but there's a certain excitement to it that she likes. She decided to give him one last piece of advice and said that a guy doesn't have to turn into a James. After that, she immediately started laughing and said that they would see each other tomorrow. In a few seconds, the woman disappeared, and the guy didn't even have time to answer her. It happened so fast. He was shocked and had no idea what to do next. The whole situation was too confusing. She immediately realized everything, but it is unlikely that she will go around telling everyone about it. What worries him the most now is her last piece of advice, that he shouldn't become a James. Either she really thinks it's sincere advice or it's just some kind of game. In any case, she treated him like a real James to the last. He didn't feel threatened by her, so maybe she's not an enemy at all, but now she's the main suspect. All thoughts now are about revenge, and first we need to find out the purpose of this attack. Soon, the day of the exam came, which we had already heard about from the teacher, and all the students were not very happy about it. Everyone around them looks nervous. No one is sure that they will be able to pass this important exam. Because of all the nervousness, the students forgot to say hello to the mayor, and when they don't greet her, the mayor goes into a real psychosis. Now it's time for explanations, and those who successfully pass the exam will become full-fledged Knight's disciples. After that, they will no longer be considered civilians. She also did not forget to tell us about the most important thing. During this exam, each of them can die, so it's not a joke at all. After her story, no one had any questions. Everyone was even more excited and afraid to open their mouths. Mary asked the students if anyone wanted to refuse the task, but of course everyone was silent because every student's dream was to become a legendary knight. The teacher was happy that no one had refused to complete the assignments, so now the exam was officially underway. Suddenly, the students saw that someone else had joined the exam, probably someone who was late because they went to bed too late. It turned out that it was a girl. They call her a grey, bald redhead, and she said she was also ready for the exam. Mary was unhappy that some crying girl had come and was not letting her finish her speech. Ruth has repeatedly asked people not to call her a crybaby, but to do so, she needs to stop crying in any situation. While the teacher and the student were accusing each other, the boys started talking about the exam and said that today they would analyze physical abilities. This means that James should take the first place. At least that's the opinion of everyone around him. But the boy doesn't pay attention to the exam at all. He thinks about something else entirely. Could the culprit of his brother's death be among these people? Just in case, he needed to check everyone. And as soon as he realized, Robert immediately approached him. He wanted to make sure that James was okay, because it looks like James looks like he's not doing well. All this time, he thought he was doing a great job playing the role of his own brother. But is it really so? Robert explained that everything is actually fine, but James looks a little worried. Maybe he's been worrying too much lately. James said it was true and thanked Robert for taking care of him. He immediately remembered his teacher's words that he didn't have to become a James. Did those words mean what he thought they meant? Meanwhile, John asked the teacher to tell him more about the exam conditions and said that everyone was worried about it. Mary was not very happy because she was doing an important job at the time. That is explaining why the grey fox was called a crying girl. But still, she has no trouble explaining the conditions of this exam to the boys, as they are probably all too eager to start the test. Of course, no one was happy about this exam at all. They would have been happy if there had been another sparring match. Even that was better than an exam. But before we started, the mayor said she wanted to tell them all about her role in this exam. She will be something like an observer, and her task is to stop the examiner in time when he tries to kill the students. That's why they don't have to worry, because she will make sure that they all stay alive. This exam will last for 3 days, and their main task will be to defeat the knight. And all these miserable worms must immediately decide which of them will be first. Mary said that they all had to concentrate, because unlike her, the grey fox had no reason to feel sorry for these guys. And the teacher also said that this girl was much stronger than her, so it would be a lot of fun. No one expected that the crybaby Ruth would really be so dangerous, especially since no one knew she was a knight. Of course, everyone knows that even 10 students can defeat one knight at the same time, which is why this exam seems so difficult. But the teacher still wants them to fight a knight. It's all absurd, and they hardly have a chance of passing the exam. However, for James, passing this exam is very important because he is the most promising candidate in the world. It is obvious to everyone that he is the one who should become the future knight. And if he can pass the exam, he will show the bandits who killed his brother that James is alive. In other words, this will be the first step towards revenge, and he will try to do everything possible to make it happen. Soon the exam officially began, and Ruth likes to cry even when she's fighting. She really doesn't look like a classic knight. However, this does not prevent this girl from skillfully destroying everyone around her, and so far the students have not been able to stop her. She thinks they are all too pathetic, but is ready to give the young talent another try. James replied that he was not yet ready to try again, and that is why the mayor intervened. She said that the first part of the exam was completed and that no one had come close to passing it. Almost everyone around them was brutally beaten, and the grey fox was having fun as if it were the last time. All the students dreamed of returning home as soon as possible and finally getting into a warm and comfortable bed and resting. But of course, first we need to organize another scandal because the reasons are obvious to everyone. I think everyone has already noticed that only James was not injured at all. It looks like he didn't fight again. And if you don't fight, you don't help your friends. And of course, that makes John very nervous. He approached James again and said that he was unhappy that the guy did not help them at all. This is happening all the time. And it can't go on like this. Now they all have to understand the reasons for this behavior, James. This battle of opinions was really exciting. It was obvious that John was absolutely sure of his own rightness. He thinks that James has turned into a real coward, or it's his personal way of winning. Perhaps he was analyzing the knight during the exam and trying to find weaknesses in his technique. James said that if they really wanted to win, or at least increase their chances, they should set a trap for the knight. They were told from the very beginning that the exam would last 3 days, and James did not want to break the rules, but there are no rules in war. Everyone around him fell silent and listened to him carefully. Did he really come up with something interesting? David interrupted the conversation, saying that they were trying to become knights, and he would not allow anyone to break the rules. John agreed with these words. He said that it was better to act according to the rules and not to be afraid of any punishment from the mayor. He believes that they must unite all their efforts, and if they do so, they can win. The second round started soon after, and so far it doesn't look like they're really close to winning. So far, the Grey Forest Rut easily deflects all their attacks and deals powerful blows to these guys. However, they did not lose their enthusiasm. David and John looked at each other and prepared to start the operation. Their main task is to take their time, act in a coordinated manner, and follow the plan, so they have a much better chance of winning. David very quickly approached Ruth and tried to take her main weapon, and I feel a little sorry for this guy, because he paid dearly for it. It was a powerful kick to the face. Blood immediately came out of his mouth and nose. It was even hard to watch. However, John was not going to stop and continued to act according to the plan. Maybe it was a good thing, or maybe he would soon have a broken nose. In any case, he prepared his fist to strike a powerful blow and finally take revenge for all these beatings in 2 days. These young warriors believed too much in their own strength. They forgot that they were facing a real knight, which is a completely different level of training. Very quickly, John realized this, or rather, he hit his head on the wall first and only then realized the difference in levels between them. But strangely enough, his eyes still showed the same enthusiasm with which he started this battle, and perhaps it was all just part of a plan. The day before, he had emphasized that he and David should take the brunt of the knight's attack. First, we need to take away her weapon, that is, she should no longer use the umbrella. Of course, it's still not clear why she carries an umbrella with her, but it doesn't matter. It's time to strike back. Ruth was surprised that this bunch of kids decided to take her by surprise and attack her from behind. She had been too kind to them up to that point, but now it was time to show them what she was capable of. Everything indicates that the games are over and she will finally start using her umbrella 100%. The boys immediately felt the power of this lady and they began to regret not listening to James's advice. However, no matter how critical the situation is, we should still try to follow the plan and act in accordance with the agreements. Now is a great opportunity to take advantage of this and finally take that umbrella out of her hands. David began to call out loudly to James for help. The grey fox immediately opened her umbrella for protection. She realized that these children had begun to use their advantage in numbers. And a little while later, she saw James in front of her. But the main reason he is not participating in this battle is that he is a decoy. He only has to distract her, and it is at this moment that she will feel the fatal blow. Robert prepared for this and began to rapidly approach the Iron Lady. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. These children really thought that she was so weak that she would lose the battle to them. And when she realized this, tears appeared in her eyes again. But it's too early to celebrate victory, because when the beast is stumped, only then does it become truly dangerous. When the children saw the eyes of this beast, they immediately realized that the situation could quickly get out of their control. There are many cases when those who are much lower in level than their rivals win the battle. Robert immediately felt that it was very difficult for him to move, and even to breathe, which is probably the true power of a knight. Defeating a strong opponent makes you feel alive, but defeating a person of a weaker level is also sometimes refreshing. It's all very strange why James doesn't try to do anything. This child is incredibly gifted, but he just watches and does nothing. Ruth was too angry and decided to finally check what this young man was capable of and whether what they were saying about him was true. However, at that moment, the mayor immediately intervened. She took the grey fox by the shoulder and asked her to calm down. The exam was over for the day. That's how the second round ended, with the entire team of young warriors defeated again, all except James. Of course, they were all very upset. Yesterday, they came up with an interesting plan and sincerely believed that they would succeed. But today, they tasted defeat again. Just as everyone was about to go home, James started talking, saying that he had figured out how to defeat the knight. John immediately started screaming and asking a million questions. He wants to be sure that it's really true and there is hope for them. James immediately put his hand over his mouth and asked him to be quiet, explaining that he could not tell him all the details right now. However, James promised that they would win 100% if they did everything he told them. The next day, the third round began and the same people gathered on the training ground again. The teacher reminded us that today was the last day of the exam, and she hoped that the students had prepared well and that everything would go well. James decided to speak up and asked for a moment of attention. He wants to say something before they start. Litzar personally allowed him to speak, although she was sure she would not hear anything interesting. James began to say some rather strange but interesting things. He said that he was thinking about the intention of this exam. He recalled the words of Ruth that one of these children would be the first, and also reminded them that the goal was to defeat the knight. And he could not help but notice that they were not told to fight. That is, they had to prove that they were better than Ruth. He thought for a long time to finally understand the meaning of this exam. And now they have decided that they want to show that they are better than the grey fox in martial arts. The teacher and Ruth were silent for a few seconds, and it was obvious that they were surprised by these words. The mayor was especially surprised, and now she will be very interested to see what these children are going to do. She looked at Ruth and thought that this girl was very angry after she said that, which meant that it would be fun. People are usually driven by anger. They don't always know how to control their emotions, and that's why they start to break down from the inside. Now the knight Ruth wants to know if this gang of children really believes they can defeat her in a battle. Are they really that confident? The grey fox has already been disbanded from the advanced group of knights once, and she was once part of the team. Soon, everything started. The team of young warriors prepared for a fierce battle and focused on the opponent. Now they have to maintain concentration and not be distracted by anything. All their attention should be focused on the route. Very quickly, she began to attack them, as if this was exactly what they wanted, to make them angry and to force them to give in to emotions. Today, she will not play games with them. Today, she will immediately use the umbrella and show them a masterclass. If they stand there and do nothing, they will soon end up in the hospital with broken bones all over their bodies. A grey fox approaches its prey very quickly. It is not going to waste much time doing so. It all looked very scary, and most of the team of these young warriors even closed their eyes. Because of this, they quickly lost their rival, and it turned out that she was already behind them, which meant they were in trouble. Much has been said about not losing concentration, but this is exactly the mistake that almost all team members made. Nowadays, few people can believe that they can really defeat such a strong monster. At such moments, you immediately recall James's words that the plan he came up with was quite simple. It turned out that he wanted to use the same plan twice, and he was even sure that it would work. James asked them to remember the last battle and reminded them how the grey fox had not attacked them for some time. This means that Roberta's abilities still work on her, and this can give them a serious advantage. Now the whole team has only one goal, and we have to do everything we can to make sure Robert can deliver his decisive blow. When the third round began, it became clear that it could work, because she was less attentive today than yesterday because of her anger. The key was to get close quickly and be accurate, but it became clear that this could not be done unnoticed. Logically speaking, a knight should not fight at full strength because she underestimates her opponents too much. You also need to remember that the knight can deprive them of the ability to move with his gaze, and this is probably the biggest problem. Even if they can really prepare for it, a small mistake can cost them the victory. It seems as if this is exactly what happened on the third day of this difficult exam, because everything did not go according to plan. Robert was supposed to instantly close in and deal a fatal blow to the Lady Knight, but she sensed his approach and managed to react. At this moment, James decided to intervene. Is he the Joker who should win this battle? Very quickly, the guy felt that her gaze did not affect him at all. He did not stop and could move freely. Even though she did not try to bewitch him with her powers, he still did not succumb to this hypnosis. But still, James forgot about something. From the very beginning, Ruth was very attentive to him. It was because she always overestimated his abilities, because everyone talked about him and said he was an incredible talent. She has always been curious to know what this guy is capable of, which is why she decided to launch a powerful attack, even though it threatens his life. A real James would have been able to defend himself and repel this attack, but for Michael, such an attack could end in death. That's why the one person who knows it's not a real James decided to intervene and stop it. This person stopped Ruth's attack in time and prevented the girl from killing the young man. Of course it was Mary, and every day it becomes more and more difficult to understand who she is for the guy. Friend or foe? She had already said that she would pretend to be an observer at this exam, to make sure that the knight did not kill any of the students. That is why she had no choice but to personally intervene in the exam and defend her student. She looked at the guy and couldn't understand at all whether he had done it on purpose to use her. Fighting with the knight, he had no chance of winning because he was still too weak, and it was time to fix it. Knight was unhappy that the teacher interfered and did not let her finish what she had planned. Sira Lisa can be understood. She wanted to test this talented guy in a real fight, and this opportunity was stolen from her. The Lady Knight was not going to listen to the others. She pushed Mary away and started to approach James again. She is too curious to see what this child is capable of. Is it true what they say about him? Mary's teacher organized this exam. She set the rules and conditions of the task, and she is the one in charge. So, she is not going to listen to anyone and turn a blind eye to the fact that her students are trying to offend. She struck a powerful blow at Ruth, and by this very act made the knight very angry. Now Rudd can't understand why the mayor is so aggressively and bravely defending this guy. She has never behaved like this before. It was noticeable that the teacher did not know what to say to this. She was silent for a while. After that, she looked at James suspiciously, as if trying to see gratitude for his rescue in his eyes. After that, she smiled and said that it was all a secret, and it was not going to tell the reasons for its behavior. This made the knight even more angry, because now everything has become too confusing, and of course the grey fox is not happy about it. Mary can't give a reason for her actions, and now it turned out that the knight had to fight not only against these children, but also against the teacher. Perhaps all this is a strategy of these children, but this does not mean that we can treat their lives so lightly. This is not a war. It is just an exam. So if you look at this situation from this angle, it's time to admit that the ore has lost today. The Iron Lady couldn't believe it. How could she, a powerful and strong woman, lose to this pack of children? Mary did not go back on her words and only confirmed that she was ready to give the students credit for winning the exam. Even the disciples were surprised and could not believe it. They thought it would only provoke Ruth and a real disaster would begin. It was really coming to this. It was even hard to look at this Lady Knight because she was too unhappy with this outcome. The students immediately became afraid that strange things would start happening, and they were better off getting home as soon as possible. At such moments, it's not hard to guess what Ruth will do, which is probably why they call her a crybaby. This worried the students and the teacher even more, because instead of starting a fight, Ruth started a tantrum. The girl started crying because she could not understand why the mayor was protecting these children. She wanted to hear the reason, but no one was telling her anything. Mary immediately approached her and began to apologize for the misunderstanding, while everyone else just watched in silence with open mouths. 30 minutes later, the hysteria finally ended, and it was time to speak calmly and greet the students. This is exactly what Ruth did. She admitted that she had lost and said that they were now officially the Knight's disciples. After they have passed this exam and become full-fledged Knight's disciples, something in their lives must change. She wanted to hear from James what exactly should change in their lives, but he didn't know the right answer. This is exactly what the Grey Fox expected. They were promoted to the Knight's apprentices, but they still don't feel any change. After all, being a real knight and being qualified are two different things, so they have to earn the title. After the selection, the training will begin, and they will do everything to ensure that the students receive the Knight's qualification. But it takes hard work. It was obvious that the students took these words seriously. They were all concentrating and preparing for the difficult challenges ahead. The rest after the exam was over very quickly, and then the training with the Knight finally began. It's time to pick up the sword and take the first serious steps towards your childhood dream. James was ready for it. He is now living his brother's life and needs to reach his level as soon as possible. To do this, he will have to forget about rest and train hard all the time and hope that he will be able to make progress. So far, no one has noticed a difference. But if they stop being lucky, the situation could get worse. He tried to work hard and hit the wood with his sword with all his might in order to make it in one stroke. This is exactly what his younger brother did, but it quickly became clear that he was too far from his brother's level. Soon they meet Ruth, and all the students hope that she does not hold a grudge against them and will treat them well. She told the students that they are now in the second special class. Knight also said that the situation in the East is difficult now, so a special training system was created to prepare for the war. While studying in the second special class, they will also be required to perform the tasks of members of a Knight platoon. James immediately remembered the teacher's words that they could all die, and now he understood what she meant. Now the Iron Lady recognizes that they are all too weak, and they don't even have their own weapons. Then she announced their next task. They had to find her before she left the village in a month. They have exactly 30 days to complete this quest, and if it looks easy enough, it only seems so. They also all have to prepare their own weapons, and James immediately chose a sword, but the problem is his abilities. Everything will not be as easy as it was during the exam, when he was too overconfident. Now things are completely different, and we must admit that he has to work very hard to feel progress. He won't be able to reach James's level in such a short time, but he is confident that he can become better and stronger because they are brothers. After 2 weeks of training, he began to feel seriously excited about it all. He worked hard and hardly rested, but the problem is that his skills are not getting better at all. Let's go back 10 years. All this happened long before the fire in the village. In those days, James was a weak child, which is why Michael had to always protect him. Once he got very sick, Michael even started thinking that he would die soon. He was so sick. It was on that day that James looked at his brother closely and told him that from now on he would always protect him. After several difficult days of illness, Michael was finally able to regain his strength and overcome the disease. He got up from his bed and didn't see his brother next to him, although James was usually always by his side. He went outside to find James, and it is clear that in this short period of time, he became a completely different person. This disease had a great impact on James, as if he realized that he had to become stronger to protect his brother in difficult moments. In just a few days, he became so strong that he no longer needed any protection from his older brother. That's why now different thoughts have started to come to Michael's mind about this. He is confident that he can become as blue as his younger brother because they are twins, so they must have the same talent. But when he tried to make rapid progress, it turned out that things were not as simple as they seemed. He didn't get even a drop stronger. 2 weeks passed, but nothing changed at all. He was never able to make his first tree with 1 stroke, and I must admit that he could not even do it with 10 strokes. Is this really possible? Shouldn't he have become at least a little stronger in all this time? It seems as if this guy has no talent for martial arts. That's exactly what happened. Michael had no talent for it. But to understand the reasons for this, you need to start a conversation with James. From the very beginning, he was a man of incredible abilities, and everyone could see that. It can be compared to the purest diamond, which appears only once a century. And Michael, on the contrary, was born so weak, a guy who also appears only once in a century, but he can be compared to an ordinary stone. Michael, who found it very difficult to accept this cruel truth, often recalled his brother's words. James has always said that Michael also has talent, but he needs more real practice. These words make sense. Life is a real battlefield, and that is why it can work. In the morning, he decided to go to the big rock to try it. According to rumors, abilities can sleep deep within the soul, but they can be awakened by a real crisis. He had already seen how a man in one book had extraordinary powers when they tried to push him off a cliff. Even though it was fantastic, it was time to put it to the test. James began to climb this high rock, and soon he was completely sweaty and tired. Soon he said that it was time to surrender, but the problem was that he had only climbed half a meter. At such moments, it's hard not to accept your own insignificance. It's too revealing. Now he wondered how the other boys in his class were able to become so strong. When they were children, he could easily wipe the floor with them, but now they all have some special skills. I would especially like to single out Robert, who missed every other night training session but became incredibly strong. He probably went to some kind of hidden workout every Monday, so maybe it's time to talk to him about it. Today is the day James decided to steal this guy's abilities, or at least borrow them for a while. Soon it became clear that Robert was very attentive, even though James tried to hide his presence, but this guy could feel his energy. Soon he turned around and started running away, as if he realized he was being followed and decided to get away. James gets tired too quickly in such situations, and within a few minutes he was completely sweaty again. He didn't realize that Robert would be so fast. Maybe he should have continued the training on the rock. However, it was too late to give up on his plans, so he continued to look for the Robert and finally found it. It turned out that this guy had come to a huge waterfall. It was very beautiful and atmospheric. James also finally saw the weapon Robert chose, which is also a sword, but a little different. At first, it was not clear what exactly Robert was going to do here alone, perhaps training with a shadow? He began to make various movements with his sword, and a strong aura immediately began to be felt around him. He really made a lot of progress. James could not understand what it meant or how he was doing it. It looked very impressive. In any case, this is unlikely to help him in any way. Robert is fighting with water, and the whole thing is very strange. All this time, Robert looked very mysterious, but this water workout reduced interest in his person. While James was walking in the woods, he saw the same bandits who killed his brother, talking about some animals. They said they were looking for a raccoon, and after that, they would be interested in a hippo. Then they all ordered and turned their faces to James, who was standing just a few meters away. They couldn't believe their eyes, but the boy was even more shocked because it seemed like a dream. He could not understand why he met these people in this forest. Had they been secretly following him all this time? Then he thought it was all absurd. They had just talked about the hippo, so they were unlikely to fight it right there. He didn't bring any weapons with him, so he won't be able to defend himself, and now he's sure he's going to die today. Even if he had a weapon, he still could not do anything against these mercenaries. The guy could not understand what to do. It all happened too quickly and unexpectedly. In this situation, the guy immediately started to panic. Maybe he could tell them that he was Michael. But what about revenge? In this situation, he had to act very quickly because a man wearing a mask with a diamond sign started shouting at him. And strangely enough, this is exactly what helped, because there was a real leader next to this bandit who tried to stop him. These interesting nuances made his mind, which was completely overwhelmed by panic, think very quickly. Now he is sure of only one thing, that his situation is very close to critical, and he needs to come up with something. He cannot see their real faces, although they can easily see his emotions and nerves. They started asking him if he had heard their conversation, so they were talking about something really important. As soon as his mind started working, he immediately put everything together and decided to calm down and keep quiet after all this. silence and a barely noticeable smile. It was too presumptuous, but his intuition told him to make this decision. He stood right in front of them and then, in a few seconds, disappeared between the trees. The killers started to panic and tried to catch up with the scum, but they were stopped by the leader. This guy doesn't have a weapon, so it's a perfect chance to kill him quickly, and he heard the whole conversation. However, the leader had a completely different opinion about all this. He began to feel that it was a trap, and they had to be careful. The Knight of Fire is their boss. He has a keen intuition and immediately began to think that this could be a trap, although there is no evidence of this. That's why they decided to trust his intuition, because in the current situation, it's the best decision. But all these circumstances were false. And of course, James immediately took advantage of this and started running away at full speed. He realized that they believed in his sly smile, which was barely noticeable, but it played a key role in this case. And they were enough to make the gang boss believe that it was all a carefully planned revenge trap. He played his role very confidently, and if anyone else had seen it, he would have been competing for an Oscar at the end of the year. As he was running in the middle of this vast forest, he immediately remembered Ruth's words that they all had to find their weapons. He realized that he would never be as strong as his younger brother, and his weapon would not be a sword. He only thought he was going to fight with a sword, but his real weapon was something he hadn't noticed before. We need to recall Mary's words again that he does not have to become a copy of James. Only now did the guy begin to really understand what she had meant all along. These words were really deep. Suddenly, the guy started to stop very quickly because he saw the silhouette of an unknown person appear in front of him. At first, he started to panic and fear for his life again, thinking that the bandits had managed to catch up with him. But everything turned out to be much better. Robert was standing in front of him, looking at him very excitedly. He didn't understand where James was going in such a hurry and wanted to make sure he was okay. At first, James was calm and even happy. He thought it might be bandits, but it turned out to be his friend from class. But in a few seconds, he started to get incredibly nervous again and started running through different scenarios in his head. Now he began to think that Robert might be a member of the gang. Of course, everything is possible. If it is true, Robert could have easily taken off his mask to find out the information from James. If he is the enemy, he will ask only 2 questions. Is he a real James? And what did he hear in the bandits' conversation? As soon as he was ready to say a few words, he was immediately stopped. John ran up to them, and it was even hard for him to stand because he was out of breath. After a short pause, he started shouting, "The Fox Knight has run away! No one can find her!" The guys immediately forgot about everything that had happened before, and now their attention was completely focused on this episode. They returned to the village and met with the mayor, who told them that they should not have believed Ruth's words that she would stay here for a month. Of course, they all believed these words, and that is why they are so surprised now that she has disappeared. Their main task was to find her before she left. That's what she said. But there were other conditions. She said they would have a month to do it, and now it turned out that this was not true at all. Mary said that they shouldn't constantly learn all the details from her. It's all part of the task, so they should use their brains. If you are not lazy, you will succeed, so they have no choice but to start right now. They decided to pack quickly and take only the most necessary things with them, and the teacher reminded them not to forget to take their weapons. She asked them to make sure that their weapons were ready to use, and James could not help but hear these words. Sometimes he thinks that the mayor is talking to him, although she pretends to give advice to all the students. An hour later, they were all assembled and ready to go in search of the knight, and now they had to show what they could do. Meanwhile, the gang of masked thugs were still worried about the incident with the boy. Some people are still convinced that it would be better to catch him and kill him quickly so that there are no problems. If there hadn't been a trap, it would have taken no more than a minute because there were so many of them. Even if there had been a trap, they would have killed him anyway. But now the opportunity has been lost. Now it doesn't matter anymore, and their boss told them to forget about the guy. Soon the search was officially launched, and Robert found the first clue. He noticed the knight's footprints and said that she had recently passed through here, which is at least some information. It became clear that they were heading in the right direction, so we had to keep going. She must have walked very fast, which is why she left a lot of traces behind. We have to keep searching and believe that we will be able to find some more clues. But James has doubts about this strategy, and he openly said so to John. He doesn't really believe that a real professional knight could have left his marks behind by accident. There is no guarantee that all this is not some kind of trap. They can really be deceived from the very beginning of the task. David agreed with these words, and he also thought that the knight could have deliberately left these traces. Soon, everyone started discussing it, and now it's important to find the right strategy for the search. First of all, we need to understand why she could have done this. If this is not really a clue, then what is? He believes that they should continue their search and find something else, but they should not believe everything they see. No one has been able to figure out whether these were intentionally left clues or just accidental footprints during the escape. James never spoke about it with complete certainty and explained that it was all just his guesswork. Right now, they can't be sure of anything, so the best solution for them is not to rely on chance and stay focused. He said that they all had to be very strong in order to catch the night. A clue was found on the eastern side of the village, but is it enough to figure out which way Ruth went? I had to remember what she told them at the first meeting. That is, how she was sent to them. If she was sent to the northern region, it is quite likely that she could be in the south or east. It turns out that the exams are held by region, so most likely the knight's destination will be the point of contact of the cardinal points. If we translate it into normal language, it should go to the center of the continent, that is, to the capital. The capital is a place of change for knights. Even various events and awards take place there. They can't be 100% sure of these opinions, but for now, it's all they have, so they need to move in this direction. By the evening, they hadn't been able to find any more clues, so they decided it was time to rest. They were all very tired after a day of constant searching, but thanks to James, they were able to make some progress. If they had continued to waste time from the very beginning, they would not have done even half of what they have done now. They are not in a position to think about the successful completion of the task in the near future. You need to be patient. Soon, someone suggested that they tell each other about their newly chosen weapons. James agreed. He believes that this way they will better understand how to act in a critical moment. Getting to know each other a little more is always the right decision, and Robert fully agrees and is ready to start with himself. He named his weapon a Libra, a one-handed sword, which has no special features but is very strong and can withstand the strength of its owner's skills. After that, the Russian began to speak, and he chose a double-edged axe as his weapon and called it a hemini. David chose a dagger. Once a day it can show the accumulated sunlight, but it has no name. After that, John started talking. He also has a sword. It has no features, but it is incredibly sharp, and it has a name, Light. After John told us about his family heirloom, it was time to talk about the James. Now he recognizes that he has become very weak, and he has also finally realized that he will never be able to become a real James. He is sure that everyone around him has noticed that he has changed. He trusts these people and therefore decided to share his thoughts with them. He said that he was no longer able to fight like he used to, although to be more precise, he was no longer able to fight at all. He was convinced of this during the exam, because he was unable to use his powers during the battle. Perhaps it was some kind of psychological problem after the loss of his brother, but now his body does not obey him at all. While he was talking about needing time, the other guys didn't realize that it was all just a decoy. He had to become not only a James, but now he's a James who lost his beloved brother, and his acting has to be convincing. So far, he has no problems with acting. Everyone around him believes him and sees how hard it is for him. The truth is that this guy can no longer fight like he used to, and this is one of the baiting options. So far, everyone has believed him, but in the future, everything depends on his acting. Soon, it was his turn to control the perimeter, and if he noticed anything strange, he shouldn't do anything stupid, but should immediately wake up the others. Soon, everyone around him fell asleep. Only James was awake and focused on his thoughts. Later, he decided that he needed to walk around and inspect the perimeter. Soon he heard that he was being followed. Someone was unhappy that he left because it was his turn to do night watch. He said that he decided to look for water or new clues. In any case, he was not going to go far. Then he heard very unexpected words. This guy said he knew he was talking to Michael. So all this really worked and he finally fell for the bait of the James. All this is just a clever game. This guy's acting was at a really impressive level all this time, as if he had taken professional acting lessons. Even if someone had doubts, no one would pick on a person who had recently lost his own brother. But if it is a person who knows what happened that day, the words he heard from Michael will give him strength. That's how this person will realize that it was Michael who survived that day. That's what the guy's plan was. The lure was to find out if the person wearing the diamond mask was someone close to the boy. And now it finally became clear that the only one who really believed in this bait was a Russian. Probably none of us expected such a plot twist. We all thought it could be Robert, John, or even David. But no one would have ever thought to suspect a guy named Russ, because he was always in the shadow of others. Maybe he really was a man in a mask with a diamond, but it's better not to jump to conclusions. James quickly analyzed how far they were from the camp and realized that it was the perfect distance. Now it's time to play a little game and pretend he doesn't understand what you're talking about. He showed his aggressive eyes and asked the Russian if he had really come here to mock him. This guy was not expecting such an answer. He immediately began to tremble. It was obvious that he was not sure of his theory. After that, he smiled and said that he was even scared for a few seconds when he thought that it was really James. Now he realizes he's talking to Michael. He's always been smart, but the guy said he's not going to stand for it. Is the Russian really the same person in the mask? It's all so strange that it's hard to believe. Russ said that he didn't care who was standing in front of him, because it didn't matter. The main thing is that he is very weak now, and his goal is to kill the last of the twin brothers. It's all strange, because if you think back to training and exams, the Russian was always the weakest of all. He was beaten the most. And now it is unclear how exactly this guy is going to kill his rival. But after a few seconds it was too late to think, because the Russian was not going to waste time. All this time, this fool was only playing the role of a weak guy and hiding his true strength. Russ asked James not to think that he was the only one who was special anymore, because it was not true. He promised that the next blow would not be to the neck. The first blow was just a test. It became clear that Russ was interested in whether James had told anyone about the conversation he had heard in the forest. So this whole theory turned out to be true, because the little piece of conversation that James heard was very important to these guys. Now there are two things that he is very confident about after starting a conversation with the Russians. First, he immediately realized that the conversation that day was incredibly important for the masked gang. Judging by the reaction of the Russians, this was indeed the case, so they have something to hide and something to be nervous about. Secondly, he started talking to him like a real James, so Russ is still not sure who he is talking to. This means that Michael plays the role of his brother perfectly, and we should continue to live James's life. Now James remembered the last words he heard from the man in the diamond mask. Then he said that the fire of the Udion was extinguished, only ashes remained, and he remembered these words for a long time. It was noticeable that the Russian immediately mentioned this point, and now there is no doubt about it. James said that they were very wrong about the fact that there were only ashes left, because they were coals that they had not fully extinguished. Soon it will begin to burn again and make each of them suffer and slowly burn them in the fire. These were really strong words, but they also made it clear that Russ was talking to Michael. A masked gang member took out his weapon and prepared to do what he had come to do. But James is not going to take this fight on the enemy's territory because he knows perfectly well that he will lose the battle. Now he won't waste time trying to fight professional killers. He chooses a different path, which is why he started calling out to his friends and especially to Robert for help. Of course, the Russian could not understand anything. He thought that the bastard was just playing with him. He decided to accept the rules of the game and started shouting that this guy was trying to lie to them. He pointed at him and said that it was not James, as everyone thinks, but Michael. Finally, the situation has escalated to the limit, and now it is doubly interesting to see what happens next. The first reaction of the other team members was sincere surprise. All these words seemed like some kind of bad joke. Russ tried to continue to bend his line and assured us that it was all true. But James started screaming loudly and begging him to stop and to do so immediately. He said that he was shocked to learn what the Russian actually thought of his brother and how he treated him, and it was too much. He said that he hoped that he would be understood after the loss of his brother. He is still in a state of shock. That is why he cannot regain all the strength he had in the past, but what the Russian is doing is too much. The situation has become even more heated, and the rest of the team cannot figure out who to trust. They look at each other and try to understand at least something, but so far it's been in vain. At that moment, John discovered his sixth sense, which can also be called incredible intuition. He immediately reacted and started shouting in Russian, saying that what he was doing was unacceptable. So very quickly, Rust realized that they all believed his opponent, not him. The ability to express his emotions correctly was what Michael did best. It was at that moment that Russ realized that the ability to fool everyone around him, as well as to gain people's trust, was Michael's real weapon. None of this made sense from the very beginning. When it first happened, we had to pause. Everyone was constantly around James. They wanted to make sure that he was okay and that he was okay after the fire. Everyone was sure that it was Michael who died in that fire, and James managed to get out alive. However, the Russian always knew that this was not true, because he was with this guy at the time, and he knows what happened. They all saw with their own eyes how the real James died, But now the situation is quite strange. They were not 100% convinced that they were right, and this is their main mistake. Now, even if James is indeed alive, he is certainly very weak, and we must take advantage of this. Russ was constantly trying to remember how James behaved and comparing him to Michael's behavior. Now, he's not at all sure who exactly plays the role of this guy. It could be any of them. They began to distrust him. He used to say that he could feel the difference in his brothers, but now it turned out that it was not the case. Last week he said one thing, and now he's saying something completely different, and he's going to confuse his team. Russ tried to explain that because of all these conditions, Michael started trying to play the role of his brother, and that's why everything became complicated. The boss admitted that they could not be sure who this person was, but in any case, he was a child of fire. Now 2 knights are constantly with him, so it is quite dangerous to act. The boss ordered Russ not to make any sudden moves for now and to continue watching James. He will tell about his further plans later. After that, the same meeting we saw earlier took place, when James unexpectedly saw a gang of masked men. At that moment, when he saw James, Russ was confused. He should not have revealed his identity. But before I could say a few words, he started yelling at James and said that he shouldn't have heard all this. It was from that moment that James began to suspect his inner circle. He realized that the man under the diamond mask was much closer than he could have ever imagined. Thus, Russ fell into his own personal trap, and now even John does not believe him. Everyone started shouting at him and saying that he had become insolent, that he could not behave like that with a person who had recently lost his family. He couldn't figure out where exactly he should start this dialogue. Maybe the best strategy would be denial. He can't directly tell everyone around him that he wants to kill the fire child because everyone around him will believe James. So very quickly, he realized that there was no other way out, that if he wanted to complete the task, he had to act very decisively. That is why he forgot about all the rules, took out his axe, and ran to the James to finally kill him. The guy's life was in grave danger, but at the last moment, Robert appeared as if out of nowhere and saved him. He drew his strong sword and was able to stop the enemy's sharp axes, so he could not kill the victim quickly. John also stood up his weapon and loudly ordered the Russians to get out of here and never return. Of course, they immediately noticed that they had never seen a Russian move so fast. Robert is not yet experienced enough in combat, but despite this, he has always given his 100%. That's why, if the Russian is really going to fight, he may suffer greatly in a battle with the Roberts. The traitor realized that he had few options left, and if he started to fight, he would lose because he was alone, and there were many of them. He had no choice but to flee, but for this, he also had to come up with a special plan. A few seconds later, he pulled a dagger out of his pocket, and David immediately recognized his weapon. This is the same dagger that can accumulate sunlight all day long in order to make a flash in the evening. It was with his help that the Russian escaped, and it was a very smart decision because he had no other choice. Of course, he didn't take the dagger with him, so David can sleep peacefully knowing that his weapon is with him. The next day, the team of young soldiers held a vote, and the majority was in favor of continuing the mission without the Russians. It was impossible not to notice that the atmosphere had completely changed. It was quiet and calm. Even John became much closer to James now and kept asking him if he was feeling okay. These words of support may seem simple enough, but they had a special meaning for James. The fact is that John was constantly trying to insult James before, and he was doing it perfectly well. His gang always stuck together and liked to engage in child racketeering. Russ beat Michael for no reason. Everyone around him thought he was weak, so it was beneficial for him to stay close to the company. For some reason, David never hit Michael. He always stood quietly next to the others, but did nothing. John hated the guy, but it turned out that he wasn't as bad as everyone thought. Now it's even clearer why John behaves this way. Sometimes he needs to take his aggression out somewhere. 10 years ago, there was a severe fire that killed the only member of his family. It was his father, and this tragedy left scars on the heart of this young warrior forever. That is why his actions should also be treated with a certain understanding, as we all have our own motives. In fact, Michael was the cause of the fire, but John was not angry with Michael, even though he was the cause of his father's death. He was always angry with himself because he was not there at that moment and could not protect the only member of his family. Now it's time to move to the coast of the eastern continent and see what's going on there. A boat became visible, and a little later, a man in a black suit with a sword came ashore, wearing a strange skull mask. He immediately felt that he smelled something rotten. He didn't even think that this smell could come from him. While something very light and ugly was approaching, the young knights' mission continued. They came to the high rocks and decided to search for clues here for a while. Maybe this time they would be lucky. They need to cover as much territory as possible while keeping up with the speed. They decided to split up and meet in this place in an hour. James asked no one to go far so as not to get lost. The first person to find a clue will be released from the night watch, so everyone is further motivated. After a few seconds, James was left all alone, which is what the right incentive means for a team. It was this moment that he was going to take advantage of and rest for at least an hour, because chasing a knight is not an easy task. He is partly glad that his enemy turned out to be a Russian. He never received good grades and he has a difficult temperament. He is probably the best option of all the members of their young guard, or so it seems. But then James started thinking about something interesting. What if it wasn't just the Russians who were undercover? Is it possible that one of these 3 team members is also a member of the masked gang? Now James cannot be sure of anything, so he has to prepare for the worst-case scenarios. Russ turned out to be much stronger than he could even imagine, and he turned out to be weaker than he thought he was. So now the main problem is him, although his endurance has increased significantly over the past few days. There is still a big difference between him and the other guys, but it is possible to reach their level. The main thing is not to show your desire to do so. He also drew attention to his eyesight. Despite the fact that he has sharp eyesight, he hardly notices the movements of the other guys. Now he really needs to overcome the difference between him and the rest of the team. The only hope is that all his theories will turn out to be correct, and now he must try to buy time. Now it's time to look at the little rat, the fugitive who is still trying to escape. Now it's time to admit that he lost this battle, although he did learn something, and this is also important. In the darkness, the masked gang boss appeared and ordered the boy to calm down and tell him everything he knew. So a few minutes later, the masked man knew that the real James was dead and his brother Michael was alive. Russ assured me that this was true because Michael had personally admitted it, so now he had no doubt about it. All of this makes sense, and it's time to think carefully before taking the next step. But the Russian could not calm down and be cool. He asked for support and said that they had to destroy Michael now. He explained that there were no knights around, only students. But the boss said that this could not be done because the boy was still dangerous. They have to destroy him because he could hear their plan. And if one of the brothers turns out to be Michael, he won't understand what they're up to. But there are still risks, so now it's better to take a break and not rush and leave the malt for dessert. Meanwhile, the guy had a rough idea of what the masked bandits were planning to do. While he has time, he should get much stronger and think about training. At that moment, John ran over. He was surprised that James was already here. Was he really that fast? Later, the whole team gathered around, and Robert said he couldn't find anything. John said that he had an urgent proposal, but James asked him to tell it at the end, when everyone had finished their presentations. But John couldn't understand why they all had to tell him the information. No one was making James a leader. Yes, Robert reminded us that James is the strongest of them, but now it's not true, although he is still the smartest. It was thanks to his strategy that they were able to successfully pass the exam, so it makes sense to make him the leader. But James said he didn't need to, and if the rest of the team wanted to, they could make John the leader. John was pleased with this plot twist. He always wanted to be the leader of the team and lead everyone. However, it is unlikely that others will really take him seriously, and the smartest one will become the leader anyway. When it was time for David to speak, he said that he hadn't found anything special, except for a small village near them. David couldn't understand how James had guessed about his discovery. Intuition was probably the guy's strong suit. Soon they decided to go to this very village that David had found, and James again suggested the plan. You can't become a true leader just by choice. Intuitively, the team will always choose the best one, and no additional voting is required. Soon the young warriors found the very village David was talking about, and the area looked quite gloomy. Everything around was destroyed, as if some monsters had appeared and caused a disaster. It's quite interesting how long ago this village was destroyed, but first we need to split up and explore the place. The main thing is to act calmly and not to do anything stupid. Their task is to conduct a regular study, nothing more, nothing less. If you take a closer look at the surrounding area, you can see signs of the battle that took place in this village. There are a lot of arrows and axes in the walls, and you can also see various swords on the ground, so there was a large-scale battle here. Now this place looks more like a garbage dump, although some people might have stayed here. While John and James were conducting this research together, they heard something strange. John immediately drew his sword and prepared for a fierce war, and you can see that this guy is ready for anything. James also went back and prepared to defend himself, as he had hardly learned how to attack well by now. They were very surprised when they didn't see a monster or a killer in front of them, because it was just an ordinary girl. She immediately approached them and asked for help, although it was unclear what she wanted. In a few seconds, she fainted and fell into John's arms, and that's how they met the people of the village. Now James began to realize that the village had been attacked, and that it must have happened quite recently. The girl could barely speak, and through her strength, she tried to ask the boys to save other people. John was very surprised, but asked the girl not to worry and promised that they would definitely try to help her. Soon, they heard the voices of their friends, and Robert and David must have finished their research as well. They came running and reported that they had seen strange footprints. All indications were that they were the footprints of a knight. And this changes the matter completely, because if a knight is involved in this case, it is really interesting. Soon, they put the girl on the ground and tried to get some information from her. David said that the knight's footprints are quite fresh, and if you follow the trail right now, you can quickly catch up with her. The main thing is not to jump to conclusions and to weigh all this information reasonably. The girl regained consciousness and said that their village was very peaceful, but for some reason, they were attacked a few days ago. John was furious and could not understand what kind of people could do all this. The girl said she didn't know the name of the gang. There was nothing of value in the village, but they came out of nowhere and started killing everyone around. James immediately asked what these people looked like. Were they wearing masks? Of course, it's immediately clear what he was thinking, and it will be interesting if it turns out that it was a masked gang that did all this. But the girl said that these people were not wearing masks, although their faces were hidden, and they were using strange weapons. It's time to ask if anyone else has been seen in the village, for example, a girl with short hair who cries all the time and carries an umbrella? The girl replied that she had not seen anyone matching this description, which is strange because footprints of Ruth were found in this village. Some of the 5 boys have already said that they are the knight's disciples, which is why this girl asks them to save the villagers. She looked at them with tearful eyes and begged for help, even though these children can barely defend themselves. David knew that it was very dangerous and perhaps even impossible, but he offered to try anyway. John reminded him of his words that if they followed the knight's footsteps right now, they would have a chance to catch up with him. David explained that they are all just students, but their goal is to become knights, so they cannot ignore people who need help. These are the right words, but we must not forget that they are still students, so there is no guarantee that they will be able to do something with their current abilities. The people who attacked this village easily killed the local soldiers, so they are all professional soldiers. And this bunch of kids is only at the beginning of their journey to becoming a knight, and they are unlikely to be able to do anything. If they start to hurry, they will catch up with the knight and complete the task, and then they will be able to call her for help here. Then everyone looked at James and asked him not to be silent, but to speak his mind. At first, the guy looked thoughtful. It was obvious that he still did not know what to do. But then he asked, what would happen if they couldn't catch up with the knight? Yes, the footprints look quite fresh, and perhaps even the rut is much closer than ever before. But there is one important nuance. What if the people who attacked this village turn out to be much stronger than the knight? There are too many doubts in this story. Judging by the tracks, the grey fox was here recently. But what's strange is that if she saw what happened here, why did she pass by and do nothing? David said that no matter what, he was ready to fight, no matter how strong the opponent was, and no matter whether he won or not. If someone needs urgent help, they are obliged to help, because this is the duty of a true knight. And if David fails to become a professional knight, he is ready to die on the way to this dream goal. Robert said that he wanted to go in search of the knight because he believed that finding her and asking for help was the right thing to do. John was still analyzing the situation. He still couldn't decide what to do. That's why David looked at James and asked him what he was planning to do. He immediately started thinking about what a real James would do in this situation. A few minutes earlier, the girl had told me that there was a cave in the mountains and that those bad people lived there. Soon, David appeared near that cave, ready to die as he had promised so that justice might be done. But a little later it turned out that he was not standing alone. Behind him was James, and he was holding a sword. The guy assured me that he was fine and ready to go there, so it was decided that they would go inside together. A strong wind began to blow outside, and as soon as they entered the cave, something strange began to happen. The same girl with the pink hair was still standing in the tree, upset because only 2 people were trapped. Even James could not guess that all this could be just an act, just like his. So now we know whether the guys are in a cave or a Carpathian, but they have no idea. Now they don't feel any signs of life around them, but later everything will change. In a few seconds they saw something, a man sitting and almost not moving. David immediately asked his friend to be quiet and told him that someone was near them. It was at this moment that this creature appeared next to them. James was the first to see it, and it was really scary. David demonstrated not only his fearlessness, but also his incredible reaction and immediately took out his weapon. He not only drew his dagger, but immediately struck at the creature. But it was much faster than he was. It became clear that this opponent would be too difficult for them, but it was too early to panic. This creature greeted the boys and said that she did not expect visitors today, although she was glad that this time people without masks came to her. James immediately realized that the same masked bandits had recently been in this cave, and that was interesting. David quickly realized that the strength of this creature could be equal to that of a knight, so the situation was critical. It is not yet clear who they are, or even what they are, because you can't see their real face, and it looks like they are talking to a mummy. However, David did not pay attention to this. He loudly said that he had come here to take his head, and he was ready to do everything possible to do so. It was time to quickly come up with a strategy, and James suggested stalling for time while John and Robert searched for the knight. As soon as this creature heard about the knight, it immediately became interested in this issue. At first, the guys looked at each other and then realized they were in big trouble. This is because this mummy knows about the grey fox, and not only does he know, but he is holding his umbrella. So as a result, they ended up in the worst possible situation, precisely because they couldn't agree with the rest of the team. John and Robert believed that they had to find the knight and then try to save the villagers. That's why they agreed to split up again and act separately for a while. John and Robert will go in search of the knight, while David and James will try to save the villagers. David was confident in his own abilities and said that there was no need to worry about them because everything would be fine. Within half an hour, it became clear that nothing good came of this idea, and now they are close to death. This mummy looks much worse than the masked gang, maybe even stronger than the knight. Meanwhile, John felt a strange feeling again. We already remember that his intuition is on a good level. Now he's not sure that these fools will be okay, and that's what worries him. He looks at that cave and doubts that it is safe for beginners on the path to knighthood. This cave is too dark and mysterious, and his intuition was right again. His friends are really in danger. It all happened so fast that they don't even know what to do. It looks like the mummy destroyed the knight, but how is that possible? Now David realized that the mummy was the creature that had attacked the village and started insulting people. This creature immediately confirmed his words. It seems that this is not a mystery at all. James decided to ask where the survivors are now, if they are indeed still alive. Now the goal is quite simple. They have to stall for time as much as possible. They have no other choice. If you think about it, the situation is pretty bad. James is too weak, so you can only count on David. David is much weaker than Robert, but he has a high level of flexibility and a weapon that can make a flash of light. If they combine everything they have at the moment, only one optimal solution will be found. At that moment, it became clear that the mummy was preparing to attack. The talks were over, and it was time for action. James immediately warned his friend of the impending danger. But would the young David be able to defend himself against Tutankhamun's attack? The young man immediately stabbed with his dagger and knocked the umbrella out of the mummy's hands, which looked quite impressive. Of course, it is unlikely that this will be enough to stop this creature. Perhaps all this time it was just playing with the boys. After that, David felt something like a hurricane coming, probably an attack of kinetic energy. His body immediately flew back many meters, and it all happened incredibly fast. Even James didn't have time to react and grab his friend. In less than a second, he was behind him. David hit the wall hard. His mouth immediately bled, so he probably had broken ribs. James felt that they were very close to defeat. They had to come up with something fast. But what? The mummy decided not to wait and immediately finish off the wounded victim, which is exactly what a real predator does. David felt that he was in a dead end. He had nowhere to go, and real death was coming. James is well aware that if David dies now, he will have no chance of survival. The situation is really critical. Everything is happening very quickly, and there is almost no time to react. That's why he decided that it would be better to give his own life to save David. It was a very bold decision, and James made it almost instantly and lost consciousness just as quickly. A little later, he opened his eyes and realized that he had been unconscious all this time, and he saw the body of David in front of him. Now, he is not interested in his own condition. He wants to make sure that David is okay, and it looks like he is. His friend began to scream and asked him to get up quickly, probably because the mummy's blow made James lose consciousness immediately. Later, James realized that David had decided to use the flash of light from his dagger because he had no other choice. But the problem is that if they don't have this outburst, they won't be able to defeat this opponent. Now the mummy began to feel that the boys were in real trouble, and his self-confidence grew. David wanted to attack him all along, but he saw no weaknesses in the defense of this unknown thief. The mummy asked the boys not to worry and said that from the very beginning they had no chance of surviving in this cave. Now he will finally end all their suffering and they will not be afraid anymore, ever. David prepared to defend himself, but there were signs of panic in his eyes, and it became clear that he was losing hope of being rescued. Is this really the end for these two? They fought bravely and tried to do something good, but they failed. However, it is too early to draw conclusions, as it is not known where the mummy was struck from, and this creature immediately felt severe pain. The guys didn't understand what was happening at all. Everything happened so fast that they couldn't even see the attacker. It was John and Robert. They apologized for their unexpected visit and said that they also wanted to join the cave exploration. They can't fall below the level of their students and ignore people who need help, and they couldn't find the knight's trail. That's why they decided to come and help their friends, and they did it in a very timely manner. Now that the team is finally together, now that they support each other, it's time to show that nasty slug who's boss. James looks the most confident of all, as if they have taken the initiative into their own hands. So far, the mummy hasn't said anything. Probably he didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. A few minutes ago, he was very calm and confident that he could easily kill 2 children. But now there are 4 guys looking at him at once, and he hardly likes this situation. After a few seconds, it seemed that the mummy had disappeared, but they had already seen this trick. This means that this monster wants to attack them, so it's time to block its attack and strike back. Of course, it will be very difficult to do, but the tenacity with which John started this fight gives the guys hope. He looked fearless and fought as if it was the last time in his life, which is exactly how you try to stop strong opponents. James asked his friends not to lose concentration because their opponent's strength was on par with the knight's. It's easy to lose if you lose concentration and don't pay attention, so you have to act like a real team. John was surprised to hear that their opponent's strength was on par with the knight's, so it's no wonder he didn't feel it right away. But James sees all these moments almost instantly, as if a computer analyzing opponents is working in his head. He cannot understand what skills the mummy has, but he can easily predict its future attacks. When James saw David, he was convinced that everything was fine and he was ready to continue the battle. James sensed an element of lying in his words, and he ordered him to answer honestly, because this was also part of the strategy. David had no choice but to finally tell the truth, and he can't understand why, but his body won't listen to him. That's why James realized that they needed to change their strategy a bit and turn to Robert. He said that David was injured, which is why they had to win with the 3 of them, and they could do it. If we act like a real team and support each other, this victory will really become a reality. The mummy was not going to wait long and give them the opportunity to plan their next attack in peace. He immediately took out his weapon and started attacking these miserable worms. But these guys have already learned some interesting techniques at the School for Knights. They are not as weak as before. Now it became clear that they act as a real team and carefully plan each of their future attacks. That's why the mummy decided to act smartly as well. He had to destroy the leader, and then everything would be over quickly. He saw that it was James who gave important orders and formed the battle strategy, so he was the brain of the system. If it is destroyed, all the others will immediately panic and die quickly. James has already said that you don't need to lie, you need to give honest answers, and this is also part of the strategy. Only now did David realize what he meant when he spoke about part of the strategy. It's all a delicate game of clever people, and David quickly realized what he had to do and struck an unexpected blow. In places like closed caves, the use of large weapons can be a disadvantage, and that's exactly what happened. Now the mummy is not in the best condition, he has problems using weapons, and his rivals are 4 times as many. Now it's time for him to come up with something interesting to stay alive. And soon, the guys realized that they were not fighting an ordinary person. This monster had its own strengths. It was time to reveal all the cards and show what he was capable of, so the mummy very quickly used kinetic energy again. After that, he decided to attack John. Everything happened so fast that the guy didn't even have a chance to dodge. After that, he disappeared again and appeared behind Robert, as if the mummy wanted to destroy everyone in turn. Robert has much better skills than the other guys. He has made a significant step forward in martial arts over the past year. But even this was not enough to defend against the powerful attack of this monster. So, very quickly, almost everything was over, and the last one remained, the very leader who had to be destroyed first. All people lie. A fast pulse, imitation of the right facial expression, looking the other person in the eye, and so on are all signs of lying. But people usually see through those who try to lie, and Michael was not like that at all. He never showed the same signs of lying because lying is also an ability and a very special one. Tears appeared on the guy's face, and it is still difficult to understand what game he is trying to play. But in any case, it made an impression on the mummy because she was surprised by the guy's behavior. He remembered Ruth, and after that, he tried to understand how she felt at some moments of the battle with them. He began to try to copy her emotions, to become a complete copy of her, and he succeeds perfectly. Michael's lies were always taken for sincerity, and now the mummy felt a strong aura from him. Was he really that strong? Of course, it was just a lie in reality. This guy playing the role of James was never that strong. He was always just trying to pretend to be strong, but only those who had reached this level of lying could feel that they were being deceived. Such people always feel something like this, but sometimes it's too late. It's all just a chess game. Some of the James moves were just a decoy. They distracted from the real attack that was happening right now. Robert attacked out of nowhere. The mummy had completely forgotten about him. But now it was time to pay for his inattention. Of course, their opponent is very strong, so no one was surprised to see that Robert failed to destroy the monster on the first attempt. But this guy is not the type to give up. On the contrary, defeat in the first battle only increases his desire for revenge. James is not at all used to such things. He has just reached the limit of his acting. Mummy immediately felt that this guy had returned to his normal state. It is noticeable that they are filled with courage and energy. It reminded the mummy of the old days, and now this monster likes them. He no longer believes that killing them is a good idea, but he still has to admit that these children deserve a little respect. That is why he is ready to give them a chance to stay alive, but on one condition: they must join him. Of course, everyone wants to stay alive, especially when you are in a dark cave locked up with some monster. But selling your soul to the devil is not exactly the style of young boys who dream of becoming noble knights. Of course, everyone has the right to choose, and everyone has the right to refuse. And the mummy gives them the opportunity to make a decision, and they have no more than a minute to do so. But whoever refuses his offer will immediately lose their head on their shoulders. This battle with the mummy is like a roller coaster. At first, everything was critical, then there was hope, and now the situation is quite difficult again. John said they had no choice because they were too weak. Even together, they could not defeat this monster. If they all continue to fight, they will soon die, which is now clear to almost everyone. And strangely enough, everyone realizes the absurdity of continuing the battle. But John still drew his sword. He said that they should still continue to fight, even though they were frightened by the thought of death. But they must not forget that they were the knight's disciples. If they were given the right to choose their own path, they made a choice, and their choice is the destruction of this monster, total and irrevocable. No one had ever heard such beautiful and necessary words in a difficult moment before. John really proved himself to be a true knight. Now they are all ready to fight to the death, and the outcome of the battle is not important at all because they have made their choice, and their choice is good. The mummy approached James with incredible speed, and the guy was ready to lose his head. There was no point in fighting. There was no chance of winning anyway. But for some reason, nothing happened, and he was still alive. Only then did he open his eyes and turn his head, and he could not believe his eyes because Ruth was standing in front of him. She looked at him with a sad look, but recognized that they had done a great job. After the third round of the exam, the grey fox talked to the mayor, who said that she could not recognize this result. Ruth said that she could not accept a result that was achieved by dishonest means, and she believed that they did not deserve it. This can lead to the death of these children due to their lack of training. Is the mayor really ready to risk their lives and let the forces of darkness kill them? Mary had never thought about this before. She said that if these children did not meet the standards, they could be expelled from school immediately. The grey fox has already thought about this many times, but now she wants to organize another special exam for them. If it finds that one of them is not worthy of being a knight's apprentice, that student will be immediately expelled from the program. So that's exactly what happened now. These guys took part in another exam without realizing it. And now she recognized that they behaved like real knights, although they do not even fully understand what happened. Although at some points the grey fox is dissatisfied with their actions, and she openly said so. They did quite well with the first stage, and based on only one clue, they almost managed to catch up. This is to be commended, and if they had been able to catch her at that time, it would have been the best result. The guys began to realize that all this time, everything was not exactly as they thought. The grey fox was constantly watching them, seeing their every move and hearing their thoughts. Of course, this is unpleasant to hear, even from a real knight, because all this time they have not noticed her, and this is bad. Other than that, Ruth was in for a lot of disappointment, and she had to admit that their training was really terrible. Now the young soldiers are even more upset, as they have heard almost nothing good about their work. But despite all this, they fought hard against an opponent they could never defeat, being in a hopeless situation. Their pride and correctness did not bend under the circumstances. This is the main characteristic and the most important quality of a knight. She highly appreciates this behavior, so now they are not only the knight's official students, but also students who have been personally recognized by Ruth. The words that John said recently were incredible and helped to raise the morale of his comrades, and we should be commended for that. It's great to be strong-minded, but David still didn't overestimate himself at a critical moment. He knows how to recognize his weaknesses, and that's also good. The knight has a lot of questions for Roberta, but some things need to be understood right now. That's why she looked James in the eye and asked him if he knew about all this from the beginning. After a short pause, he closed his eyes and said that yes, he knew what was happening. Of course, the grey fox was immediately interested in this, but when did he realize this, and why didn't he tell his friends? Was it because of competition? Much depends on his answer now, and the knight's decision will be made after that. Meanwhile, everyone has completely forgotten about the mummy, although this guy also deserves special attention. Only a few minutes later, he finally took off those stupid bandages and was able to breathe normally. The young warriors did not look at him with much affection, and it was obvious that they were upset that they could not defeat him. Yes, he played the role of a thief and fought against them, but now it's time to say hello and get to know each other. This guy is a blue wolf feeder. No one could even think that their opponent was a knight in disguise. The whole situation was just a test from the fox lady. Although the blue wolf admitted that they were much stronger than he expected, and he did all this only at Ruth's request. If he didn't owe it to this woman who likes to cry, he certainly wouldn't be wearing this stupid suit. John had already heard stories about the blue wolf. Not to say that it's a legend, but many people have heard of it. Of course, this guy is pleased to be recognized. He has earned this right with hard work. But John still can't understand the main thing. Why did the feeder decide to attack the village? The boy tried to find the reasons why the blue wolf committed this terrible act. How could he harm innocent people? Everyone around him immediately fell silent and looked at John carefully while no one said a word. Meanwhile, the grey fox continued her personal conversation with James. It was time to understand where the Russian had gone, but the guy was in no hurry to answer this question. It's a very short and clear question, but James doesn't know what Mrs. Fox knows, so he'd rather not reveal all the information. Someone very quickly replied that he did not know where the Russian had disappeared, and if it was important to her, she could ask him personally. Now he doesn't want to say anything. It's better to stay calm and keep his mouth shut. He gave only general information that the Russian had left voluntarily because they had a conflict. This guy's answers began to tease the knight, but in any case, if the Russian ran away, he automatically failed the task. Then it was time to go back to the previous conversation and finally find out how James had guessed everything. The guy said that it was obvious to him from the very beginning and tried to explain the logic. He was told that people in the village had been brutally murdered, but when he examined the area, he did not see any traces of blood. In addition, the buildings had been destroyed quite a while ago, so he began to realize that something was wrong. Also, at one point, the trust in the girl with pink hair disappeared because she could not know that there were 5 of them from the beginning, but she knew. So it turns out that this girl was waiting for them from the very beginning, and at that moment, 2 thoughts arose: a trap or another exam. That's how he guessed about all this, but the question remains, why didn't he tell his comrades about it? The guy calmly explained that he did not do it because he was not sure which of these options awaited them. Then, from these answers, another question is born. Why did he decide to go with David to the cave? Everything is quite simple here. James wanted to understand everything personally and be sure. He realized that it was not a trap, but another exam with the help of an umbrella. This was direct evidence that Rudd had met with the mummy, but it was not obvious that there had been a fight between her and him, because both the umbrella and the man were in a completely normal state, although everyone knows how strong the grey fox is. She is not one of those knights who can be left without serious injuries after a meeting. And it was at that moment that James finally realized that this was a test that was connected to Miss Fox. It was all like a movie, and he had already begun to doubt it when he first met the girl from the village. And when the guy with the bandaged face appeared, he had no doubt that the mummy and the village girl were together. It's called the ability to read your opponent, so James immediately realized what was going on, but he didn't say anything. Although he was sure of his guesses from the very beginning, he kept them hidden until the very end, believing that this secret could help him in this task. All this sounds quite logical and reasonable, and even the fox does not understand why he did not immediately believe these words. But looking at all this, she believes that her opinion will not seem professional, although there is nothing suspicious. The most important thing is his strength, and the grey fox believes that this should be enough. After listening to his whole story, it was time to draw a conclusion, and she confidently said that she liked him now. This behavior is terrible. She can't get rid of the feeling that he used his comrades, and that's why she'll be watching him more closely from now on, so he has to be more careful. It was time to continue moving forward, and the Iron Lady asked everyone to get ready. James believed that she had been following him all along, and only now had she spoken openly about her intentions. Meanwhile, John came up to him and asked him not to be surprised, and told him that it was just an exam. John must have started to have serious problems with his head, but it doesn't matter now, because the story continues. Now everyone is curious to know where exactly they have decided to go now, and Ruth is not going to hide it. She told them that she was going to join them to 2 special units, and they had to hurry to do so. But suddenly I heard unknown voices. They said there was no need to rush anymore. These are probably the same units that Miss Fox was talking about. They decided not to wait and came to the meeting themselves. Not everyone was happy that Mrs. Fox was late again. She always has problems with punctuality. The main thing now is that she doesn't start another tantrum, because then we will have to calm her down for a long time. It seems that some really special talents have gathered here, and it's not even clear yet whether they are knights or just students. It seems as if they all pursue the same goal, although their current level may differ. As soon as John started talking to James in a quiet voice, a girl with long hair immediately appeared in front of them. It is very fast and does everything almost perfectly. There are no unnecessary movements. A second later, it became clear that she had come not to say hello, but to try to hit someone. And apparently, the first target will be James, which is how it happens. You stand there not touching anyone, and you start having problems. There seemed to be too many of them, and James immediately began to panic. He knew he would not be able to defend himself against the powerful blows. But it turned out that she wasn't going to beat anyone. She just wanted to shake their hand and say hello. She started smiling and said that she hadn't seen James and Yudion for a long time, so they knew each other. Of course, this girl knows the real James and does not realize that she is facing his twin brother. She smiles sincerely and shows with her whole body that she is glad to see her old friend. But there's one problem. It's not James, and he doesn't even realize who's standing in front of him. James was immediately recognized by the other boys in the unit with a light blue giraffe, Juice, on his left and a black chicken, Varen, on his right, wearing a mask. Next to them is a girl called the Sky Blue Raccoon Darren, who has also heard that James will become a future legend. These students of the Masters came here from the eastern part of the continent. Their names are Kavarin, Daragon, and Vadrin. 2 of the Master's students, Julie and Jin, also came from the southern part of the continent. Young talents from other parts of the continent also gathered, a girl named Rhea and a boy called Pai. A little to their left are a Musa, a Turin, and a girl named Jirun, who look a little tense. Then it became clear what the name of the girl who came to greet James was. It was Marta, and it is rare to see her treat someone so well. He immediately realized that he was drawing too much attention to himself, and this could create certain problems. At such moments, it's hard for him to do anything. And then it's time to turn on the bad James mode. He looked at Marta and said that he didn't remember her at all, and it was obvious that the girl didn't like these words. It is better to do so than to pretend that he knows everything, because this can lead to even more problems. He was immediately called an ill-mannered fool, and no one likes that he also talks too much. He had heard this name before, probably the girl who had been a contender for first place in the exam. She reacted quite calmly, and she started laughing, not really believing that he had really forgotten about her. Does he really not remember how they both dreamed of becoming knights and making their child the strongest knight in the whole world? Now it's much more interesting, and that's what this story needed. James said that he didn't remember it anyway, and that Martha had made it all up in her head, and John almost lost his mind with anger when he heard those words. James looked at her and was sure that his own brother would never have signed up for this. Martha looked at him and couldn't tell if he was joking or serious. She started to smile and said that it was all absurd. She was sure he remembered her. But James continued to play his role and did not succumb to provocations. He did not understand what she was talking about. He believes that she should become the strongest and not use anyone to achieve this goal. And after saying that, he turned around and walked away. It was really unexpected. Martha was in a good mood, but now she's not so cheerful. John said that James always acts like a fool, so you have to get used to it. He wanted to put his hand on her shoulder to calm her down, but immediately felt his hand pushed away, and it was done very hard. Martha said that he should never touch her. It seems that only the privileged few have such privileges. She also got upset, turned around and walked in the other direction, and the meeting of old friends went badly wrong. Of course, she looked very strange, and John didn't mean to offend her. He was just trying to cheer her up. Now it is not known whether these students will be able to find a common language, and we would not want to have a new conflict. Now let's get back to the knight called the light blue giraffe Juice, who gathered everyone to tell them the rules. He said that they all have a lot to learn, and what he is explaining now is the knight theory. Since the majority of people around him look like a bunch of fools, he will speak specifically. He asked if anyone wanted to learn about the theory of chivalry, but did they even need to know? For John, it all looked quite strange, which is why he decided to raise his hand and talk about it. But Juice immediately informed me that people who did not know this theory would not be able to qualify as knights. That is why John immediately lowered his hand, because he realized that he could bring trouble on himself. Juice is sure that most people have already heard the story of the spears and shields. That is the merchant who sold weapons. One day he raised his spear above his head and said that this weapon was ready to pierce everything in the world. After that, he raised a shield over his head and said that this shield could block everything in the world. At that moment, a random observer was watching him, and he asked him what would happen if he tried to pierce the shield with this spear. It was a very good question, and this trader was so unable to find an answer. Now Juice wants to hear what came to the minds of the students who had just heard the story. He ordered John to speak first, and this guy said that he believed that a knight should not cheat, but should live to do good. I could hear the guys from other continents laughing at this answer. Juice listened carefully to John's words and asked him his name, as they had not met before. After that, he said that John's courage was impressive, and he was beginning to respect the guy for it. And from this story, it becomes clear that even if you have the strongest spear and the strongest shield, it means nothing if you cannot convince anyone. You can't just say that a knight has strength. No one will follow him if he can convince people of his strength. The theory of knights is that every knight has his own opinion and should be able to inspire faith in other people. After that, Juice decided to ask the guy with the black hair, the one who was laughing with John a minute ago. As soon as this guy started to answer about how they all had to be convincing, Juice immediately told him to shut up. He asked the next guy, and that guy said that great power is nothing special if you can't lead people to their own justice. The light blue giraffe listened carefully to both boys and now decided to ask what James thought about the story. All this time, a guy with blonde hair was standing behind me and saying nothing at all, but now all attention is focused on him again. For a while, James was just silent and thinking. Then he said that he thought it would be more profitable to be a shield. No one could understand what he meant, and the other guys even thought he was completely stupid. But the light blue giraffe, Juice, listened attentively and asked James to continue and tell him about the advantage of the shield. If a spear and a shield are both strong weapons, they are made of the same material, which is why the shield will have an advantage. James calmly said his opinion, and John meanwhile thought it was nonsense. Juice had never heard this interpretation of the story before, and he said it was true. He asked what others thought about the moral of the story, and he was interested in his own interpretation and his students' own thoughts. Saying all this is the definition of the knight's theory, but others just listened to the story and voiced the most popular options. John confidently said what he thought, and those who laughed at him turned out to be fools. So we must remember that we should never laugh at the thoughts of others. Everyone's opinion will never be unanimous, and we must remember that always and everywhere. Now the black hen Varren decided to say a few words. He thinks that his spear can also pierce anything. Of course, it's all a joke. He wants to forget about boring conversations and get to the sparring match. In order to understand the skills of everyone around them, the teachers decided to hold a training session and see how they would beat each other. This event should be a lot of fun, which is probably why it was organized. While it may be fun for teachers, It's hardly fun for students, especially if we're talking about James. Meanwhile, the masked bandits did not rest and continued to plan something evil. Russ has recently put on a mask, and it is he who is hiding behind the diamond sign. This icon glowed strangely until the mask was fully put on, which may also have a hidden meaning. Now the masks between team members have become very similar and almost impossible to distinguish. The members of the group started discussing some important points and were told not to act yet because it would be dangerous because of one person. They are probably referring to the grey fox Ruth, and it is because of her return that the attack on James may be postponed. At first, not quite everyone could understand who exactly we were talking about. These fools began to imagine a real fox. Only a little later was it explained to them that they were referring to the Knight of Ruth, who had already been described earlier. It has already become known that the fox had been following the young warriors from the very beginning of their journey. She didn't get too close to them, but she was always there for them. Besides her, many other knights gathered there, and Russ should know about them. But right now, it's better to avoid meeting these guys. Soon a girl with pink hair came and said it was time to start the draw. John immediately started screaming because he recognized her. She was the one who pretended to be a member of the affected village. A little later, Miss Fox said that this girl was an employee of the Knights Management Bureau. From the very beginning, she received information that there were supposed to be 5 of them, but she did not know that one of them had escaped, so she made a fatal mistake. A little later, they finally began to draw lots, which is necessary to understand who will fight whom. John pulled out the red color and thought he had won. Probably his brain disease continues to progress. He was later told that he would fight a person who would also draw a wand with a red color at the end. There are no winners here, and there will be no winners, so you don't even need to think about it. Soon, a guy approached him, laughing at his answer to the story of the juice, and it was with him that they would fight. Let me remind you that his name is Vadim, and he thinks he can easily beat John. Although Mrs. Fox said there would be no winners and losers, it is still a battle, and everyone understands the rules. David went up to John and said that these fools would insult him, and he should not give them that opportunity. This made the guy very angry, and he said that he would not allow these pigs to behave without respect. He promised to reduce the Vadran to ashes, but it will not be an easy task, because this guy is also trained to fight. A little later, the other pairs of this sparring match were determined. The Quarren will fight the Jinn. James is going to have to measure himself against Julie, and it won't be easy for him to do so either. David must be very strong, because his rival will be Martha, the same girl who agreed with James to have a knight's child. Later, other interesting pairs were announced, and then it was time to figure out who would fight first. The black chicken Varan pulled out the red wand, which means that the red guys will fight first. The 2 guys who drew this color must come forward and prepare for a fierce duel. So we will see who is the smartest and strongest among them, but for this, we need to get our weapons. Varan ordered to bring these guys weapons immediately because it was unacceptable for them to fight with their bare hands. Each of them got what he hoped for, and now Varan ordered the fight and asked Vadran to destroy the juniors. The judge seems to have his favorites in this battle, and after his words, the Vadran immediately began to act. He was close to beheading John, but at that moment, the judge intervened. This was done to show that at a dangerous moment, any danger will be stopped. That's why they can trust him and fight with all their might, and if the fight is stopped, it's the judge's decision. It's time to finally see who is the best of these 2, and there is a special motivation on both sides in this pair. The judge ordered to start the fight immediately and not to delay the time. Everyone should do their best. It is not entirely clear why these sparring matches are organized at all, perhaps to train children, or perhaps just for fun. Nevertheless, Vadran immediately went on the attack and demonstrated incredible skills in high-speed attacks. He instantly approached John and struck the first blow, although it was hard, but John withstood it. He immediately felt that his opponent was really strong, but John was confident that he could still win. The battle continued, but so far the initiative still remains with the guy with white hair. He keeps attacking and delivering brutal blows, so John is only thinking about defense for now. It's hard to win if you're constantly defending, but this guy is so fast that it's getting harder and harder to seize the initiative. In addition to his speed, he also showed strength in his hands, as if his fists were made of bricks. Even the Blue Wolf was surprised at how easily Vadran won this battle. So far, he has no competition from the juniors, and it looks more like a total beating than a friendly sparring match. But the most interesting thing is that the Blue Wolf saw that the Vadran was not using his weapon at all. It seems like he's doing it on purpose so that the fight doesn't end too quickly. So he decided to play a game, and he imposes his own rules, which is quite an interesting and at the same time cruel move. Mary was constantly worried about John. She knew he was not a weak guy, but she still did not feel confident in him. His strength is speed or intelligence, but they are not something special in the world of chivalry. If he can improve on his strengths, he can make great progress. But to make this possible, you have to work hard and never give up. Before that, John didn't even know his strengths, which is why he had problems in one-on-one fights. Because of these problems, he and Russ usually did other things because they were not very interested in heavy training. They found victims and enjoyed beating up weak guys like Michael. This weak guy was always an easy target for them, and the perfect entertainment instead of training. As soon as John saw this guy, he immediately remembered the incredibly hot flames that took his father away from him. At such moments, he immediately wanted to beat this guy even harder and do something bad to him. It hardly helped to calm his inner anxiety and pain, but he still beat Michael almost every time he saw him. He always wanted to know from him the reason why he did all this, and maybe that's what motivated John. Others were even tired of watching this. Sometimes even a Russian suggested finding another victim to beat. But John never stopped and always wanted to know why Michael started the fire that killed his father. Was his father really guilty of something in front of Michael? Had he also insulted him before? But in response, Michael either said nothing or said that he did not know the reason. Each time they heard the same answer, and they couldn't understand why Michael couldn't give a normal reason. John was especially angry about this because he sincerely wanted to know the answer to all his questions. However, he never heard anything interesting, although he had asked this question 1,000,000 times. A lot of time has passed, and John doesn't even realize that Michael is still around, and now he's watching him get beaten. Everyone looked around rather gloomily, and few people can like a total beating. Usually, everyone wants to see some intrigue, but when one fighter is much better than the other, there is nothing to watch. It was noticeable how hard this battle was for John. He was already sweating and could barely stand. Even Mrs. Fox said that she could not watch this anymore. She could not watch the Vadran enjoy beating the weaker. Even the Jews thought it was time to end this battle. It's just a sparring match, so you can choose the winner now. But the judge was in no hurry to do so. He said that it was really interesting to watch someone who fought so desperately against a stronger opponent. The light blue giraffe was not joking at all. He said loudly once again that he wanted to stop this fight. John looked quite gloomy. It was obvious that he was having difficulty breathing and had no strength to defend himself. Even the Vadran was tired from the total beating of the opponent. Endurance is not his strong suit. John is not used to giving up, he hates defeat, and so he is ready to fight until his heart is still beating. Seeing this, Vadran also prepared to continue his attacks and take away the soul of the juniors. As soon as he raised his hand, his fist was immediately stopped. It finally happened. The black chicken Varan was not happy about stopping the sparring, but nevertheless, he listened to the Zeus's order and stopped this beating. Of course, the Vadran was recognized as the winner, although Mrs. Fox promised that there were no winners and losers. Vadran approached his opponent and told him not to even dream of becoming a knight, because he was too weak for that. These are not the words you want to hear from another student. He probably forgot that a knight can have many other strengths besides fist fighting. But Vadran is sure that with his level of training, John will not be able to defend not only his friends, but even himself. He believes that John should forget about this profession and should be ashamed that he is trying to become a knight at all. So, in order not to waste time, it was better to just turn around and leave, which was the advice of the Vadran. Everyone around him congratulated him on his victory. He didn't even make much effort, so probably all the guys from the Udion are that weak. No one could understand how these guys passed the exam at all. Maybe they did it all with the help of James. The Udion team was upset. They thought it was too much even for other continents. They didn't even know each other, and they didn't deserve such disrespect. But strangely enough, James didn't lose his enthusiasm at all. He started laughing and admitted his defeat and asked his friends to avenge him. After that, he said he would sit down and rest for a while, but this fight took a lot of strength and health from him. Others thought that John was fine, that maybe this defeat would make him a real man and make him grow up. Sometimes, even in a fight against another opponent, you can't vent your anger, and in such situations, the anger grows inside you. It's time for the battle between the oranges, which means Julie will have to measure up against James. The judge explained that the rules were the same as they had been, and everyone was finally waiting to see what the promising star was capable of. Everyone around him knows that James is one of the strongest young students in the country, and everyone wants to see how strong he is in a real fight. But this guy was thinking about giving up sparring from the very beginning because he realized that he would lose to any of the people around him. But even this is not the worst thing, because his own personality can be revealed, and everyone will realize that they are looking at Michael. That's why he started talking about John and said that this guy was always weak. Even if he wanted to appear strong and determined, his true feelings were always carefully concealed. James pretended not to notice this at all, probably because it didn't matter at all. To be honest, he should be happy that the guy who was constantly bullying him was beaten so severely in front of everyone else. But for some reason, this situation made this guy very angry, and he said that he would fight alone against everyone at the same time. Of course, everyone around was shocked by this statement, and at first they even thought he was joking. But you shouldn't forget that there are future knights around, and if you say you will fight with them, they are always ready to raise their sword. In a few seconds, James was surrounded by professional killers who prepared for a brutal battle. No one could understand what exactly this self-confident little shit was planning to do, but everyone was interested in understanding his motives. After the end of the initial exam, Mary told Mrs. Fox to be careful with James because he was dangerous. Now Ruth looks at him and realizes that in some ways Mary was right. This fool is really more dangerous than everyone thinks. He was too angry, which is why he decided to do this. Probably his goal was to instill fear in the eyes of others. But he didn't expect such an aggressive reaction, so it will be funny if it really ends so easily. Strangely enough, he was able to pay attention to every emotion at that very moment, and he saw mindfulness. He also saw considerable excitement in some eyes, and some even openly showed fear. The two guys who loved to mock John so much were visibly nervous. Some were shy and uncomfortable, while others, like Martha, were happy to hear these words. He read the emotions on the faces of everyone around him, and the anger in the eyes of the Fox lady was especially noticeable. She looked at him and wondered if he was expecting something else. If he was really tired of living like that, he could always approach her and tell her about it, and in a moment, it would be over. Ruth intervened. She couldn't take it anymore and said that she was officially stopping this sparring match because she needed to take a break. Everyone was even more surprised than when James decided to fight alone against all the others. Now it's time to decide what to do next. The Blue Wolf Feeder believes that this must be stopped immediately. Jaius has a different opinion. He thinks that no exceptions should be made, so we should continue. In addition, this training was designed to assess the combat capabilities of the members of the training classes. Someone suggested stopping James in case of an emergency, but Miss Fox suggested excluding him from the class altogether. This way, they can remove all unnecessary problems if everyone around them doesn't mind. Then she turned to Varron, who organized this sparring match, so he should have an opinion on it. This knight said that James reminded him of the old days, when there was a very similar case. The knight, who had been offended by others, punished all his enemies very cruelly and uncompromisingly. That's right, he's talking about someone who is called the strongest knight in the whole world. But how can he compare her to this chick? But that's not what Varron meant. He meant that we shouldn't treat James too harshly. Soon after the decision was made, the judge turned and addressed Julie and James. He said they decided not to cancel the sparring, but it would be one-on-one, and the use of weapons would be prohibited. Julie could not understand the reason for this decision. She was interested in the judge's motives, because usually no one ever makes exceptions to the rules. Varron explained that this was just a warm-up fight, so they had to take into account all situations. He advised her to focus on her opponent and not to be too overconfident. Otherwise, things could end badly for her. Although James didn't show too much emotion, he had learned how to do it a long time ago, but now he didn't know what to do. The judge allowed the fight to start, and the guy still doesn't understand what to do, because now everyone will guess who he really is. Julie immediately prepared herself and took a fighting stance, and no special invitation was needed to start the fight. As expected, it will start attacking instantly, just like the Vadran did. James started to worry, but he tried to calm down and stay attentive. Otherwise, he would be torn apart like a little goat. Julie looked at him and realized that James had many weaknesses, and she couldn't understand why he looked so confident. She was even more angry about this because since childhood, Julie has not allowed anyone to look down on her. That's why Julie didn't think twice about attacking and trying to seize the initiative from the start. James quickly realized that he was right about her. As expected, she was quite strong. This girl didn't have time to joke around during the battle and behave in a relaxed manner. She is ready to severely punish every mistake, even the smallest one, and James immediately felt it. You don't need to be psychic to see what she's trying to do. He needs to be prepared for his opponent's strike, and this is easy to do even just by looking at him. James knew he could withstand a Julie punch, which is why he didn't defend himself, and all thanks to the Russians. It may not be a problem to withstand one blow, but if there are more than 100 of them, it can be over very quickly. If James doesn't want to wake up with broken ribs and a broken nose, he needs to come up with something more interesting than what he's doing now. Even if he is being beaten, he still tries not to show that he is in pain. He must always control his facial expression. Julie notices that no matter how hard she hits him, he still remains calm, and for some reason he doesn't even try to attack her. Even the judge noticed that the battle between these two students was too unusual. During all this time, James hasn't thrown a single punch, but for some reason everyone around him has the impression that he has the advantage. It seems as if he has chosen a rather interesting tactic and is starting to put psychological pressure on his opponent. This may be true, but he is still doing nothing, and it will be difficult to win with such tactics. Perhaps this is his plan, to continue to miss his opponent's shots, showing how much he doesn't care. It seems as if James is not going to win today, but why? He has incredible strength. It seems as if something is preventing him from showing his true power, and no one around him can understand these reasons. Julie becomes nervous. Perhaps she perceives his behavior as if he is afraid of accidentally killing her during the attack. She begins to shake with fear and how humiliating it all looks. And of course, James can see it clearly on her face. Now is a great opportunity to use his plan and test some things, and so far he is very happy with the result. His ability to read facial expressions can be explained by his phenomenal powers of observation. This is what distinguishes him from an ordinary observer. A similar technique is necessary for people to feel each other's emotions. Any person should have this function because we are all social animals, and we have more than 100 classifications of different emotions. It seems that an ordinary person can only make out some part of the entire palette, but James can see everything. Probably everyone has felt threatened at least once in their lives that they are about to be attacked. With the help of minimal changes in the face and body language, the guy immediately understands the future actions of his opponent. But of course, this does not always help him to deflect this attack, and there are objective reasons for this. If a person attacks with a level of 10 units, the strength of the next blow will be reduced to 5 units. This happens because the body unconsciously prepares for a counterattack. In other words, after defense, an unexpected attack usually occurs. Now James saw the attentiveness and doubt in Julie's face, and it was a great chance for a new attempt. But the main question is whether he will be able to launch a surprise attack because he is still weak in martial arts. It is noticeable that his tactics are paying off. Julie does not look confident at all, despite the fact that she is completely winning this battle of muscles. He decided to make the right facial expression and is confident that it can work. It's not just a facial expression, it's a force that makes others believe you and has many different possibilities. For example, creating the feeling that James is about to start attacking, which can make the opponent defend. He made her afraid with his facial expressions alone, a truly legendary technique. This way, he will have a chance to carry out the desired attack that the opponent does not expect. This is what he has been trying to achieve all along, and this is what he has been preparing his opponent for. Everyone around was incredibly surprised to see how James fought, as he had fought differently before. His strategy was always straightforward. He didn't play games because he was always superior to his rivals in class. But now he showed them all something new, and no one had ever seen this approach to martial arts before. And the point is that his opponent does not expect what his attack will be. James did everything very quickly and immediately broke the distance, and everyone around him immediately fell silent. Julie couldn't understand anything at all. It was all quite strange because she was expecting a punch in the face and didn't think she had to protect her stomach. It seems as if he didn't use force at all. Perhaps it was the use of kinetic energy against her organs? Or maybe James doesn't respect her at all and is afraid of suddenly killing her, and that's why she wants to make sure. James began to worry. He realized that he had failed in his attack, and now his opponent might become even more determined. It all sounds very much like the truth, because it soon became apparent that she was preparing to use the techniques of the martial arts galaxy. There are several parts to this technique, and the first part is called the thunder attack. Her attack really looks serious, and James is not blind, so he sees it perfectly. He doesn't understand how he should evade it. Maybe he should try something new. James is how he was able to find the answer to this question. How many seconds later he opened his eyes and saw Julie in front of him. They immediately lifted him off the ground and made sure he was okay, even though he didn't even realize what had happened. Perhaps the galaxy of martial arts was also too difficult for him because their battle had long since ended. He lost consciousness from the first blow, and now he has to remember the martial arts galaxy for a long time. It turned out that Julie was not as weak as he had thought, and she was pleased to be able to show him her strength. The girl thinks he is too self-confident, although judging by her behavior, she may have the same problem. Secondly, they tried to calm James down and assured him that he fought like a real lion, and if his condition had been normal, he would have destroyed her in one blow. It's time to look around and try to read the emotions of others, which he is definitely good at. He immediately saw the mockery in the boys' eyes, and some were disappointed in his abilities. Of course, he was very upset about this because his actions began to disgrace the James name. But he was able to realize something, that although Michael was defeated and beaten, it was an important turning point that would help him in the future. A little while later, he finally regained consciousness and began to look around for a David. So they quickly reported that the battle had already begun, and it looked like a real hell. Students from other continents are too violent and strong. They are noticeably different from Udion students. John and James have already seen this, and now it's David's turn to test the strength of his stronger opponents. Today he had to fight with Marta. She is upset because she didn't see the real James. And when this girl is upset, it's better to stay out of her way. David decided to say a few words. He believes that James did not fight at full strength in order not to show his strength of march. Meanwhile, James was watching the battle closely, wondering how long he had been unconscious. Robert quickly explained that James had missed several fights, although Robert hadn't fought yet. Now all the attention is focused on David, but everyone considers him an underdog because Martha is too strong of a rival. Everyone knows that only James can compete with her and is not inferior to her in abilities. Of course, David is much weaker than this girl. He doesn't have as much talent, and it became noticeable very quickly. Soon, Martha plunged her sword into the ground and looked at the David with a smile. It looks like she's going to play games and fight him with her bare hands, and she's probably not interested in fighting with weapons anymore. James analyzed the emotions of both opponents and said that David had a chance to win. The main thing is that he does not lose his vigilance and concentration and tries to read his opponent and his future actions. Juice was very happy that he finally got to see a real marching technique. But James ruined everyone's mood. This overconfident guy was too cautious, and Mrs. Fox was even relieved after he was defeated. It seems as if she hates him too much, and in general, we shouldn't underestimate James's rival because Julie is a real talent. Now everyone hopes that March's rival will be able to show its strength and make it work at full capacity. David is still holding his dagger, and Martha has forgotten all about weapons and is ready to fight with her bare hands. This can also be called disrespect for the opponent, because if she wins now, it will be total domination. It's hard to get over a defeat against a girl who fought unarmed, especially when you were holding a dagger. When it comes to battle, Martha forgets her kindness and becomes incredibly cruel. At the last moment, David was able to dodge a little bit, and that's why the blow was not as powerful and strong. Of course, he was unhappy that she decided to fight him with her bare hands. Looking at her, you might think that she has come up with some cunning plan and wants to implement it. Even James noticed that David was completely confused by her behavior, shaking violently, although this is normal. She threw away her sword. Should David take it and try to stop the opponent, although perhaps it is all a decoy? This simple plan may work, or it may turn out to be just a clever game of this girl, and David will suffer a fatal defeat. The battle continued, and Martha is not the kind of person who likes to rest for long periods of time, because she rests in moments of battle. She still continues to fight with her bare hands against an armed guy, and it doesn't bother her at all. Once again, David was able to dodge her attack, and he should be commended for his efforts because her blows are very fast. He finally tried to respond with his own attack, and it was at this point that she completely disappeared. He thought that she would now be behind him and stab him in the back, which could be her signature style. The frightened boy quickly turned his head and realized that she was not there. But where was she? If it's not anywhere around, then there's only one option. It was on top all along. That's exactly what happened. March found the strength to jump very high to deliver a powerful blow to the head. David was very lucky and was able to dodge, otherwise his head would have turned into a stake. The girl is tired of him constantly trying to avoid her blows and is afraid to take the fight to the opposite side. She doesn't understand why he's not as confident as he used to be, why he won't tell her that James hates her. David doesn't understand what she's talking about at all and keeps thinking about the fight. His stamina is slowly decreasing, and this is a problem. Because of this, he cannot constantly avoid her blows and begins to panic, but suddenly he hears a familiar voice behind him. It turned out that it was James who had fully recovered from his sparring and was trying to make a suggestion. He said that the initiative belonged to David. After that, James asked the guy to remember what he did when they were together. James is confident that David is smart and will understand what we are talking about, even though everyone around him doesn't understand anything at all. Zeus was unhappy with these words because he considers them to be hints, and this is forbidden by the rules of this battle. James replied that such rules should be discussed right away because it all looks haphazard. It was obvious that he was not averse to starting a new conflict with the knight. This guy was getting more and more impudent every day. Zeus realizes that this little shit is saying the right things, and he has nothing to say about it. James becomes too much trouble for everyone around him and tries to help his friends because he sees other people's weaknesses. That's why Zeus admitted that James was right, but asked him not to do it again, because it could provoke a new conflict. James had to agree to this and stop his shouting at the David, but fortunately he had already managed to say a few words. And David remembers these words perfectly, and now he is trying to analyze what exactly James was hinting at. He's fighting one of the most talented young warriors on the continent, and you can't envy him that. He began to think about what kind of battle James might be referring to, and he also realized that he needed to become more attentive. Otherwise, problems would not be avoided. Later, he realized that speed was one of his strengths, and he had an advantage. Moreover, he is not interested in the various skills of march, as he needs to concentrate only on his strengths and weaknesses. Now he has enough chances to win this fight, and he doesn't care that he is considered an underdog. He must do everything in his power to win, and then he will no longer be looked down upon. But Martha constantly senses any danger. Her intuition is sharpened to the limit, and she uses it perfectly. She felt the David approaching again and tried to strike with her strongest blow, but at the last moment, the guy disappeared. In addition to her intuition, she also has incredibly sharp eyesight, but even this cannot fully guarantee her victory. She can feel that her opponent has accelerated, and this can lead to problems. She tried to calm down and decided to be a little more attentive, which should be enough to win. And if you don't behave too confidently and don't lose touch with reality, you can easily predict the enemy's upcoming attack. That's exactly what happened, and March managed to take a few steps forward to try to get ahead of the curve. But looking at him, she got the impression that this was exactly what he was trying to achieve. The thing is that David is very fast, and that's his advantage. He figured out very quickly how to implement it. As a result of this, he needed only one thing. The way to defeat March was to blind his opponent. Now is a good time to recall how Michael was insulted. It happened very often and almost always according to the same scenario. It was the Russian who laughed the most, and it was obvious that he was enjoying the process, unlike the others. John was always concentrated and angry, all because he was constantly remembering the fire and the loss of his father. And only David did not show any satisfaction on his face at what was happening. He looked at Michael and had no desire to beat him along with everyone else. He didn't feel any hatred or anger towards this guy. When people would make fun of Michael or try to beat him up, he would always stand behind them. He never took part in these fights, only watched from the outside. The reason is that David realized that John was doing it because he considered himself a victim of circumstances. However, he still saw no justification for Michael's constant beatings. But this guy understood perfectly well that it was too difficult for John to think rationally, and because of this, he could not assess the situation. These were the thoughts that were in his head, so he just made sure that his friends did not cross the line. From this, we can conclude that David is a child who has his own idea of the world. Now, people around him have begun to recognize that he is fighting much better than they expected. Everyone thought that the battle would end very quickly, but because of these conversations, they completely missed the flash of light. At first, no one understood anything, but after they saw it happen in the battle, they thought it was some kind of hidden march technique. Only later did everyone realize that it was David who did it. He took advantage of the opportunity, distracted the girl, and activated his sword technique. Very quickly he saw that this tactic worked, and that March was indeed blinded by the flash of light. Now was the moment he had been waiting for, the time to seize the opportunity. He instantly approached the girl, who had completely lost her concentration and attention, and was now more defenseless than ever. He had his dagger ready to win the fight, but at the last moment, Marta said something strange. She said the word swimmer, and of course David didn't understand, but at that time, strange things began to happen to her sword. It seems that this word summons her weapon to her aid in moments when she feels threatened from the outside. But as it turned out, even without it, she can protect herself even in a critical situation. With blinded eyes, the girl dodged and struck the David with an incredibly powerful and fast right hand. We have repeatedly mentioned her incredible intuitive potential, and now we have seen a clear confirmation of this. It was hard to believe because the girl was able to deliver this blow without opening her eyes. Perhaps she was somehow helped by her weapon. Perhaps there is some kind of energetic connection between her and this sword. Now Marta looks at David and sees him in a bad light, her eyes still not fully recovered. Afterwards, the girl smiled and said that he scared her. She had no idea he was capable of such a thing. But it turned out that his weapon did not work against her, and even David began to think that it was a total fiasco. He used all the light his sword had gathered that day, and she not only lost, but even found the strength to strike back. Now it seems that he has no chance of winning, but he made others respect him, and they felt ashamed for underestimating David. He fights well against such a powerful opponent as Martha, and now even the Blue Wolf admits that he likes David. But then something very strange happened. David raised his hands in the air and said that he took back his words and surrendered. Even his closest friends could not believe in such a surrender. The battle was very close, so it is unclear why he decided to do so. Even looking at Marta, it was clear that she was unhappy with the result. The judge was also upset. He did not think he would ever meet such a boring person. After the battle was over, Robert immediately congratulated David on his great fight, but James was not happy. He began to ask his friend why he surrendered, and David explained that he had used up all his light, so his weapons were useless. But James disagrees. The use of additional abilities means that she was in quite a state. The flash was unexpected for March, and she didn't know that it could only be used once a day, so she could bluff. This would have helped to reveal all the abilities that this girl has, and it had to be done. However, David was offended by James. He believes that James is not in a position to give advice. David said he lost because he was weaker than her, that's all, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. They can't even see the whole picture like James. They have different strengths and weaknesses, and that's okay. James did not want David to lose this battle, which is why he spoke to him so harshly. He believed that David could have won, but he chose to lose. This is his personal decision, and he has to live with it, but in the future, he can perform much more successfully. It was time for the warriors with the blue sticks to fight, and the judge ordered them to quickly prepare for the battle. This means that it's time for Robert to take over. He doesn't look tense, and it's as if he's excited about the chance to prove himself. In a few minutes, both warriors were ready to start sparring. Each took his weapon and stood opposite his opponent. He wished his opponent good luck, and he sincerely wished that they both avoided serious injury. But suddenly, his opponent decided to ask him something that he had been interested in for a long time. He can't understand how the students from the Udion were able to pass the exam at all, because looking at them, he realizes that they are too weak to do so. Except for David, all of them showed too little ability in these battles. But even David, who fought well, decided to surrender at the most interesting moment. It seems that they should be ashamed to even be here, because even their best warrior James has not shown his true abilities. That's why this guy advised Robert to immediately admit defeat and preserve his health, and not to fight him. Silence reigned for a while. Then Robert began to speak and addressed the judge, asking Varron to remind him of something. He wants to be sure that the judge, in the event of a critical situation, will be able to intervene and save the student from death. Varrigan began to smile. He had already realized that his opponent was afraid for his own life, and this gave him strength. Of course, the Black Hen Varron immediately confirmed that he is always ready to stop the fight, so there's nothing to worry about. Robert was pleased and prepared to start, although he is quite quiet, but I expect him to perform well. James was somehow particularly nervous at this moment. He knows that Robert is one of the strongest of them, and he is also waiting for something interesting. Before the battle, we need to talk about Robert. We need to get to know him better, because he is a rather undisclosed character. All of his memories disappeared at once, and for some reason he could no longer bear it. There was a lot of snow and incredible cold around, and it was hard to walk or even just stand. Robert wanted only one thing, to forget everything and never return to the memories in his head. He looked upset and tired and fell down in the snow, too cold, lonely and sad. But he still remained calm and believed that everything was fine, although judging by the weather, it was not quite so. Suddenly he heard a voice. Someone must have found him and decided to save him from freezing. At first, these people thought that he died because of the cold, because Robert did not move at all. Only a little later did they see that he was up and looking at them, so it wasn't that bad. When he looked up, he saw two identical guys in front of him, and that's how they met. The referee ordered the soldiers to get ready and officially started the sparring, and everyone expected a roughly equal fight. Although, of course, after the unsuccessful performances of the students with the Udion, they are already automatically considered, perhaps Robert will be able to change this. He tried to concentrate as much as possible and forget about everything. Now it's just him and his opponent. Varrigan, in his trademark style, did not wait for his opponent and immediately prepared to use his weapon. He realized that he was fighting students from a weak academy, so he felt confident and relaxed. Robert looked at him and had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he knew he could successfully fight anyone, but he had little combat practice. Varrigan is ready to strike the first blow. Now we'll see what this guy is capable of. And of course, we'll see if Robert can successfully dodge his attacks, because it all looks pretty convincing. The first blow was very fast, and Robert was able to defend himself against it, but still his ear was slightly damaged. His opponent decided not to stop there and continue fighting, which is why Robert felt it was time to launch a counteroffensive. You can't let anyone make decisions in peace and attack without resistance. It won't lead to anything good. Finally, the Varrigan saw that Roberta was holding a katana, which is a rather sharp and powerful weapon. In the right hands, it can be the face of death, but it can be even more dangerous in the hands of an unskilled person. If you don't know how to use this weapon, you can cut off your own hand, of course, unintentionally. The Varrigan continued to attack, as if it had turned on a machine gun and started firing at Robert from different directions. Even the sound of these blows is enough to frighten the opponent, and John wondered if Robert could win. He missed classes too often, and everyone around him thinks he failed to learn anything. David admitted that Robert's opponent is quite capable. He has a great sense of distance, attacks very quickly, and his punches are accurate. But it also became apparent that Robert could sense the opponent's upcoming attacks and try to avoid them. James saw one problem. Robert's sword technique is quite good, but he needs time to train. David also noticed that he lacked basic technique, so the only thing Robert had was horizontal punching skills. Roberta doesn't have many chances to win today, but she has them and she needs to cling to them. Varrigan has already noticed that Robert has begun to slow down, and now he believes that the end of this battle is only a matter of time. Suddenly, Robert stopped completely, and it is not yet clear whether this is due to fatigue or some kind of cunning plan. It is unlikely that he decided to surrender so quickly, but this option should not be dismissed either. Varrigan was upset that the students of the Udion were so weak and spineless. But it is what it is, and he was ready to punish them for it. Did Robert really decide to give up and not continue the fight? But only those who do not know him at all can think so. James has already realized that this guy is much simpler and more aggressive than everyone thinks. At first, it seemed that Varrigan had successfully hit Robert with his trademark punch, but James asked him to look more closely. It should be noted right away that the weapon of the opponent Robert is different from the usual sword or spear. If you miss a few blows from this weapon, you won't die right away, you'll just start to suffer from pain. As unpleasant as it is, such attacks are much safer than sword attacks. Now everyone around him will understand who Robert is. It's time for this guy to make a loud statement. Now he can show all his abilities, which have been underestimated for so long. We can say that his finest hour has come. His actions have already caused his opponent to start to worry, as if he is losing control of the fight. I immediately recall the moment when James saw Robert training near the waterfall, and it became clear that he was an unusual guy. His intuition and feelings are at a high level. It's just that his potential has been carefully hidden, but it will soon be revealed around the world. Varrigan senses that it won't be easy, so he decides to grab Robert's leg and throw him to the ground. But James believes that this was a mistake, because the Varrigan should have immediately struck a powerful blow, and now he will be punished for it. Even a minimal mistake can cost you your life in the highest level battles, so you should always be careful. Although these boys are only at the beginning of their knighthood, they have already learned a lot and cannot be considered ordinary children. Yes, Robert felt that he was completely tied up, but he also realized that this was the perfect moment to strike horizontally. When his friends saw this, they realized again that he was just crazy, a word that perfectly describes him during the battle. Robert was not originally considered a resident of Udion. He was found outside the village, and at first he did not remember anything at all. He was mostly silent and could not tell us where he came from or where he was trying to go. His brothers even began to think that he was mentally retarded because he could not answer their questions. But they still remained calm and tried to talk to him, and to feed him for starters. They decided to keep him with them for a while, at least until his memory returned. Their food should be enough for all three of them. Michael was the main initiator of this decision. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound, and only a little later realized that it was Robert saying something. He started eating and said that it was delicious. He had never eaten such a tasty and warm cookie. It was then that Michael finally decided to keep this guy around until he remembered everything. Later, it became clear that the memory would never return to Robert, and over time he became independent and remained in the Udion forever. That's why Robert remembers only what happened in this village. He remembers both brothers well. He spent a lot of time with them, and they always got along well. Now we know a little more about this guy, and knowing his story will help us understand his actions. He struck a powerful blow, and even Mr. Judge himself was surprised by its speed. Even experienced knights had never seen such a technique. It was something new, as if he were a foreigner. At first, there was silence around. Everyone was trying to figure out what exactly happened to the Varigan. Was it even alive? A little later, everyone saw his silhouette. So this guy withstood this powerful blow and remained conscious. Yes, he was incredibly angry and said it was too much. That stupid smile disappeared from his face. He no longer considers the students from Udion to be as weak as he thought before. And Robert made him change his mind. But that's not enough. He decided to show some more of his phenomenal techniques. One of these skills is called horizontal sectioning, and it looks as cool as it sounds. Everything happens so fast that it's hard to understand what Robert is doing. No one had ever heard of this technique before, and they were all excited and thrilled to see something new. Varigan prepared to finally take the initiative and strike back, but he didn't see his opponent in front of him. Robert must have watched the battle between David and March too closely and decided to learn some of this girl's tricks. Robert was about to deliver the final and decisive blow, and it was at this point that the judge realized it was time to intervene. Before the fight, he promised that he would watch both guys very closely and would not let anyone die. It was time to fulfill my promise, although it didn't turn out the way I had originally planned. Everyone thought that it would be Robert who would have to be rescued, but it turned out that the judge needed the help of Varigan. The judge did his job 100%, so there can be no questions about the black chicken Varan. A few seconds later, he officially announced that the winner of this battle was Robert of Udion. Although it is not cultural to laugh at losers, this situation is an exception. The Varigan deserves this fate, and it is fair. Soon, it was time to start the last battle for the day. All the other pairs had already fought each other. This time, a guy and a girl with red hair clashed with each other. The boy's name is Pai, and the girl's name is Jiren, and they also had an interesting battle. Although it didn't last long, everyone was interested in watching it, and the winners were recognized with a share. Finally, the first part of this sparring match has been completed, and the second part will take place tomorrow morning, so everyone can rest until then. The students were surprised to hear that tomorrow the winners will fight against the knights, and the judge believes they can learn a lot. Now they have time to recuperate and heal the wounds they received during the battle. Everyone around them thought that the students from the Udion were very lucky, because at least one of their students was able to win the fight. They were mocked because, except for Robert, everyone else lost, and they lost without a chance. The students of the Udion tried to ignore these jokes and talked about the spear used by the judge because they had never seen such a weapon before. According to rumors, this spear is called a Naragan, a weapon brought down from heaven and different from the masterpieces made by the best craftsmen. They say that such weapons have incredible abilities that not everyone can use. James thought that Martha's weapon also belongs on this list. Her sword is also special. Vadran was very unhappy that James was not listening to him at all. He started insulting him and calling him a weakling. At this point, the other boys and girls started talking to each other. They think that James is not weak at all. The fact is that Julie is on a completely different level. Soon after, John and David learned that they would have to go on night watch tonight. But David assured them that they could sleep, and no one would even notice. Meanwhile, the knights gathered together to talk about something important. To begin with, Juice said that they should all calm down, because they have to set an example for the students. After that, they started discussing who was the strongest of all the students, and almost everyone agreed that it was Marta. But Mrs. Fox has a completely different opinion. She thinks that Julie has shown herself the best of all. After she said that, some of the knights also agreed with her. No one had paid much attention to the Julie before, but now they noticed it. Now it's time to decide who will fight whom tomorrow and from whom they expect something special tomorrow. Blue Wolf said that he would be watching John closely tomorrow because he held on until the very end, ignoring the fact that his opponent had a clear advantage. Jais believes that Robert is a strong candidate, and he has already demonstrated most of his talents. We shouldn't forget about the Vajran either. It won its battle quite easily, so it's best not to forget about it. Of course, everyone remembers Julie, although Mrs. Fox said she had no thoughts about it at all. Now Juice decided to ask the others directly which of these children suits them best at the moment. At first, there was silence, because to answer this question, you need to think a little. Strangely enough, after a pause, almost all of them answered the same way, all of them believing that James was the best fit for them. It was a fairly simple and unanimous decision, and they are confident that James will help them in future missions. Now they decided to talk about who has the best chance of becoming a future knight. Darren, the sky blue raccoon, asked her partners about this, but they were not ready to answer this question so quickly. James had already fallen asleep. He's been bothered by the same problem lately, all the time. He constantly dreams about the day he lost his beloved brother. He remembered all these events quite well, and eventually he even recalled the smallest details of that terrible evening. He remembers the real James entering the house and closing the door behind him, and it is clear that he did it to protect his older brother. Michael tried his best to open this door and did everything he could to help James. He was very nervous and wasn't sure that James was okay, because the number of opponents in a cramped room was too high. He wanted to call people for help and kept shouting for James to try to hold on, but words don't help much in a real battle. Later, the door was finally broken down, and he saw that his brother was fine. However, we all remember well what happened a few seconds after that, and of course he remembers it perfectly. When he saw this dream, he started screaming again and woke up and saw John in front of him. He said that no one had time to recover, but it was time for new battles. He began to mock James and told him that he shouldn't be afraid of nightmares, because the real nightmare would begin soon. James didn't pay attention to him at all and was thinking about something else entirely, wondering what would have happened if he had been inside that room that day. Later, all the young masters gathered together and began to listen to the judge, who reminded them of today's plan. As he said yesterday, today the victorious disciples will fight against the knights, and the first to fight will be the Rhea. Now it's time to choose her future rival, and perhaps one of them will express their own desire. The blue wolf feeder raised his hand and said that he wanted to warm up in the morning. He was ready to test the power of Rhea on himself. The guy promised that he would not use his left hand to make this sparring at least a little bit competitive. The judge did not pay attention to these words and soon started the fight. So now we will see the level of the students compared to the level of the knights. Rhea doesn't really care about authority. In fact, she doesn't recognize it at all, and so she's ready to attack right away. She doesn't care who is standing in front of her. If she is given the command to fight, she is ready to follow the order. But right now, we have a great opportunity to see the difference between a student and a professional knight. The blue wolf easily repelled her attack and knocked the sword out of her hands, and the weapon flew in the direction of the boys. This sword almost cut off the head of John and James, but one of them was not afraid at all, and it was not John at all. Rhea didn't pay any attention to it at all, as if she wasn't surprised at all by her opponent's technique. She is ready to continue at the same pace and constantly attack, and the main task is to put pressure on the feeder. She is sure that if you constantly put pressure on your opponent, sooner or later their defense will not work perfectly. At this point, David noticed a rather interesting point. He said that he thought Rhea was very similar to Robert. James immediately heard these words and agreed with him. Perhaps they are even distant relatives. So Robert is also from Rituna. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and finally she felt tired and stopped. It was noticeable that the feeder was not very happy with her behavior. He did not understand why she was not doing everything possible to win. When he decided to fight her, he complimented her, his consent tantamount to respect for her abilities. But now, looking at what she's been able to do, he's not very happy with her level of motivation. However, the girl found something to say to this remark. She said that she did not see the point of fighting at full strength if her opponent did not. No one expected such a response, and of course the feeder was most surprised because she was completely right. In a few seconds he started laughing out loud, as if this guy had a problem with his head. After that, he asked the raccoon to throw him his weapon, and if the swarm really wanted to fight at full strength, he was ready to accept the challenge. Now she has to show her best and promise not to regret what she said. The girl's friends also did not stand aside. They decided to help and give her her weapon. Now it is also armed, so this battle may become even more fierce than it was before. Looking at what's happening, it's hard to imagine what will happen in the next battles, but we'll talk about that a little later. The girl's words angered the blue wolf, who loves to joke but hates it when someone makes fun of him. If a student decides to behave too confidently, he is ready to make her regret it. The blue wolf was immediately reminded that he could not kill anyone, because it seems that he had completely forgotten about it. Fedor replied that he had no problem with that, and he struck with the back of his sword. No one should be afraid because the RIA will not crumble from such an attack, although judging by her face, she has finally felt its true power. The judge began to worry about the girl and wanted to make sure she was okay. He asked all the other winners of the first round to prepare for the upcoming battle with the knights. The judge thinks that 7 people is too many, and they need to organize squads when it's over. Varun is also dissatisfied with the start to the day. He expected more fun battles, but is ready to wait for future confrontations. Soon it was decided to make a tournament system with elimination after 2 defeats. The disciples were surprised, but when they heard that the devil wanted them to attack him at the same time, they almost fainted. No one thought that the second round would turn into something like this, although it's really fun. The other knights weren't thrilled with his initiative, but this masked guy is always like that. Sometimes it seems like he's crazy, and maybe he is. He constantly says that he wants it to be fun, although students are unlikely to have fun with such difficult tasks. James was called by Robert, and he decided to have a little chat with him before the battle began. The guy said that he noticed that it takes Robert a lot of time to use a horizontal cut. That's why he advised his friend to prepare this equipment in advance. It's better not to stand in front, but to attack from safe places. In response, Robert smiled and thanked me for this advice, which is probably how you should react when someone wants to help you. Soon, the black chicken Varun was convinced that all the students were ready and ordered the battle to begin. All these children belong to different schools and continents, and it is unlikely that they can be expected to work as a team. Perhaps Varun decided to fight them simultaneously precisely because he expected each of them to fight for himself. His first move was quite strange. Instead of attacking his opponents, he launched his spear high into the sky. In a few seconds, he approached the Vadran, and this guy must have been too confident to spend so much time looking at the sky. But now it's time to regret his inattention, and he may remember this meeting with the knight for a long time. When you miss a powerful punch from another student, it hurts, but you can live with it. But when you miss a punch from a knight, it's completely different. It feels as if all your internal organs are screaming in pain. It's incomparable to anything else. The impact threw Vadran back 10 meters. He hit a rock and almost lost consciousness. Juice asked the raccoon fox and the wolf to get ready because they might have to intervene urgently. It seems as if the Baron is beginning to lose control, and the main thing is that this fool does not kill any of the children. You can tell that he likes it and enjoys the process, but it can go too far. Now it became clear that when he threw his weapon into the sky, it was just a maneuver to divert attention. Now other students understand this, and they are unlikely to believe these tricks next time. Now it's Turin's turn to fight this giant. The guy looks confident and ready to show his best. But a knight is a completely different level, and when you fight him, you realize how many weaknesses you have. At first, it may seem that the difference in your skills is not so great, but only in battle do you realize that there is a real gap between a student and a knight. Everyone around them is very nervous and tense, even though there are many of them, but they do not understand that they need to act like a real team. Only then will they have a chance to win. Martial arts is not a joke, and the warrior plays with his students and does not even use his weapon. James also noticed that everyone fights separately, and this is inefficient. Students do not use their strengths at all. That is why they are likely to lose today unless they change their strategy very quickly. Even attacking a knight from behind won't help, because extensive battle experience gives you a very sensitive intuition that the Varun uses phenomenally. Julie decided to use the martial arts galaxy again, or rather the first part of it. We don't know how this will end, but her courage should be recognized and respected. It soon became clear that Marta was also ready to join the girl and attack the knight with her. No matter how strong a knight is, fighting 7 opponents at once and not using weapons is always a risk. But James does not agree with these words because everything is not as it seems. The Varun have weapons. A little later, everyone finally saw what James was talking about. That is, the black hen weapon. At the right moment, she always comes to the rescue, and then all these students can only pray to stay alive. As mentioned earlier, this spear has incredible properties and is not suitable for an ordinary person. A minimal loss of concentration is enough to lose your head, but so far the children are lucky. Varun turned to Julie. He told this young lady that he was impressed with her and he didn't like the fact that she looked away from him. Suddenly, at that moment, he heard a familiar voice. It was Robert, and he activated the horizontal cut skill. Finally, someone decided to launch a serious attack against this knight. Can a bunch of children defeat a professional? His strongest point is his spear, and without it, he would have had a much better chance of winning. But this weapon gives him a kind of invincible aura, and then it becomes even harder to fight him. Varen is well aware that these soldiers are getting closer and closer to him, and he hardly likes it. He said that they had forced him to work at full capacity, and only now would the fun begin. After these words, the knight immediately threw his spear toward Robert. The guy had already prepared to die, but Mrs. Fox appeared and said that was enough. They can't let this crazy knight kill children here. That's not why they trained them. Even the Blue Wolf had to intervene in this situation. Someone had to stop the spear. Because if nothing is done, this spear can turn into a skewer with a kebab of children on it. Varen was upset that he was not allowed to finish the game, even though he had just started having fun. I should have warned this guy that there was a training sparring match going on and that no one should be killed. He said that they should have warned him about the conditions of the sparring, but instead they heard him. In any case, Juice announced that the sparring was now over and everyone else should wait until the squad was formed. Some students were very upset. Not all of them were able to do well in this battle. Some could not do anything at all. The sparring that had just taken place made everyone around realize how great the difference between students and knights was. All of them believed that they had only one last step to reach their desired status, and only now they realized that this was not entirely true. But it is important to note that out of all the children, only one did not agree with this. James noticed that the spear used by the Varen was the best weapon he had ever seen. A little later, they said that the squad would be formed of 4 people, with a knight as commander and 3 students with him. Along with the mission, training will be conducted and the squad members will be constantly reorganized. They have to welcome each other, whether they like it or not, but they have to work together. Gene said that he really hopes that James will be successful in this task. The guy replied that he also hoped so and assured me that everything would go well. A little later, each squad was formed and a girl with pink hair, whose name is Patricia, said she would give the list to the management. The friends started talking to each other and discussing the units they were in. John was assigned to the Blue Wolf squad, Robert will work with Mrs. Fox, and David is assigned to the Raccoon squad. A little later, James said that his squad would obey the orders of the Giraffe Knight. It turned out that all the friends were scattered in different parts, and they all looked a little upset. In any case, the most important thing now is to avoid getting injured or seriously wounded and to return safe and sound. Juice asked James to say goodbye to his friends quickly because it was time to leave. All of them must become stronger and meet again, but it takes hard work. Robert was a little worried about James. He wasn't sure if he would be okay. Even though he is one of the most talented guys on the continent, he doesn't look like himself right now. David said that now they should all worry about themselves, and then everything will be fine. David also noticed that James didn't have the same strength as before, but he wasn't weaker at all. Looking at him, it seems that everything is on the contrary, although at first glance you would not say so. Soon, each squad set off on its own personal journey, and everyone was curious about what awaited them ahead. A little later, it was time for a short rest, and the Jews asked them not to go far because they would soon continue their journey. James turned to the knight and said he had a question. He is interested in the Naragan, the weapon used by the Varen Knight, and he wants to get one as well. Giraffe said that unfortunately, it is a very rare weapon, and even if it is found, not everyone will be able to use it. Unlike an ordinary sword or spear, in this situation, it is the Naragan that chooses its owner. So it's the weapon that will determine whether you are allowed to use your own abilities and properties. So it will be very difficult to get this weapon, but James has been thinking about it a lot lately. It is not known whether he notices it or not, but the Juju is constantly watching him closely. James also didn't know that it was the giraffe who took the initiative and said he would take James with him. The Blue Wolf was not expecting such a request because he thought that Juice did not like people with such a character. That's true, but the giraffe said he wanted to check something out because he was interested in the boy. He has already realized that James is a very strange guy and he cannot understand some of his characteristics. When you recall the battle against the Julie, it seems that everything was strange, and that is what haunts the knight. James fought in a completely different way. It became clear that this guy was very different from who he was before. If he really wants to appear weak, then his motives are not clear. Why does he need to do this? And what is he up to? That's why the knight decided to go on this mission with this guy to get to know him better. But James is well aware of the constant surveillance of himself and does not understand what Juice suspects him of. Perhaps it was the fight with the Julie. I had to keep a low profile, but it's hard to do that when you're constantly under scrutiny. Now we have to be careful and watch the Jews more closely and establish contact with other students. James looked at the girl and apologized for his behavior yesterday. He recognized that her abilities were incredible. He won't look down on her anymore and realized that he needs to choose the right words more carefully, which is why he thanks Julie. Of course, the girl could not expect such behavior from him. She was very pleased and immediately smiled. As expected from James, he was very attentive, which is why she asked him not to blame himself so much. The fact is that it is very strong, and anyone can fall victim to the martial arts galaxy. He also thought that he could ask her to show him the basics of martial arts. He is sure that she can teach him a lot. Julie believes that the duty of the strong is to take care of the weak, so if he lost to her, she is ready to teach him some lessons. To begin with, you can learn a galaxy of martial arts. There should be no problems with the basics, and the girl is confident in her choice. Juice has been watching them closely all this time. He sees that James relies on his feelings, but for some reason he says that he lacks basic techniques. It is not clear why James is doing this. Does he really want to understand the basics of the galaxy's martial arts? Or does he suspect something else? Perhaps he has already noticed that the giraffe is constantly watching him. It was time to move on, and the knight realized that he had gone too far and should be more careful. If James used psychology for personal gain, he will also be able to get inside the knight's head. When it was time to move on, the group of young soldiers continued their journey and did not stop for many hours in a row. Their journey took them through various reservoirs and mountains, and they also passed through several forests. It's time to finally get some rest and sleep, and of course, give some advice to the youth. Jeers said that power is something that can kill your opponent, but you can't do it with power. Knights must first and foremost be strong, not powerful. This is a well-known expression and should be remembered. James was constantly looking at the knight and trying to memorize all his words. A few days passed, and this group had already gone too far. Finally, the knight announced that they had arrived at their destination, and now their mission officially begins. In front of them is a small town surrounded by a brick wall, a town called Kronel. James noticed that this city is much bigger than an Audion, and if you look at it from above, it looks very beautiful. Juice said he couldn't move very fast, so he chose the nearest town to them. The students began to ask questions about the mission, and the knight asked them not to worry and assured them that the mission would not be dangerous. First, they have to find something, and these words immediately caught the genie's interest. He asked what they were looking for or whom they were looking for, but all he saw in response was the knight's smile. A little later, the Jews revealed the secret and said that they were interested in finding a sorcerer. Soon, they finally entered the walls of the city, and everything looked nice and clean inside. People seemed friendly and smiled at them, and now it was time to think only about the mission. They must not only meet the sorcerer, but also accompany him to the capital. Juice is not ready to disclose the reasons for this mission. It is still a secret. Jolie couldn't hold it in any longer. She was too hungry and asked the knight to give them something to eat. The giraffe replied that he would meet with the sorcerer one-on-one, while the students could have their lunch. After that, they will meet at the same place and immediately set off for the capital. It is strange that he went to the sorcerer without his disciples, although on the other hand, they have time to rest and have lunch. Now we need to decide what they will eat, Julie said. She has been dreaming of soup for a long time. At the moment they were talking to each other, an unknown man in a hood walked past James. The guy didn't pay any attention to this. He said he didn't care what he was eating and that his opinion could not be asked. But a little later, he saw a surprised expression on the genie's face, and at first he didn't understand what had happened. Then they explained to him that his sword had disappeared, and it all happened so fast that James didn't even realize it. Only then did he turn his head and realize that it was most likely a hooded man. He was the one who stole the sword, and the genie, along with the Julie, immediately ran to take the weapon back. Strangely enough, James was still standing there and not moving, and it is unclear why he was in no hurry to return his sword. Perhaps he was trying to see the face of the unknown kidnapper. James looked closer and finally saw something, his eyes immediately widening in surprise. His reaction is very easy to understand. He saw a masked man in a hood, so they met again. After that, James ran there as fast as he could, but many thoughts immediately arose in his head. He is not sure that it would be right to run after this man. He is not sure that it would be safe at all. Of course, the question immediately arises. Why did he do it? What was the reason for such a stupid act? James saw his friends and turned to them, and they had already cornered the thief. Julie told them that they were the knight's disciples and were on an important mission. so it was better to give the sword away, and they would not hurt him. They did not hear any response. The masked and hooded man continued to stand silently. That is why it is time to apply the Martial Arts Galaxy Part 2. The second part of the Martial Arts Galaxy is lightning, which is quite logical, given that the first part is thunder. Julie threw a powerful punch, but it didn't hit the target. Instead, it made a hole in the wall. So this thief was able to evade her attack, although few people have managed to do so before. So it's not as simple as they initially thought, so you have to be careful. Now it's time for the genie to demonstrate his strength and skills. He must stop this thief here and now. He threw a strong left hook, but the same thing happened as before. The masked man easily dodged the attack. Now it's time for James to act, although he's not at all ready for a battle with such a serious opponent. This is probably what the masked thief was trying to achieve, to avoid the attacks of the others and get closer to James. This guy is his main target, and he wants to kill him and close all questions. James is again in front of the abyss. Another second, and he will die. But this guy is lucky again. It is his strong point. It is not known where the person came from and saved his life, and this person also hit the masked man hard. This blow was enough to stop his attack and throw him back a few meters. It was obvious that he was a true professional. All his movements were perfectly trained. Only now James could see that it was a man, even though they did not know each other. But if it were not for him, James would be dead. He could not understand who exactly he should thank for the help. Who was this stranger? The masked man realized that his plan had been ruined, so he had no choice but to flee quickly. We must admit that it is always dangerous to pursue unknown bandits, so it was a mistake. James looked at his savior and could not understand who he was and why he decided to save him. Jury approached the man and asked him if he was a knight. The man replied that he was not a professional knight, but was just passing by and decided to help. It was strange to hear him say that he is at a high level of training, but he is not a knight. In any case, this man should be thanked for his help. He was pleased to hear it. James was inattentive, and in the future he needs to be more focused and watch his weapon. You also need to look around and see who is approaching you from behind. James kept looking at the man and could not take his eyes off him, as if they had met before. The man said that he could not remember everyone he had seen before, but he believed that they might see each other again in the future. Julie started calling for James and said they should go back and find something to eat. They said goodbye and thanked the man once again for his help, and then went in search of a delicious lunch. This man didn't go anywhere. On the contrary, he started talking to someone, although it seemed that he was completely alone. He said that he warned us that we should act much more carefully. After these words, the same masked stranger appeared almost instantly next to him. He apologized to his boss and said that if he had a chance to kill, he couldn't help but take it. But his boss does not agree with him, because if James is really a child of fire, then he cannot be killed alone. It seems as if he thinks that James really survived and continues to live his life in peace. This man has already learned that James lost the first sparring match, but it's hardly that simple. He put his hand in his pocket and took out a mask, then ordered his assistant to continue watching the boy. Soon, the young warriors finally met with Juice, who came with a sorcerer and told them that the situation had changed, so they had to leave now. He asked Julie to eat on the road, and when she heard that, her heart nearly stopped. She was upset that she was not allowed to eat in peace, but the genie assured her that he would take everything with him. As soon as they got outside the city, the knight immediately introduced everyone to the sorcerer, a girl named Linda. James decided to ask directly about the mission. Is there anything that has changed, or that they need to know? Linda said that recently she noticed that someone had started following her. She is worried that they might plan to kill her, so she hopes that this unit will protect her. James immediately began to analyze the situation. He didn't understand why someone was chasing the sorcerer, but it's hard to know now. So far, no one can verify whether she is really being persecuted, so we need to be careful and attentive. Juice believes that the risks are minimal now, so there is no need to worry. They are strong, and everything will be fine. Julie couldn't keep quiet any longer. She started a very important conversation again and asked about food. They went forward, and the knight showed them a plant called Jamie, which, if eaten, can cause diarrhea and stomach pain. But if you cook this plant, it becomes very tasty and nutritious, so he offers the girl to eat the herb. The giraffe said that he and Julie would protect the witch, while James and the genie had to go into the forest to find food. They have to find something, and he can make a delicious dinner out of it. It turned out that the genie knows a lot about plants. He knows what can and cannot be combined with other plants. The guy explained that he lived near the forest, so he had learned about all these things since childhood. Then James decided to ask his new friend about his fight during sparring. The genie lost that fight, but James didn't see it. It was obvious that the genie was uncomfortable talking about it. He believed that he fought without character and lost because he was weak. He has long thought that without Julie he is nothing, but James has a completely different opinion. Jean decided to take the conversation in a different direction. He remembered the question the giraffe had asked them. He wondered why James thought a shield was the best weapon. The guy calmly explained that both weapons are very powerful and made of durable materials. And that is the main thing. That is, if the weapon never breaks, then a person with a shield has a better chance of winning. Jean was surprised that James was thinking a few steps ahead. He had underestimated the guy before, but now he would never make that mistake again. Soon, they finally gathered enough plants to cook something delicious. When the dish was ready, everyone was looking only at the Julie, and I had to apologize to the girl for not having meat in the dish. It was already clear that food was important to her, so she turned to Linda and asked her to change plants into meat with the help of magic. Linda started smiling and made it clear that this request was absurd. For her, all these ordinary people are the same. They believe that with the help of magic, you can do anything. They probably don't realize how difficult magic is to use, and if you make a small mistake, nothing will work. Without knowing the formula, it's incredibly difficult to make a new one. So, magic is not hot, and it won't be able to help. Lunch didn't take long, and a little later, the giraffe announced that it was time to continue their journey. But first, it would be nice to have a training session. The fight will be between those who lost the last match. That is, James must fight the genie and show everything they are capable of. This fight will last for 3 minutes. They are both not allowed to use weapons, and the training is needed to reveal their shortcomings. Jaya said they could start, and finally one of them would taste the sweetness of victory. James is not a fool. On the contrary, his intellect is his strong point. He can only rely on his brain to help him. He decided to keep a long distance at all times, which would help him avoid an attack for which he would not be ready. James also followed the first sparring session that took place a few days ago very closely. He carefully observed the characteristic habits and postures of strong players, as well as various important nuances. Now he has decided to make it his main goal to pretend that he is already a strong player. That is, he wants to show that he has learned all the galactic martial arts of Julie. If he behaves confidently enough, he can make the genie start to worry, and this is at least an advantage. Obviously, he won't be able to replicate the powerful power of the Julie, but he can pretend to use it. His behavior was so self-assured that even Julie was tense, as if he had already been trained in the martial arts galaxy. Jean admitted that his opponent had grown older and stronger, and unlike the first sparring session, he didn't see any flaws in him. Jean was pleased with his observations, and now it would be much more interesting to fight James. James knew that he had to be very careful, but he noticed that he didn't feel afraid at all. Recently, he has gained so much confidence in his abilities that he is now even ready to attack first. He decided to do everything the same way as Julie, who had already shown him a few tricks, and he remembered them well. Now he is much stronger than before, but we have to admit that his attack is not powerful enough. In this case, he should target his opponent's weakness, which can help him win the fight. This is a place where pain will manifest itself. Even if the blow is weak, he knows what he is talking about because he was hit in such places all the time. After all, his opponent is also human and everyone has a weakness. James closed in very quickly and delivered a precise blow as if the genie felt real pain. It looks like James has finally shown his strength, but this is only the beginning of the battle. The sorceress noticed the boy's pain. She even felt a little pain herself and realized that it was difficult to use healing magic in that place. Gius told us that Julie already has some knowledge of heal, so she can use it if necessary. Linda was surprised to learn that this young lady had already been trained in magic, even though Julie had recently been talking nonsense about witchcraft. Giraffe doesn't quite understand what happened. He saw that James tried to punch his opponent in the face. That's why the genie tried to cover himself with his hands and completely forgot that his stomach was unprotected. The situation was exactly the same during the first sparring session when James got into a fight with Julie. It's not entirely clear what kind of technique it is. It doesn't look like a martial arts galaxy skill. This is not a coincidence or an illusion at all. James was deliberately aiming for the liver. The liver is a vital organ, and when you miss a blow to this area, it is even difficult to move. With the right blow to the liver, the opponent will have trouble breathing, but judging by the Jin, you can tell that James didn't do everything perfectly. We'll have to use galactic martial arts because there's going to be a new clash. The genie is furious and ready to strike back, incredibly motivated to taste the long-awaited victory. James managed to dodge the first blow, and the genie was enough to do a minimal analysis. James realized that his opponent's attacks were very different from his. Juice continued to watch the boys closely. He couldn't understand why they weren't fighting at full strength. He began to think that James was very similar to him, and that is why he decided to intervene. The guys were just warming up and getting ready to continue, but he ordered them to stop and said that would be enough. Although they have time left for the battle, the knight is sure that it is time to end the fight and do something else. It's time to talk about complimenting each other, and to start with, ask James if there is a reason why he is so weak. The guy was in no hurry to answer this tricky question, as if it was all a game. A little while later, he finally answered that he had reasons to be weak. And when he heard this, Juice said that it was time to continue moving forward. These strange conversations between a knight and a student are not only happening in their squad, but can also be found among other students. Mrs. Fox noticed that her students were already tired from the journey, and she would have suggested a rest, but they refused. That's why she said that they did well, and now it was time to speed up. They must have been very unlucky with the captain. Blue Wolf is also one of the squad captains, and he constantly teaches his students that there are many people in the world who are stronger than they are. That is why they should not forget about it and should constantly improve their skills. Darren, the sky blue raccoon, suggested that her students give up if they were tired. Although it was difficult for all of them, no one even thought of accepting the offer. Let's see what Varen is doing with his students. This crazy knight wants to know what they will do if he decides to kill them? You wouldn't expect any other question from this knight, especially considering that there are only girls in his squad. Marta replied that she could have blocked his attack, and the other girls would have killed him in the meantime. But despite the fact that she is the strongest of the three, they still have no chance of winning. The knight likes that Martha is so self-confident, but sometimes she is too boastful about her talents. He said that he could easily kill her in a sparring match, and if James were here, he would offer a strategy much more interesting than hers. That's why next time she should prepare a completely different answer. Maybe her head will work better during a real battle. Meanwhile, James once told me about a knight named Varen. He said that this guy was very dangerous and it was better not to approach him. Hearing these words, Linda began to panic. She did not know that the black hen was also here. It was terrible that this madman was walking around calmly. She couldn't believe that he was a comrade of the squad. But Juice reassured her that there was no evidence that the Varen had lost his mind. Now she was scared and said she didn't want to go anywhere. Linda doesn't understand how such a scary person can be responsible for teaching young students. Juice said that it was only possible thanks to him, which was a rather unexpected answer. There are a lot of bad rumors around the Varen Knight, and he is the only one with a black color. Students probably think it means something bad, but in fact, the more saturated the color, the stronger the person. It turns out that all these rumors are untrue, but it's hardly as simple as it seems. The knight decided to ask James for his opinion, and the boy replied that he hadn't thought about it before. Being strong requires leaving a strong impression of yourself, and people will always recognize your inner strength. So people will believe exactly what they want to believe. And it's amazing that James and Juice's opinions coincide. Now, James was curious about how strong the Giraffe Knight could be, and he asked him directly about it. Juice replied that everyone around him sees how weak he is, but in reality, it is much worse. An interesting fact is that he is much weaker than the black chicken Varen, and he is not shy about saying so directly. He thinks he is on about the same level as Julie, although he is an experienced knight and she is just a beginner in this field. The knight explained that this is the reason why their unit was formed in this way, so there is a logical explanation for everything. They have a task. They have to imagine that they are facing an enemy as strong as a knight, and now they have to create a strategy, taking into account their own capabilities. Tomorrow they have to tell this strategy. Even though James thinks it's nonsense, he said it just to make fun of them. James began to wonder what to do in the future. If he only targeted the opponent's weaknesses, his strength might not be enough. He needs to figure out how to compensate for this moment, and perhaps Linda can help with this. He approached the witch and said that he had several questions and one request. While James is doing his best to become stronger, we should mention one interesting character we've already seen. He's a guy who came to the continent by boat and has a very interesting appearance. It's unclear whether he always wears this costume or just prepares for Halloween, but he looks really eccentric. Now he's thinking about the sorcerer. He must have read about him in a note he recently received. This monster calls itself the first tip of His Highness's spear, which is why it will not waste any time resting. Let's talk about reading another person. It's not just the study of facial expressions, but rather a comprehensive analysis of emotional manifestations. This means conversations and gestures, all of which are analyzed to find out a person's intentions. But James has a problem. He looks at the night juice and cannot analyze him at all like the others. It seems as if this giraffe is on some other level, or they are just very similar. Perhaps the knight has also mastered the skills of hiding his emotions, and there are indeed many indications of this. In general, people are creatures who like to hide everything, and James already understands this very well. As for Juice, no matter what he says, it's hard to know what's true and what's false. Linda managed to tell us that the use of magic means a clear understanding of the principle of the spell. After that, you have to ask for demonic power, although what this means is not fully understood. Magic and power helps a sorcerer create magic spells, and their strength depends on many factors. This is what will ultimately determine the magical effect. That is, basically everything depends on talent. Getting help from a sorcerer is not an easy task. Even if you have mana, it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. That's why sorcerers are rare, so to become special, you have to have a lot of talent and practice for a long time. A little while later, James received a rather strange letter from Linda with a blue drawing. The equation that is written there is a fairly simple scheme of light emission, which you can always activate and look at the bright light. This can help you understand how favorable mana is to James. But first, we need to say a few simple words. The boy should take the leaf with both hands and ask it to start glowing in a quiet voice. James did exactly as the witch told him to do, and he saw a real light in front of him. In the evening, the black hen Varen suddenly got up and started shouting the word sorcerer. His disciples did not quite understand what was going on. They were already used to his strange behavior, so they remained calm. All the other experienced knights did something similar. They all started saying something about the sorcerer. Of course, the students were curious to hear what it all meant and asked the captains direct questions. The sorcerer is needed to prepare for defense, but even this is quite hidden information. The students quickly began to realize that the whole mission was to meet the sorcerer. Miss Fox told her team that they would finally see such a person. The other knights did the same. They wanted to introduce their students to the sorcerer. But what they saw was not at all according to plan. No one had warned them about it. They were all very surprised, and judging by their reaction, the children realized that something bad had happened. When the door was opened, instead of a living and cheerful sorcerer, they saw a dead body covered in blood. Meanwhile, James saw the long-awaited radiance that Linda had told him about. When he opened his eyes, he saw a juju in front of him, and it was also doing something similar. The knight was looking at a drawing and said that they needed to stop for a while. James could not understand what exactly was happening, but the sorceress came up to him and told him that the knight had received a challenge. Then she looked very surprised at the guy, although not even at him, but at the piece of paper she gave him. The fact that it didn't shine the way it was supposed to surprised the witch. James was immediately upset. He realized that he had no ability to do magic. Linda explained that this is a talent that not everyone can have, so there is nothing wrong with not succeeding. James thought it might have been provoked by Mr. Knight, although his motives were rather vague. What the juice is holding in his hands is an object that is used as a communication device in case of an emergency. Such a piece of paper already has magic and certain functions, so that even people who have a bad attitude towards mana can use it. James looked at Linda and thought that only a genius could ask a real sorceress. It seems so when you look at their abilities. Julie also knows how to use a little magic, but at a very basic level. The knight said that there was an emergency. The sorcerer they were supposed to meet was dead. Most likely the killer is targeting Linda as well, and this scared the sorceress very much. So now they have to understand whether there is a spy among them, and this is the only way to calm down and be sure of their safety. Of course, such words immediately increase the tension within the team, and it is difficult to be relaxed when you suspect everyone around you of treason. Juice is sure that everything should be fine, but they are obliged to conduct an inspection. It is obvious that they have a spy around, but even one of their own people can be a spy. Of course, these are rather hasty conclusions, but now we need to look closely at each team member. The knight is sure that there are no traitors among them, and he has several conclusions about this. If we talk about Julie, she usually thinks more about food than about the sorcerer, so she doesn't look like a murderer or a traitor. If you analyze the behavior of the genie, it's even easier, because he is constantly thinking about Julie, who is constantly thinking about food. And there is only one person left who wants to find the spy very badly, but it is hardly James. If the giraffe had been the traitor, he would have killed the sorcerer at the first meeting, but this did not happen. Linda is unlikely to be a spy because she has never asked any questions about their future plans and actions. Now they will have to completely change the route, and because of this, they are unlikely to meet the enemy. The knight said that they needed to come up with a new plan right now, and he wanted to hear James's opinion on it. The guy thinks they should reorganize the fighting force for a real battle. Juice doesn't quite agree with this. Their friends had a problem, and it's not a joke. He began to look at James and try to understand whether he was really that weak or just pretending to be. Soon, it was decided to hit the road as quickly as possible. They should not stop anywhere unnecessarily. While they were trying to meet their friends on time, strange things were happening in other units. Only recently, the Blue Wolf Squad saw the sorcerer's corpse, and now something has made them even more surprised. The students saw that the Blue Wolf, Fedor, had been injured, although they had previously believed him to be almost immortal. He immediately took several quick steps back to get to a safe distance. Then, they all saw the one who killed the sorcerer and who wounded the feeder, the same man in the death suit. Fedor reacted very quickly to this situation. He ordered the students to immediately turn around and run away. His eyes made it clear that they had encountered something really evil and dangerous. This conclusion can be easily drawn just by looking at the face of this creature. Now the knight will fight against death, although the strength of his opponent is unknown, but it seems that he is not weaker than the Blue Wolf. In any case, something really big is coming, and this is a good time to learn martial arts techniques. Some of the students had never seen a knight fight against the forces of darkness and had only heard fairy tales about it. The Blue Wolf looked quite confident, but it was obvious that he was not going to fight this evening. He approached his enemy and struck a quick blow with his sword, which seemed to be accurate. At first, it seemed that the death was cut in half, but later the feeder saw that it was only an illusion. Now death has finally met the people called knights, and he had only heard stories about them before. The Blue Wolf's disciples decided to follow his advice and immediately began to run away at full speed. All they had to do was see death and realize that it was better to find a safer place. During the battle, the feeder remained calm, and at first he even thought he was able to wound the enemy. But the battle was still going on, so this clown in a suit was not an easy opponent. Meanwhile, James continued to ask interesting questions of his teacher, wondering if a Jews could be called a free knight. To begin with, we need to explain that there are two types of knights. Class knights are those who were chosen by exam. There are also free knights, and from the very beginning they have great influence and are recognized by the other because they are not hostile to the emperor. Also, free knights are engaged in escorting and protecting important members of the royal family. Jin believes that the main difference between these knights is their strength, and that the class knights are probably much stronger because they have learned many techniques. Juice said that this is not entirely true. If you analyze the statistics, the class knights are really the strongest. But it happens that free knights far outnumber them in combat power, so not all people who have the strength want to become knights. In fact, the main difference between these two types of warriors is the commandment. Everyone knows that every knight is obliged to swear an oath to his emperor. It is a duty, and you cannot turn away from it. Each knight's oath is different, and its content is known only to the emperor and those close to him. In fact, the oath of a class knight that he will live and die with honor is very burdensome. But now the question arises. The students have to guess why all the knights take this particular oath. James replied that knights do it for control, and this is absolutely correct. You can't kill an enemy who has his back to you. You can only act harshly toward those who are firmly on the ground, and you can only attack a sighted person. This is the reason for the restrictions in the battle, and such moments are controlled by the class knights during the preparation for the exam. A knight must always take into account the weaknesses of his opponent, and such things are represented by the chains that bind the sword. Juice noticed that their conversation had already dragged on quite a bit, so he decided to answer the very first question. He turned to his students and confidently said that he was a class knight, and because of the chains that bind him, he had become too weak. But instead, he found a completely different power in himself, which often happens to others. But Juice did not say what kind of power he found. Everything he told them was confidential information. And now James realized that being weak was even more dangerous than he thought. He needs to be protected by the knights until he becomes stronger. Now he is too weak even to fight one enemy, and he recognizes this. Soon, the giraffe said they had finally reached their destination. It was strange to see, because the students had never seen an icy desert before. James immediately recalled the words he had told his brother that he wanted to go everywhere. At the time, He named different places, such as icy deserts, crystal seas, mountains, and rocks. Julie looked at him and was surprised. She had never seen him smile. The forest, which is located just beyond the desert, is the destination of their squad, where they must reunite with the others. Jean tried to explain to Julie that she shouldn't touch everything around her, but she said that there was nothing wrong with wanting to taste the ice. Meanwhile, Linda approached James and said she had some questions for him, but he did not answer her. He was looking in a completely different direction and saw something incredibly beautiful, so he didn't pay attention to the witch at all. Juice had to intervene and tell James to hurry up. They had no time to rest. At that moment, the guy was acting strangely, as if what he saw reminded him of something. They continued their journey for many hours in a row and finally reached the forest. At this point, the Juice asked everyone to stop and not move, as they had to be especially attentive now. He turned on his intuition mode and realized that there was something in the bushes, and it was approaching them. The emotions of the students were quite different. James stood calmly and waited. Julie was preparing for a fierce battle, and the witch was almost in tears of fear. Indeed, in a few seconds, everyone saw that the bushes began to move, so the knight's intuition was right. A little while later, everyone was finally able to exhale and relax, and it turned out that it wasn't a chupacabra, but something worse, a John. He started screaming, and when he saw all his friends, he finally stopped and started breathing deeply. Then he tried to explain something, but the guy was so scared that it was hard to understand what he meant. He kept trying to say that something had happened to the Fedor Knight, and Juice asked him to speak more clearly. They tried to understand what he was trying to say, and at that moment, they heard an explosion behind them. No one lost control of their emotions. There was an icy desert behind them, and there could hardly be anything terrible there. They had never been so wrong, because when the young soldiers turned their heads back, they saw the face of death. Now there's no need for explanations from the juniors. It's already clear who they'll have to deal with. Juice was not at all worried. He stepped forward and ordered his students to prepare for battle. A war has been brewing for a long time between the Eastern Continent and the Central Continent, where our friends are now. The ruler of the Eastern Continent has a guard of 5 crazy dogs that follow him. The first spear of the ruler of the Eastern Continent is a Rex, or, as it is also called because of one interesting case, a broken spear. It was this guy, who looked like death, who got in the way of the main characters in this story. John confirmed that he was the one who killed the sorcerer and that he had recently attacked the blue wolf feeder. Judging by the appearance of their opponent, the knight quickly guessed that this bandit had come here from the eastern region. It is unlikely that he will answer unnecessary questions, so we can't expect him to explain his attack on them. The knight asked his students to do 2 important things. First, to protect the sorcerer at all costs. Secondly, all of them must survive today, and we cannot allow anyone else to die. After these words, he immediately began to attack the Rex, and now we'll see what the Juice is capable of. Earlier, there were a lot of words about him being weak, but judging by his first punch on the opponent, this guy has enough strength. He was not going to allow the enemy to regain his strength, so he kept putting pressure on him. But at one point, he raised his head and realized that something was happening to the Rex, as if he was using some kind of magic. We've seen this trick before. A few seconds later, the broken spear completely disappeared into thin air. It disappears and then reappears in another place to launch its insidious and fast attack. That's exactly what happened this time. He was ready to stab the Juice, but the knight grabbed his arm at the last moment and prevented him from doing so. Rex was pleased that the giraffe finally took his hands out of his pocket. He thinks he is fighting a nasty slug and does not respect his opponent. Of course, the knight must immediately punish the Rex for such words, otherwise his honor will be insulted. James stood there and tried to analyze the situation calmly. He guessed that this skeleton was hunting for wizards. He had also heard that the Rex had come here from the eastern regions, and he saw that he was strong enough to fight the knight. Of course, all the disciples hope that the Jesus will win, because if he dies, the same fate awaits them. It is noticeable that it is difficult for the knight to fight against death. He now has a great responsibility not only for the sorcerer, but also for the children. As soon as the Rex managed to strike the knight a few times, he immediately forgot about him and went in search of the sorcerer. He came close to them and began to guess who was able to use magic, which was obvious because Linda was the most afraid of them all. The hacked list ordered everyone else to step forward and start familiarizing themselves with it. James did not show his emotions. By this point, he had already managed to perfect this technique. Rex did not feel warmly treated and got angry. He realized that these young warriors would only understand the language of force. He threw his sword into the ice at James's feet as if to frighten the knight's disciples. Julie could no longer stand by and do nothing. It was time to put the martial arts galaxy to work again. As usual, the girl started with the first part, and Rex was surprised that these children were so fearless. The boys tried to stop the girl and asked her to calm down, but she was confident in her actions and ordered them to guard the witch. Self-confidence is always good, but only when it can be confirmed in real life. Julie has just begun her journey of chivalry. She is not at the level to compete with such a strong opponent on equal terms. Juice understood this very well. You can't leave children unattended, so he came back very quickly to protect them. Julie fought very hard and tried to show her full potential. When she saw the knight, she did not return to her friends, but rather tried to fight with him to increase her chances of success. They were close to finally striking a good blow and showing Death who was in charge. But the skeleton started doing the same tricks again as before. He knows how to use this technique, and this must be recognized. When it senses danger, it immediately disappears and reappears in another place, which is enough to protect itself from enemy attacks. But whereas ordinary soldiers simply try to dodge blows, he simultaneously dodges and strikes back. This is what makes his technique so useful in martial arts, especially at close range. Julie stood there waiting for the enemy to appear, and as it turned out, he appeared under her feet. When the girl fell, everyone around her began to worry, and the genie froze in place in fear. It was not yet clear what exactly happened to her. It is unlikely that she will die from such a blow, but it still hurts. Let's talk a little bit about Julie. Since childhood, she has always tried to protect the weak and be the rightful successor to the galaxy. If she saw someone who was much weaker than her, she always took his side, because the strong must protect the weak. Her father explained to the girl that she had a long way to go, and she should always help those around her. She was almost never praised, but it didn't bother her, and she continued to hone herself and her skills. Her father knew who the genie was. He was a very talented guy who could easily have become the main man. He told his daughter that it would be great if she could at least look like a genie, so she should work even harder. The girl always agreed with her father's words. It is not customary for them to conflict with their elders. At that moment, the genie realized that he was the only one who had always considered her the best. It is a great honor for him to be with her all the time and help her. The genie took a confident step forward and ordered the sorcerer to try to cure Julie. Linda looked incredibly scared. She was very afraid for her life, but still agreed to his request. Seeing the Julie being beaten, the genie seemed to lose his mind. He could have turned a blind eye to many things, but not to this. He came close to Death and prepared to use the Galaxies of Martial Arts Part 1. When you see a genie so angry, you even get a little scared, especially when he starts using force. James watched this battle as if hypnotized. Even he did not expect such behavior from him. Rex felt the power of the martial arts galaxy. He realized that it was better not to joke with these guys. He should have killed them all at once, but now the genie is too angry, and the situation could get out of hand. It's unclear what exactly will happen next, but in any case, we will see a fierce battle between martial arts masters. Juliet quickly mastered the galactic attacks, starting with the first part, the thunder attack. The girl was happy that she was doing so well, and didn't even notice that the genie was constantly watching her. The power of the martial arts galaxy was passed on to Julie alone, and everyone around her knew about it. But then she started teaching Jeannie and said she could teach him the basics because it was her duty to help the weak. Jean was happy to spend extra time with Julie, especially if he could learn more martial arts. Sometimes he tried to imitate the skills of the martial arts galaxy out of curiosity or just for fun. That's how he realized his incredible talent. This guy always had a lot of energy. But the genie decided to keep it all a secret and not tell anyone about his power, especially Julie. James stopped for a second, and as soon as he saw the coveted icy desert, he was shocked. Now he was shocked not as much as James, but as much as Michael, who wanted to travel and see something like this so badly. Only after the genie started attacking with the help of the martial arts galaxy did James finally return to reality. So all this time he was hiding his true abilities and pretending that he was just a young warrior with no talent. All this was done for Julie's sake, but now it doesn't matter. We need to figure out how to get out of this difficult situation. At first it seems hopeless, but everyone knows that there is always a way out, so you have to think. At such moments, James always tried to think like his brother, because he would find a way out in any situation. He recalled the very moment when, for the sake of his life, he struck the last blow at his brother. Then, he kept the same sword with him, although it was hard to look at it after it took the life of a real James. In a few minutes he met with Teacher Mary, and we can remember how strangely she looked at the sword. Then he remembered the moment when the bandits were talking about a raccoon and a hippo in the forest. And, of course, the situation when the Geus received a message that the wizards of other units had been killed. James tried to put together all these separate fragments of the last month and see the whole picture. Even the smallest details can be important in this case, i.e. something that seemed completely unimportant. All these nuances can lead him to understand the situation and find a way out in the future. Perhaps James has already realized everything, and now he can only watch the genie's skills. The fight between the young warrior and the experienced death began, as if the genie didn't want to win, but he was fighting against a master, and he felt it right away. He was slightly wounded, meaning that the Rex had already inflicted damage on 3 of its rivals. Rex has already realized that the giraffe is the only knight of them all. He said that the giraffe is a disgrace to chivalry because he is too weak. Yes, compared to the Rex, the Geus does look weaker. That is, the guy in the skeleton suit is too strong. The giraffe quickly analyzed the situation and realized that he would have to use something because otherwise they might all die today. Broken Spear was sure he would enjoy this battle, but he was disappointed by the strength of his opponents. He wants to get it over with as soon as possible, and because of his desires, he has completely forgotten about the genie and his ability to use the galaxy of martial arts. The boy was close to death and prepared to show him the power of thunder, but at the last moment, the Rex disappeared again. This skeleton perfectly senses the moment of danger. Sometimes it even seems to have eyes on its back. Geus was the first to realize that the genie was in incredible danger. Time seemed to stand still, and everyone realized that the project could appear anywhere and attack an unprotected part of the genie's body. But looking at this, instead of being afraid and trying to run away, some people felt courageous. John held his sword in his hands and was trembling with fear, but he realized that this could not go on. He had to intervene and stop it. There was a real battle going on in his head, and he realized that he was too weak to fight and it was better to stay put. But on the other hand, he saw his friends suffering, and if he didn't intervene, it could end in tragedy. He really wanted to help. He wanted to fight and be useful, and he always dreamed of becoming strong. He has a very important decision to make, and his future may depend on it. While John was trying to decide how to make the decision, James called him. The boy recalled David's story about his weapon, and then the boy told him how to create a sword like it. He told me that the sword could be even a large one. It didn't matter globally. Remembering this, James raised his sword and swung at John, which was a rather strange decision. John could not understand what exactly was going on. His friend was either completely out of his mind or up to something interesting. John managed to dodge this attack, although it seems that this is exactly what James was expecting. Meanwhile, the genie got a new injury. First a Rex caused problems to his leg, and now he injured his right shoulder. Juice could see that the genie was working at the limit of its capabilities, and if it was not stopped immediately, someone would die soon. Now he had no doubt that he had to use his secret weapon. The situation was too critical. Suddenly, something strange happened. All 3 soldiers froze in place at the same time and didn't move. They saw something that shocked her, as if someone had completely lost their mind. James drew his sword and took John hostage. He ordered all the soldiers not to move and to listen to him carefully. No one could understand what he was trying to do, although the Jughead began to guess that it might be a cunning plan. He already knows that James is one of the smartest strategists on the continent, so he can expect anything from him. Rex was also surprised. He thought he was in a clown circus. John still could not understand anything. James did not explain to him all the nuances of the plan, so John is not sure that his friend is still adequate. But knowing James, you can guess that he had a reason for doing this. This guy always comes up with something interesting. He realized that all this was a chance for him because he remembered how Rex had tried to meet someone from their squad. Apparently, he believes that there is a spy among them, but he does not know what this guy looks like, his name or abilities. That's why James decided to play the role of a spy. He took John hostage and apologized to Rex for doing it so late. A broken spear doesn't look like a creature that can be easily deceived, but James had no choice but to try. He must take advantage of this situation and the fact that the broken spear does not know which of these people is the spy. Rex remained calm, but was visibly surprised. He asked the boy to tell him all the details. James agreed to this request. He understands that he has to play his part flawlessly, otherwise the plan will fail. Probably the point is that the Rex saw this sword in the boy's hands, and after that, he changed his behavior completely. If James manages to gain the trust of the whole person, he will be able to learn a lot. That morning in the icy desert will be remembered for a long time by all the participants in this story. Soon after, Julie finally opened her eyes, but she could not understand what exactly had happened and where she was. Only a little later did she see her friends in front of her and realize that they were trying to heal her wounds. Linda was doing her best to heal the girl, and the genie was next to her, and he was also visibly injured. As soon as Julie woke up, the knight immediately ordered the sorceress to start treating the genie before his wound began to fester. Then the knight approached John and asked him to tell him everything, especially about the other students. John sounded a bit confused. He looked down and said that all his friends had run away in different directions. It was then that the knight began to ask questions about the blue wolf. They never met him at their destination. John said that he did not know what happened to the feeders. As soon as the fight started, they immediately started running away. The blue wolf was wounded, and John regrets not helping him fight, but Deuce is sure that it is not his fault. Even if they all fought together, they would have no chance of defeating Rex, so it's not that John is weak, it's that his opponent was stronger. Now it's time to think about James. The knight still can't understand what this crazy guy is up to. This situation was incredibly strange. James came out and ordered the skeleton to stop because they would deal with these people next time. James said that it was time to leave immediately, and he did so as if it were an order. He said that he could not explain in detail. They had to leave now, and he would tell everything on the way. It was as if it was an acting game, and it became very quickly clear that Rex believed James. One too many emotions or one wrong word, and the whole plan could have failed. But James was not wrong. Rex decided to trust the boy and followed him into the forest, only to ask him why they had kept these fools alive. Depending on what James says now, Rex's attitude toward him will depend. He has to explain everything, otherwise the skeleton will condemn him for lying and severely punish him. Of course, the guy doesn't know what to say to this question. He did all this to save his friends, so the most important thing starts now. His every word will carry a lot of weight at this point, and he needs to be very careful, otherwise his head will fall off his shoulders. Now James has little information, so he needs to improvise immediately and, for example, ask Rex about the terms of the mission. This is done in order to find out as much information as possible through normal conversation. At that moment, the Rex approached the guy incredibly quickly and said that the words about the mission would make him confused. If it had not been for the king's order, he would not have even taken up the case. Upon hearing this, James immediately apologized for his carelessness. Now it has become clear that the skeleton does not trust anyone at all, to the point that it is quite self-confident and looks down on everyone else. Looking at him, it is clear that he does not hide his qualities. It is noticeable that all the others are just miserable worms for him. Rex is probably so strong that he can afford such behavior, which is even better, because he won't pay much attention to James. The skeleton knows that this guy ordered the murder of the sorcerers, but for some reason, he stopped him at the last moment. James began to improvise and said that now the task was different. The wizard had to reach the capital. Now he thinks that the sorcerer will be more useful if he stays alive, and the knight they met is too smart. Broken Spear was interested in this plot twist. He looked at the guy carefully and asked what it all meant. James continued his improvisation and said that no one could enter the capital, especially the Emperor's house. To pass, you will need to undergo a special procedure for determining your identity, and this is not an easy task. Of course, everything the guy is saying now is a complete lie, but it doesn't matter, because the main thing is to make a confident expression. The only truth he said was that not everyone could get into the Emperor's house, and that it really required a magical device. That is, James is trying to come up with a story that has a true basis, which is difficult, but possible. This is an ideal strategy because the guy's words cannot be confirmed, and therefore the Rex should not have any doubts. Of course, open-ended answers are the best, so James said that all of this was done in order to have time to prepare. Now the Broken Spear was incredibly attentive and interested in listening to the guy. He said he wanted to know the details. James made a serious expression and said that they should first continue on their way and then talk about the nuances. If the skeleton recognized this sword, it means that it had already met its owner. Although not the best solution, James decided to try to find out information about the masked gang. As they continued on their way, the knight and the young disciples still could not understand anything. Soon, they were incredibly surprised to see a blue wolf feeder in front of them. They were happy that he was able to survive, although his condition was quite serious and he needed the help of a sorcerer. The blue wolf said that the Rex was strong and that it had abilities that caused something like hallucinations. Zeus couldn't understand why his friend didn't call for help, but the feeder laughed and said he didn't know how to do it. After that, the knight began to inquire about the number of people who survived and their current whereabouts. It was obvious that he was worried that someone could have died, because every knight who takes on the responsibility of teaching others must protect them from threats. Zeus replied that this information is still unknown. Now they have to start searching for James. John looked the most upset. He did not understand what was happening and what exactly had happened to his friend. The knight said that now was not the time to talk about what had happened. They had to start searching as soon as possible. All the young warriors, except for John, are wounded, and although Linda helped them, their physical properties have not yet fully recovered. Now we need to summon the knights, and it may take several days, especially if we summon all of them. Now they have to fulfill their duty, because as soon as they became knights, they immediately agreed to risk their own lives to achieve their goals. After these words, you immediately think of James's actions, which is probably what he is trying to do, risking his life for his friends and his goal. We can also recall the words of Mrs. Fox, who warned that in the future, performing tasks, we would have to risk our own lives. So now they have to fulfill their duty, even if it is dangerous and even if they may die. John could not understand whether James really turned out to be a traitor. Many thoughts were in his head now. He thinks James is too self-confident and ill-mannered, but betraying his friends is too much. It seems as if he had a reason to do so. It is impossible to believe that James turned out to be a traitor. John was very curious why his corpse had done this, and he could not understand its motives. 3 days of traveling passed, and James and Rex continued to walk and talk from time to time. James was also constantly thinking about different things, and he realized that his friends might not understand. In this case, they will consider him a traitor, although this is even better than if they use him as bait. He was constantly replaying that situation in his head, and it's unlikely that he could have come up with anything better. He remembered the expression on the knight's face and was sure that this man had understood his intentions. Zeus is an experienced knight, so we are sure that he was able to understand this situation completely. James keeps saying that they will soon reach the target. He realizes that Rex is beginning to suspect something bad. Meanwhile, his friends did not stay put either. They finally called for help and met with their friends. Only the black chicken Varen was not present. They didn't call him in to avoid creating unnecessary problems, so now they will use this composition. James was trying to figure out who the real spy was. He only played the role of a traitor, but someone had to be the real spy. Many questions arise in my mind. This traitor may be with the Russians, and first we need to understand who exactly may be under suspicion. We need to remember everything from the beginning and understand how many people could theoretically be spies. If we recall the most important moments, we can understand that the traitor could have shown himself through his reaction to what was happening. We remember that James is very good at analyzing people's emotions, so this shouldn't be a difficult task for him. All the theoretical traitors should be tied to one person, but there is no exact evidence of the number of spies. Now, it probably doesn't even make sense to think about all this. We need to look at the situation from a different angle and understand the motives of the masked men. The names of the knights they called back then should make sense, but we need to understand whether the raccoon and the hippo are allies of the bandits or, on the contrary, their enemies. If we recall that the Rex came here from the eastern region, then these knights were probably enemies of the bandits, all of which will become clear only after the meeting with the raccoon. Perhaps the masked men want to win the eastern continent in a war, but the east is hardly their native territory. But then it's hard to understand the motive for James's murder, and that makes the whole situation look more confusing than it is. Rex looked at the guy and said that he was thinking too much, and James explained that he had been nervous lately. The guy understands that he needs to learn new information from Rex, and first he needs to establish a friendly relationship with him. He looked at the broken spear and told him that he had heard many legends about his deeds, and now he was pleased to meet him in person. But the guy didn't know that the Rex hates flattery the most. He immediately senses it and gets angry. There are too many such people in the East, some of them clouding the eyes and ears of the Emperor. Such beings know no bounds and allow themselves too much. That is why he explained to some of them that such actions could end badly. Now it is clear that James said something wrong. It is better not to joke with a guy in a skeleton costume because it can end very quickly. Rex is sure that someday James will be able to understand his true motives, but it will take time. The guy guessed that it was necessary to change the topic of the conversation. He said that medicines that are good for the body always taste bad. So Rex was treated unfairly. It is clear that he thinks the same way. But he does not regret his actions, because the day will come when the Emperor will recognize him again. James realized that the broken spear hates injustice and is always ready to fight it. Jem said that he was sure that the Emperor would appreciate the merits of the Rex, because even none of the knights could compare to him. Then the guy started talking about the power used by knights and the different techniques they use. The skeleton explained that his power was also similar, but he didn't need to use it. From the very beginning, he thought that the knights were much stronger than they were, but it turned out that they were not, and he was upset. Everything Rex says seems to be true. The conversation with him is on track, and now James has a better chance of learning useful information. The guy asked Rex to show him the true power of Ki, and in a few seconds he realized what kind of power it was. Rex showed a stream of wind cutting through the wood, a technique also called Island of Blades, and it is flawless. James could not even believe what he saw. It really looks incredible. Rex warned that next time the spearhead might go through the guy's tongue, so he has a minute to fix it. James has no idea what this crazed killer is talking about, but he has to act because he only has a minute. It seems as if he said something wrong again, and if he really offended the Rex, he is in serious trouble. The skeleton looks incredibly angry and aggressive, so the guy really said the wrong words. Now he needs to remember everything that happened and understand where he went wrong, because otherwise James will die in a minute. This will be difficult to do because it seemed like he was choosing the right words and not going too far. James can't understand anything. He must have said something that only the masked men and this skeleton know. Rex is already prepared to activate the wind flow that cuts through the steel again, and James hardly wants to feel it on his own body. The guy was sure he would succeed. He planned to protect the squad and save his friends. Now a real typhoon is coming at him, and he probably overestimated his strength and capabilities. It is not yet known how this story ended, but Zeus gathered his friends and said that it was time to fulfill his duty. He reminded them that they had all become knights and had to risk their own lives for the sake of the goal, and now it was time to do so. It turned out that they were very close to James and Rex, and now they are ready to risk their own lives. Miss Fox intervened at the perfect moment. Another second, and there would not have been even a wet spot left of the James. While Rex was trying to figure out what was going on, Mrs. Raccoon was already approaching him from behind. James was lucky again, and if it wasn't for his incredible luck, he would have been dead long ago. In addition to his luck, he also needs to thank the Zeus, as this knight must have realized everything and decided to come to the boy's rescue. Let's go back a few months and see what was happening on the coast of the eastern continent. They had an interesting conversation, and Rex learned that as soon as he arrived at the meeting place, his partner's person would meet him immediately. They are confident that he will do a great job after all. He is the Emperor's first spear, and there are many legends about him. These words seemed simple and calm enough, and nothing should have led to a conflict. But the broken spear hates it when the Emperor is mentioned in ordinary conversations. The masked gang boss apologized for his behavior and said that it would not happen again, which shows that he is able to act reasonably. He said that he hoped for further cooperation and that from now on they would be weaving in the same boat. Now some of the storylines have become a little clearer, but some things still need to be explained. John went to James and said he wanted to talk to him. He knew James was a fool, but he was not capable of betraying his friends. As it turned out, the giraffe understood this perfectly well. He knew that James had decided to sacrifice himself to save others. John didn't even realize that the knight understood everything. He was surprised that he was not the only one who had such thoughts. Zeus realized from the beginning that James was unlikely to be a traitor, but usually knights make such sacrifices, not students. He doesn't like what's happening because it's too suspicious. They agreed that when they met James, they would interrogate him or thank him for his courage. But first, they had to save him. This will not be easy to do. The Rex was used by the legend and the Emperor's first spear, and this means a lot. Raccoon quickly approached the enemy and struck him with her sword. In the first seconds of the battle, it seemed that she had cut the Rex into two pieces. But then it became clear that this rascal had sensed the danger in time again. His intuition always works 100%, even when he is completely unaware of the danger. Soon he appeared at Mrs. Darren's side and prepared to show her what he could do. But now he is not fighting against one knight. Now he is fighting against a real team of professional warriors, and they are all ready to help each other. Mrs. Fox intervened in the situation and hit him with her umbrella, which is even offensive to a Rex. When he looked up, he finally saw that he had to deal with a giraffe, a raccoon, and a grey fox. Juice looked at James and said that he understood that it was hard for the guy to walk around with this stupid thing all the time, but that nightmare was now over. In response, James smiled slightly. He was glad that the knight understood his true motives. No need to rejoice too soon. The Rex is still around and ready for a fierce battle. His abilities are not fully known to the knights, but judging by the last battle, we can say that he is ready to attack without rest, and this is a problem. They must not lose focus, especially while the Rex is constantly watching them. He is ready to use the technique of a stream of wind that cuts through steel, and he doesn't care if he fights alone against 3 knights. The black chicken was not summoned because of Juice's personal desire. He did not fully explain his motives. The blue raccoon could not take part in this battle because he was seriously injured, although Linda healed his wounds. But he was physically too tired. He doesn't even have the strength to go, even though John keeps reminding him that they have to run away. Fedor just smiles and says that an extra minute of rest is not something you can give up. You are a sacred law. Linda also started laughing and said that they all have a hard enough time, so they can even sleep a little. But it was too much. A minute of rest cannot be compared to a good night's sleep. They have almost no serious problems. All the danger was taken care of by other knights. It was they who decided to set out on the road to find James and kill the Rex, but it's not as easy as it seems. All of these knights are experienced, they have already gone through many serious battles on their way, and they know what it is like. They have also learned to act as a real team. They have known each other for a long time, and this helps during the battle. Rex was no longer as confident as he used to be. Maybe it was not difficult for him to defeat one knight, but now the situation is completely different. There are many opponents against him at once, and even his endurance is not enough to defend on all fronts. Now all his hopes are on the technique of wind flow cutting through steel, which is one of his strongest points. He uses the Blade Island to inflict new wounds on the raccoon, but she is able to repel all his attacks. After such a defense, Darren believed in her own invincibility, as if she were Neo from the Matrix. They have never seen skeletons like this before. This guy is a real problem and needs to be destroyed immediately. There was nothing James could do to help, but even in this situation, he tried to think about the next step. He was expecting the knights to come to his aid, and he sees that Rex is trying to give him another chance. In other words, he still sees James as a spy, and the guy still has the opportunity to approach him. But this opportunity needs to be used correctly, and to do so, you need to make difficult choices. He can join the knights now, or continue to be a spy and get more information. To do this, you need to think about it, because if he makes the wrong choice, he may regret it for a long time. Raccoon has already started to panic. She says that this damn skeleton is not pierceable at all. James thought for a long time and then raised his sword, as if he had finally made a final decision. James decided to risk his own life again, which is probably part of his character. It's been a long time since we've seen how Varyn and his squad of 3 girls are doing. They came to the gathering place, but so far he sees no one else here but himself. By agreement, they were all supposed to meet here, all the units and all the knights, so it's possible that something bad happened. They all began to worry and worry. No one informed them about what was happening, so they had no information. A stream of wind that cuts through steel is an ability that was created to fight real dragons. Due to the difficulty of using this technique, there are only 2 beings in the world who possess this skill. As you may have guessed, one of these creatures is now fighting with the knights. His name is Rex, and he is very angry. They attacked him without warning, and now it looks like he won't give any of them a second chance. The knights are already visibly panicking. They have shown everything they can do, but even this was not enough to destroy the enemy. This way, they could soon destroy the forest, so we need to come up with something immediately and resolve this conflict. Many beautiful trees were planted on this territory, but after this battle, there will be much fewer of them, and this is terrible. If James interferes in the confrontation between these monsters, he will be easily destroyed just like these trees, so he needs to find another way. Mrs. Fox began to ask the giraffe about the method of destruction, and he replied that he did not know what to do. It was very difficult to defeat the skeleton. Now they have to try to minimize his strengths and fight smart. You need to act depending on the situation and be as careful as possible. All these words Juice tried to say to Doran, but the girl went completely crazy and did not listen to him. She continued to attack the skeleton and try to kill this monster, giving the impression that it was a personal matter for her. She struck at him with her signature sword. She must have put all her strength into her weapon. But when you fight with the Emperor's first spear, even this may not be enough to win. This guy is called a walking death for a reason. He not only looks like death on the outside, but is just as cruel on the inside. He knows no pity and feels almost nothing for his rivals. He is only interested in his own greatness and sense of justice. He is ready to activate the wind flow technique that cuts through the steel again and again, and it is unlikely that the raccoon will be able to withstand this blow again. It became noticeable that she was losing confidence in her own abilities, because Darren had done everything she could, and even that was not enough. In order to guarantee a victory, Rex used a sound attack technique, which is something new. It was so powerful that Miss Fox had to intervene and catch her friend. Darren felt blood coming out of her mouth, so she was unable to completely block the sound attack. That's exactly what happened. The Knights came in 3 and were sure they would win easily, but it turned out that even that was not enough to defeat the Rex. Ruth asked her friend to calm down and not to rush to die, as they would have time to do so. James felt that there was a pause in the battle, and he decided that it was the perfect moment to seize the opportunity. He began to run rapidly, and everyone was nervously watching his actions. No one could understand what exactly he was up to, but deep down, both sides knew that now the guy had to choose one of them. He must either help Death or take the side of his knight friends and fight with them. Everyone knows James's talent for strategic thinking, so it's no surprise that he chose the side of Death. The fox and raccoon were shocked by his behavior, but if you look closely, you can see that the juju remained calm. They are similar to this guy. Martial arts and close combat are not about them. They both have completely different strengths. James showed with his whole appearance that he was ready for a fierce battle against the Knights, as if he had completely lost his mind. Their emotions can be understood. After he activated the power of his sword, even the Jews began to doubt his loyalty. The boy's strange decision led to an even more critical situation, as even the giraffe intervened in the conflict. At the moment, James could not have killed the monster on his own, no matter what he did. In any case, it does not use some impossible goal. Its goal is to find a way to solve the problem. It is at this point that he will be able to attack and strike at the opponent's weak point. That is his blind spot. The Rex's blind spot is its wrist, and now is the perfect chance to strike. It was an unexpected situation that no one had even guessed about, and it's important to note that even Rex's intuition didn't help. An experienced warrior always reacts quickly to danger instead of trying to understand the situation. Rex let the guy help him, and now regretted it, which led to the activation of a sonic attack and a steel-cutting wind flow technique. It was at this point that the Deuce intervened. He could no longer stand by, for it was time to act. It's interesting to watch this. Deuce and James usually stand on the sidelines, but now they have become the main actors in the battle. James realized that he had done the right thing and trusted the knight. They had felt each other all along. Now Rex is finally wounded. It's quite strange that the knights couldn't do it, but James could. Now the raccoon can finally fully vent its anger at this monster. It has been waiting for this for too long. This blow can be compared to the explosion of an atomic bomb. There is no other way to describe it. It is surprising that even such power and energy wave was not enough to destroy the Rex. It was able to survive again. When Death reappeared, he admitted that he had underestimated the Knights too much, but he would not make the same mistake again. Now it's time to show them all the true power and might of a stream of wind that cuts through steel. He wanted it so badly, so much that he didn't even notice how the Knights and James had managed to escape during this time. Juice thinks that the guy's plan might not have worked. He was very lucky not to die a minute ago, and he'd better not take any more risks. Then a rather interesting incident occurred, which at first you might not pay attention to, but it is important. Mrs. Fox, even though she didn't look at James, said that he was good, and the boy was visibly surprised to hear her say that. The raccoon knight could not take her eyes off the boy. She saw something in his hand, and it was something important. James said he found it at the very end of the battle, so you thought he might need it in the future. Only now Rex realized that it was too late to act. His enemies had managed to escape, and he was left with nothing. He also noticed that he had lost something and vowed to find the James at any cost and destroy it. Of course, he is angry because this cunning guy managed to take his weapon, and no one has ever managed to do that before. Julie and the genie continued to search for the other night students, the girl still upset that she could not defeat Death. She thinks that if they had trained harder, everything would have been different. But now they have to think about something else, because the genie has seen something. Soon, John and his friends met each other, and they immediately went in search of the Knights. At this point, James was already standing around his teachers, and it was time to tell them what he had learned over the past few days. First, he has to make sure that they don't suspect him at all, because all the Knights are looking at the boy too closely. Juice said he didn't like to waste time, so he didn't want to suspect someone who was unlikely to have done anything wrong. Now the boy has to tell them everything he could find out about this skeleton in the few days they spent together. In fact, James can't say anything particularly interesting because he hasn't learned much. All this time, he was afraid of saying something wrong and losing his life because of it. Throughout these 3 days, he was not busy searching for information, but rather preserving his own health. The guy was only able to find out that the hacked list really doesn't like to eat grass. Probably, it is not even necessary to tell the knights about this, unless of course James wants to be considered mentally retarded. The guy is sincerely convinced that the fact that he did not receive normal information from the skeleton does not matter. He learned only the most important thing. That is, James now knows that Rex has a gang helping him, and it's a masked gang. When he started to talk about it, he only saw surprised faces, as if experienced knights did not know about the masked gang. That is why James had to tell a little more information about the people who wear mysterious masks. He is not sure about the goals of this gang, but he believes that they want to kill the knights to achieve their goal. Probably, when you are a knight, it is not very pleasant to hear such information, so you can understand the surprise of these warriors. Thanks to the fact that James spent almost 3 days with the skeleton, his words are now of great importance to the knights. He decided to take advantage of this and confidently stated that there was a spy among them, and he was probably part of a masked gang. Unfortunately, he did not manage to find out who the spy was, so we can only guess who this mysterious person is. Now there is no need to point fingers at everyone around, so if James gets a chance, he will try to identify the real traitor. Juice doesn't quite understand how the guy is going to do it. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but John interrupted him. Finally, all the students are together, and it is better to postpone this important conversation to another time because there are too many people around. The knights quickly looked around and realized that they were missing 2 more students. The blue wolf began to worry about them, so he asked Jeannie and Julie to go in search of them. Hearing this, James began to look nervous, as if he didn't like it very much. Finally, Rhea and Musa were found. They had been inside the forest all along and had managed to make a fire. Very quickly, Jeannie and Julie were convinced that they were fine. But now, they had to figure out why they were here. During all this time, they could have easily found other knights and joined their squads, but it turned out that they were attacked by a crazy skeleton. Musa tried to escape, but Rhea ordered him to hide until help arrived. Soon, they learned that everyone else had also felt the skeleton's wrath, and Musa was surprised that they had survived the encounter with this psycho. Jin said that James helped them. He was able to distract the monster for a while and saved the lives of others. Muse was very interested in this topic. He couldn't believe that such a crazy skeleton could be distracted at all. Now it's time to go back, because they can't stay here too long. As soon as Musa said these words, he immediately saw something strange and began to feel pain in his own body. It turned out that he had been attacked by a Rhea, and no one expected such a plot twist. It was something beyond comprehension. She said that if she was allowed to leave, she would leave them alive and would not brutally kill them. You can understand Julie and Gin's shocked look. It's too hard to accept that one of your friends is a traitor. So all this time, Rhea was the spy, and now we have to make a decision whether to let her go or start fighting. It's quite interesting whether they will be able to defeat her at all, since Julie and Jeannie did not have time to recover from the battle, and Rhea, on the contrary, has changed a lot. She doesn't look like she did during the training sparring now. It's like she's a completely different person. Jean has to make a decision very quickly, because if he makes a mistake, it could cost him his life. James continued his conversation with the knights. He believes that they must stop the Rex, otherwise they risk dying. Giles is not sure that this strategy is correct. He realizes that there are too many risks around. James is not absolutely sure of what he is saying, but if it is true, the situation will be dangerous indeed. He realizes that their strength is not enough to defeat the Rex. This skeleton is a very strong and skillful warrior. James thinks that Rhea might be a spy, and if that's true, she might not be working alone, so they need to keep an eye out for others. The blue wolf couldn't believe that this impudent guy was suspicious of everyone around him. It was too arrogant. James decided not to waste his energy on an empty conflict, but to focus on the main goal. C asked the boy to continue expressing his thoughts. They understand that all this is just a guess, and this is enough to start. James very quickly named all the suspects. He thinks it could be the Black Hen, Pie, and even Robert. The guy stopped for a few seconds, and it was clear that he wanted to say another name, but hesitated. However, he soon decided to tell his guesses. He said that there was another suspect, a blue wolf named Fedor. This knight is known for his constant smile, and when he heard James's words, he did not change his behavior. After he has laughed at these words, it is time to be serious. He wants to understand the reason why James thinks so. If these accusations are not logical, he will have no choice but to doubt James. The tension between these people increased several times. It is one thing to blame the students and quite another to blame the knights. The grey fox intervened in this conversation and said some very reasonable words. She asked the blue wolf to calm down because it only increases suspicion of him. Fedor can't figure out if his friends really believe the guy's words, especially Ruth, because she didn't like James before. The blue wolf is even more angry. He doesn't understand why she trusts this guy more than the other knight. The fox never said that. She just asked the wolf to calm down and not to aggravate the situation. The giraffe also intervened, explaining that this was just a conversation and assumptions and should not be taken as a serious accusation. Julie and the genie could die while they waste time talking about nothing. If James's opinion about RIA turns out to be true, we will have to keep a close eye on all the suspects James has named. The situation is very urgent and dangerous, so we need to act like a real team and cooperate with each other. Now it's time to get down to business and find out why James suspects a blue wolf. The guy explained that there was nothing special about his suspicions. It was he who chose Rhea to join his squad. Therefore, all this time they could both take advantage of the situation and direct the skeleton. Perhaps this is not enough for the prosecution, but this is just a hypothesis. The blue wolf listened to the boy and said that he would give up his weapon and be under constant surveillance if that was enough. Of course, he is uncomfortable being among the suspects, but it is necessary, and now the fox will be responsible for surveillance. Juice informed everyone else that he and the raccoon would go to find Rhea, and Ruth was not against the plan. James couldn't understand why all the knights were looking at him so surprised. He thought they were suspicious of him, but later realized that there was a genie behind him, made of muesli. It turned out that they had managed to escape, but Musa was seriously wounded and needed urgent help. Because Rhea admitted that she was a spy, an interim conclusion was made that there were no other traitors in the unit. He still suspects others, but now he needs to focus on the main goal and not look around. We shouldn't forget that this guy is here for revenge. That's what brought him here. Everyone else dreams of becoming a knight and defending their country, but he dreams of ripping the mask off the main bandit and cutting off his head. Soon, they finally met the black hen Varen. It had been a long time since the whole team of knights had been together. For some reason, the black chicken was unhappy with what was happening, and the knights decided not to pay much attention to it and forget this moment. As a result, the sorcerer received additional surveillance and security, and everything changed completely. From the very beginning, 5 people had to guard the Linda, and now there are almost 3 times as many guards. Since all the units began their journey based on the sorcerer's speed, James began to organize periodic training sessions. He hoped that he could improve his endurance in this way, because he had always had problems with it. He also began to learn how to use his new weapon, the very sword he stole from the skeleton. He does not have the necessary skills and talents, so he is not sure that he will be able to learn how to conquer this weapon. He is also worried that he might accidentally destroy the entire forest, so it is better to train where there are no people. He thought it was nothing difficult, that if you worked hard, you would succeed. But it turned out that everything was more complicated than he thought, because this sword didn't even want to move. That's why he decided to turn to the blue wolf, even though he had only recently accused it of treason. It is the feeder and raccoon that have the highest level of physical strength, and James decided to go to the blue wolf. He asks this knight for help despite the fact that he suspected him of betraying his friends, which looks rather strange. Fedor said that there was no need to apologize for this because James had done nothing wrong. He decided to help and analyze the weapon. The sword seems quite heavy, even heavier than it should be. The blue wolf has never held something like this before, but he is still a master of weapons and knows what to do with them. It looks like he cut through the air with his first movement. It's not clear what that means, but it looks cool. The blue wolf was curious, primarily because he had already fought a Rex, and now it was time to hold its weapon. He believes that it is unlikely that any of the knights will be able to use this sword unless only one person is capable of doing so. There is a very high probability that this weapon is a Naragan. As we have already mentioned, the black hen has a similar weapon. This sword is handmade by a master craftsman who used an unusual technology that may be considered illegal. That is why it is better to ask about this weapon from a person who understands this topic. That is, to turn to the Varen. The knight found it funny that the main character and the best strategist came to him, who outshone even himself with his intelligence. James decided to ask him about this sword. A knight should not refuse a little conversation. Although there are always problems with this knight, he believes that talking is a waste of time, so he decided to ask an interesting question. He has already asked similar questions to other students. If he decides to kill James right here and now, he wants to know what the guy will do. James has to assure him that it is better not to do this, because if he succeeds, the Varren will tell him anything. It was time to ask some questions to the boy named Pi, who said he had no idea and was now sure that Rhea was not from his village. She appeared there about a year ago, so she got there as an adult. Now Pi can't even believe that the girl he had been so close to all this time turned out to be a traitor. Zeus replied that it was wrong to call her that, because she was on the other side from the very beginning, so she didn't betray anyone. It became clear that Pi knew nothing. He had only told us some basic information, so it was time to check Robert. Mrs. Fox had already done it, and it turned out that Robert didn't remember anything, and James already knew about it. At this point, the main task of the students was to support the leaders of the squad, and the knights were responsible for protecting and teaching the students. Now the knights have another task, and it's quite strange, because now they have to keep an eye on their students. Back to the conversation between Varren and James, the young student has to come up with something to answer this difficult question. But on the other hand, it's a perfect task for him. Because he doesn't like to fight, he likes to work with his head. Now James can't understand whether the knight really asked him to answer this ridiculous question seriously, or whether he was just joking. Now I recall the words of the Zeus that it is better not to approach the Veronas. That is, the giraffe knew about it from the very beginning. It is unlikely that Zeus would have said all this without having reasons for it, but he kept these reasons secret. It seems as if the Baron is trying to test the boy, or perhaps he has his own reasons for asking these questions. This knight can hardly be called adequate. He constantly behaves very strangely. In some respects, its unpredictability can be compared to a skeleton, meaning that in some ways they are similar. But while in the case of the skeleton, James could not predict its future actions at all, it is much easier to read the Varren. James was silent for a few minutes and then replied in a calm voice that he had nothing to say to this question. As soon as another person starts to influence the strategy, it becomes unnecessary, so James has no words to answer this question. Varren was visibly surprised and did not hide it. He realized that James had a potential solution to this imaginary situation. It seems as if the knight wants confirmation of his words and expects it from the boy. Varren said that now everything was clear to him, but there was still one nuance that did not give him peace of mind. He wants to understand whether James's answer is really that important to him. It seems as if the knight is really going to attack this student. He must have lost his mind. All of the people James began to suspect had reason to be suspicious, but only Rhea was an obvious candidate for the role of spy. Despite this, other people could also have their own goals, and it is also logical to suspect Pi, as Varren likes to keep his distance from others. If we remember Robert, he has the skills to convince people, and we should not forget about the Blue Wolf. This knight has a special character. He is sure to follow James because the boy suspects him. James came to this conclusion very quickly. In other words, James now needs a bodyguard. The Blue Wolf decided to intervene and said that he hoped the Black Hen was joking and not going to attack the student. Varren realized that this child had brought a Blue Wolf with him, and if he continued, his doubts about him would only grow. He decided not to lose his confidence and continue the conversation as if nothing had happened. It is necessary to concentrate fully while holding the Narragain, and if you improve your communication with the weapon, it will show its true power. So far, James can't understand anything. No wonder they say this kind of weapon is very rare and special. It was as if everything the Baron said was false, as if he had been deceived. The knight said that he had no problem holding the weapon and moving, but that he could hardly swing it. In other words, the weapon refuses to listen to its master, and it is impossible to use all the skills of this sword. James decided that he would not be able to master gun control overnight, so he had to be patient. The next morning, Robert found him, and he noticed that James looked bad, like he was in pain. Robert notices absolutely everything. He looks like a ghost, and James decides to answer that he is fine. The only problem is with his sleep. Every day he began to notice that his strength was increasing, although of course he could not become a superhero overnight. He must make significant progress. Only then will he be able to understand how this sword works. The thought of this weapon completely captivated the boy, and over time he began to realize that he had only one way to master the sword. The fact is that this weapon cannot be fixed properly. When James tries to swing, the sword acts in a different direction. So he can't even attack a stationary target, and this sword becomes completely useless. The guy even thinks about throwing it away and finding a new weapon, or finding someone who can teach him how to use it. Now the boy realizes that his brother would have learned to use a Rex sword if he had lived. Now he saw something strange in front of him, probably just an illusion or a dream, because there is no other way to explain it. The boy saw his own brother in front of him, as if he was standing in front of a mirror, but he was not. He tried to touch it with his trembling hand, and it all seemed so real that you began to doubt even more. But as soon as he approached his brother and touched him, he immediately disappeared. Now it's very similar to some technique used by a broken spear Rex. It's about the same. After that, James immediately threw his sword into a tree, and he began to realize that it was related to the weapon. So it's all just the sword's abilities. The weapon itself summoned an imaginary copy of his brother. It's still impossible to control the sword, but now James has learned an interesting technique. The ability he learned to use is called Ghost, and we have already seen it in action a few seconds ago. There was a reason why this technique was called this way, because it does not look like a hallucination. The next day, all the players got up very early to continue their journey. All of them were very tense and constantly afraid of being ambushed by death, and we can understand them. The ability to ghost is not only an illusion for the sword wielder, but even other people can see this power, and he soon became convinced of this. He became fascinated by this technique and activated it in the middle of the day to create a bird. This bird looked as if it were real, and only later did it become clear that it was another illusion. The ghost technique disappears when someone attacks it or if someone gets too close to it. To begin with, the ghost must be created in your head. If you don't have a clear idea of what you're going to create, there will be no effect. The heavier the structure or size of the created ghost, the less time it exists. Something like a stone can exist for an hour, and after using the technique, you need to rest to recuperate. If you train constantly, you can theoretically reduce your rest time. At first glance, this technique may seem useless, but it has enormous potential. James has already started to figure out how to use this skill, but he needs to practice more often. It's time to talk a bit about the masked bandits, as we haven't heard anything about them for a long time. The bandits' boss, also called Richard, was smiling because he had finally met an important person in their team. Rhea came to him. She did everything that was required of her perfectly and earned his respect. Even the gang members did not all know that their spy was a girl. Everything in this organization is so secretive. She was ordered to try to make contact with the king's first spear, but then James intervened. The knights went to rescue him, which is why the girl realized that the situation was becoming dangerous and decided to return. Now I wonder what happened to the Rex. Of course his power is beyond imagination, but their plans may fail if the knights capture the skeleton. It's unlikely that a Rex would give up so easily without a fight. Even if the Emperor's first spear died in battle, he would take several rivals with him. This situation can be looked at from different angles. On the one hand, the death of knights is good for bandits, but the loss of Rexes can be painful. It's hard to know whose side Rex is really on, which is why Richard ordered Rhea to watch him. Now it's time to finally make sure what happened to the death. Is he really seriously injured and in danger? Richard ordered his assistant to deal with the matter immediately. The assistant did not mind fulfilling this order, but he does not like the fact that Rhea and Richard are again communicating only with each other, as if he does not exist. After the assistant left them, it was time to talk about an interesting person named Robert. The girl looked at Richard carefully and said that she was sure that they could not worry about him. If you look closely, you will see that he has the same hair and eye color as Rhea. They may be related. At that moment, the boy was talking to other students about training, and it was hard to find a common language with him. Even the girls have already noticed that these guys shout at each other too loudly, and they cannot be left alone. Martha was running around James all this time and offering him a little fight. He said he didn't want to do it and asked her to leave. He probably hasn't been taught how to talk to girls, although it's obvious that March likes him. Where other guys looked at her and didn't understand how to get along with her, she had too much of a difficult personality. Each member of the squad has their own conversations, and the knights, for example, continue to worry about spies among them. Juice believes that they should be careful and look in different directions, because they are knights and a lot depends on them. After many minutes, the grey fox finally broke down and asked a question that had been on her mind for a long time. She asked about the black chicken Varan, and Juice replied that he was thinking about it all the time. At first glance, it seems that this knight would never have committed such a terrible act in his life. The team reached a high cliff and tried to see the way ahead, which was not easy. Now they are trying to see the capital of the empire, Nizzle, but nothing is visible even from above. They were in no particular hurry, although there was a character in this forest who, on the contrary, ran at full speed. It's our old friend Mr. Rex, and he's in a big hurry to go somewhere unknown. Soon he saw footprints near him. Someone had left this clue, and the Rex notices such moments immediately. Surely this monster is eager to get his sword back, and also to take revenge on the one who dared to steal it. He decided to tear his enemies into many pieces, but for some unknown reason, Richard was also in his thoughts. The team of knights and students continued on their way, with many kilometers of difficult road ahead, so there was no time to stop. All of them look tired and dream of a good rest, but so far these are just dreams. Now it's time to talk to the students, and Juice is probably conducting this conversation personally. They are all very nervous about talking to him because they believe that the grade of this exam will depend on their answers. A little later, the interrogation was over, and it was time to continue the difficult journey and reach the capital. Linda is very tired, and the raccoon offers to carry her, but Juice thinks it's a bad idea, because then the raccoon will become an easy target for the enemy. Yes, they go very slowly because of the Linda, but with this approach, the children have a chance to train constantly. James always listened carefully to Juice's words, and he could not help but notice that the knight still did not trust anyone. The next day, it was John's turn to go to the giraffe and talk to him personally. He calls on all the students one by one to get a better understanding of their perspective on the whole situation. The knight had the same conversation with James, and the giraffe tried to understand what the boy was thinking. It was more like some kind of mental game between a student and a teacher. James replied that it was unlikely that there were any spies left among them. Most likely Rhea was the only one. Of course, Juice wanted to understand the reason for this opinion. He wants to be aware of all available information. According to Gin, Rhea decided to retreat after learning about what had happened, meaning that she had a task and decided to abandon it. If she really had comrades who also played the role of spies, then they decided to leave them here. He doesn't trust this theory very much, and it's unlikely that James is familiar enough with RIA to know how it will behave at a critical moment. If other traitors have other goals, it is unlikely that they will be able to reveal their identity. But if we analyze the disciples and the knights, we can understand that the probability of finding a traitor is very small. Then some interesting words were said. Juice said that the only one he didn't suspect was James. That's why he wants to ask the guy something and find out if there is something he is hiding. It was noticeable that this question made James tense up. Painful fragments of the past immediately appeared in his mind. He recalled how one of the masked men gave him his sword and ordered him to kill his brother in order to save his own life. That situation was very painful for his heart, and he remembers it with all the nuances. Then he changed his style and became a copy of his brother, so of course he has something to hide. Now he is standing before an experienced knight, and he has to make a choice again, whether to tell the truth or lie. This time, he had almost no doubts. He answered almost instantly that he was not hiding anything. It's funny to hear that Juice doesn't suspect him, because even James sometimes suspects himself. After the conversation is finally over, James realizes that Juice is the most reliable person he can trust. This knight is very smart, although he doesn't show it, but he probably sees everything around him better than others. It will probably be difficult to use it in your own interests, although it is good to have such an ally. Giraffe was constantly watching James, and he was also very interested in understanding this guy, but so far he hasn't succeeded. It has already been said that due to the slow pace of the sorcerer, children have more opportunities for training. This allows them to hone their skills and practice different attacks. Constant training has become a matter of routine, and most students are already accustomed to these loads. Some of them scream and make funny noises during the battle, and it is not always clear what they are doing. Some of the knights even get scared when they hear children screaming like that, as it was not in fashion before. The next day, the students came to chivalry lessons from Varyn, who told them that knights must be ready to sacrifice their lives. You need to be prepared for this in any situation, especially when there is little time to save. But sometimes students say that they are ready to do this only to make the teacher happy, not because they sincerely believe in it. You need to be sure that students' thoughts will correspond to actions in a real situation. That is why teachers are constantly trying to understand what is in children's minds, which helps in the learning process. The second squad performed quite well. They cope with combat tasks well and look confident. Now it's time to take a look at James's progress. Remember that he trained every night, so he must have made progress. He is now in the center of attention, and it has been a long time since everyone was looking at him alone. The knight looked at the students and asked them what was the most important thing to them and what they could not afford to lose. Everyone immediately looked thoughtful. The question is quite difficult, and it takes a while to find the answer. Soon, the first answers began to be heard, some believing it to be justice, some believing it to be honor, or even conviction. You could even hear the word confidence, meaning that the students' answers were very different. Some students also mentioned family, which is the most important thing for them, and they cannot afford to lose it. When James heard all the questions from the knight, the most precious thing in this world came to his mind. Defending is an honor for him, and he believes that this is the way of a knight. The blue wolf thinks that James looks confident enough, and he needs to show it to others more often. Soon their journey continued, and after a few days, they finally reached their destination. Everyone saw the long-awaited capital of the country, a huge city with incredible beauty. It took them a lot of effort and energy to get here, but it was worth it. Now all the participants of this expedition will receive a new task because the sorcerer is almost safe. The new task turned out to be quite interesting. Juice said that the students had to break through the main gate. Everyone around them thought that they would go inside and have no problems, but it turned out that this was not the case. It should be recalled that the capital of the central continent is a city called Nizal. As in any capital city, there is an imperial house in the center of the city where the emperor lives. Now they have all been given a new task to break through the main gates of the capital. John was the most surprised. He started shouting and said that the gate was well guarded and it would be very difficult to do it. Even Mrs. Fox was surprised. As an experienced woman, she already realized that few people would like this task. Juice knows that this can be dangerous, which is why he said that the knights will be ready to intervene at any time. He also said that those who received the lowest grades would be expelled from the second semester. So this task is really very important, and all students should make every effort. The blue wolf began to ask the children if they had come up with a plan, because in order to do this, you need to have a strategy. Even the knights are nervous before the start. Everyone knows that the gates of the capital are well guarded. To begin with, we need to understand what it means to break through the gate, which is not clear to some people. Of course, the answer is obvious. We need to enter the territory by any means necessary. It probably means that the students have to defeat the guards, which is strange because the students will be in danger in such conditions. In addition, all this is a crime, so we need to calm down and try to understand the meaning of this task. The most obvious solutions to this problem were unlikely to work, so John decided it was time for a new venture. Only his abilities will be enough to punch a hole in this wall, because the other guys are losers compared to him. They decided to train hard in order to successfully complete this task. James believes that it is not important to find the meaning of this mission. The main thing is the result. He called the other boys and girls to him and told them to do as he said, because he had a plan. The children decided not to waste any time and immediately started acting. This task promises to be interesting. The guards saw an interesting person in front of them, so they took a closer look and recognized him. Everyone knows what Mr. Black Chicken looks like. There are many legends about this guy. The knights looked on from above and could not understand what he was up to. The guards immediately greeted the Varan and reported that nothing strange had happened at their post. He said that they were doing a great job and explained that there were students behind him, and they would go inside with him. The guards were surprised by the number of students, but of course they did not dare to refuse the knight. None of them wants to get in trouble with their own heads, because everyone knows that it is better not to mess with crows. It seems as if the children's plan worked. They are almost through the main gate. It was at this point that something interesting happened. The guards could not believe their eyes. They turned their heads and saw that another knight named Varan was looking at them, and he was not happy with what was happening. The knight said that they had let a crook inside wearing his uniform, and now he ordered the guards to capture all these bandits. The guards look at two identical people and can't figure out what to do. Of course, one of them is real, but how do you determine which one? That's why they started looking at the legendary knight's weapon, which would make it easy to identify the original. James came up with such a brilliant plan. This guy always finds original solutions to non-standard issues. There's no point in playing the role anymore. It's just a waste of time, and James understands that. That's why there was no point in using the ghost technique anymore. James showed his real face and ordered his friends to attack immediately. They were unable to enter the city through a simple route, so now they will have to fight a little bit to get there. James quickly took control of the situation, and as a result, the children realized that the battle was inevitable. His plan deserves applause, and the knights can't even understand how he managed to look like a Varan. Only the Zeus understands that this mission is a test, and if someone makes a suspicious move, he will catch them immediately. That is why they stand on the mountain, because from this point, you can see everything that happens at the gate much better. James said that if a fight starts, the Vadran and David will be in the front because they are the most mobile of all. Behind them will be ranged warriors, and that is why their attack must work. People who know how to activate galactic martial arts techniques will attack from the flanks. There are only two such people in the team, Julie and Jean, who will attack from different angles. At this time, Robert will be preparing his horizontal cut technique, and the Musa, Turin, and Jiren will be protecting the back. This strategy was thought out in advance in case of a change of plans, and it has proved to be very useful now. Of course, there are many students, and each of them knows what to do, but they are professional warriors and gatekeepers. James said that he knew what to do after the guards were blocked, so no one was worried. Everyone remained calm and acted according to the plan, even people as crazy as Marta. Moving at this pace, even a person of average ability can easily manage others. No matter what anyone says, they are students of knights, so they have a good chance of success. Jius knew not to underestimate the guards. They had enough skills to do their job well. Very quickly, the students began to realize this, but it was too late because they had already underestimated the guards. There are only 2 men guarding the entrance to the city, which at first seems like a small number, but that is until you see the quality of these guards. These 2 guards are on the same level as knights, so they are higher than the disciples in the hierarchy. Very quickly, these guards managed to stop the offenders and proved their quality. James watched and could not understand what had gone wrong. The situation had changed too quickly. At first, everything was fine, but then the guards quickly seized the initiative and took over. James didn't even have time to react. The other students were too quick to let themselves be defeated. The guy must have underestimated his friends, or it was all about those guards. They were satisfied with their work and were confident that they were getting a significant bonus for it. James felt that he had no choice but to give up was not this guy's style. The Blue Wolf was calmly observing the situation, at which point the Jius intervened and said it was time for them to go to the gate. Fedor is unhappy that their students were injured. They should have thought about this from the beginning, instead of sending them on such a difficult task. Jius informed him that it was not too late to intervene, although he noticed that there was one more student who was not injured. This disciple was standing and preparing for something. He was holding a strange black sword, and he was trying to use it. For a weak knight, Jius is quite strong, although he himself said that he was on the same level as a Julie. But if you analyze his fight with the skeleton, you will realize that it is much more technical. The knight said that he used to be stronger, but then he became much weaker, and that's why there was a difference in the use of skills. He can use even a small amount of energy much more efficiently. He has already achieved a lot, so he knows his limitations. Soon, the guards realized that they had not detained all the rioters yet. There was still one more. They looked at him carefully and immediately told him that he should surrender, because if he decided to fight, it would end very badly for him. All it can do is imitate a living being, but this technique is still too unstable. James is well aware that his opponents are strong guards who have defeated all the students, and he hasn't yet learned how to use his weapon. That's why he had only one possible scenario for future actions, and he prepared to execute it. The guards very quickly realized that he was not ready to give up. This guy looked too suspicious, so they prepared to fight. It was at this moment that something otherworldly began to happen. Everything around was not covered by black energy. James had to block his opponent's visibility using his unstable technique. Everything was dark and they couldn't see anything, so the guy managed to scare the experienced guards. They did not understand why everything was happening so quickly and tried to step aside to avoid being injured. Almost nothing was visible, as if there had been a solar eclipse, and these guys do not see well in the dark. In a few minutes, the darkness completely disappeared, and the 2 guards immediately prepared to destroy the villain. They couldn't understand what exactly had just happened, but now it doesn't matter. James remained calm because he was right. The stronger a person is, the more sensitive he is to fear. If his view is closed to the cop, he will react to the imaginary danger and try to protect himself in all available ways. The knights continued to watch James from a distance, and they, like the guards, could not understand what he had just done. Even the Juice had a hard time understanding the guy's plans. Probably James chose a way of fighting for a weakling. The disciples were also surprised. They had expected something completely different, and they could not understand James's intentions. 5 people can still continue to fight, so the students still have a chance to succeed. It was at this moment that James felt another person approaching from behind. It was a very strong aura that was impossible to miss. When he turned his head, he was shocked. It seemed to him a ridiculous coincidence. Surely behind him is a girl who was given a mission to guard the Emperor, and now she is close by. It turned out that today, the Emperor had to leave on important business, so his guards were investigating the route he would take. He is one of the strongest knights on the continent, called the Snow White Elephant. Everyone around them looked confused and shocked, a term also known as beginner's luck. That's what he says when a beginner manages to somehow beat an experienced player. This happens when newcomers have no fear at all because, unlike experienced players, they do not feel pressure. And that's why beginners are not afraid to act decisively and lose, while experienced players don't feel courageous at such moments. This legendary warrior girl came up close to James and stopped, probably because it was clear that they were very similar. She can do something incredible at any moment, although it may turn out that she is James's sister. Zeus was the first to realize that the situation was out of control. He immediately ran to save the children. He hoped that James would not do anything strange, because the Lady Snow White Elephant was not someone to be trifled with. In some ways, it is much more dangerous than a skeleton, so it is better not to start a fight with it. James looked quite confident. He felt that this situation could be similar to the classic beginner's luck. This phenomenon is also called luck, but this luck can usually be explained logically. It's time to talk about the guards of the main gate, who failed the knighthood exams but still remained capable and strong warriors. The guards have learned a lot during their training, but they still don't have such a big difference in strength compared to the knight students. In simple terms, the main gate guards are the perfect training for students. Of course, James could never have imagined that today he would meet a snow white elephant named Jennifer. Many would agree that she is one of the strongest knights, as she has already proven her power by defeating several knights at once. This was the biggest problem. Unlike the animal she was named after, Jennifer turned out to be very cruel. Many knights immediately began to run away when they saw her, and there was only one who could stop her: the dark blue turtle of the Daltians. He always asked her for one thing. Before attacking someone, she should turn on her brain and think. Now, when Jennifer stands in front of James, she recalls the words of the Dalians and tries to analyze the situation. You see, usually, as mentioned earlier, when someone sees Jennifer, they immediately start running away. But now everything is completely different. This impudent guy is standing there looking into her eyes, and she doesn't understand his intentions. If she thinks before she attacks, it is unlikely that her conclusions about the situation will change. The Snow White Elephant began to get visibly agitated, thinking that she could easily kill everyone around her and then think about it. Now the guards have experienced the elephant's technique of intimidation, a feeling as if something huge and terrifying is pressing down on you. Everyone was surprised because they realized that this guy with blonde hair didn't feel her pressure at all. But how is that possible? It wasn't quite like that. James felt Jennifer's intimidation skill, but it didn't put that much pressure on him. The fact is that her intimidation technique is so powerful and serious that even James could feel it. The only way to survive in this case is to block its attack. It seems as if James has already reached a stage where he can feel the similar techniques of his opponents, and he likes it. The students were serious, and their self-confidence was a perfect example of a classic case of beginner's luck. Of course, everyone realized that they were facing a real legend of chivalry, but there was nowhere to retreat. James was trying to keep his mind on the mission and prepare for the upcoming battle, so he didn't notice the lightning-fast approach of the threat. No one had time to react to this movement, which is a good characterization of the Snow White Elephant's skills. She quickly realized who was in charge and decided to strike at the main tower. James felt that something terrible was about to happen, and at that moment, the giraffe was almost at the main gate. He was not alone. The blue wolf was also there, but they began to realize that they had not intervened in time. Soon, they noticed a varroa next to them, and the giraffe immediately asked it to stay put, because otherwise it would only complicate the situation. At such moments, you feel sorry for the black hen, who loves fun, but is constantly forbidden to enjoy life. The blue wolf was approaching his students and began to ask the lady knight to stop immediately before she killed everyone around her. But before he could finish these words, he stopped, meaning that he saw something he had not expected to see. A skilled craftsman can create a masterpiece using the greatest technology. Naragen is a weapon that is generally considered illegal, and this sword is one such example. The abilities of this weapon cannot be explained by the laws of physics, so the force of resistance during the attempt is important, and it may also be dangerous and illegal. If you find enough strength, there is no guarantee that the sword's abilities will be activated at that moment, even during the strike. Therefore, the main condition for using such a weapon is mastering the correct technique. That is, the sword feels the strength of the user as well as his fighting spirit. If you create the same fighting spirit, the Narugan will feel mastery, even without the use of force. Any physical attack can be stopped at this point because the opponent's strength will be perceived as the force that powers this weapon. That's why the knights were so surprised, but they couldn't even think that James would be able to block the White Bishop's attack. He thanked God that his thoughts were right. Otherwise, he would have been dead in a minute. This case was quite important because the student was able to stop the knight's attack, and it was really incredible. At the same time, the masked gang continued their activities. They went on important business. Their boss said they should immediately split up and start searching. No one understood what they were trying to find, but it doesn't matter now, because something terrible is coming. It turned out to be a skeleton Rex, and it approached with lightning speed and used the infinite destruction technique. It looked so fast and impressive that even the masked bandits were not prepared for it. The mask of their leader immediately fell to the ground from the shockwave, and Richard could not understand what was happening. The broken spear Rex was visibly angry, saying that the miserable worms had no right to appear before him. Richard was visibly nervous and tried to calm the situation down, saying that there had been a misunderstanding and offering to talk. Of course, now he can only hope for tactical negotiations because it would be an act of suicide to match forces with a skeleton. Rex looks very belligerent, and we have already seen that he can easily fight 3 knights at the same time. Richard tried to stop the skeleton and at the same time asked Rhea not to interfere in this situation in any way. It seems as if she was already preparing to enter the battle, but now this cannot be allowed. This made the Rex even more angry, and he said that no one had the right to attack him, otherwise he would kill them all at once. Richard said once again that there was a misunderstanding. They did not intend to attack their ally, because they are above that. The skeleton laughed and asked Richard to repeat these words while looking at his sword, because it was the weapon of one of them. Now it's clear what happened. The skeleton believes that James belongs to a masked gang, and it was he who delivered the treacherous blow to his back. So the masked bandits are also traitors, and that's why Rex is so angry and wants to kill them. The situation is almost completely out of control, and no one can talk to this guy calmly now. If you don't come up with the right strategy, the masked bandits will be completely destroyed in a few seconds. Richard is well aware of this, and that is why he asked Rex about the guy with golden hair. The Rex told him that he was a rat, and ordered him to be brought here immediately so that the Rex could slit his throat. Now this whole situation has become much clearer for the masked bandits, especially for the young members of this organization. He still doesn't realize that James has deceived him, and he still demands that the bandits give him the boy. Richard explained that this guy's name was James, and he had lied to Rex, and he also said that James was not a member of their organization. The gang boss also said that James is the first person to be eliminated, and they are going after his soul at this very moment. After that, Richard suggested that Rex join them and find the boy and kill him together. The broken spear immediately fell silent and began to think, or perhaps to analyze Richard's behavior and try to understand whether he was lying. Richard said that he was a descendant of the dragon and was ready to swear by the name of his ancestors. This was enough to convince Rex to believe his words, and now it was time to talk about the details. His plan is quite simple. Use a broken spear to get rid of the obstacles. Everything in Genius is the simplest. Now let's get back to the battle between the white elephant and the young student, because something really important is happening here. Juice felt that he had to intervene immediately and make the situation safer. He had to stop the Lady Knight. But he does not understand how he is supposed to do it, because this woman is one of the strongest in the world. She was surprised and asked the guy his name, and James calmly answered and showed no signs of nervousness. It seems as if instead of taking his weapon, Jennifer is planning another attack, so I have to block her blow again. If you do it right, you may even be able to knock it down, and without a sense of balance, it will not be able to do anything. Not only the giraffe, but also other students tried to stop the snow white elephant, but she did not listen to them at all. Only a little later did she see her old friend approaching her. Juice asked to be given the opportunity to explain everything. He must also talk to the people of Dal. The blue wolf could not understand his friend's strategy, but he decided to trust him 100%. It was obvious that Jennifer was unhappy with the interference in her affairs, and she was already enjoying the destruction of this impudent guy. She doesn't understand how other knights can help disciplinarians. It seems as if Juice is also planning to add himself to the list of bandits who tried to enter the city illegally. Juice nevertheless continued to insist on his point and asked for an opportunity to meet with the Delician Knight. Soon after he succeeded in doing so, Jennifer and the Dalchans were dissatisfied with the behavior of the other knights and their students. Juice admitted that he had acted too stupidly and apologized for his behavior, and was ordered to follow the Dalians to tell them all the details of the incident. But the Snow White Elephant also received her sentence. The Dalchans were unhappy that she started fighting too early again. Juice asked the witch to go with him and everyone else to stay, eat, and watch the children. He promised to give the grades for this mission after he returns. Linda thanked everyone for their help. Her journey with them was over. They had reached their destination. While the guards were looking at this guy they had heard of in shock, James was still trying to recover from the battle. He is a knight to die at the hands of this legendary lady, but now it is an experience for him, and he is glad of it. He was able to stop the White Bishop's attack and hardly felt threatened, and he also realized something. James can't feel how strong his opponent is, even though everyone else realized it right away, but he doesn't have the intimidation skill. This can be an important advantage for him in the future. His abilities are not like others. Meanwhile, the other students were discussing the battle, some of them not even believing that James had really been able to block the White Bishop's attack. Only a few lucky people were able to see it, and all of them have already told the story to others. Julie saw that James was in no hurry for lunch, so she asked to be allowed to eat his portion. Sometimes, it seems that this girl is ready to kill everyone around her for food. If there were a World Hot Dog Eating Championship, she would definitely be in the final. Soon, James decided to go along with all the students and not to miss the opportunity to eat. At such moments, Julie must be very upset, but now it is better to pay attention to the conversations of the knights. By this time, Juice had already managed to tell his friends a lot of things, such as the arrival of the General of the Eastern Lands on their continent. He said that they tried to stop the Rex, but it turned out to be very strong, and it turned out that there was a spy among them all along. The Dalchans were unhappy that the general had personally come to their continent, probably one of the Free Knights. Now they must continue to keep an eye on the enemy, and Juice and company must continue to fulfill their mission. The legendary knight also looked closely at the giraffe and asked him not to use his power without a serious reason. Much has already been said about some hidden skills of the Juju, and I think we will finally see it in all its glory soon. The Snow White Elephant also decided to ask a few questions. She's interested in a guy named James. Is he really a student of the Knights? Juice said that this guy was accepted to study and was always a well-known and promising candidate. Even the people of Dalian have heard of him, so James must be a really strong and talented guy. Jennifer was very surprised when he was able to block her shot, and when she told the Dallas people about it, he didn't even believe her for a while. She tried to neutralize the guy, but he easily blocked her attack, even though it has incredible power. The most interesting thing is that she didn't see any signs of fear on James's face. She is sure that the giraffe is watching James closely because he knows his potential. Juice replied that he was not going to lie and honestly admitted that he did not understand James at all. Jennifer began to laugh because the big Juice always knows the answers to all the questions, but cannot understand the young student. There must be something really unusual about him. It was the first time the giraffe had seen such a guy. The white elephant's attack is incredibly difficult to block, so it's possible that the reason is not the guy's skills, but his weapon. Juice explained that James uses Narragan. He managed to get it from the General of the Eastern Lands a few weeks ago. Apparently, this weapon has a way to block attacks, something similar to Captain America's shield. This sword has not been studied enough, as if it is too unpredictable and created in another world. Soon, the giraffe handed the weapon to the Snow White Elephant for analysis and said that the blue wolf also tried to feel the weapon. So far, no one has been able to fully master this sword, although today, James was very close to it. Jennifer gripped the hilt of the sword and tried to swing, and immediately felt resistance. At this point, the students had already found something to eat. They could not calm down and continued to discuss James's actions this morning. Not everyone could see that he was able to block the White Bishop's attack. Only the special ones managed to do it, and they told this story to everyone else. Some people were unconscious after the battle with the guards, so they did not see it with their own eyes and could not believe it. The blue wolf asked them to be quiet and eat. They had a lot of work ahead of them, and in the afternoon, they would take care of the equipment. Some people need to buy new weapons immediately, as well as have their broken ones repaired. James continued to eat and think about the mission. He had to analyze the fight with the guards. The Blue Wolf said in the morning that the guards should be approximately at the same level as in March. That's why the students had the advantage in their battle, but the guards acted wisely and neutralized March from the very beginning because she was the main threat. After that, the whole plan was broken, so even if you lose in strength, you can win with the right concentration and strategy. For a proper analysis, you need to understand the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent, and this is what James lacks. Marta was also at the table with everyone else, but she still couldn't start eating. She was very angry and nervous because she could not do anything in this battle. She feels that she did not meet the expectations of the team. She also couldn't understand James. He easily lost a training battle, but managed to block the blow of the strongest knight. It was some kind of fantasy. Julie watched her and hoped that if Marta didn't eat her soup, she would take it for herself. At that moment, James came up to March. He looked at her carefully and said that she was not weak. The guy explained that the plan was a failure. She trusted him and did as he said, so it was James's fault. He admits that he was poorly prepared for the battle and apologizes to her. Because of him, they could all have died. The other students were surprised to hear James's apology, as if he had been replaced. Now he promises not to let his friends risk their lives because of his mistakes. They looked at him in shock and could not even say anything in response. Although it's not that simple, these words only seem like a classic apology at first glance. But it was a psychological trick that only strengthened James's authority in the team. With these words, he is trying to say that he will now make plans and give orders, and admitting a mistake increases trust in a person. If no one says anything now, it will mean that everyone agrees to such a future. But the giraffe intervened in this situation. He entered the room and loudly said that it was his fault, and he was the one who apologized to everyone else. He could not even believe that this situation could go so far, so he hopes for the students' understanding. Everyone immediately replied that they held no grudge against the knight. Only James remained silent and looked at Zeus attentively. After a week's rest, they will again receive a new mission, and the units will be reorganized in a few days. After these words, Zeus looked at James and asked the boy to come to him. He said that they needed to walk a bit and talk about some important issues. A little later, the giraffe said that he felt a special sense of guilt towards James because he really could have died. He realizes that no amount of apology can cover up his mistake, so he's ready to give something back to James. He was referring to the same legendary Narragain, and soon the sword appeared near the boy. The knight asked to use this weapon in the future and said that this sword now belongs to James. He talks as if he took the Narragain from the general of the Eastern lands, but it was James who stole it, so it rightfully belongs to him. Logically speaking, this is true, but based on the law, it's not quite clear. Found weapons should return to the world where they were created and be carefully guarded there. James is only an apprentice, so Zeus registered the weapon for himself, and he said that even Jennifer could not control the sword. This is probably the first sword from another world that behaves completely uncontrollably, and as long as there is resistance, it is impossible to use this weapon. It's a very dangerous sword, so it's better not to trust it 100%, so Zeus asked James to be careful. At that moment, the guy had a lot of thoughts in his head. He couldn't figure out who he shouldn't trust, the sword or the Zeus. Zeus looked at this guy and asked him directly who he was. It was obvious that the knight could no longer turn a blind eye to all these nuances. He wanted to finally understand what was in this guy's head. James understands the game they're playing now, and it is up to him to determine the future relationship between them. James immediately replied that the giraffe's question was too inappropriate, and it was better to clarify what he wanted to hear. Zeus explained that he wanted to know how James was able to stop the White Bishop's attack, and now everyone is talking about it. Even the strongest knights could not do this, so when the student did it, everyone was shocked. Zeus knows that James is a weak student in terms of physical attributes, so he couldn't have done this without some hidden story. The knight feels James very well. He knows that this guy is not simple, but he cannot understand the most important thing. It is clear that the blocking of the blow was due to the Narragain, so it turns out that James learned to use the technique of this weapon. But James replied that this was not true. He had already told everything that happened, and it was all true. The guy believes that he does not have to talk about how he used the weapon. He can say that it is his personal secret. He is not going to tell all the nuances, and James may also still suspect the knight of possible treachery. James said that this was not the case. He did not suspect the giraffe, but he could not trust him 100%. On the one hand, Zeus is happy to hear this, But on the other hand, he is upset because James is the one he trusts the most. These are really nice and warm words, but even a young guy like James doesn't believe in nice words anymore. Given the seriousness of this situation, their main task at the moment is to build trust in each other. The giraffe has no choice but to tell the boy his secret. He said that James should never tell anyone these words and that he should not even pretend to know them. James was visibly tense, as if something very bad was about to happen. The knight assured me that there was no point in worrying because this information would not cause anyone any harm. After the giraffe told James about the debt, the snow-white elephant met with the students who were trying to get through the guards. They were all visibly excited to see this legendary warrior. They had only heard of her in fairy tales. John came forward and began to apologize loudly for their actions, but Jennifer could not understand why he was apologizing. Due to time constraints, the special ceremony scheduled for the second semester will be held right now. Jennifer told the students that she was the Emperor's official assistant, a snow-white elephant. It was a rather long conversation where the knight legend told the students about everything that would happen to them in the near future. So the ceremony of appointment for a second term began with an inspection of ammunition. After that, the students began their rest. They had long deserved to restore their strength and eat delicious food, and Julie was happy. The week has passed incredibly quickly. Now it's time to talk about the mission. The knights must make it safe. The giraffe informed all the other teachers that they must never tell the other knights about their mission. Soon, all the details of the case were finalized, and the raccoon reported that they should start. Darren will be the leader of the first squad, and today she looks more confident and focused than ever. In addition to the main knight, 3 other disciples, Vadran, Martha and James, were included in this advanced unit. Now James was thinking about the sky blue raccoon. Did the masked men talk about Darren then? He remembers that moment well, and he can't forget what they said about a raccoon and a hippo, although they may have just been discussing a trip to the zoo. Judging by her reaction to everything that is happening, we can understand that she has no idea about the masked men. Later, unknown people approached them and decided to make sure they were talking to the night students. James could not understand who they were, while Vadran confirmed that they were students of the Knights. Rumors probably spread too fast in this city, and everyone already knows about James and his battle against the snow-white elephant. Everyone knows that he was able to block the blow of the strongest knight, and of course now everyone wants to meet him personally. Raccoon interrupted the conversation and said that it was high time for them to leave. They shouldn't delay. And I don't like the fact that other soldiers distract students from an important mission because of various nonsense. She told James that he was talking to a white raven, he was a free knight, and it was better not to approach him. It was he who created the gap between the knights that exists to this day. That is, there is a difficult relationship between class and free knights. James has already realized that class knights act out of duty to the emperor, while with free knights it is the other way around. The white raven looked at the boy carefully, and it was obvious that he was interested in this unique talent. Other important figures of our interesting story have already arrived in the capital, and their journey was also long, but now they are near the goal. This refers to Richard, his assistants in the organization of masked bandits, and the first spear of King Rex. They had already sensed that their target named James had recently left the gate, so the raccoon had done everything right this morning. Now it's time to put on the mask again and do what they came here to do. Now they will finally get a taste of revenge. Varrigan was very unhappy that his friend had gone on a mission and he had stayed here. These students were told that they should stay within the capital and train, probably because they were too weak. Robert asked James to be very careful, but James intervened and said that the guy who stopped Jennifer's attack would take care of himself. He doesn't need advice from others. He has already proven his skills in real battles. Then David came up to James and said something interesting. It may sound funny, but he promised to get better and rise to his level. It's strange to hear such words from strong comrades, especially for a guy who has always been insulted by the same people. Now it all seems like a bit of nonsense to him. He turned from a failure to the best student on the continent so quickly. His friends couldn't understand why he still did not consider himself powerful enough, because they did not know the whole truth. James explained that his fight was only possible because he always trusted his friends and relied on their support. He assured me that they were not weak at all, turned around and went on with his mission. His team was surprised by these words, and later they smiled because they felt that someone really believed in them. Later, they decided to play a little joke and said that when he came back, they would show him who was the strongest here. The villains were already waiting for a meeting with James and sweet revenge. which is why they came here. Richard realized that Rex was extremely motivated to kill the guy, so the sword he lost was very important to him. Of course, the Narragan is a special weapon. This sword was personally made by the Emperor and presented to the skeleton for special achievements for the continent. This weapon cannot be called conventional because it was created with the help of other weapons. Only now did Richard realize what James had stolen from the skeleton. 2 Narragans were combined into one special sword, something he had never heard of before. This cannot be done with conventional weapons, but there is a special way to do it with Narragan. So this sword has quite unusual abilities. It can truly be considered a special weapon. It's so obvious that Rex doesn't even want to talk about it, even though Richard insists on it. A single technique is enough to destroy everything in its path, and you don't even need to use anything else. It seems that even the Rex does not know about all the abilities of the sword, which was not necessary because the skeleton is too strong. Now Rex feels quite confident. He already knows that this sword will not obey everyone around him. He's also sure that James will never be able to use this weapon's abilities, so the sword will become just another piece of trash for him. It will be interesting to see his face when he finds out that James was able to repel the attack of the Queen's bishop with his Narragan. Vadran keeps asking James about this moment. He wants to be told everything in detail. James didn't pay any attention to this annoying fool. He was sad that he hadn't seen the capital well. If he had known that they would leave so quickly, he would have been more attentive to various cultural monuments. But now it's too late to think about it. Raccoon said they needed to speed up. The time had finally come. James had been preparing for this moment every day. They don't know what kind of situation might happen to them in the future, so he has to test his endurance. He can't fall behind the others. It's like a real marathon at the Paris Olympics, and it looks like James isn't ready to fight for gold. He offered to find something to eat, and the raccoon was pleased to see the initiative on his part. Then she looked at Vadran and Marta and asked them to do something important, like making a fire. Judging by James's behavior, we can understand that he offered to help only to relax. Soon he threw up. This child's body cannot withstand such a load, although there has not been any battle yet, only long-distance running. Vadran is not ready to stop. This fool keeps trying to find out everything about the situation with the snow-white elephant. James was tired of asking him to leave him alone. Even if he told him everything, Vadran would still not understand. So this is a hint that there is a huge difference between the two of them in terms of understanding and depth of techniques. James asked us not to bother him anymore and to let him recover from the hard journey in peace. But even this is not enough. Vadran said he wants to become stronger and wants to hear orders from James. He doesn't understand that orders should be taken from knights, not from students on his team. Vadran explained that the knights do not understand them at all. That is, the children do not yet know how to walk, and the knights teach them to fly. No matter what you ask them, they always answer in a very vague way, which is not very pleasant. This situation has developed because of the difference in levels. That is why the Vadran admits that he is weak and asks someone stronger to give him some advice and guidance. James had no choice but to comply and try to help his friend. Vadran looked happy. He was sure that now he would be able to stop the kings just like James. James was thinking about something else. He hoped that this fool would never bother him again. He does not yet realize that after that incident, he will have many similar problems, because now even Martha wants to get advice. This is how it happens. A month ago, she was considered the greatest talent of the academy, and now she is asking for advice from a guy who has been insulted by others all his life. So in a few minutes, not only Vadran, but also Marta were practicing hard or imitating training. Most of the knights and students remained in the capital, and they also have their own responsibilities. Soon, the giraffe met an old friend, as if he had been waiting for him. We've seen this guy before. He's a white raven, the same free knight who was interested in James's person. The giraffe asked him about the knight called the Red Dog, but the white raven reminded him that he had been asked to come alone. It was time to have a serious talk, and the Deuce immediately asked his friend if he had done it. The white raven could not understand anything at all. He said that he did not understand the question and replied that he had not done anything. If something happens in the near future, it will be a punishment for all the knights. These two are having a conversation that is too incomprehensible, although now we need to be more attentive to the raccoon lady. Her name was recently mentioned by Richard, and it's hard to believe that this honorable lady could be a traitor. James came up to her. She had long felt that they were being followed, and he seemed to have realized it as well. In fact, he hadn't come up for that at all, and was surprised that someone was following them. James doesn't understand who might be trying to find them. although of course he should be able to guess. He already has enough enemies. Masked bandits have long wanted him dead, and now Mr. Rex has joined them. Darren is not sure if they are really being persecuted. Maybe she imagined it. Or maybe her intuition is telling the truth. She asked what James thought about it, and he said he wasn't sure at all, but he felt a strange aura around him. It seems as if he had already encountered something like this before, but I can't remember when exactly. This aura seems to be approaching them. It could be something terrible, or perhaps something very good. If they were standing on a mountain, they would have seen that they were being watched from afar, as if it was some kind of cowboy. But if you get closer, you will realize that this is the ruthless killer who dreams of returning his legendary weapon. He can smell his victim like a real predator. This guy is only good for horror movies. Soon after, one of the members of the bandits' organization approached him and said he had found a weapon for him. Rex said he didn't like it at all, that he could only kill a rat with such a weapon, because it looked more like a tree branch than a spear. But as long as this tree branch is in his hands, it will have incredible power. Rex has been mentally planning the upcoming massacre for a long time. He wants to do something grand with a lot of blood around. A real psycho. Vadran continued to train hard and do everything James told him to do, and now he thinks he is feeling the effect. James looked at him like a mentally retarded child because he had only had a few hours of training. The guy kept insisting that he was making progress, and it was unclear why he was chosen for this team. There are many other, more interesting candidates than Vadran because he is not the strongest and certainly not the smartest of the students. James advised him on another way to train. He calls it meditation, to imagine the battle in his head and analyze his opponents. It is best to do this when no one is around, and as soon as the Vadran heard this, he immediately ran to fulfill the order. So James has already managed to send one of his students away from him, and there is one more left, probably somewhere nearby. James started looking in different directions and trying to find March, but she couldn't go far. A second later, he felt the wind behind him, and it turned out to be a girl. After her failure in the previous task, she decided that she wanted to become much stronger. She realizes that she will need to train a lot to achieve this, and she is ready to make every effort. After these annoying friends left to train, it was time to start analyzing the Naringans. Now I'm absolutely sure that this sword can repel almost any attack. Defense is good, of course, but you also need to be able to attack your enemies, and that's what James is interested in now. He needs to learn how to move this match not only to protect his body, but also for the benefit of his opponents. First, you need to hide your intentions and roll out the Narigan, and only then can you try to act. From the very beginning, he thought he had succeeded, because what he had done caused a big wind around him. So now the strength of the guy's swing is completely unrelated to the sword, as if they were separate energy flows. Such attacks are too ineffective. If you focus only on swing strength, you can lose focus and concentration. But this does not mean that James should stop thinking about how to deliver a critical strike. He needs more practice. The frontline troops could not train constantly. They had to remember that they were on an important mission and had to move quickly. You can only train when you have the opportunity, and you have to sacrifice your own rest for this. Each of the students is trying to achieve their own goal. Vadran dreams of reaching the level of James. Martha, on the other hand, wants to become stronger after failing in her last mission, and James wants to learn how to attack with a sword. Over the past few days, he has been able to make progress in his endurance, and now he is ready to run much longer than before. The students in the rest of the capital try to keep up with the others, and they also train until they feel cramps all over their bodies. The knights are doing everything to make them stronger, and maybe in the future, some of them will be in the front line. Varen calmly watched from above. This knight is too bored without participating in the war or in battle. Thus, another day passed. The advance unit again covered many tens of kilometers, and now it was time to rest. Vadran finally wants to understand exactly what their current mission is. It seems that he is losing his strength because he does not understand anything, so it's time for specifics. The raccoon recalled the words of the giraffe, who reminded all the knights that in the current situation, confidentiality is the most important thing. That is why she decided to start shouting at the Vadran because he was asking her provocative questions and interrupting her speech. She was screaming so loudly that the guy almost wet himself, even though he was close to it. The Lady Knight said that the most important thing in this task is to maintain strict confidentiality for security reasons. Vadran understands this, but he wants to understand how he can accomplish the task if he knows nothing about it. James, meanwhile, thinks only of his own thoughts. He again recalls the masked bandit's words about the raccoon and the hippo. What could it all mean? I immediately recall the conversation with the giraffe when he realized that the next target of the bandits could be the Duran. That's why they agreed to make the raccoon the bait and play the role of the leader of the group. Now it is especially interesting whether the masked people will do anything, because all this was created for them. Marta joined these talks, and she agrees that students should also know at least something about the mission. This is necessary to analyze the task and find effective ways to complete it, and her thoughts really make sense. Because of this pressure, the raccoon decided to tell them something. She told the students that the destination would be the Eastern continent. But no one could have foreseen such a plot twist. They believed that the mission would be completely different. Raccoon said that they had to go to the Eastern continent and find something, but then she started to get worried or said too much. They have to pretend they didn't hear anything, although it will be hard to forget what she said. James began to analyze the situation and think about the juju. He must be involved in this difficult case. Everyone has probably already forgotten who Linda is, but let me remind you that she is a witch who was supposed to be delivered to the capital. It looks like a gathering of eminent and talented magicians. Linda devoted all her attention to one of them, a living legend in the world of witchcraft. His name is Herman. It is the first time she has seen such a legendary figure with her own eyes. She used to dream of standing next to him. Actually, all sorcerers fall into three categories. The first category being legends, that is those who gave direction to the most magical world. Historically, there are only three such people, followed by the great sorcerers, that is those who have influence on the magical world. And only after that can we talk about ordinary sorcerers. Linda probably belongs to the third category. She didn't even notice that there was a white raven standing next to her. She probably didn't know him. At first, the sorceress thought that Herman had been looking at her all this time, which is why she was so worried. She thought he knew her. But now she realized that Herman was looking at a white raven. It was only after a few minutes that she finally remembered who it was. A free knight, a white raven Charles. She had read about him in Herman's work. This work is called a combination of a rite and a spell, and it was this work that earned Herman the title of Great Magician. But then there were rumors that someone was constantly against this work, and this upset the Great Magician very much. Herman began to talk to Charles, and he was surprised to realize that this free knight had brought them all together. To be precise, the White Raven is not the only organizer of this party, and there are others. He said that he had come here to talk about something, about the mission of the Great Emperor. He smiled because wizards understand what we're talking about, research and development of weapons for swordmasters. After a few weeks of leaving the capital, James still continued to experience occasional physical problems. Although his endurance had improved over the years, he still sometimes felt so sick that he thought he was going to die. He had completely forgotten how much time had passed, and he still couldn't figure out what exactly he was doing here. With all these missions and training, you can really forget your main goal. James came here for revenge for his own brother. Now it is much more interesting to watch this, although it is still not certain that James will be able to kill these people. Its evolution is quite rapid, and we can recall that when it first started, it looked like a small slug. Now this slug has become much bigger and stronger. It is still weak, but it has learned a lot. From the very beginning, James knew that he had problems with endurance, and these problems did not disappear during the training period. It is still very difficult for him to catch up with his friends, even though this marathon has been going on for several weeks. Raccoon noticed that James could not catch up with them and stopped, so she decided to ask him what was wrong. He looked at her with tired eyes and could not understand her purpose. Was what she told him true? Now James looks at his leader and realizes that she is an unreliable person. He does not understand at all whether he can trust her or not. Earlier, he had already personally seen that she did not care about her students at all, and only thought about sleep. He's not even sure that this person has any thoughts at all, so there is no guarantee that everything will be fine. Perhaps Darren is such a person, and this is his peculiarity. Or perhaps all this is insidious intentions and connection with a masked gang. The knight did not wait for a response from James, because she started screaming and ordered him to immediately take out his weapon. She said that she did not notice that they were being chased at all, and now they were very close. The knight ordered her to recall all her melee skills and prepare for battle. Marta was the first to fulfill this order, as if she had been waiting for it. So the first squad is facing another test, although they have not yet completed their first task. Meanwhile, in the capital, the students are not in danger of death, although they are no less tired in terms of physical activity than the first group. Master Blue Wolf is too cruel in his training. He is ready to give them new tasks until they are strong enough. The black hen Varren decided to intervene in the whole situation. He has long been unable to figure out where the giraffe is now. I explained to him that now the conditions have changed a bit. All information has become classified, so no one knows anything. They probably forgot to tell the toughest knight about it, and now he feels like an outsider in the team of friends. This led to a rather strange behavior of the knight. He said that he had been trying for a very long time, but he could not do it anymore. The whole situation has hit him too hard, and he can no longer contain his anger. The blue wolf feeder looked at his companion with caution. He felt that something bad might happen now. He asked Varren to calm down and tell him what was going on and what he was going to do. The black hen replied that he had to leave immediately and advised no one to try to stop him. The blue wolf cannot guarantee this, although his main duty is to teach his students. But sometimes others forget that he also has another task. A feeder must exclude potentially dangerous people from his environment. Now it's time to understand whether the black chicken Varren is a potentially dangerous person for knights. The situation quickly escalated to the limit, and Varren pulled out his legendary Niggerin and prepared to fight. I don't know if this is a challenge or another knight's joke, but the feeder also drew his sword just in case. The students began to worry. No one understands what is happening, and no one knows whether to intervene in the battle between the teachers. Of course, the situation is unpleasant on the one hand. The students have to do something, although they have no right to interfere with the knights, and that's the problem. Within seconds, it became clear that it was too late to intervene, and the battle between the wolf and the chicken had begun. If in the wild we understand that a wolf will win in such a battle, then as for the battle of knights, it is not so obvious. The battle of the experienced knights has begun. Anyone can place their bets. Personally, I am on the side of the blue wolf. As soon as the warriors faced each other, the weapons of the Varrens flew in the other direction. The blue wolf tries to stop the black hen and prevent him from leaving. At first, it seemed that the raven had lost its weapon, but it did so on its own initiative, because its spear is special. Over many years of battles, he learned how to control the spear, so now his Narragin can change direction after an attack. The warrior also learned to explore the area with his spear. It seems that he is now invincible, but few people know that to use this skill, the cook must close his eyes. It is not known what the black hen is up to, but it seems his weapon is out of control and it must be stopped immediately. The blue wolf has always laughed in the face of danger. He doesn't care who is opposite him when he is angry. Now he's ready to finally show the chicken who he is and explain that he can't break the rules. The Battle of the Titans is always interesting to watch, and the students are enviable because they got the best seats. From the very beginning, the initiative was taken by the feeder. He was more active and tried to strike more blows at his opponent. The students were panicking, especially in the faces of the girls who did not understand what was happening. Previously, teachers had never violated behavioral standards and always treated each other with respect. Now Varren felt that he was close to defeat, so he asked the blue wolf to calm down, but it was too late. Fedor knows he's fighting a legendary black hen, so he can't stop and must keep pushing. His sword almost reached his hand, but at that moment, a Narragin intervened and prevented him from delivering the final blow. The blue wolf tried to pick up his sword on his own, and quickly realized that he was unlikely to succeed. The legendary spear was moving so fast that it was impossible to stop it, and it seemed as if the wolf was now trapped. That's exactly what we were talking about. In the world of chivalry, even a chicken can defeat a wolf. Now the Varren looks like he has risen from the dead and returned from hell to take revenge. Of course, this epicness was noticed by the feeder, who realizes that he no longer has the initiative as before. So both in the capital and in the forest many miles away, dangerous and strange things are happening. The first squad was ambushed and realized that the danger was approaching very quickly. But they soon realized that they were mistaken. They were indeed being followed, but not by masked bandits. A few seconds later, Mrs. Ruth appeared from the bushes. She was not expected here at all. Behind her is a David, hardly a student's date with a grey fox. They probably have a serious reason to catch up with the first group. All this time, the raccoon believed that they were being pursued by enemies, and her intuition was no longer as perfect as it used to be. The grey fox explained what their tasks were, tracking and observing the first squad. She couldn't talk about it before because everyone agreed to keep it confidential. If the grey fox and David wanted to join them, then the mission must be over. Rude said that they saw an anomaly and came to discuss this important point. She looked at her friends carefully and said that someone else was in the forest now, besides them. A few seconds later, a heavy downpour began, and as soon as they started talking about the anomaly, the weather immediately changed. The grey fox does not look scared, but it is clear that something is bothering it a lot. She turned her head and realized that she didn't need to explain anything to the others. They would see everything for themselves. So we're going to have a new battle between a skeleton from the eastern continent and the knights. Rex hasn't shown his full potential yet, and it turned out that he can move so fast that even the rain is slower than him. When it reached its maximum speed, it seemed as if life had stopped. It was even scary to watch. As soon as he approached his enemies, he immediately activated the technique of a wind stream that cuts through steel. After that, the Blade Island was used, and all the students and teachers realized that they were going to have a fun evening. It's time for revenge, and they're unlikely to get away with it, so James has to come up with something fast, or he's a dead man. It all happened so fast that no one even had time to say a word. When people start talking about high-speed attacks and incredible danger, you can immediately understand what Rex means. The broken spear tried to attack before its opponents had time to take position, which is a pretty smart strategy. At this point, you can go back a little bit and see what James was talking about with the giraffe. The boy was not sure that they could trust Mrs. Raccoon. He wanted to make sure that she was definitely on their side. Juice understands what we're talking about. He also knows that Darren sometimes looks like a stupid child, as if she was strange and there was nothing but wind in her head. Of course, James has noticed all this repeatedly, but what worries him the most is that he does not understand what kind of person she is. The giraffe is sure that the raccoon deserves their trust, even though she looks quite ridiculous, and he trusts his instincts. But he has known her for many years. Sometimes her strange behavior can save someone's life, and if she really is that cool, now is the perfect time to prove it. Now, only with the help of her powers could they survive, because it was the raccoon that blocked the attack of the broken spear. This made the skeleton very angry. He feels that all this cannot be called ordinary luck. That is, it is a really strong opponent. From this point on, everything will be completely different, as Rex wants to show them what a stream of wind can do when it cuts through steel. Even before he met his enemies, masked bandits offered to help him in this battle. They said that it would not be superfluous just in case, but these words meant nothing to him. He asked me not to interfere with his work and let him enjoy doing it on his own. Its attack has already managed to cut down more than 10 trees around it, which is what the wind flow technique means. James guessed that he might be the reason for the skeleton's attack. Probably he came back to get the sword. As soon as the Rex looked at all his enemies, his eyes immediately settled on this black blade. He has already missed his native weapon, and he is glad that nothing bad happened to it. But now it's time to get his property back, and he won't stop until he rips the heart out of James's chest. Mrs. Raccoon knows that the boy will not be able to stop the skeleton, which is why she said she would personally protect him. But the grey fox does not like unnecessary talk, which is why it decided to act right now. She probably underestimated her enemy too much. The Emperor's first spear is a professional assassin. His intuition is on a completely different level. He felt the danger approaching a week ago, so he easily defended himself and struck back. Raccoon immediately realized that something bad had happened to her friend, and that she would not be able to fight without Ruth's support. She is ready to give her own life for the other knights, and if it is too late to do so, she will take revenge with incredible cruelty. Aggression took over the mind of the Darren to such an extent that she no longer cared who was standing in front of her. Even if it was the devil, he was going to die anyway. Her sword, as always, glowed blue during the battle, and now its blade was very close to the Rex's face. We are a few centimeters away from chopping off this ugly face, but so far we have had problems with this. Rex has already said that even an ordinary spear becomes a very powerful weapon in his hands, so this guy probably never lies. Rex used a blade strike, a technique he had never demonstrated before, which is why the students were so scared. James looked the most frightened of all, as if his whole life had flashed by in a few seconds. It was a very powerful blow that could be seen from another part of the forest. Of course, the masked bandits were watching, both happy and surprised by the power of this monster named Rex. Their feelings are understandable, as they will achieve their goal with minimal losses and risk almost nothing. Suddenly, they heard a strange voice, someone interested in their conversation about goals, and asked them to tell him their plan. At first, they thought they were imagining things, but later they realized that someone was really standing behind them. So now it has finally become clear where the juice has been all this time, because recently it has been completely forgotten. Finally, he met the masked men in person, and now he was convinced that it was not James's fiction, but reality. He was surprised because there were much fewer masked bandits than he expected. He thought it was a large organization, but it turned out not to be so. He was looking at them and trying to figure out which one was Rhea, and it seemed as if the girl started to tremble when he mentioned her. She said that she did not want to fight with the Jews because of her respect for chivalry. The giraffe explained that he also had no great desire to fight her, so they could talk first. She doesn't lose focus and remains calm, which can only mean one thing. Rhea knows about his power. In parallel with these events, the battle between the skeleton, the knights, and the disciples was still going on. The fox was wounded but still strong, and the raccoon had already launched several attacks, but it was not enough to win. Only then did the knights realize that they had to check to see if their students were okay, and if anyone was hurt. They turned their heads and saw a frightened Martha and Vadran, all because James had been badly injured. The guy was upset because he realized that he reacted too late, and now this injury could cost him his life. Although the skeleton's expression does not change, it seems as if it is laughing now. When the whole mission was being planned, Juice gathered everyone together to explain their tasks and explained that it should be confidential. All of them should monitor the students and control their actions, and in case of an emergency, they should act at their own discretion. They must move to the eastern continent, and in no case deviate from the designated route. He also said that the Blue Wolf will be training students who will stay in the capital. The giraffe also said that in this case, the black hen could start a riot, and then it would have to be stopped. He explained that the Blue Wolf does not have to kill the Varan, but only to stop the catastrophic consequences. Fedor is not sure that this is a good idea. He thinks that using 2 knights in this way is too much. If you look at this situation from only one side, the wolf is right, but if you take another point of view, the result will be different. Juice explained that the time has not yet come for the use of black chicken. Varan has an incredible experience of fierce and uncompromising battles, so his experience will help them a lot in the future. Now the students are watching in shock as 2 martial artists fight each other. Instead of teaching children and making friends with each other, we decided to publicly measure our strength. This seems absurd because it is too unreasonable to risk your own life for this. The giraffe assured his friend that no one should die. Everything would go well. The Blue Wolf decided to trust his friend and relaxed. He was sure that the situation would be under control. But when it came time to really stop the black hen, it became clear that things were not that simple. Everything may have been easy in theory, but in real life, Varan started using his special spear, and it changed a lot. There was no clear favorite in this battle, and the initiative changed hands every few minutes. Sometimes the Blue Wolf tried to act uncompromisingly and instantly, but he always lacked something. Varan and the giraffe have recently agreed that he will use his power whenever he wants. But this information says nothing. It seems as if the black hen is complaining about itself. He just wants to be allowed to leave. He needs freedom, especially now. The Blue Wolf remembers the plan and cannot let this happen, which is why they started the battle. In fact, they have no reason to kill each other. But if they don't stop it, someone's blood will certainly be shed. The students could no longer stand aside. It was time to choose a side and take part in this conflict. Robert intervened first, and the black hen immediately felt the horizontal cut of the sword. After that, almost without pause, he was introduced to the martial arts galaxy by Jin and Julie. All this was enough for Varan to calm down a bit. He taught these children to fight, and now he felt their strength on his own body. But he is not the only one who needs to change his attitude to this situation, because he was not the only one who started this battle. The students looked aggressively at the Blue Wolf because he was also involved in this conflict. They explained that teachers should teach them how to fight. They are knights and have no right to behave like that. Therefore, if the knights do not stop right now, the students will have to stop them on their own. The closest member of this guy's family was killed by masked men, which is why he was motivated by revenge, and he has been living with these thoughts for the past 6 months. Later, he ran into them in the forest and heard a conversation about a raccoon and a hippo. The Blue Wolf will keep the black hen at bay, although it will be difficult for the fox and raccoon, but they will manage. There is only hope for James, who managed to block the White Bishop's attack. Now Juice should try to hold a constructive dialogue with representatives of the masked bandits. Rhea knew that the giraffe recognized her, so he knew about her abilities, and the information that he had a knighthood was true. Right now, the masked bandits only want a raccoon and a hippo, and they don't want to waste time on unnecessary conversations. But the giraffe has a completely different task. He looked at one of the masked men and said that he did not expect to meet a descendant of a dragon. After these words, they all became speechless. The soldiers drew their swords and said it was time to kill. It was probably Rhea's aggression, as she was the first to get her sword, so it confirmed Juice's thoughts. The giraffe did not come here alone. He has faithful helpers behind him who are ready to give their lives for the sake of the night. He guesses what the masked men want to do and thinks that a battle is about to begin. But it's not that simple. The bandits are surrounded, so they have to fight or flee, although there is one more interesting option. They said that they had decided to join the skeleton, and if the giraffe wanted to catch them, he had to act, not talk. In a few seconds, not even a trace of them remained, so we are in for an epic battle between good and evil. We must admit that they were not as simple as they seemed, and the giraffe could not predict their future actions. He ordered him to run fast and catch up with them, while James tried to answer the question, what was it all about? Revenge for revenge's sake. Maybe it's revenge. Maybe it's a sense of guilt because he killed his brother. If he hadn't been there, perhaps his brother would have survived, because he was supposed to be the knight's most promising student. No one in the world would have wanted Michael to survive of the two of them. He is nothing like his brother. But who is he after that? Or who should he be? Now, the answers to all of these questions should be put aside and answered with something else. What can he do right now? It occurred to him only now, a way to become the strongest spear. The masked warriors were approaching the skeleton, although if the knights were so strong, it might be better not to interfere in this battle. But Richard thinks differently. He understands that this is the scenario the giraffe wanted. He was trying to do everything to get them into a fight, and it was at that moment that he caught the thieves and found out all the information, because the giraffe is a very smart guy. Despite all this, the Juice is still not sure of its information and therefore acts nervously. Once they team up with the broken spear, the whole situation should be under control. At that moment, James realized that he needed to come up with something to completely change this situation. If he thinks correctly, then theoretically it is possible. But he needs something for this. When Vadran saw that James was okay, he was happy, because you always feel better around strong warriors. He explained that the knights were in mortal danger, so James had to spin and help them. Even David has already started to panic. He also wants James to come up with some clever plan as usual. Indeed, in any critical situation, it was not his muscles that usually helped, but the work of his brain. Now he realizes how dangerous his friend's situation is, and he doesn't know if they can win with so many people. There is also a high probability that he will be left all alone, and we should not forget that he cannot use his left arm. Nevertheless, he must try something, because returning the weapon to the skeleton would be tantamount to suicide. Now the Rex is very close to sending the Grey Fox to hell, and if he is not prevented, he will do it. His friends, ordinary students, are already risking their own lives for the sake of the knights, so the situation has become too much. Their enemy is an experienced and incredibly technical killer. No one would want to fight him on different sides. In a few seconds, it turned out that the skeleton was not fighting alone, but was joined by masked bandits. No one saw them because they appeared out of nowhere, which was enough to seriously injure the students. Yeno was left with almost no strength. It was hard for her to watch her friends and students being brutally beaten. At this point, the fox could do little to help. It was close to death. Nevertheless, the skeleton was unhappy that someone was helping him because he was sure that even he would win. Richard said that he considered the use of Rex Force to be a waste, so he came to help. He said that they could help in the battle against the little students, and the skeleton could focus its attention on the knights. They also all remember that James was present, and the bandits decided to leave him for dessert. Mrs. Fox could barely breathe. Now she is too wounded to continue the battle. The raccoon has also lost all her enthusiasm, and it has been a long time since her sword has been seen to shine as it used to. Martha, who has always been so good to James, may never become a knight, although she has dreamed of it all her life. Vadran has been training hard for the past few weeks to get stronger, but even that was not enough. Of course, we can't forget about David. This guy has always been there for us, and in the future, we may not have this opportunity. James could not understand why he hesitated. Perhaps it was because he lacked courage. But the reason is quite different. He doesn't have enough strength now, although despite being weak, he will do anything to protect his friends. At that moment, even Death stopped to watch what was happening. It seemed impossible because no one had ever seen such intimidation before. Even the power of intimidation of the white elephant was much weaker compared to what is happening now. David decided not to stand by and help his friend, so he took out his sword of light and activated it. This flash of light was enough to blind everyone on the other side. That is, James attracted the attention of his enemies by intimidating them, and then David used a flash of light. This strategy was formed only for a special case and was successfully worked out thanks to the quick response of the David. But the flash of light did not have much effect because the opponents were wearing masks, and the effect lasted only a few seconds. This was enough for them, and they used this small pause in the battle to their advantage. After that, the battle immediately continued, as if this small attack had given additional inspiration to all the knights and their students. It seems as if they believed in themselves even more than they had believed in them before. This was enough for the giraffe and other students to finally come to the aid of the wounded. They chose the perfect moment to appear and help the forces of good. Thanks to James and David's strategy, everyone else was able to escape. That is, everything turned out perfectly. But it's too early to rejoice. The battle is just beginning. It is not known exactly where the Rex came from, but the knights must now take responsibility for this situation. The giraffe said they should take the wounded and run, but the skeleton is not sure they can escape. The giraffe will not be able to win extra time for them without support. It is still considered too weak for that. Zeus remained calm. He admitted that he was weak, but said that he had a reason to be weak all along. All this was done to become strong at the right time. And from now on, he's going to exceed his limit, whatever that means. This refers to the event horizon, the limits in astrophysics beyond which events cannot affect the observer. This term was coined many years ago. Near compact arrays of objects, gravity can be so strong that even light cannot overcome it. Now the knight Zeus wants to demonstrate something similar. In other words, he is going to show his strength. It is unclear whether this is a hoax or if it is true, but it is enough to allow the wounded to escape. They have a little time to find a safe place and regain their strength. They are all upset because they realize that the giraffe sacrificed his own life to save them. The raccoon knight assured them that they did not need to worry about the Zeus. They only needed to think about not being caught by these bandits. No one could understand what kind of power the giraffe was talking about. Only James realized that he was referring to obligation. 500 years ago, the strongest and most dangerous knight of the time killed royalty because he didn't like them. His title was not recorded anywhere, so this man was called the Demon Knight. No warrior in the whole world could match him in strength. But later, he was defeated by the hero, the dark red hippo Dorothy. After that, all knights on all continents began to bow down before this knight and respect him. It was then that the concept of obligations was born. Dorothy's dark red hippo was afraid of becoming the same demon, so all the knights vowed to join forces and stop it. Obligations were a means of controlling and checking knights. It was perceived as an ordinary oath that did not require the use of coercive magic. But in fact, it was not like that at all, because soon everyone realized that the obligation had one interesting nuance. They said that if an oath was broken, nothing happened. But if you kept your word, you could get something in return. Many people think that the extraordinary abilities of knights are somehow related to obligation. Zeus has already told us that he has a special power called pressure. Although it is weak now, his power is constantly being compressed and accumulated. If he needs to use his abilities, all the power he has been accumulating will immediately burst out and begin to grow stronger. This technique can last only 5 minutes. The longer he accumulates strength, the stronger the effect will be. Now the Zeus has been restraining its energy for 4 years. Strength and power are completely different qualities because strength is something that can kill a person and power cannot do this. From that moment on, he decided to show all these scoundrels his strength and silence them once and for all. Rex doesn't take it seriously. He reminded us that he had beaten his friends badly with a Zeus, and if he didn't stop, the same thing would happen to him. He still takes this experienced knight too lightly, and that's a big mistake. Now it's time for the giraffe to finally demonstrate what he can do and make his enemies sweat. The skeleton wanted to laugh when he heard these words. He couldn't even understand how the giraffe had ended up near him. Everyone has long been convinced of how strong a warrior Rex is, which is why it's hard to believe that someone could hit him in the face so hard. This punch is not comparable to Tyson's. It's something many levels higher. Now it's time to turn our attention to the masked bandits, who also deserve special treatment. These insidious, miserable worms tried to stay calm and were sure they could last 5 minutes. Perhaps they never realized how much power had been accumulated over the past 4 years. At such moments, you realize that 5 minutes can last forever if you are 10 times weaker than your opponent. All this time they had been underestimating the giraffe, thinking that it could only think and not fight. Finally, this myth will be completely destroyed and the Mythbusters would be happy about it. The skeleton and Richard could not even say a word because the Zeus had made a real hell on earth for them. They tried to keep their weapons and somehow defend themselves, but now their opponent is on a different level. It seems as if the Deuce has achieved complete freedom and transcendence. The skeleton is always happy to meet a worthy opponent, and finally he can show the full power of the wind flow cutting through steel. These guys are about to meet each other, and when two meteorites meet at full speed, chaos ensues. After such a collision, it is hardly possible to survive. The explosion is too powerful for the human body to withstand. The situation in the capital was not so tense, although it was also fun. The Black Hen admitted that he was ready to give up. He didn't want to fight idiots for free. The Blue Wolf did not like his words because the Fedor was sure that the Varren was afraid of his power. The wolf said that he could not be stopped by little students, and if he wanted to kill someone, no one would stop him. It seems that these guys are upset because they were not invited to the main battle, and so they decided to fight each other. Their energy needs to be directed in a completely different direction, not to fight each other. Varren assured me that he did not want to fight. It was his spear that chose the war, and he was to blame for everything. A little later, everyone saw that the spear was not going to fight. It must have gone in search of a giraffe. The junction property, called the event horizon, has two fatal flaws. First, this ability is not a power in itself that can be used at any time. Russ believed that because he was wearing a cloak and mask, no one would notice him. But we all know what happens to traitors who stab their comrades in the back. Sooner or later, they will all be punished, and now the time has come for the Russians to be punished. While Zeus fights with a broken spear, he still controls the movements of the other warriors. It would be easier if the giraffe got tired quickly, but he controls his breathing well to avoid dying. Richard said that he could not believe that such a fool as Zeus had gained such extraordinary powers. He also said that he thinks the giraffe is not showing strength at all, but the very power that cannot kill. Recall that the second disadvantage of this ability is the oath of the light blue giraffe. You cannot kill anyone using this technique. They seem to have realized this, and as soon as his time is up, things will end very badly. When James heard about this ability, he couldn't immediately understand why the power was equal to the accumulation of energy over 4 years. It was hard for the giraffe to answer this question. He had never waited so long before, but now he was sure to defeat any opponent. But it's more important not to use this power, because the more he keeps it inside, the more often he can resolve conflicts in a calm way. His power can only become a deterrent if he does not use it, because if he uses it, he will limit himself. Once you have this technique, you will understand all this truth yourself, the same with the way it is used. Abilities are a part of our soul, so sooner or later, everyone begins to feel the weight of their power. Probably, in case of violation of the oath, the ability may disappear. In any case, we will see it now. The skeleton is still not dead and continues to move forward. Even the Zeus did not expect such pressure. It also demonstrates the power of the first spear of the Eastern continent. He's ready to fight even if his opponent has been saving up energy for 4 years, no matter what anyone says. But that deserves respect. Rex feels that most of the giraffe's blows are inaccurate, but he also knows that his opponent has become much stronger. The giraffe cannot be accurate because the power he has been accumulating for so long has turned out to be more powerful than he expected. That's the problem. It's hard for him to focus on the attacks because he's trying to control the force, and even 5 minutes is not enough for that. Richard had already realized that the giraffe would not be able to kill them because of the oath, so he asked the skeleton not to worry and attack. As soon as he said these words, his faithful assistants immediately began to attack the Jews. They weren't fast enough to catch him. He was still on another level. But time is running out, and if he doesn't realize his advantage and power, he may face serious problems later. The giraffe began to attack his enemies and deal them strong blows. The main thing is to continue at the same pace and not to reduce the pressure. Of course, we can't forget about the broken spear. This man in the skeleton costume is always there, ready to strike a fatal blow. If you give him the opportunity to feel free and not meet his attacks, then no one in this world will be able to last long in the battle against him. So we have to try to constantly respond, skillfully defend ourselves, and fight at an uncomfortable distance for him. Zeus has something like an internal timer. He can already see that there are only 42 seconds left, and his abilities will return to the average level again. When James first heard about the knight's peculiarity, he could not understand why he was telling him. The giraffe must have had a purpose when he did it, but his motives are unclear to James. A little later, Zeus explained that it was a matter of trust, at which point James looked at the knight differently. Giraffe thinks the boy is special. Most people rely on their own strength to solve problems, but James is different. Now the Knights need a strong team, and Juice believes that James must be in this team. He also knows what the guy is hiding and realizes that he is not doing it to deceive anyone, but because he does not feel trusted. It seems as if the giraffe is trying to get James to tell his secret. James decided not to say anything about himself, but explained that the masked men had killed a member of his family, so now his goal was revenge. The guy made a mistake. Because he withheld information and did not trust the giraffe, the operation failed. It seems to him that the juice should not have shown all its power now. It could have waited for a better moment. The wounded soldiers, together with the wounded knights, returned to the safe zone. They have a long way to go, and they have no idea what exactly has been happening in the capital during this time. Varun calmed down a bit and behaved quietly, but his spear was still searching. The warrior was calm because he knew that the weapon would not fly far. He just wanted to understand the giraffe's approximate location. Soon, he noticed something strange. Lightning among the trees, something you don't usually see in the forest. The black hen immediately jumped to his feet and started screaming. He realized that the giraffe had used his power, which meant that he was in mortal danger. It seemed impossible to the knight, and he immediately ran forward to save his friend. The students tried to stop him, but they didn't have time and didn't even realize what had happened. At first, they thought he was trying to attack the blue wolf again, but now they are completely confused. Fedor was trying to figure out what he should do, whether to run for the Varun or stay with the students. All this time, there was an imperial butler behind him, and this is also relevant to our history. This building was very tall and beautiful, with many floors and a deep dungeon. There were prisoners in this dungeon, and the guards periodically brought them food. Suddenly, someone said that if this situation is not changed, it will all lead to a tragedy. The guards were very surprised because it was very similar to what the prophecy said. These words were from the Mother of Dragons, and she was asked to continue telling what she thought about it. She explained that she was not talking about a prophecy at all. It was just a coincidence. She cannot talk about the tragedy she has just hinted at, so now her soul is in great pain and she does not know what to do. The Mother of the Dragons started crying and screaming. She felt completely helpless and it scared her. The guard tried to calm her down and assure her that everything would be fine, but she felt that someone might die soon. It is not known how she feels about all these moments, but in those very seconds, a fierce and principled struggle was taking place on the continent. Soon, we will see the ending of this story, because the giraffe's strength cannot be at this level for a long time. 5 minutes have almost passed. There are only a few seconds left and it will be over soon. Rex, like a true predator, smelled blood and realized that his opponent would soon lose his last strength. The Event Horizon skill can't work all the time. There are less than 40 seconds left and it will be over. All this time, Zeus felt guilty about the raccoon and the fox. This monster turned out to be much stronger than he expected. But there are still chances. The skeleton asked no one to interfere in this battle. It is something personal for him, and he wants to do everything with his own hands. Richard's assistants thought he still needed help, but his boss told him not to worry and to act like children. He understands that the giraffe cannot kill them because of the oath. He is not sure about the nuances, but he knows for sure that he will not die today. Perhaps Richard is right, but if you think about it, a knight can renounce his power and break his oath, so theoretically, the Zeus can kill everyone. Richard's assistants are quite young warriors. They can't sit still without fighting, at least a little. Although they were asked to calm down and not interfere in the fight, they did so anyway. This time, the Zeus understood perfectly well who attacked him. He knew he was fighting a Rhea. If he has chosen the dark side and turned away from his teachers and friends, there is no point in trying to be careful with him. Very quickly, Zeus did everything he could to make sure she was left without a weapon. And now it's unlikely that the girl will be so overconfident. She considers herself too strong. Otherwise, there is no other way to explain her treacherous attack on an experienced knight. But the giraffe remembers that last time she decided not to kill the other students and saved their lives. So he decided to warn her that she wouldn't have that chance next time. The giraffe shouldn't be distracted by these children too much. There is a real predator from the eastern lands near him all the time, so he has to be careful. Time is running out very quickly. The skeleton turned out to be so powerful that even with the strength accumulated over 4 years, it cannot be defeated. He feels his opponents and knows all their moves in advance, so you could say it's all experience. Zeus saw that there was very little time left, and in any case, he only needed a skeleton, so if anyone was to be killed, it should be him. The most important thing now is to get rid of this monster, because without it, masked bandits are nothing. There was an incredibly powerful explosion, and Richard couldn't understand how Juice could break his oath. A little later, it became noticeable that the giraffe was left alone, as if there were no bones left of the skeleton. The event horizon is still not over. He has some time to continue the battle. He thought he had everything under control, but a little while later, he noticed an insidious shadow ahead of him. The giraffe could not believe his eyes. He had done everything to kill this devil, but even now he rose from the grave. 22 seconds is not enough time to kill everyone, but enough time to fight again. The giraffe is confident that he will succeed. He has almost reached his goal, and he doesn't care much about anything else. As long as he's attacking this skeleton, everything should be fine. It's all going according to plan. Then, Juice remembered what James had said. The boy had told him that he had to take revenge on the man in the mask with the diamond. He very quickly guessed that it was Richard, so the guy has been dreaming of revenge for Richard all this time. Now, the most important thing for the night is to find the main boss of this gang, because if you leave the gang without a head, it will be over quickly. In order to get to Richard, you have to beat his young helpers, although it won't be easy. The weather changed every half hour, and now it was raining incredibly outside again. The students and knights finally reached a safe and dry area, including 5 wounded. 2 knights were injured, as well as 3 students, so the situation is quite unpleasant. The grey fox turned its head and saw that the raccoon lady had grabbed her weapon again. They thought something terrible was coming, but then they realized that a giraffe had visited them. They were happy that he was okay, because they were worried that he might give his own life for them. It turned out that he did not come alone. He brought a man wearing a mask with a diamond. As it turned out, it wasn't Richard wearing the diamond mask at all. It was the same guy, a Russian. Yes, it was hard for John to believe that the guy they were always friends with turned out to be a traitor. The giraffe said that he could not kill all the others, but he managed to beat them badly, and now they need time to recover. This guy is wearing an Udian mask. Richard used him as live bait, so it's unlikely that the Russ is a descendant of the dragon. The knight said they had to get the information they needed from this guy. While John could not believe his own eyes, Juice said that he needed to take a break. As soon as he returned, the interrogation of the traitor would begin. At that very moment, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Even his friends saw him like that for the first time. John and David were still in a state of shock. Was the guy they knew so well really the one in the mask? James is confident that they will be able to find out enough information when they interrogate the rat. Recalling all that happened, James never understood whether Russ was really sure that the real James was dead. The battle in the forest is over, and environmentalists will probably be unhappy when they see the number of trees produced. Richard panicked and tried to find Rhea and make sure she was okay. She said that nothing is life-threatening, but there are problems with her right arm, but other than that, everything is fine. Richard is also seriously injured, with several broken ribs and his left leg, which looks like a bite of death. But this is not the most important thing now. He turned his head and saw a spear that was broken. The tip of this spear fell to the ground. Now it is near the skeleton's severed arm. So this devil is still alive, although now without his left hand he is at least less powerful. But there is another side to this situation. Now he is much more aggressive because of what happened and promises cruel revenge. Due to his rage, he did not even notice that his opponent had already managed to escape. First, they needed to stop the bleeding and rest a bit, but only later did I realize that they had a serious problem because the Russians had been captured. He is sure that their enemies will try to do everything to get all the information from him. It's unlikely that Russ knows much. He hasn't been told much, so it's better to worry about Juice, because his power will be a problem in the future. Although his technique was not as terrible as they said, they all survived only because he was restrained by his oath. If it weren't for the broken spear, the masked bandits would have been mere ants compared to the Jews. But he would have to be careful not to accidentally kill these ants because of his oath. Richard has never met such a powerful technique before, but their levels are too different, so the giraffe must control his strength. Rhea still can't understand why the Juice would be a problem in the future. The oath should keep him away for life in theory. The boss explained that the giraffe's strength had been accumulating for years, and he hadn't used it because he didn't realize how powerful it could be. Now, any restrictions have disappeared. In other words, the giraffe they meet in the future will be well aware of their strength. There is no certainty that he will be able to control it. There is probably a way to disable its strengths. Now we have to decide what to do with the Russian, which will probably have to be saved anyway. Rhea wanted to do it right away, but Richard assured her that she needed to reorganize first. The strongest member of their gang is seriously injured, so his recovery is the main task. But the more they delay, the more strength the juice will be able to accumulate. Everyone thought he would be finished after he used his technique, but it turned out to be more serious, much more serious. It's time to focus our attention on Juice again and tell you what exactly happened to it 5 years ago. Back then, he was still a newcomer to the field and had just earned the nickname of the Light Blue Giraffe. It was at that time that he took his oath that would restrain him in the future. As soon as he heard about the oath, he thought it was ridiculous, because a person who had just passed the exam hardly deserved it. He began to ask about the existing criteria for the oath and was immediately told that it could not be easily refused. This promise becomes a part of the knight, his self-confidence, even though it may look cruel, but over time, you get used to it. Even though several people may have the same promise, it does not mean that they should ignore it depending on the situation. So we can conclude that this oath depends on values and ideas. During training, the giraffe always had a hard time. He never had any special abilities or strength. This has always surprised his partners because he is so weak that he cannot dodge even weak blows. Looking at him, they thought he didn't train at all, but that wasn't the case. Juice's problem was that he couldn't concentrate. But he knew that if he made a few tricky movements with his hands, everything would start to change. We have seen this technique before, and this is what a true event horizon means. The knight quickly learned how to use this power, although he still could not fully understand some of the details. The first time he used it, he almost killed his girlfriend, and they are unlikely to be friends after that. The rumors that he had a special power spread very quickly, as we've seen before. As soon as a knight swears an oath, he is immediately endowed with power, so power and oath are connected. Of course, no one asked the boy to reveal his promise, although it was interesting to do some research based on his abilities. The dark blue turtle Dalchin said he needed 2 people to help with this research. He immediately summoned the next boss of the dragon's descendants and a young but already prominent sorcerer. The weather did not change. The rain continued for several hours in a row. Raccoon went outside and said that this could not go on forever, so it was time to talk about the traitor. She was informed that James is already talking to Russ, and they are all confident that James will show him his power. The boy decided to do it all himself, so the fox began to worry that he would do something stupid. We all understand why James decided to talk to this guy one-on-one. The reason is obvious. It has been too long since they last spoke to each other. Russ started asking the guy about his business and hinted that he did not understand who he was talking to. That is, he is not sure whether he is facing the real James or his twin brother Michael. James decided to pretend he didn't understand what they were talking about and asked why they had come to kill him that day. Ruse looked at the guy carefully and began to laugh out loud, as if he was schizophrenic. But soon the guy started talking. He said that now he had no doubt that he was talking to Michael. After that, the guy said some strange words that would blow many people's minds. Russ looked at his interlocutor with crazy eyes and said that they had killed James because he had betrayed them. John is not sure that they did the right thing when they left Russ and James unattended. He remembers that Russ acted badly towards James, so now their friend can take revenge for this insult. They hope that he will not hit the Russians too hard because they realize that James has changed a lot lately. He has become a person from whom you do not expect cruelty, so there is hope for a calm conversation. The boys were constantly watching the night. They were tired of waiting for him to wake up. Mrs. Fox assured him that he was fine, but they had never seen a Juju so tired. Their cave was located a few kilometers from the site of the last battle. It seemed that they had found a safe haven, but soon it may turn out that things are not so good. Once again, it's time to go back in time and talk about the beginning of the giraffe's chivalrous journey. The White Raven explained to him that if he limited his arm, his other arm could be strengthened. They believe that there is some kind of phenomenon related to the oath and are now studying this issue. The giraffe is not sure that these two can be trusted, so they investigate him and try to find out his abilities. He decided to ask why all this was being done, and the White Raven explained that they had been doing the research long before him. Only then did the knights begin to interfere with their work. The descendants of dragons have long been using their abilities. All these answers are rather conditional, as if they do not want to talk about the real reasons. That's why Zeus decided to ask the Dalians about it. He explained that the real reason was the contract. They are obliged to share any information, but Charles will use the department's magic materials instead. The dragon's descendants have promised a long-term contract, and whatever they're up to, the knights want to make the most of it. Of course, it's hard to say whether they can be trusted, as Richard and the White Raven are obscure figures. It was time for the first experiment, and the giraffe was calm because he had an interesting idea. He had been gathering his strength for 2 months, but it was enough to impress the researchers. They asked him to use his powers right away, but the giraffe said he couldn't do it. Thus, it became clear that force can be used only if a minimum amount of it is accumulated. It probably takes at least 1 day to reuse, although this ability is still extraordinary. Zeus can defeat anyone if he has the time, and this ability usually appears in middle-class knights. There is also a legend that such abilities can appear not only in knights, but also in ordinary people, and this also matters. White Raven and Richard were constantly talking about something and suggesting different research options. Zeus always watched them silently, usually thinking about something else. He said he no longer wanted to use his power on his comrades because it was wrong. They understood his excitement because they had heard the story that he had almost killed a white deer 2 months ago. That is, that Zeus is afraid of killing his friend if he cannot control his power. Charles assured him that they would give him a rival who had enough power to defend him. Dalchun the turtle asked him to agree to these conditions, although the giraffe did not want to. He explained that being a knight and being afraid to fight are incompatible things, so the Zeus must forget about fear. Giraffe agrees with these words, but he believes that it is better to win without direct conflict. Although there is wisdom in his words, sometimes you still have to use force for good. 2 months later, it was time to conduct the second phase of the study. The giraffe was opposed by a black hen named Varan, and it was with her that he would have to fight today. The raven said the giraffe looked too weak, but he was ready to break its neck in a few seconds. The turtle reminded us that we can't kill anyone. This is just a training battle for research. In response, the Varan began to laugh out loud and said that he did not know how to control his power. Soon, the battle was officially launched, and both knights prepared to use their forces. Each of them has their own strengths and weaknesses. While Zeus was doing gymnastics with his hands, Varan was already attacking him with a spear. At such moments, speed is key, and the one who starts the fight faster has a better chance of winning. The giraffe managed to activate the event horizon, which means that it immediately automatically became the favorite of this battle. However, Varan is not used to respecting favorites. He doesn't care who he has to fight. His only goal is the death of his opponent. He ignores the requests for caution in this battle, even though he was asked not to kill anyone, but these are just words. But this time, the black chicken underestimated his opponent, even though he had been warned about the giraffe's extraordinary abilities. Event Horizon is a technique that few people know about yet, which is probably why Varan took it somewhat lightly. But after this battle, it is unlikely that he will underestimate the Zeus, because he will remember this battle for the rest of his life. After what happened, Zeus said he would never use his power again, and the research will now have to stop as well. It was noticeable that the turtle was not happy with this, but this is final. The strength of the giraffe will remain a deterrent. The power in his hands will be enormous, so he will be able to be more important and have leverage. The turtle thinks that the giraffe should tell everyone about his power, but the giraffe says that he will keep it to himself. Because of the black hen battle, information leakage is guaranteed, so if you start talking about it, people will perceive it as bragging. By hiding his power, Zeus will gain additional confidence in himself, and now he will be able to win even without entering the battle. Soon, Zeus finally opened his eyes and someone woke him up, his old friend. The black chicken Varan looked at him and asked if he wanted to tell him something. Let's go back to the moment when the giraffe has just fallen to the ground and fallen asleep after a hard battle. As soon as the students saw the Russian, he took off his mask and shocked everyone around him. They could not believe that he was acting together with masked bandits because they had always trusted this guy as themselves. He said nothing and continued to look into James's eyes. He was not going to look away from him at all. John couldn't understand his former friend's motives. Why would he turn his back on his loved ones and work for gangsters? Russ began to shout and called them all fools who did not understand anything at all. In a sense, he was right, because they really could not understand his motives. James was pleased that no one was taking the rat's words seriously, but he could be in trouble if things continued like this. That's why he decided to say that he wanted to talk to the Russians one-on-one, because it would be uncomfortable if there were others around. John was against this idea. The knights forbade them to do so, but David intervened and said that 30 minutes should be enough time for the conversation. He is sure that Russ and James should have a serious talk with each other and solve all their problems. He assured John that they had to give James a chance to do it as true friends. After that, the same conversation took place, when the Russian said that they killed James because he betrayed them. He doesn't understand whether this guy is really hinting that the real James has abandoned his friends. Was he really a member of a masked gang? And all this time he was perfectly hiding it, even from the only member of his family. It seems that none of this is true. Michael said that he was not going to believe this nonsense because his brother could not have had anything to do with them. The Russian probably decided to lie because he wanted to make sure who he was really talking to. But this nasty rat continued to say all these words. He said that Michael did not know his real brother at all. Judging by his reaction, we can understand that he can really tell the truth. James clutched the sword in his hands and tried to figure out what to do. The knights also had a serious conversation, and Varin was able to find the giraffe using his spear skill. All the knights were tense because they couldn't understand what had happened to the blue wolf. They were afraid that the black hen might have killed him. This angered the Varin even more. He said that they were all preventing him from speaking and ordered the fox to shut up. Otherwise, he would break its nose. Yes, this guy was not taught how to treat women, but there is some truth in his words, so the raccoon asked the fox not to interfere. At this point, even Juice got to his feet. He said that this conversation was only about him and the Varin, so others should not interfere. One can understand the chicken's anger, as the Juice personally promised him that he could use his power anywhere and anytime. It is because of this duty that he agreed to teach children, although of course this is not what he would have liked to do. But now he's angry because the Jinx decided to break his promise, so he shouldn't mind dying right now. Juice agreed that these words were indeed true. He was fully prepared to die right now and was giving the Varin this opportunity. If he really wants to kill his friend, he can do it right now in front of everyone else. We need to go back in time to explain exactly what role Varin plays in this story. The blue wolf was sure that it was better to do without the black hen. He did not understand the motives for leaving him. But knowing the intelligence of the giraffe's abilities, we can be sure that there is always a motive in its actions. He admitted that he had used all the strength he had accumulated over the years, but even now his abilities have not disappeared. His promise still stands, so he only wants to ask for more time. After using the Event Horizon skill, a moment of weakness is bound to occur. Juice wants to use the black hen as an extra strength during his recovery. He wants the raven to protect him, and then he will keep his promise. So, from the very beginning, Juice tried to use it, and he doesn't hide it. Varin has to make an important choice right now. Either kill the giraffe, or wait to achieve his goal. This decision is not an easy one to make, and the black hen even took a short pause for this. Later, he finally agreed, but he said that he had one condition. The giraffe must not use his power without his permission. Although it was not expected, Juice agreed and promised not to forget about it. At that moment, the knights heard strange screams of young people, and they immediately turned to see what was happening. It turned out that it was a Russian screaming. This guy came out of another cave and said that James wanted to kill him. After him, James came out and said that it was not true and there was nothing special about it. John said that this disgusting rat was behaving too strangely, but the Russian replied that he was the only sane person of them all. He explained that they had all been deceived by Michael, and when the giraffe heard about it, he seemed to freeze in place. He immediately recalled the boy's words that his family had been killed by masked gang members, and now he wanted revenge. Now the puzzle was fully formed in the knight's head. Now he finally realized that all this time Michael had been pretending to be his brother. Of course, the guy realizes that the giraffe is a pretty smart knight. He should be able to figure it all out very quickly. When James talked to the trader, he ordered him to tell everything he knew and not to forget any nuances. He pulled out his sword and warned that if the Russian kept silent, he would make him suffer. But Russ was not afraid of this at all. He smiled and laughed in James's face because he realized that he was still shocked after learning the truth. Judging by his expression, he still cannot believe that his brother has always been a member of a masked gang. Russ is also sure that James will not be able to kill him because he has never killed anyone. He is incapable of such an act because he is too weak, and the Russians know it. If he had been a real James, he would have killed the traitor long ago and he wouldn't have wasted even a minute. This made James very angry. He raised his sword and started shouting as if he was ready to kill a rat. It was at this point that other students intervened, as they heard the strange screams and could no longer stand by. James was furious. He realized that no one should have interfered. He had underestimated the Russians too much. Now he is shocked to realize how cruel this guy is. He should have killed him earlier. Seizing the moment, the Russian fell to the ground and started screaming and begging for help, saying that James had lost his mind and wanted to kill him. He asked to be taken to the knights immediately and given the opportunity to talk normally. It seemed as if James had been trying to torture the Russians all along. That's when the situation happened, when everyone around them heard that they had been deceived, and it was not really James, but his brother Michael. Of course, you can imagine the look on everyone's face. They didn't know whether to believe it or not. Russ kept shouting that James was dead and Michael was pretending to be his brother all this time. You can understand this guy's motivation. Last time Michael publicly mocked him, so now it was his turn. Russ still knew that Michael's abilities were not the result of nightly training. That is why all the other students trusted him all the time, and even now they could not believe what he said. Yes, of course, this will be enough to raise suspicions, but there is no guarantee that everyone will believe this story. Now almost everyone is silent. It's hard to say anything at all when you are told such things. The perpetrator of this situation stood there and couldn't figure out what to do, whether to keep saying he was a James or to admit that it was true. If he keeps silent, everyone around him will believe the words of a traitor, so he has to come up with something. A giraffe came up to Russ and said that he wanted to talk to him alone. He wanted to know everything Russ knew. But the guy said that he did not agree to such conditions and wanted to talk right here, in front of everyone else. But the giraffe is in a bad mood now. He said that he would not allow anyone to waste his time and ordered the Russians to immediately shut their ugly mouths. The students had never heard such cruelty in communication from a giraffe before, which is why the Russian immediately followed his order. This conversation will have a very important impact on further history. James was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but Ruse turned out to be a piece of shit and ruined everything. He probably should have been destroyed even earlier, but it is not known whether James would have been able to kill the Russians at all. He started this whole story to take revenge on his brother, but for some reason, he hesitates at key moments. Perhaps all these words about James being a traitor influenced him and sowed doubts in his soul. Now he really cannot understand who his own brother really was, a kind and noble man, or a treacherous and disgusting traitor to good ideals. He needs to calm down and analyze the situation calmly. It's all too confusing. In any case, whoever his brother was, the masked bandits took him away from him, and there is no arguing with that. These animals must pay for their actions, and now he must think only about that. His dream of revenge is the only thing he has left, and he must not deviate from his original path. A few hours later, the weather changed, evening came, and the interrogation between the giraffe and the Russian ended. It's time to have a frank conversation, and a lot can depend on it. It seems as if Juice was aware of all this from the very beginning, which is probably why he decided to intervene. The knight could not hide it any longer and admitted that he knew everything, and he was sure that James understood it all. Now it doesn't matter at all. It's much more interesting to understand what the Juggernaut plans to do now. He admitted that he didn't care much about it, only that he was impressed by the boy's abilities. It was unexpected to find out that he was much weaker than everyone had imagined, but there is no need to apologize for this, because the Juice should have realized everything earlier. It's too hard to be weak, and you have to remember that you need to find at least one piece of evidence. At first, James did not understand what kind of proof the giraffe was talking about. The knight looked at him very carefully. Perhaps he wanted to keep the boy's secret and leave him in the role of James so that he would not lose his authority. At this time, most of the students and knights were already resting in the cave, and today had taken too much of their energy. They didn't know what was happening on the street, although if they had known about it, everyone would have been watching this battle long ago. James and the Russian received weapons for the battle. They stood opposite each other and prepared for a fierce confrontation. James must win the battle to confirm his words. Of course, no one should die. The knights will be watching. If he beats Russian, it will prove that he is strong. That is, it will prove that he is the James, because Michael would not be able to do it. Russ looked happy. He couldn't believe that the knights would give him such a chance. James, on the other hand, was focused. If he loses, he will not be able to prove his case, and this will be a total fiasco of his strategy. In this case, he will be considered ineligible for the next mission, suspended from training, and returned to the regular population. Varen raised his spear above his head and told them to prepare for battle. James did not remain silent and said that his left shoulder was injured and he could barely move his arms. Process immediately started laughing at him and said he was too weak, and Juice intervened. He deliberately injured the Russians to level the playing field, so no one should be afraid and wait for the teachers to help. It was noticeable that James was nervous. He could lose everything now, and he realizes that in a real battle, his abilities are not enough. The giraffe said that the boy should understand and answer the question, is he weak or not? If he is not weak, he must prove his strength right now in front of everyone. Russ is a well-trained and skilled guy, and in real close combat, he is not a weak opponent, as everyone thought before. Varen said that he thought it would be no fun at all, but he had to watch the fight nonetheless. Russ doesn't understand why his opponent isn't moving. It seems as if James has come up with some new strategy. Now it is unclear whether there is any point in intimidating him, although if it is really Michael, this may be enough. He said that he would kill this miserable worm after he enjoyed this battle. After these words, he immediately began to attack, but strangely enough, James remained calm and did not move at all. At that moment, he remembered fragments of the past, situations when he and his brother were together. Then he again had to defend his younger brother, saying that if someone offended him again, he would break all their legs. James did not stop crying all the time. He was ashamed that his older brother was constantly fighting because of him. But Michael once again reminded him that James should not apologize. It was Michael's duty to protect him because they are family. He doesn't have to worry about anything, no matter who insults him, because Michael promises to destroy them all. Now Michael is facing the man who killed his twin brother and did so in a brutal manner. He promised to always protect his family, and this time he failed to do so, but he has the opportunity to take revenge. Russ was able to wound his opponent. He believes that this fool has too slow a reaction and did not notice his attack at all. It was noticeable that the Russian had managed to injure James's left shoulder and blood appeared on his body again. James could not do anything. He saw that they were trying to attack him, but he could not avoid the attack. It seems as if he completely accepts his defeat and does not know what to do. Russ deliberately hits a sore spot. Perhaps he wants to leave his opponent without his left arm. But James shouldn't show that he's in pain, because if he can win psychologically, then everything will be much better physically. He looked at the Russian and said that he expected more from him. It worked, and the battle continued. This is what it means to win a battle psychologically, and many soldiers forget about this aspect of battle. Russian has a broken right arm and too much self-confidence, and James is very good at seeing this. Yes, he can't keep up with the attacks of a fast opponent, but he has another strength. Thanks to his intelligence, he managed to create a situation in which it was possible to predict the direction of the attack. If he makes no mistakes and does everything right, he will be able to take back the initiative. The first shot was blocked, so his ability to read emotions on the face worked perfectly. Russ realizes that his opponent is trying to bluff. He is sure that it is Michael, not James, who is fighting against him. I wonder if he will change his mind after his opponent starts attacking constantly. It seems as if James decided to use the horizontal cut technique, which he learned from Robert. It seemed that he couldn't be beaten with this stupid technique, so he decided to respond with his own attack. It is not known whether James will be able to win this battle, but in order to succeed, he must think like a Rex. He fights with his sword and remembers how strong the skeleton was, and you always have to learn from strong opponents, even if they are evil. Both guys exchanged blows. Each of them launched a powerful attack in an attempt to kill the other. James succeeded. He was extremely accurate and managed to wound the Russian in the right arm, which was also injured before the fight. He managed to do it and surprised the Black Hen so much that the cook didn't even have time to see what had happened. James calmly looked at the Masters of Chivalry and said that he believed he had passed the test. After these words, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness from fatigue, the Russian still unable to get up after the injury. Varen hopes that what happened here will not spread further, because knights are not allowed to do that. The two experienced warriors must decide whether what James has done is enough to officially recognize his victory. Varen could not figure out who this guy really was, James or his brother Michael. The giraffe realized that too much depended on his answer, so he paused and said they should assume it was James. All this turned out to be much more interesting than Varen expected, and he finally admitted something. The Black Hen looked at James and said that he liked him, and few people have heard such words from this knight, so it means a lot. At the same time, the Eastern continent also had something to see. There was some kind of conversation between the unknown people. They are waiting for support. They were promised 2 detachments of professional fighters. But after that, no notifications were received, and if support was late, they would have to act on their own. Because of this, you will have to risk your own life, because knights will fight against them. The battle between the students was quite strange, and the end of this sparring seemed especially strange. The giraffe didn't even hear the sound of the blow, as if the Narajina's abilities were much more interesting than they are said to be. Now the knight looks at James and cannot understand what this guy has done. He is a complete mystery. It is unlikely that they observed the sword's abilities. It is difficult to say anything after seeing it only once. Varen is ready to find out more about it, but Zeus thinks it's not necessary, because this guy is as strong as they thought. That's why he was so interested in the Black Hen, because James is a weak student, but still somehow does incredible things. This guy has been through too many difficult situations, and he should be commended for that. Now the giraffe has no choice but to watch him constantly. After the battle, James was given the opportunity to rest and recuperate. The previous day had been too hard for him. The next morning, he opened his eyes and saw his family, all of whom were visibly worried about his health. Everyone already knows that he had a special mission. Everyone is jealous because they also dream of participating in one. At this point, Zeus began to tell them the plan of further actions. He believes that the skeleton will not pursue them in the near future. He needs time to regain his strength and find their traces, but they will definitely meet in the future. Now they will have to prepare very hard for future missions and be more careful about confidentiality among members of the organization. They cannot afford to be in a situation where there is a rat among them again. Mrs. Fox must return and tell all the information she has received. After this report, it will be necessary to form a pursuit squad. Best of all, to destroy the enemy before he regains his strength, although it will be difficult to do. Now, all the children will be sent to the training base, and after training, they will form a special squad. The selected students will travel east with the giraffe and black hen to complete the mission. Another problem occurred in the world of wizards, and Herman was unhappy that someone used magic as a weapon. The White Raven replied that this was the Emperor's order, and he did not want to hear dissatisfaction. If the German did not like something, he had to leave. Herman began to shout even louder. He believes that no one has the right to talk to him like that, especially a special person who claims to be a great magician. Linda is very tired of all this time of constant quarreling. These conflicts have not ended for several weeks. She looked outside and thought that her friends, the Knights, must be feeling great right now. She has no idea what they've been through lately, although they'll tell her about it later. Julie and 7 other students engaged in a special training session with a blue wolf. James approached the raccoon and decided to ask why the Knights did not use armor. She didn't expect to see him and couldn't understand why he was asking her. The guy explained that there is a giraffe that is too weak in real life, and there is also a varan, but it is better not to mess with him. So a raccoon is the best option to find out the answer to this question. She smiled and tried to explain that Knights mostly try to evade attacks. Of course, this is possible, but if someone can attack accurately, even armor will be useless. The same applies not only to Knights, but also to students, and of course to generals. James looked at her and couldn't understand how she could say such nonsense with such a serious expression on her face. Raccoon remembered the words of Zeus. He spoke about the dragon's descendants and said that her life could be in danger. James kept asking questions. He wanted to know what the point of the protective suit was. Giraffe was watching them all this time. He promised yesterday that he would look after James. Now it is unclear why the masked bandits decided to hunt for a raccoon and a hippo. The hippo lady is the hero who destroyed the demon knight, so it's strange that they targeted her. From this we can conclude that their enemies have many more allies than expected. Zeus wants to know where exactly the varan will order him to use the power. He wants to know in advance. The black hen quickly approached the giraffe and said that he was not a fool to tell such information. But no matter what happens in the future, the Zeus will be obliged to do whatever he tells him to do because he has promised. It was a useful conversation. And the varan is not just doing this out of doubt, he certainly has a goal, but what does he want? This knight in a helmet and black cloak has always been mysterious, and over the years it has only gotten worse. Rhea reported that they had received a message from the rest of the team. Everything was going well, and they would be joining them soon. Richard was pleased that everything was going according to plan, and then he made sure that Rhea was doing well and feeling well. The boss also said that he would be able to resume soon, but they have a problem because the location of the Russians has not yet been found. They are trying to find the boy, but because of yesterday's rain, it is difficult to find traces. They were also surprised to see the skeleton climbing a tree, which looks like a morning meditation. It's interesting to watch this. In the morning, this guy meditates and tries to clear his mind, and in the evening, he slaughters his opponents like pigs. Thus, the stopped training and self-development began again. In order to make progress, we must constantly try to take small steps forward. Today, residents of the capital enjoyed the beauty of the sky. The weather is much better than yesterday. The blue wolf told the students that the training was over, and now he would announce the lists of the participants in the operation. To begin with, a Jinn and a Robert will be sent to the eastern continent. The blue wolf also said that a search operation would take place, with the participation of a Quarren and a Varigan. Everyone else will have to undergo additional training. And of course they are not happy to be excluded from the operation. Fedor explained that this was his personal decision, Of course, they have become stronger since then, but he believes that there is still a danger for them. They have to stay here and continue to try to make progress, although of course all students are not happy about it. The knight asked them to stop and not to complain about their fate. Their education was his merit, and every decision he made was very difficult for him. The current operation is no joke. Everyone will have to risk their lives, so now is not the time to prove your case. Later, James met a giraffe and had a very interesting conversation with him. Zeus wants to know why the boy decided to become a knight. What exactly made him do it? He does not hide the fact that he dreamed of protecting the weak and fighting evil since early childhood. James talked a lot about revenge and the way of the knight, but if he had to choose one thing, what would be his answer? It seems as if all this time life has been constantly trying to test the boy, as if trying to understand whether he is worthy of the title of knight. If he has to make such a decision, James will take the whole situation into account and then make a difficult choice. It is noticeable that the guy does not hide anything, he speaks as he feels, and does not try to seem better at all. In a sense, this answer deserves respect and the title of knight, so the Zeus was pleased. Later he explained that they would have two missions, to go east and to find the skeleton. From this point on, the selected students will be in danger, so they need to focus on the tasks as much as possible. Zeus began to name people who would go in search of the skeleton, and among them he named James. The boy tried to talk to the knight, but the Zeus said he was not ready to explain anything. He doesn't understand what exactly this experienced warrior is up to, but the rest of the team is happy that James will be involved. During this conversation, the door of the room opened and a frightened Darren ran inside and said that there was a problem. At first, everyone thought that a skeleton had reappeared, but it turned out to be much worse, and some of the students disappeared. It was a shock for all of them. They had already become a real close-knit family, and no one wants to lose their friends. The fact is that the students were unhappy with the giraffe's decision. They believed that they should have been chosen for these missions, and that is why they staged a protest. They promised to show the Zeus their strength and decided to leave the training camp. Mrs. Fox can't believe she's been training such fools all this time, also known as escaping from Shawshank. But these students do not consider this to be an escape. They explain their actions as motivated only by the need to gain recognition. They were not able to achieve what they wanted, but they are sure that they have become better and stronger, and now the giraffe must see what they are capable of. As long as they are forced to train constantly, they will never be able to become knights. Apparently, they were worried that they might fall far behind the progress of others, that is, those who would participate in the missions. Comparing themselves with other students, they realized that they had no results, so they decided to take this step. They need to be found very quickly, because if they encounter a skeleton, everything will be bad. Also, we should not forget that these are children. They can eat something wrong and die of poisoning. This is especially true for Julie, who seemed to have eaten delicious raspberries, but it turned out to be something poisonous. While Jiren was helping Julie, Turin managed to see something. There were unidentified people behind the bushes. They were about the same age and had weapons. It was not noticeable that they were hostile, although everything in this forest is too treacherous. Soon, Julie fell asleep. It was very hard for her. The girl needs to learn to eat less. Turin thanked his new friends and promised to repay them with his help in the future. They have also already told us that they are knight students and have a reason to be here. As soon as these unknown people heard about the knights, they immediately became very interested in this topic. They guessed that these students had an exam or some important mission. Turin explained that all his friends were suffering because of his temper, but he was stopped by a Jiren who told him that they had all made a joint decision. It is now clear that the blue wolf was only trying to protect them, and now they are in mortal danger. The girl offered them her help, saying that it was their specialty to tell the right information. Turin was ready to accept this help, but the girl intervened again and said they didn't need it. In this case, there was nothing to talk about, and they said goodbye. Soon evening came and it was time to relax by the fire. The guy and girl they met had been following them all along, looking like friends of the masked bandits. They guessed that these knight disciples would follow the same path as they did. That's why it's time to put on a mask and do what the gang boss expects them to do. They can use this situation to their advantage and then kill these students. Now it's time to move to a completely different land, a territory to the north of the Udion. I don't know what it's called. It is said that a group of professional mercenaries was formed in this place, which is filled with snowstorms. These people have never been known to the whole world. Only a few knew about their existence. It is these mercenaries that we have met in our history. They are the ones who call themselves the descendants of dragons. The search for the skeleton had begun, and it was time to draw a map on the ground and figure out where they were and where they should go. As soon as they see the tracks, they must destroy the magic chain, and then the signal will be transmitted to the knights. Also, you should never fight anyone if there are no knights around. No matter how much James thinks about it, it still looks strange. So why not simplify the situation and start an all-out battle against evil? Nowadays, students are restricted in information as much as possible, but there is no reason for such behavior. So why are the knights trying to hide something? Julie finally felt much better and woke up in a normal mood. Her friends were surprised that she looked healthy, but still convinced that she was feeling well. Julie was unhappy that they were sleeping with her and had completely forgotten about the nightly surveillance. It was at this moment that the same young people they had met yesterday approached them again. Their names are Thomas and Maria. They had already picked some fruit, and they came to say hello and share the food. Julie couldn't understand who they were, so her friend explained that everything was fine and that they were their new friends. Jiroon refused to eat the fruit, and because of this, Turin started yelling at her because she had behaved the same way yesterday. But the girl has reasons for this. She thinks they are too suspiciously kind. They hardly know each other, but Thomas and Maria are too good to them. They were also always trained in night surveillance, but now they all fell asleep, and perhaps it was all due to circumstances. Maria looked at Jiroon very carefully. She realized that this girl could fully understand the situation. Surely she has good intuition. Maybe she needs to be cut first, and then she will behave well? Right now, Thomas's weapon is too far away, so it's best to keep an eye on this girl with red hair. Maria started playing the role of the good girl again and said that if they needed help with the search, they could ask her. Jiroon replied that it would not be easy at all. Although the more people there are, the easier it is to cope with difficult situations. It seems as if Maria's smile helped her, and now she is beginning to control the situation. But it's clear that the Jiren is not stupid at all, and she understands what's going on here. Very quickly, the situation got out of control, and it was impossible to play games anymore because everyone understood everything. Maria couldn't wait any longer, so she took out her weapon and started attacking. This was not enough for a quick victory because Julie intervened and used a galaxy of martial arts. This is what teamwork means, when you protect each other in critical moments and then attack together. The masked gang members had also heard about teamwork, so Thomas also intervened. He ran very quickly to get his weapon, because all this time it was far away from him. Turin is not a fool. He realizes that he has to stop this guy immediately before he gets even stronger with his sword. This is called playing ahead of the game, but in this situation, Thomas demonstrates much better properties. Julie had no choice but to use the second part of the martial arts galaxy, lightning. It was a powerful blow that Thomas immediately felt in his own body, and now he will be much more careful with these disciples. Turin thanked Julie for her help. He hadn't expected these two young warriors to be so strong. Maria intervened, ordering everyone to immediately calm down, stop, and throw their weapons on the ground. It seems as if she is the boss and is going to call the shots, but this is not the case at all. A little later, it became clear why it was so confident, since it had already managed to take the Jiren hostage. She told them that if they did not want their pretty friend to get hurt, they should lay down their arms immediately. Jiren felt pain, but she could not let them all lose because of her weakness, so she ordered her friends to keep fighting. The situation is really unpleasant, and they need to make a decision immediately, but it is too difficult for them to do so. Later, they realized that there was no point in fighting if the Jiren died, so they submitted to the bandits' terms. This is what Mary expects from her knight students: fair play and weakness in critical moments. However, even this was not enough to stop her, and Maria struck a fatal blow with her stove and shocked the others. Even after what she promised to do, she still didn't care about the rules, so she broke them again. At the moment when the Jiren fell to the ground, there was a guy not far from them. He was close enough to see everything that was happening. At the same time, he hid well, so no one noticed him in this moment of crisis. He was shocked by what he saw and tried to figure out what to do. In the morning, the friends agreed to check the area and only then meet up. Now they are helping the knights and hope that nothing critical will happen. But what James saw next made his heart beat to the limit of his physical abilities. In front of him lay the wounded student of the night. He did not understand what was happening here and was not sure that she was still alive. He looked at these strange people and tried to remember their faces. They did not look like local students at all. These two are too strong, so if this continues, the Turin and the Julie will be in danger. His shoulder is almost completely healed from the previous injury. He should not look for excuses. But at the same time, we need to remain realistic and understand the most important thing. Can he help them? From the very beginning, only the Turin wanted to organize this rebellion, and only then did the Jiren join it. He was surprised that she was doing this, because even Musa refused to go with them, and she was the most cautious of them all. This is probably the reason for its decision, because they are all behaving like real fools, but it is not going to dissuade them from doing so. It is better to go with them and try to help them stay alive. That's exactly what happened. She went with them and was the first to feel the danger. If not for her, they would probably all be dead by now. But of course, the main problem of the situation was that she gave her own life for them. Turin couldn't believe that this was real. He didn't understand why people would kill people for no reason. He was so angry that he completely lost his mind and promised to destroy these scoundrels right now. This is what happens when a person who believes in justice and goodness sees with his own eyes how evil wins in this world. This can lead to complete loss of reason and psychosis, and when you lose your mind, you can no longer act strategically. During a battle, you always need to keep your mind cool and reasonable. You need to feel your opponent and analyze his actions. As soon as you forget about it, the situation gets out of control and the chances of winning are significantly reduced. Turin showed that he hadn't completely abandoned strategic thinking as he anticipated the next Thomas attack. He was able to dodge and was preparing to strike back, and it looked very impressive. This spear has always seemed special to him, a weapon passed down from generation to generation in his family. Since martial arts are not so well known, he decided to become a knight so that the whole world could know about him. He even promised that in order to play a real legend, he would be ready to defeat the devil. Maria finally started to speak, and she tried to explain why she was acting the way she was, because they were students of knights. They hate the knights and their students with all their hearts, so it turns out that the children were unlucky to run into them in the forest. As soon as James saw this, he immediately sent a signal to the knights. He didn't care who came. The main thing was to help his comrades as soon as possible. Now these two are very close to dying because it is immediately obvious that their strength is unequal. Turin felt the enemy's sword approaching him, and mentally he had already said goodbye to his own life. It was at this point that Julie intervened again, this time using the combined galaxies of martial arts, a technique called Storm. Maria is already familiar with the galaxy of martial arts. She knows how difficult this skill is. Julie ordered the Turins to stand up immediately and fight like a real man, to do it for the sake of the Jiren. If he can't fight, he should at least take her body and start evacuating immediately. And these ruthless pigs will be left to fight the Julie from Star Trek. She prepared to use her technique again, and did not even notice how quickly the enemy approached her. As far as Maria knows, each technique requires its own unique warm-up movements. This means that it saw her preparations for the attack and was able to strike ahead of time. Maria proved to be stronger and prepared to end this confrontation. She was ready to strike the last blow, and at that moment, she saw a rather interesting black sword in front of her, which protected the Julie. This could only mean one thing. James could no longer avoid the battle and came out to protect his friends. He stopped her attack with one hand, and that was enough to recognize his abilities again. After that, they all saw an umbrella in the sky, rising higher and higher. After that, it turned into something gigantic and began to cover the participants in this battle. Maria and Thomas could not understand what was happening at all. It was the first time they had seen such skills. In a few seconds, they were in total darkness and could not see anything. It seems as if they are standing with their eyes closed, although they are not. It may seem that James has learned to fight in the dark, or has bought night vision goggles. In a few seconds, this darkness was completely shattered. It seems the plan did not work. Time was running out, but James took advantage of this opportunity and managed to hit one of them. Then he heard interesting words. Maria said she was glad to see James alive. The boy quickly realized who these people were, and given their words, he could guess that they were the descendants of a dragon. Russ was still under the watchful eye of the knights and had to continue answering questions. He was also asked why he was wearing a mask and explained that he was doing so because he was ordered to. According to rumors, this mask can evoke some mysterious powers, but he was not told anything of the sort. Russ already knew that he was being used as bait, and he didn't like it at all. He promised to destroy all the knights and laugh on their graves. The blue wolf was in a hurry. Although he was trying to run faster, his mind was occupied with memories. He remembered talking to the giraffe, and the giraffe had already noticed that the feeder was too protective of the children. It is clear that he does not want these students to get hurt, But by doing so, he puts them in even more danger. Learner progress is always accompanied by pain, and it helps for progress, so learners have to go through it. Too much protection will only impair the process of becoming a knight, and children will not even be able to withstand minimal difficulties. It is the difficulties that must make them real warriors. Otherwise, they will not be ready for the challenges. That evening, the feeder was unhappy with the conversation, but now he finally admitted that the giraffe was completely right. John and Vadran's morning search was over, and they hadn't found anyone. Now they were waiting to see James. He still hadn't returned, and because of that, he could be punished. It was at this moment that James had an idea. When trying to swing the sword, the weapon has the ability to push back. If you use it correctly, you can even launch the sword into the air, in which case you can improve your skills. This experiment was unsuccessful. He was unable to use Naragan to its full potential, although he did not give up. Failure always means a new opportunity, so James wants to jump before he activates the weapon. The strongest spear and the strongest shield are the same thing, so if James can't use the spear, he has to change his strategy. Now he will try to strike with a strong shield, and no matter how absurd it sounds. This strategy really helped from the very beginning, and the sword of Thomas was cut into 2 pieces, although it seemed impossible before. Maria deliberately wounded one of them, as she thought they might leave the body here, but would defend the wounded to the last. But now she realizes that they are not acting exactly as she expected. No matter how sharp the spear may be, it is useless if you can't strike. It required a lot of concentration, so the hit rate would only decrease, so James has to figure out what to do. Now he feels that his strength is running out. They have been fighting for a long time, but if he mindlessly attacks, he may lose. While he was analyzing the situation, Maria was already very close by, and she was not going to give him the opportunity to create a new plan. She feels such situations very well. You can recall how she acted proactively when she was killed by a Julie. Maria had done everything perfectly and was ready to kill James, but Julie came out of nowhere and blocked him with her body. This act could have cost her life. She was severely wounded and now she is half dead. At first, James began to panic and blame himself for the fact that the girl might die because of him. But then he forced himself to forget about it and not to forget his head with these thoughts. He has no right to waste time on emotions now. He has to focus on his actions and finally start doing something. He looked very angry and showed with his whole appearance that he was not going to give up. Maria began to guess that James might have a backup plan. Perhaps he had even managed to inform the knights about all this. Strong people always tend to trust their feelings. They may not notice obvious things. He realized that he had to use this opportunity to finally win. Maria managed to dodge his attacks, but now her weapon is not in the best condition. That's why she made a rather strange decision and told her partner that they should retreat. Their behavior is unlikely to please the masked gang boss, but the situation forced them to act in this way. One of them is seriously wounded, which makes us think that they can be defeated. In addition, their weapons were broken. They decided to run away, and because they believe they are in a bad position. James began to quickly try to figure out what he should do. Theoretically, he could try to catch up and destroy the enemies. But behind him are the bodies of his wounded friends, and they also need urgent help. The boy is also afraid that he might make a mistake and the knights will not come to save him. Now it is very difficult for him to make a choice. The situation is really confusing, and it may even seem that there is no choice. James acted quite aggressively and ran to catch up with Mary and Thomas. He believes that this may not be possible. Yes, it's hard to leave friends in critical condition, but revenge is all he has left. Let's not forget that he came here only for revenge, because his family no longer exists. Suddenly, he saw something and stopped, and John and Vadran stood in front of him and looked at him in surprise. He could not understand why he returned to his friends, as if his legs automatically refused to catch up with the bandits. He immediately explained that not far from here were 3 wounded students of the night, and they needed to be rescued immediately. He wanted to take revenge, but his body refused to leave his friends, and sometimes that even happens. Darren continued her search, looking at the witch's map and hurrying. At one point, she stopped and saw 2 young soldiers in front of her. She asked them not to be afraid and told them that her name was Darren, and she wanted to ask them something. Of course, these 2 know who the sky blue raccoon is, and they are not ready to listen to her. She was looking for a guy with yellow hair, while Maria was planning to brutally kill her. But the conditions are not the best for this now. They are without weapons, and Thomas is wounded. At these moments, she always recalls her boss's words that they should be more careful. That's why she decided to avoid the fight and become a great actress again. She smiled and said she didn't see anyone around. Maria hopes that the raccoon will leave immediately. They are lucky to be talking to her because she is the least intelligent of all the knights. Zeus always told the raccoon that it should always think twice. Perhaps that is why she stopped and noticed that Thomas was seriously injured. Maria began to get nervous and run through different scenarios of future events in her head. Thomas stood up and said that he was unlucky and ran into a wild boar called a puma. It seemed to him that the answer was quite concise, but the raccoon could not understand why Mary was smiling. The girl replied that she was just trying to be friendly. She didn't need an extra reason to smile at good people. But the raccoon noticed that people don't usually smile when their friends are in serious condition. It all looks like they are trying to get rid of her as quickly as possible, which is strange. Everyone believes that Darren is mentally retarded, but sometimes her intellectual abilities prove that this is not the case. Maria had always heard that raccoons were stupid, but now they met in person and it turned out that all these stories were false. The black hen, Varun, returned from his morning walk and was shocked to see what was happening on their territory. There were many wounded in the room and everyone was rushing around very quickly to help them stay alive. Zeus immediately ordered water and tried to find the raccoon, but was told that it had not returned yet. All available students tried to do their best to stop the bleeding of the wounded. The rescue operation lasted for several hours in a row, and every minute counted as the students' lives depended on it. Zeus worked hard and did everything he could. Now there are no problems with Julie's health. She will soon get better. But the main problem is with Jiren, and now this girl is on the verge of life and death. The students were worried and couldn't figure out what to do. Their young minds were not yet ready for this. At the moment, there is no adequate solution. The black hen has followed the doctor, so we can only wait and pray. A little later, everyone heard Turin sobbing. He was hysterical because he was sure that he was to blame for the situation. He called himself stupid and said that he was too selfish because it was he who organized the riot. The giraffe is an experienced knight. He knows that there are no black and white situations. Everything is always not so simple. He explained to the guy that everything that ends well is an experience, and the same can be said about the bad scenario. So this whole situation is absolutely normal. The tour has gained invaluable experience, and it's not their fault that they were attacked. The situation may have led to the injury of his friends, but the giraffe is also to blame because he did not realize the danger that awaited the children. He assured that hard days are made to make a person stronger. Knights also make mistakes, and sometimes it happens that ordinary people can suffer because of their fault. This is not at all uncommon, but knights never stop, so the tour shouldn't stop either. This is the path of a knight, and only by gaining experience can one mature. Now Turin has to gather his strength and find those who injured his friends, so the giraffe gives him the opportunity to show that he has grown up. Otherwise, he won't be able to become a professional knight, and now he has to make a choice. It is through constantly making difficult choices that students make progress. Every day is the same. This is the only way to become a knight. Turin is ready for this and wants to try to avenge his friend. It can also be an additional motivation for others. Most often, anger makes a person move forward. A giraffe takes advantage of it all the time. He was able to arouse the anger of the Turks and direct it in the right direction. But it is strange that he did not try to find the very first cause of this incident. He did not try to reassure the students of the real danger of this situation, and this looks like an unwillingness to disclose information. Only later will everyone realize that this is exactly what happened. The knight did not want the students to know the whole truth. There is a simple explanation for all of this. The dragon's descendants are somehow connected to the knights. The giraffe was worried because he hoped that Darren was okay, because she could also be in mortal danger. It's time to follow the events on the eastern continent again, as this coast always pleases with beautiful views. The first special squad is talking to each other again, and now it's time to see their true colors. First, let's meet Hassan, the peach rabbit, who has already managed to find some food in the morning. Margaret, the pink badger, was interested in having a tasty meal and hoped that he would share his food with her. The jade cat, Christopher, calmly watches their conversation, believing that only true knights care about food. They quickly noticed that the rabbit not only found food, but also brought an uninvited guest with him. This guest is in a bad mood. He doesn't like the fact that cockroaches are out for a walk on this territory. He called them fools who had completely forgotten about fear and said he wanted to cut them into pieces right now. The rabbit says that he is the only one who has food, so he wants to have breakfast in peace and asks his friends to solve this issue without him. They were unhappy with what he said, but they should have thought about food earlier. The pink badger, Margaret, said she didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore and would personally resolve the issue. She readied her weapon and showed her confidence, which was enough to surprise her husband. She asked him to act much faster because she wanted to kill him right away and try to find something to eat. The man smiled and said that he was interested in the girl's weapon, which looked like a machete stick from famous legends. The girl called him a fool for talking nonsense and explained that this stick was her Narragan. Christopher began to worry that things might not go according to plan, but Hassan assured him that he was not to worry. He said that in such a situation, it is better not to interfere until she asks for help. Otherwise, it will offend her. She turned to the man with the beard and asked if he was really ready to kill her. He laughed and assured me that he had come to kill not only her, but all of them, except for the one with white hair. The rabbit was having a quiet breakfast and couldn't understand why no one wanted to kill him. It hurt his feelings. Margaret was pleased that she would not have to persuade him to fight, but she immediately informed him that she would not listen to requests for mercy. This girl can talk beautifully. Now I want to see if she can fight beautifully. Both warriors don't like to wait for long, so they got right down to business and started fighting. This warrior's name is Daniel, and from the very beginning, he decided to use a serious and powerful spring sakura technique. Sakura leaves immediately appeared around them, which means nothing to an uneducated person, but real warriors have heard of this technique. After this attack, Daniel used the autumn leaf technique, which is even more dangerous than before. At that moment, Margaret realized that she was facing a very unusual warrior, someone very experienced and well-trained. It was time to defend herself, because Daniel was not going to hand over the initiative to her. His shots were powerful, although they were not too fast, which is probably his only drawback. The girl felt that she could dodge his future attacks. The main thing was to follow his eyes in order to predict the direction of the attack. Daniel was constantly changing the angles of his attacks and using new techniques, such as summer rain. If not for Narragan, this girl would have been dead long ago, so she is very lucky today. But now it's time to act, and Margaret can no longer defend herself, because in order to win the battle, you have to attack. Daniel couldn't believe that instead of attacking with a sword, his opponent struck with a powerful fist. He had to use another interesting skill, which is called winter wind in the continent where he was born. This was enough for Margaret to fail to predict the direction of the attack and lose her weapon. This warrior is a very experienced team player, skillfully applying different skills and combining them as he wishes. This helps to attack from different angles and to be unpredictable all the time, meaning that he doesn't even need speed. This has always been enough to defeat his enemies, but today he met a completely different kind of opponent. Margaret knows how to wait. She skillfully analyzes the opponent in the first minutes of the fight and begins to understand his strengths and weaknesses. It seems that she is defending herself and cannot respond, but in fact, this is the technique of a python patiently waiting for its prey. All of this is done in order to deliver a decisive blow at the right time in the area where the opponent is too weak. This is how the pink badger's fighting technique can be characterized, and we can all see what it is capable of now. Her friends were not at all surprised by this result, which is exactly what they expected, and congratulated the girl on her easy victory. Margaret said that now she was too hungry to eat even a whole boar. Now it's time to return to our continent and listen to the conversation between James and Darren. The experienced knight said she was jealous of this guy, and at first he couldn't even understand what she meant. Darren explained that she was jealous not only of him, but of the other students as well, all of whom were gradually becoming stronger, and she could not keep up with them at all. Sometimes she thinks she has no talent or abilities at all, and now she is even thinking about retirement. She dreams of having at least half the skills that James has, and it was strange for the guy to listen to all this. It is often said on this continent that people are afraid to face their confidence all their lives. The best way to do this is to look at yourself in the mirror, because it's absurd to compare yourself to others. Everyone should do their own thing and improve their personal skills and not pay attention to others at all. This conversation was before Darren was seriously injured, and now James regretted his words. If he had offered her to surrender, she would not be lying in front of him now, and would not be one step away from death. A knight came into the room and asked the young students to come to him. He was a Jewess. He said that as soon as they rested and regained their strength, they would immediately head east. He immediately warned them that their strategy would be to disguise themselves, to pretend to be ordinary people. No matter what happens next, they should never demonstrate their power. So, in simple terms, their new mission will be to try to pretend to be weak. The wounded team members made an impression on everyone around them, especially the Blue Wolf. Fedor looked at his friends and students and could not believe that he had allowed such a tragedy to happen. Of course, no one has died yet, but they are one step away from death, and so anything can happen. The next day, he started talking to Juice. The blue wolf was unhappy with the list of the search party. The giraffe tried to calm his friend down and ignored his dissatisfaction. The main thing now was to take care of the children. Juice said that he was going on a long journey, and he probably also decided to go east in person. Something seems to have changed recently, and Juice said he was ready to talk about it, but the feeder should listen carefully. In a few seconds, the blue wolf found out that the raccoon had disappeared, and this completely changed the whole situation. The newly formed squad for the new mission was preparing to head east. But first, James decided to find out something. He wants to know what to do in case of danger, for example, if they are attacked by unknown soldiers. Upon hearing this possible scenario, Marta and Pai immediately took up arms and prepared for battle. James called them fools and reminded them that they should never show force in this mission. Looking at them, it seems that nothing will work out, because ordinary people, when they feel threatened, do not start fighting, but rather run away. James turned around, looked into the eyes of the Jews, and said that he was abandoning this mission because his partners were absolute fools. Now he is sure that this plan is doomed, so it is better to look at other options. The giraffe explained that they do this in order to act unnoticed, and it was time to explain something to the students. Now they are all on the path of war. The eastern continent is trying to attack them, although the students do not understand the reason. Many years ago, one of the generals of the eastern continent sailed to the central continent. He did this to bring back his people who had fled, and after that, he began to fight with the local knights. The general was killed during a battle, and soon the knight who killed the uninvited guest died, and it was from that moment that all the problems began. The eastern continent began to demand that they be given the body of a knight of the central continent. Of course, this was unacceptable for the knights, but the eastern continent understood this, and they only needed a pretext for a new conflict. The knights refused to fulfill this absurd request. They could not even think of giving up the body of their dead friend. Thus, the war has become closer, the situation has been getting more and more tense every month, and now it is almost critical. A special unit was sent to the eastern continent to gather information. But now everything went wrong because one of the knights was caught, and all the others remained isolated. So now the disciples and the Jews have to meet this special first squad, free one of them, and go back. That is why they have no right to show their strength, because if they are seen, the situation will get completely out of control. Juice and the students could be the cause of a war, which is why you have to be incredibly careful and focused. The giraffe is sure that the students understand him, but asks them not to worry too much, because getting to the eastern continent is not a difficult task. He explained that they must be strong enough to overcome the crisis and weak enough to be overlooked. For some team members, it will be difficult because they have only ever learned to fight, and this is a completely different task. Of course, only James can benefit from this situation, but now he is worried about the rest of the team. It was time to demonstrate his trademark intimidation technique, and he had already perfected it. When his friends saw this, they immediately grabbed for their weapons, but James said they had to react differently to the danger. He said that ordinary people are not able to sense intimidation techniques, so we should forget about a belligerent reaction. Soon the black hen Varren returned. He did not come alone, but brought a doctor with him. He noticed that the blue wolf had switched places with the giraffe and began to realize that something bad had happened. Fedor said that the Jujus had already set off on its way to the eastern continent, and also said that the raccoon had disappeared. The blue wolf also said that they had been ordered to find a raccoon and a skeleton, and these words upset the Varren. He doesn't like not being told all the information in person, but he's used to this kind of behavior. Varren thought that the giraffe must keep his promise, otherwise he would have to kill him. In this forest of the central continent, there were not only forces of good, but also forces of darkness. Masked bandits were still a serious danger to the knights. Richard met with the Rex, and the skeleton reported that he felt as if he had been born again. Richard said that they had prepared a new spear for him. This weapon is much better than the previous one, but first he needs to train a bit. At that moment, some unknown powerful force snatched the spear from Richard's hands. Within seconds, this spear was at the throat of the masked bandit leader. Of course Rex did it. He didn't like the way Richard spoke as if he was telling him what to do. The skeleton explained that he was not used to listening to anyone but the Emperor and was not going to change his approach. Richard calmly explained that he did not mean to offend his friend, but also explained that they were not going to listen to his orders either. They need each other to achieve common goals, which is why they decided to work together. Richard asked the skeleton to consider their relationship a mutually beneficial union and asked him to calm down. The main thing now is to focus on their goal, because they have a common one, and for this, they do not need to quarrel with each other once again. A few days have passed since Zeus and the disciples set off on their next mission. Their journey to the eastern continent was not easy, but nothing particularly difficult happened either. Soon, they saw the land of the eastern continent, the first time the Zeus would be there, so there was no information about this place. He does not know what the situation and people are like there, so nothing is known, and for them, it is a country of uncertainty. James had always dreamed of traveling to the eastern continent, but not under such circumstances. He hopes that nothing bad will happen and that everything will go smoothly and successfully. From the very beginning, we had a plan to send 2 detachments to the eastern continent, but the plans changed and now there will be only one. James noticed that the plans had changed too quickly, and there must be a good reason for that. There are legends that the eastern continent is closed to ordinary people, probably because they do not interact with anyone. In the east, smuggling is also flourishing and developing, almost at an all-time high. Now Zeus is very worried about the first special squad. He hopes that these people are okay. Soon their journey to the eastern continent was over, and it was time to disembark. As soon as they got to the ground, they saw one of the generals, a stout, 100-bald man who was very unhappy. He started shouting at some men in public and said they should get out of here immediately. It seems he was talking to smugglers. This had never happened before, but now everything has changed because one of their generals disappeared. Now they all began to suspect their enemies of this problem, and Zeus immediately thought of the first squad. He asked them not to interfere and not to do anything bad, but it seems they could not resist and killed one of the generals. I didn't expect to see one of the generals so soon. It seems they are not in danger now, but it's better to go back. James was ready to leave, but Zeus explained that he might not get another chance like this. In this case, they could lose their special first squad of knights, and that would be a disaster. In a few seconds, the knights saw that the general was looking in their direction, interested in the goods they were bringing. He said that he had to check everything carefully, and James interrupted the conversation and said that they could not show the goods. The guy explained that they only show products to the people they work with, because that's the basis of the business. Judging by what he said, the general is not in a bad mood. He probably only thinks about fulfilling his obligations. This general's name is Paul, and he said he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, although he understood that they were smuggling, which is illegal. That is why the giraffe said that they brought Thamudna, a plant that grows on the central continent. It has effective plague treatment skills, although it can also be used as a poison. There are no similar herbs on the eastern continent, and the whole story looked very plausible. The general immediately thought about it. Of course, he has never heard of this plant before, but the giraffe speaks with great confidence, and this can make all the difference. Even when standing still, the knight feels a lot of tension, probably due to the general. James remains calm. He immediately realized that the giraffe had prepared this story in advance. These two are visibly nervous, and because of them, everything can go wrong because the general can easily smell fear. The main thing is for the floor to believe in this story, because if a problem starts, it will become a problem. James realized that he needed to be much more aggressive because there was a high probability that the general could sense this tension. In this case, they will have problems, and if they have problems, this plan will fail. James approached Zeus and told him that he had an interesting idea, but that it had only a 7% chance of success. The guy said that he was ready to do everything for success, and although 7% is too little, they have no other choice. The giraffe allowed the boy to improvise and do everything he could to save their predicament. The general came up to them and said he wanted to see their product in person. He had never heard of this plant before, so it looked suspicious. It was at this moment that James grabbed his arm. It was so unexpected that the general was not ready for it. The guy, without raising his head, said that the elder had sent them and looked carefully into the eyes of the floor. It was clear that the general understood what was being said, but did not know whether to trust this stranger. James recalled the conversation with Rex, when the skeleton said that he hated being complimented because there were too many people like that on his continent. They all want to cloud the eyes and ears of the emperor. These creatures know no bounds and boundaries, so Rex informed them that he could punish them for such behavior. Judging by the information James has gathered, most of the generals are involved in politics, and they must be close to each other. General Paul was probably also in a close relationship with the skeleton, and this could help the knights. James pulled out his sword, which he had stolen from Rex, and showed it to the general so that he could be convinced of the boy's words. Of course, everyone was surprised and waited for James to say more, but it was already clear that this guy was acting very smart. James is sure that all these changes in the situation on the continents are related to the skeleton, but he still does not understand the reason for sending the skeleton to the central continent. General Paul leaned over to the boy and asked him in a quiet voice to follow him. Thus, the plan, which had a 7% chance of success, worked perfectly in this acute and dangerous situation. James and all the other members of this mission were shocked by what happened. It was hard to even dream about it. Let's return to the central continent and see the actions of masked bandits again. Soon after, Rhea informed her boss that the other team members, Thomas and Maria, had joined them. Richard greeted the young warriors and thanked them for their help. He immediately noticed Thomas's injury. Thomas replied that he was fine and would soon be ready for new adventures and battles. A few seconds later, another figure appeared not far from them, and it was clear that it was a woman. Richard couldn't believe his eyes when he realized that he was looking at a raccoon Darren, so that's where she had disappeared to. Richard smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but he was glad to meet. 6 years ago, when they first met, Darren approached Richard, told him her full name, and asked him to take care of her. Richard said that he was the boss of the dragon's descendants, and also gave his name. For our history, it is important to understand what happened 6 years ago, and these events can clarify something. The green Voltanin sheep and the orange tin frog were located in the region closest to the western continent. A sky-blue raccoon Darren was standing next to them, and she told them that demons were in the west. The knights were not alone. The descendants of dragons stood next to them, with Richard as their leader. Darren was visibly nervous, and there were many reasons for this, because the mission is very intense and dangerous. She looked at the child with green eyes and was not sure that this child was ready for such a mission. Richard assured me that this child is ready for anything, and in 5 years he will be able to compete with most knights. Soon, Richard ordered his men to take out their weapons and move forward. It was time to do the job. This battle was hard and long, and there is no need to say that it took many lives. The survivors could not celebrate the victory because too many of their friends had died. Darren approached Richard to talk about the situation, to analyze everything, and figure out what to do next. She also said that one of their men was seriously wounded and expressed her condolences for the number of victims. Richard assured her that the dragon's descendants are normal about death. They consider it noble to die fulfilling a task. They are mercenaries and are ready to fulfill the contract to the very end, which will protect their families and future generations. The contract of the dragon's descendants can be compared to a knight's honor, and it is just as important to them. This was not the end of the mission, and despite the large number of casualties, the war was still not won. The battles continued, and the knights fought together with the descendants of dragons on the same side. They soon succeeded, and the knights recognized that the dragon's descendants were very strong and powerful warriors. Richard replied that they were also proud to have fought with the knights on the same side. They had proved to be reliable allies and had earned their trust. Richard said that they could even leave their village for the knights. So much do they respect these warriors now. This is how the alliance to protect the village of the dragon's descendants was concluded 6 years ago. But then, everything turned out completely differently from what the descendants of the dragons thought. When Richard returned, he saw that his home village had completely burned down. Almost nothing remained of it. He could not believe that it had really happened. Richard was sure that the knights would be able to defend his home. He looked at the fire and prayed that it would all be a dream. But it was reality, a harsh reality. He remembered that day for the rest of his life, and now he reminded Darren of it, if she hadn't forgotten it. The raccoon looked into his eyes and answered in a quiet voice that she remembered everything, that it was impossible to forget. She looked at him and remembered that Richard had the same expression on his face that day. The boss of the masked bandits stepped forward and said that he was now sure that he did not want to leave her alive. Meanwhile, on the eastern continent, the team had to split up, with James going with the general and everyone else staying put. The students wanted to go and rescue their friend, but the knight assured them that they should trust James, because this guy probably had a plan. If anyone should be trusted in such a difficult situation, it's James, because his head is always full of interesting things. The guy knows how to find ways out of the most difficult situations, so now we can be sure that he also has a plan. Of course, General Paul still has doubts in his mind, but he cannot ignore the weapon James holds in his hands. This sword is special. It is made of a broken spear and belongs to the legendary General Rex. Now Paul wants to hear from the boy what exactly Master Rex gave him, perhaps some hidden message. James was visibly tense, although he tried his best not to show it. He has to think and remember what the skeleton said during the 3 days they spent with each other. The guy has no right to make a mistake and say something wrong. His manner of behavior and communication is important now, so it's better to show your respect and take off your hat. Of course, this is enough to show ourselves on the best side, but it is not enough to calm the general. Now James can't remember anything. He tries to improvise, but he has no ideas in his head. That is why he decided to take an incredible risk, looked the general in the eye, and said that he had to prove that he was a reliable person. So James, feeling that he was being suspected, decided to turn the situation upside down and start suspecting the general first. Doubt is always the first step to trust, and in this case, they quickly changed their roles. James is well aware that he has incredible evidence, a sword that belongs to General Rex personally. All of this is very similar to the behavior of Rex. Paul said that his friend is sometimes called a beaten general. Of course, James doesn't know these nuances, but judging by Paul's expression, he took James's words seriously. The guy hopes that Rex and Paul are not very close friends, and that it is better to stall for time because an important moment is coming. He has to come up with something because General Paul wants to know what Rex gave him. James paused for a moment, looked carefully into his interlocutor's eyes, and said that Rex had told him that the dragon's descendants could not be trusted. James is very attentive, which is why he is always good at manipulating someone based on even a small piece of information. He explained that the Rex forbade the dragon's descendants to get too close to him because the king had to take care of the future. But there was a problem. James did not know something important, and he immediately saw a strange reaction from General Paul. Rex always warned us not to speak out loud about the Emperor, and because of that, the skeleton almost killed the boy twice. Now James is behaving very well. He remains calm and tries not to show his emotions, although he realized that he made a mistake. He knows how to correct his mistakes, but to do so, he needs to understand where he went wrong, and he needs to do it quickly. Otherwise, it will end badly. While James was in critical condition, let's go back to the story that happened 6 years ago. Richard looked at the flames and could not believe that this was really happening to his village. The knights united and asked the Daran to stop the dragon's descendants. Otherwise, the situation would get out of control. Richard looked at her and couldn't believe that she had actually picked up a sword. They had been friends all this time. Now it is clear why Richard cannot forget the events of that terrible evening. All this caused too many emotions in his heart, and emotions are best remembered in the head. However, Richard could not stand by and watch what was happening and do nothing. He realized that the time had come to act and forget about the alliance that had been made between the knights and the descendants of dragons. He drew his sword and killed one of the knights. It was very fast, and the Daran did not have time to do anything. It was then that they first took out their weapons and turned them against each other. 6 long years have passed, and now they are in a similar situation, although they are not holding their swords yet. Richard recalled how the knights took the lives of other descendants of the dragon one by one. It was obvious that these memories were causing him even more pain, but the raccoon looked very calm, as if its heart was frozen. Now we have completely forgotten about the other students of the Knights team, especially James's friends. Now John, Robert and David are together again, and it's evening outside, so they can't lag behind each other. Now they are devoting all their energies to finding Mrs. Raccoon, and John is sure she can't have gone far. All this time David could not concentrate. His thoughts were completely focused on another problem. He looked at John and asked him what would happen if it turned out that James was not who he seemed. John replied that it was better not to ask him such questions. He was too bad at riddles. That is why David looked at Robert and decided to talk to him about this difficult and sensitive topic. The guy with black hair started laughing and said that he didn't know anything either. He'd rather think about something else. While they were thinking about James, their friend was in mortal danger because he was talking to a real professional thug. The general has begun to feel the boy's emotions very well, so his lies may backfire. The Emperor's close associates stirred up trouble, and everyone is well aware of this. The reason Mr. Rex destroyed them was not only because they were all too corrupt. Rex said that respect and honor begins with a title, and these people went over the top. They gave the Emperor the title of king. Mr. Rex could never have left it unattended, so the guy's behavior is too strange. It's not clear where he came from. The general is not sure if this guy is even friends with Rex. He is only sure about the weapon James brought with him. General Paul and the skeleton are very close friends, but Paul can hardly believe that some little boy would steal a sword from a skeleton. It's hard to imagine such a thing in your head, and thinking about it, James realized something important. He looked at the general and said that he almost died last time, the reason for which he did not understand, because Rex did not tell him anything. That is why he turned to General Paul and asked him to explain the reason why the Rex had wounded him in the shoulder, almost killing him. James realized that he didn't have to lie. It might be enough to tell the truth. He shouldn't pretend because he is weak, and this can be his best excuse. Judging by the general's reaction, his plan, which was extremely aggressive and risky, worked. Soon after, James came out to his team members unharmed, and this can be considered a victory. The boy did not show his joy, as if he had learned something important. He recalled a conversation with the general, and Paul told him that Rex had promised that the situation would soon stabilize. This could mean that they could start a full-scale war, and this is exactly what the soldiers of the Eastern Continent wanted. On the part of the state, there were many who agreed with the return of the Rex, but on the condition that it would be with someone else. General Paul said he wanted to go to Elder Rex and help him return to his homeland. James said that his story worked, but it was better to split into two groups to keep this lie hidden. In this case, it was decided that the giraffe would work together with Pi, and James would be here from March. Now it's just the two of them, and maybe we'll finally see this guy get closer to us in March. James is confident that he can easily control her future actions. Otherwise, the Deuce would not have left her with him. He asked the girl to always remain under his control, and it seems that this is exactly what she wants. Looking more closely at her face, James realized that he was only now beginning to notice that this girl was very dangerous. It was a very dark night. Everyone around had gone to bed long ago, so it was time for the predators to go hunting. In such darkness, you don't have to be afraid that someone will notice you, especially if you don't want it to happen. In this darkness, a lot of things happen that will seriously affect the plot, but we'll keep it a secret for now. The Giraffe Knight continued to act according to plan with his apprentice named Pi. The boy recalled that the knight said that in an emergency, they could use their power. Although everyone already knows that Juice has made an agreement with the Black Hen Varan, it is unclear what he will do in a critical situation. Giraffe explained that this agreement with Varan only covers the use of his equipment. But if he were to use the event horizon and then die at the hands of the Varan, he would not hesitate to risk his life for the sake of the common goal. It seems that this mission is very important, and besides, Juice has another priority: the lives of his students. These words mean a lot to students. They show how much their teacher cares about their future. A little later, Pi recalled his first meeting with Rhea, the moment he was told that she would live in his village. When he saw her, he became visibly shy, which can probably be called love at first sight. Now the boy decided to ask his teacher whether Rhea belongs to the dragon's descendants, and whether it can be assumed that she is not human. The giraffe explained that this is not true at all. Only members of the clan are called dragon descendants. It does not mean that they are dragons. Dragons are non-existent creatures. In this clan, they are considered to be something like gods, appearing only in legends passed down from generation to generation. It was an interesting conversation that could have gone on for a very long time, but suddenly the knights heard a strange sound. They immediately tensed up and realized that someone was approaching them, and they had to remember that they had to pretend to be ordinary people. Pi completely forgot about these nuances. He immediately grabbed his sword, although Juice continued to play the role of an ordinary guy. The person who approached them hadn't yet shown his face in full, but it was clear that he was a tall guy. A little later, they finally saw a strange person in front of them. This guy was asking for some food. Juice immediately started analyzing him. He looked strange, but he didn't look like a general at all. Back to the central continent, before killing Darren, Richard wants to use her for his own benefit. The woman replied that he had every right to do so, which is why she threw away her weapon and came to them. Darren said that it was wrong to act badly towards other people, and it was at this moment that she felt a strong blow. Rhea intervened in this situation and said that the knight had no right to say such words, especially considering that Darren is a real murderer. Rhea looked at the Darren and couldn't understand why it had killed her own family. What did the Darren feel when it took other people's lives? It was clear that not only Richard hated the knights, but now the motives of the masked gang were clearer. Rhea wondered if the Darren remembered the screams of the people, the smell of roasting human meat, and the reason she had done it. Darren looked away and said that she could not tell all these reasons. Richard intervened and asked his assistant to calm down and not rush to kill the raccoon. It's too late to apologize and take steps towards reconciliation. It's already begun. Soon, no one will be able to stop the dragon's descendants, although their plans remain hidden for now. The Eastern Continent also had its own problems, and James grabbed his head and tried to think. He doesn't understand what to do in future situations, and Martha, in turn, doesn't understand what he's doing. She notices that James is always worried about something, but she doesn't have such problems. Although the crisis situation ended successfully, he still needs to find the reasons why the skeleton ordered him to return to the Eastern continent. It is not enough to say that he came to convey the message that the dragon's descendants cannot be trusted. Now, it is also important to collect a lot of information, but it must be done carefully. It is unlikely that the general will act too recklessly. He seems to be a wise enough person who knows what to do. Paul has no doubt that the Rex is loyal to the Emperor, but it is hard to understand why he would hand over the Emperor's valuable gift to an ordinary guy. It is unlikely that James was able to take the sword from the legendary general, so perhaps Rex really asked the boy to come to the Eastern continent in person. The general decided to check everything thoroughly. The situation is very unclear, so we need to gather more information. The next morning, James came to General Paul and said that Rex wanted permission. The boy said that the Rex tried to defeat several knights at the same time, but he failed. That's why he wants to go to the enemy's capital and blow the head off the leader of the left side of the continent. Of course, it all looks like an incredible adventure, but it's very similar to the Elder Rex. The general thought that this guy was probably really sent here on the orders of the Rex, so he agreed to send a request for this request. Although even if James is telling the truth, General Paul still feels uncomfortable. Meanwhile, inside the forest of the Eastern continent, the second part of the Knightly squad found a strange boy. It seems as if he can't see anything. It's very dangerous to walk in the forest in this condition. Suddenly, this guy started talking. He turned to the Juju and said that he felt its incredible power. The giraffe remained calm. He said that every person has a special potential, so there is nothing special about it. The guy replied that it wasn't a very funny joke. Probably everyone on their continent is so boring. After these words, it was impossible to hide my surprise, because it turned out that this guy knew they were from another continent. But how? All this time he was standing with his eyes closed and did not look like a general, so it was not clear whether he was dangerous or not. Juice decided to ask him directly who he was and what he wanted, and the guy smiled in response. His smile was very strange, and it was enough to make Pi very worried. The guy replied that he was a legend, or an imaginary creature that didn't really exist. Then he opened his eyes and saw that his words surprised the knights, so he apologized for speaking in riddles and said that he was a dragon. It's time to move back to the central continent and watch Ruth's actions. She came to talk personally with the dark blue turtle of Dalshany, the legendary knight. He said that Miss Fox had done a great job, but now he had to get busy working on the requests. He told the knight that she was free to go about her business. Dawson was upset and recalled his conversation with the Jews, and he repeatedly asked them not to use their force. But in any case, there was no other way out, so the main thing is that no one gets hurt in the future. Juice and Pi were surprised to hear that they were talking to a dragon who called himself a legend. It all looks very strange. He came here to ask for food, and then it turned out that he knew a lot about them. Juice thought that this mysterious guy might have overheard their conversation, but he didn't look like a crazy person. There are no signs of hostility from him. It seems as if he is trying to find cooperation with the knights. The dragon noticed that the giraffe was very cautious. He assured him that he came in peace and only wanted to talk. It seems as if he can also read the minds of his opponents. But what did he mean when he called himself a dragon? This guy is surprised. He can't believe that the Jinx and his student have never heard of dragons. Giraffe said that they do not have enough information on this matter, so they want to hear it from him. After winter, spring always comes. Water comes and goes, creatures are born and then die. All of this can be called the laws of nature, but there is something that bypasses all the laws of nature. These things are called Narragan. After this story, this guy pointed a finger at himself and fell silent. It turns out that dragons are not subject to the laws of the world at all. This is the conclusion of Pi. It's an interesting idea, but it's not quite like that. There are times when something similar happens. Dragons do not refer to plants, animals, or humans because dragons are conceptual creatures. And you also have knowledge and understanding of the concept, the more material the creature becomes. As a result, dragons are subject to individual law, and a dragon's word is more important than a human word. That is why the dragon's promise can be equated with the law of the world, although it is difficult to understand. The dragon tells all this for a reason. He has a goal, and he wants to ask the knights to free him. Of course, they didn't understand anything. Before they thought it was adequate, but now they are not sure about it. The dragon said that he shouldn't have made too many promises. His enemies were too smart. But in any case, if it is helped to get free, it will help to destroy the inhabitants of this continent. The search for Darren continued on the central continent, and nothing has been heard from her for several days. It was not only the students who were looking for it, but also the blue wolf Fedor and the black hen Varen. Soon the feeder noticed something. He was shocked and frightened by what he saw in front of him. You made him stop immediately, even though he had already reached top speed. It turned out that he was holding a Darren sword, so she was completely unarmed all this time. It looks like she was taken by force, but there are no signs of a struggle around her. They were led here by the black hen Varen, and now a logical question arises. How did he find out about the location of the weapons? Fedor was surprised and looked at his friend carefully, but suddenly he felt another creature approaching. He turned his head and saw a black shadow in his hat, and he had no doubt that they had met this monster before. If you see the legendary General Rex in front of you, you should be sure that you will soon experience the technique of wind flow cutting steel. Fedor couldn't believe that the Varen really turned out to be a rat and betrayed his honor and his friends. But it was too late to say anything, because soon the blue wolf felt the attack of the blade. He had already fought against General Rex before, but the battle was too hard for him, and he will remember it for the rest of his life. Now he is close to death. Last time he was very lucky to stay alive, but today everything may be different. It is not entirely clear how exactly the black chicken Varen went over to the side of evil. He betrayed his friends and renounced his oath as a knight? Or is it possible that this is all his cunning plan? When he came to the masked gang members, they were surprised to see him. Baron very quickly realized that everything around him was done through an attack on the event horizon. So the giraffe has used his power and thinks that the black hen is an idiot, and the black hen can't like that. Richard stepped forward and said he had an interesting proposal for him. Varen replied that he was not interested in any suggestions. He was a descendant of dragons and had to move on. But Richard did not stop. He knows that the raven hates knights, so they have something in common that unites them. Right here and now they can unite and destroy all these scoundrels together once and for all. Varen very quickly realized that they were trying to recruit him. He is not a fool, and he feels such moments very well. But when the feeder was on the verge of death, Varen intervened and stopped the blade of the spear of General Rex. Neither the Blue Wolf nor the Rex expected this turn of events. Each of them believed that Varen had gone over to the side of darkness, but now it turned out that it was all just a game. I must admit that the Black Chicken Varen is one of the most interesting characters in this story. His identity has not been revealed at all so far. Mrs. Fox returned to her group of students, looking a bit confused and nervous as usual. The boys tried to decide which of them was more like James and had more talent. Quarren approached her teacher and decided to see if they were really told to just wait. Ruth said that the Varen and the Blue Wolf had gone to an unknown destination, and she considered them irresponsible, selfish people. In your head, you think that one of them could be a traitor, but the fox hopes that this is not true, because then they will be unprepared for such a situation. When Varen first spoke to Richard, he looked at him and asked what their plan was. Richard asked the knight to contact his friends and bring them here, and then the bandits and the Rex would do everything themselves. The Black Chicken Varen always wants to know what benefits await him from any action. He never does anything for nothing. Richard is sure that this is the way the Varen will achieve his goals, because he also hates knights. Richard seems to pretend that he understands the motivations and desires of the Varens, but he does not. Raven doesn't understand how this fool dared to offer him such a thing. He doesn't like such people. The crows were very curious about what exactly happened in this place. It looks very serious. Rex also didn't expect things to go wrong. He thought that the Varen was now on their side. The Blue Wolf feeder also tried to understand the situation, but in any case, he was lucky because he survived. He drew his sword and ordered the Varen to bend down immediately so that he could deliver a powerful blow. So now we can witness a new battle between General Rex and the Knights. It's unlikely that a simple swinging punch will be enough to kill this skilled killer. The Raven said that this attack was too predictable, and the Rex easily defended against it. On the contrary, it infuriated him, and now he will use the blade strike again in the technique of wind flow cutting steel. It was a really powerful attack. The feeder does not understand where General Rex came from. He always comes uninvited. Now the general started attacking the Black Chicken Varen. He always changes his targets after each attack. He also noticed that Varen was unarmed, which meant that the knight was an easy target. I wonder if his Narragan will come to the rescue of the Varen. Will he have time to save his master? Rex had already approached his victim and was preparing to deliver the final blow when a spear appeared on the horizon. Its speed is comparable to the speed of light, but even this is not enough to go unnoticed when attacked by a Rex. The speed of this general will probably be legendary in the future. and perhaps he will be called a flush. He managed to dodge and deflect the spear attack, so even now the Varren could not kill the Rex. This guy with a skeleton mask always finds a way out of any maze, and in any situation he remains calm. But it's not enough to put the Narrigan aside, it's always ready to help its owner. After that, it's time to activate the Death Stream skill, which not only sounds cool, but looks the same. Varren warned the Blue Wolf that the Rex had started to attack and they should get ready for it. Sometimes it seems that it is almost impossible to prepare for a skeleton attack. It is always unexpected and lightning fast. The Blade Island leaves almost no chance for the opponents, but besides them, the trees always suffer. Perhaps the Rex was sent to this continent only because there were no more trees left on the eastern continent. It seems that in a situation like this, it is no longer possible to hide behind trees. You need to immediately concentrate all your strength and stop him. Meanwhile, on the eastern continent, the trees were fine, and the dragon was told by the Zeus that he couldn't help him. Everything the dragon says looks strange. It has no credibility, so it's best not to waste your precious time with it. Empty talk will lead to nothing anyway. The only problem is whether he will be a threat after he refuses. So far, he doesn't seem to be angry. On the contrary, he was visibly upset and walked away. Pi could not believe that they would let him go so easily. He was very curious to learn more about dragons. The giraffe replied that they could not do anything. They would hardly stop him if he decided to attack them. The whole situation is very complicated, and if they had known him a little more, they might have done something different. The dragon thanked the boys for sharing their food with him and promised to repay them in the future. While the Rex was fighting with the Black Hen Varren and the Blue Wolf Fedor, the masked bandits did not rest. They conducted secret surveillance and found the place where the night students were gathered. Richard called Rhea to him and ordered her to take over the David, and Mary was to follow him. He said that the time had come for the dragon's descendants to take revenge for the deaths of their people. They should start the hunt by killing the fox, because it is the strongest of all the remaining ones. Rhea began to worry. No one had thought about the possibility of an ambush, although perhaps the Black Hen had lied to them. Richard replied that this option was ruled out. Their proposal was an ambush for a Black Hen. Even if he refuses to help them, for the sake of his own curiosity, he will try to understand what is going on. The Black Hen has no friends, although the giraffe is quite close to him because of the long way they have traveled together. Now Varren finally realized how strong the monster everyone was talking about was. Not only did it look scary, but it fought just as well. Now it is very interesting to understand what a Rex is, because it is difficult to call it an ordinary person. It is impossible for an ordinary knight to defeat this skeleton. We have long noticed that it is much stronger than the others. But when we talk about an ordinary knight, we mean someone who is not like a Varren, because a black chicken cannot be called an ordinary knight. This warrior is completely different from the others, not only in his behavior, but also in his skills and the presence of Narrigan. He is able to instantly attack his enemies and is excellent at using his special weapon. Although this is not enough to defeat General Rex, it is only the beginning of the battle. Also, don't forget that the Varren doesn't fight alone. There's always a blue wolf next to him, waiting for the right moment to attack. Together they form a rather dangerous and unpredictable duo. Feeder tried to deliver a sneak attack, but the Rex was faster and skillfully defended himself. The skeleton is so strong that it can repel enemy attacks with only one hand, which says a lot. They both have incredible skills, but Rex's experience and speed give him the edge. No one is ready to rest on their laurels. The Rex has come here to destroy the knights, and it will not retreat until it has accomplished its mission. Fedor, on the contrary, dreamed of revenge. He was weaker in the first battle, but he wants to avenge this annoying defeat. Now he is not fighting alone. He has a black hen named Varren standing behind him, ready to help at a critical moment. The skeleton began to feel that death was approaching him at the last moment. Varren prepared his powerful fists and said that it was time to end this senseless fight. He approached the enemy and struck a powerful blow. Probably for the first time in a long time, the Rex did not have time to defend himself. Varren was pleased that he was able to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy, which was exactly what was needed from the very beginning, a quick and powerful attack. In fact, now is not the time for jokes, because the Rex is still skillfully defending itself against attacks from different sides. This is probably because the terrain is too open, although it seems that these are bad conditions for someone who is in the minority. However, strangely enough, the Rex uses this as an advantage, which is why it is called a legendary mercenary. He is able to block attacks with one hand, and if he and the wolf don't change the location of the battle, they are unlikely to be able to defeat the skeleton. Fedor didn't quite understand why he was doing this, but decided to trust his friend and do as he wanted. Now it's time to decide where they should go, because the situation is constantly tense. Now the Varan even wondered if it was better for him to really take the side of the dragon's descendants. The battle is close to being critical not only in this battle, but the dragon's descendants are ready to attack the fox and her students. Rhea approached her boss and asked him to allow her to use the electric charges. He looked at her, smiled, and allowed her to do it, because only he has the right to authorize such an attack. They seemed to be completely focused on their actions and forgot that the fox and the students might be ready to attack them. Richard was lucky to dodge at the last moment and survive. But there is no guarantee that Mary will be able to do the same, because a knight is a completely different level than a student. Miss Fox struck a powerful blow and made this young girl feel the power of chivalry. Richard asked Rhea not to delay and waste his time, but to continue following the plan. Rhea immediately began to follow her order and continued to run forward. Judging by the fact that the bandits no longer wear masks, their plan is almost complete, and they are not afraid to show their true colors. Richard explained that their masks were only part of the tactic. He believed that seeing their faces, the knights would not be able to control their emotions. It's a strange logic, but it can really work, especially considering who exactly is hiding behind the masks. Rhea turned out to be very fast, which is probably one of the reasons why she is so highly respected by the boss of the dragon descendants. She quickly found her enemies and managed to wound several of them. It seems as if she doesn't care at all that they used to be her close friends. This girl's memory is too short. Now she is completely on the side of the dragon's descendants and is ready to fulfill any order of her boss. The girl ordered him to get out of her way and not to interfere, but John said he would never do that. In this case, the Rhea have no choice but to kill them all. It was at this point that Robert moved several terms ahead, and perhaps his finest hour had come to show his talents and capabilities. Only a blind person would not notice the similarities between these two people with black hair. It's not just the hair color that makes them look alike. Their eyes are almost identical, so maybe there is some kind of connection between them. Rhea looked closely into this guy's eyes. She said his name and asked him if he remembered her. Robert almost immediately replied that he remembered her, which is interesting. The girl was surprised by these answers, but she said that Robert's time had not yet come, so he should get out of the way. He should not prevent her from freeing her Russian friend and returning him to the rest of the team. But Robert has a completely different opinion on this matter. He took out his gun and said that this is not right. Now Rhea is alone against a large number of other students who used to be her close friends. Now they look at her without understanding. No one can explain how it happened that they used to be close friends and now they are fighting with each other. John ordered Roberta to run away immediately. He realizes that the Rhea is much stronger than them, so someone might die. But Robert felt that his finest hour had come, and that's why he wants to demonstrate his signature horizontal cut technique. We haven't seen this technique in real cases for a long time, and perhaps this attack has become stronger in the meantime. But even this was not enough to make Rhea afraid, and in less than a second, she managed to get up close and personal with her opponent. The girl said that if Robert was that slow, he would die very quickly. Although it all happens incredibly fast, you can see your whole life before your eyes in such a critical moment. It was then that Robert remembered his first meeting with Rhea, and he immediately noticed the similarities between them. Perhaps at that moment, they would have talked about something important, but his friends prevented it from happening. Perhaps now he would have died in a few seconds, but his friends again prevented this from happening. Rhea remained calm, remembering her boss's words that the knight's emotional state would be unstable. When they saw her without a mask, they started acting too aggressively, and because of this, they easily lost the battle. Soon the girl came up to the Russian, greeted him, and said that she had come to pick him up. She asked him to get to his feet quickly and started trying to remove his mask. Only then did she finally realize that it was all just a cunning plan of the knights, and there were no Russians involved. This guy, who pretended to be a Russian, grabbed her hands and ordered Roberta to start acting. Now there is no need to worry about any of the members of the Knights' Disciples, because the main task is to destroy the enemy. Robert must act with concentration, speed, and determination, because his task is to kill the Rhea. But keeping in mind their similarities, a logical question arises. Can Robert do it? He activated the horizontal cut technique and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Strangely enough, Rhea did not panic at all. She was very calm and said that she was very tired of them. A few kilometers away from these events, the battle between the skeleton and two experienced knights continued. This is the first time Varren has heard a skeleton speak, and he had previously thought the mercenary was a mentally retarded killer. Rex started talking about a rude and impudent guy and wanted to know his whereabouts. Varren told him that all of their students were impudent and ill-mannered, but that was for now. It turned out that the project wanted to see the giraffe because it was the one who managed to wound him in the last battle. The skeleton looked at Varren and said that if he brought him a giraffe, the Rex would save his life. The black hen told us that the juice is absent now because he is on the eastern continent, and the feeder cannot understand why he is telling us this. Then, the bullfrog asked the Rex what he planned to do after he met the giraffe. Rex replied that he would first avenge his injured arm and cut off the juice's left hand. After that, he cuts off the giraffe's right arm, both legs and head, meaning that he has quite cruel plans for the giraffe. The raven explained that there was one problem with this plan. The knights needed the giraffe alive, and this made the Rex angry. He prepared to kill everyone and said that he would kill everyone who would stand in his way. Varren tried to stall for time as much as possible so that the feeder would have time to recover, and it worked. It's almost impossible to defeat a skeleton in an even battle, so you need to come up with something interesting. On the eastern continent, Juice and Pie finally found what they were looking for, even though they had to go through almost the entire forest to get there. The Knights also found members of the 1st Special Unit. We have already met them before, Hassan, Margaret, and Christopher. Juice could not believe that they were really fighting with one of the generals, even though they were ordered not to interfere and not to do anything stupid. Their plan was simple, to reconnoiter and observe, but the mission failed, and Hassan says it was Margaret's fault. Pie couldn't understand why there were only 3 of them left. Had the other special unit been destroyed? The giraffe explained that the situation here was completely different, as there was only one other knight in their squad. All 3 of these people were supposed to be protecting their student, so now he expects them to explain how the knight's student was captured. Margaret and Hassan immediately looked down, remembered that their student's name was Tamin, and began to recall what had happened. The fact is that Tamin expressed his own desire to surrender, although they tried to dissuade him. Turtle Dulchin said he wanted to form a special unit to carry out the mission. After he announced this information, there were 3 volunteers who were ready to fulfill his order. Dulchin and the giraffe began to analyze these warriors to make sure everything went well. The results of the formation met expectations, but each member of the squad was stubborn, so the team's effectiveness decreased. All 3 of them were strong knights, so each of them personally tried to solve the problem. Perhaps the problem is that their personalities do not fit together. It was at this moment that the Peach Rabbit Hassan offered to take another person to the squad. A student joined the special unit, and everyone was surprised by this decision, but it turned out to be successful. The student made up for the knight's shortcomings. They felt that there was a weak person among them, and so they acted as a real team. Based on this, a 2nd special unit was formed, consisting of a giraffe and other knights we know. If Tamin personally decided to be captured, he probably has a plan, although there is no guarantee that this is the case. Margaret started yelling at her friend and said that it was his idea and that he shouldn't make it a big deal. The giraffe realizes that they cannot return to the central continent without taking this student named Tamin with them. First of all, we need to find his current whereabouts. Hassan said that he is alive and in prison. This is at least some information, so you need to be prepared, make a plan, and try to get the student out of there. It seems that the giraffe voiced a rather logical idea, but for some unknown reason, everyone looked at him like a fool. On the central continent, the battle between the 2 knights and General Rex continued. The legendary Broken Spear has already managed to destroy half the forest during all these battles, and it cannot go on forever. The skeleton is stronger than Varren and Fedor even in its heavy state, as if it has too much psychokinesis. But the black hen Varren feels that there is only one way to beat this guy. You need to create effective attacks. He asked the blue wolf to watch the injured arm of the Rex, in which case it would be difficult for him to focus on his strengths. As soon as his strength begins to run out, the left side of his body will become more vulnerable. But don't go too deep into the strategy because the Rex doesn't stop at all and constantly attacks. We must also think about others and not allow the skeleton to attack other students and knights. The general approached his enemies and asked them to finally shut up because he had activated the airborne death stream technique. There is a skill in this technique called the Blade of Faith, and it is so fast that even the feeder started to believe in it. The blue wolf should be happy that he is not fighting alone, but with the help of his faithful partner. Without his support, this battle would have been over a long time ago, and the feeder would have had no chance of winning. But now, the Black Hen Varan is successfully diverting the attention of the Rex and allowing the feeder to strike a striking blow. Even though the Rex manages to block all these attacks, it takes up his attention, and he may not notice the approaching enemies. This was what the Black Hen Varan was hoping for. He approached the general and prepared to stab him in the back, but the Rex saw even that. When he sees that someone wants to attack him insidiously, he shows his enemies all his strength. Perhaps no further explanation is needed to describe the power of this general, who is called the Broken Spear. Its blow can be enough to break every bone in an ordinary person's body, but even a knight will have a hard time withstanding it. This is not the first battle between the Rex and the knights, and even now no one can say how to defeat this guy. Varan had not been breathing so hard for a long time, but his actions were not in vain, because now the Blue Wolf had a chance. After the distraction, the feeder can unleash all its power and get the desired revenge. All the while, memories of their last battle pop up in his head, and he lost without a chance. But now everything is completely different. He has become more experienced and stronger, and he is driven by a thirst for revenge. Although Rex is not going to change the outcome of their last battle, he is ready to use his secret weapon. This technique is called the Secret of Death, and it is also called the Wrath of the Demon King. Even a hat came to the general's aid for this purpose, and it was worth it. This attack was so fast that no one even had time to say a word, which is how professional mercenaries should act. At first, the Blue Wolf did not understand what exactly happened. Only a few seconds later, he saw that blood began to flow from his mouth. He heard the voice of the Varan, the Black Hen, asking him to stand to the last because only then would he be able to use his weapon. The skeleton spear has incredible strength, but its weapon is a Narragain, and it is much more powerful than a regular spear. In order to use the power of his weapon, Varan made serious sacrifices. He was forced to use a big bait, that is, to make the bait a blue wolf. But the feeder shouldn't be upset, because it was the only way to defeat the skeleton. In order to strike an accurate blow at an opponent, you first need to draw his attention to yourself. It is at this point that a sharp spear can come to the rescue. If everything is done correctly and in a timely manner, the result is almost guaranteed, and that's exactly what happened. Varan saw that his opponent was seriously wounded, but everything seemed to be going well, so he had to strike a decisive blow. But it is at this moment that you realize how legendary the figure of the general from the Eastern continent is. Even when he is on the verge of death, he finds the strength to continue the battle, and at such moments it seems that he is death itself. He resembles a real Terminator. Even if you inflict fatal wounds on him, he will still move forward. Varan looked at it and couldn't figure out what kind of creature it was. Up until that point, he had still underestimated the Rex. The Emperor was very unhappy with Rex's actions. He always appreciated him. But then, their relationship deteriorated. The Emperor believed that the Rex was trying to seize power, but the general explained that he only wanted to kill those who had offended the Emperor. He killed his servant, a story we've already heard about when Rex talked to James. The general was sure that he had done everything right, but decided to apologize anyway so as not to anger his boss. After that, the Emperor personally ordered the general to go to the enemy continent, which can be considered an exile, with the possibility of redeeming himself. General Paul thought it was all ridiculous, and Rex was trying to go to the continent where he would find his own death. It seems as if the Rex does not understand what the Emperor is up to. He wants to destroy the Rex with the help of a hostile continent. Everyone knows that only the skeleton is followed by other warriors, and the Rex knows this very well. But the Emperor's order is a sacred duty. He understood what was happening. He understood the situation he was in, but he had always been and would always be loyal to his Emperor, so he carried out this order. The Blue Wolf feeder has never felt such pain before. He is bleeding and unable to contain his emotions. If he is not provided with urgent help, soon no one will be able to help this knight. He looked up and saw that the battle between the broken spear and the black chicken was still going on. Even if a skeleton replaces its arm using energy, it still won't be able to fully compensate for the strength of a real arm. The wolf was able to direct the skeleton's attack toward himself, which is why the Varan had a great opportunity and did what he had to do. Now he has a gun, and the Black Hen considers it his main advantage. He's still in the game, and he's not going to give up so easily. They've come too far not to win. There is no time for relaxation. The Varan must do everything in his power to win. Of course, he's opposite a real professional killer, so it's almost impossible to beat him. He activated the Flying Death Stream skill and began to attack, but the Varan seemed to be ready for it and was able to dodge. He quickly regained his strength after the last fight and is now ready to continue fighting until the next day. The broken spear, although it looks like a Terminator, also feels tired. It is also a living being. He cannot activate the flying death skills all the time. His powers also need time to recover. He grabbed his spear and got ready for a new round, and now we'll see who has the championship character. There have been many legends about the skill of the spiral attack, but now we have the opportunity to see it with our own eyes. While these two were trying to decide who was the strongest, we can go back many years ago to the Eastern continent. When the Emperor was still very young, he approached the Rex and asked him why he was always wearing a mask. The general replied that he was doing it because he couldn't have a face, but the Emperor started laughing and said he liked it even better. He took something out of his pocket and painted eyes, nose and teeth on the general's mask so that he could finally have his own face. This is how the skeleton mask was born, and we have seen its future modification more than once. Paul warned that the Emperor would not allow the Rex to return until he died, and at any time the connection with the Rex could be severed. This is probably what the Emperor hoped for, but even now the general cannot believe that he really wanted him dead. At the moment of this battle, the broken spear must think about its enemies and their strengths and weaknesses. But he cannot concentrate because even now he is thinking about the Emperor and their relationship. His loyalty to the Emperor is incredible, and it is difficult to find such a warrior in any kingdom. Sometimes his loyalty can even interfere with the generals, as it is now, because this loyalty makes him lose concentration. The Black Hen Varan and the Blue Wolf Fedor have joined forces and are trying to attack him from different sides. They are partially succeeding in gaining the initiative in this battle, but how long will it remain in their hands? Varan recalled one of the techniques he had learned in the elementary school of knights, a technique called the Shining of the Heavens. If used correctly, it can become a very powerful weapon in the hands of an experienced craftsman. Rex began to feel his strength leaving him, but even now he can still keep fighting. We need to be sure that as long as the legendary general can fight, he will not allow anyone to insult him. However, he completely forgot about the Narragan, which was fired by the hands of the Varan, a weapon that had been searching for its target for a long time and finally found it. It was a powerful blow. Its power can only be compared to a real earthquake or tsunami. This spear searched for its target for a long time, but when it finally found it, it accelerated and did not stop until the last blow. At this point, we can recall a conversation between the general and the Emperor. There were many such conversations, but we can choose a special one. The Emperor has heard that after coronation, all rulers lose their minds and start doing stupid things, and now he is worried that he will do the same. A broken spear for a certain emperor that this will not happen because he is the wisest ruler of all. The Emperor thought for a few minutes and then asked the warrior if this happened. Would the Rex remain on his side? Right now, in the most difficult moments of his life, the legendary General Rex recalled this conversation. He raised his hand up and said that he would always stand by his emperor, no matter what happened. After those words, his eyes finally went out, and they would never have red dots again. And that's how the legendary General Rex passed away. You can hate him or treat him badly, but only a person without a conscience does not respect him. Now, back to the students and Mrs. Fox. The last few hours have been fun for them as well. Each of them will remember this battle for the rest of their lives and will tell their grandchildren about it. Some were lying on the ground, exhausted. Others were seriously wounded and unable to move. The students could not believe that there was really such a big difference in skills between them and Rhea. They couldn't even get close to her. She was too well prepared. The girl felt that David had been watching them all this time, and now she wanted to understand what he was going to do. She was right. David was watching her with Jean. They were both responsible for the hostage. No one has any idea what she is capable of, and that's why David panics, because he doesn't know what to do. If James were around, they would have come up with something, but James is away, and they have to act without his help. In the woods, Richard looked at Ruth the fox, and tears appeared on her face again. He smiled and said that her eyes would hurt if she cried all the time. But Mrs. Ruth didn't pay any attention to his jokes. She told him that he had better not be distracted because she was going to kill them all. She also recalled the skeleton and said that she wanted to meet him again to finally achieve victory. Richard said it was very difficult to work with a skeleton because he was only interested in one guy. Mrs. Ruth asked Richard not to be distracted, but she herself had already lost her focus and thus upset her enemy. After these words, she came close to him and reminded him that she should speak, and his job was to keep quiet. She was sure that her speed would be enough to deal him a powerful blow, but it wasn't. Richard managed to defend himself, and his assistants immediately began to attack the fox. Maria sneakily went behind their backs and pulled out her weapon, though it was hardly enough to defeat the fox. Although she's used to crying in any situation, her melee technique is on a completely different level. Now she's alone against several opponents, the chances are not great, so it is better to act quickly and with focus. The fox is an experienced warrior, able to think strategically and find interesting solutions to problems. She looked at Richard and thought he was going to destroy everything in his path, even his comrades. Its attack was indeed powerful, but it can be controlled, and this gives it room for maneuver. Richard is the most dangerous member of the dragon's descendants because his combat power is enhanced by technical attacks. He ordered his assistants to act according to the plan and not to overdo it, but Mrs. Fox was not going to back down. No matter what happens, she will fight with her head held high and never give up. Perhaps because of its strategic plans, it completely forgot to look around and did not notice the approach of new enemies. Richard had long ago asked Rhea about sparring with knights and her success in these battles. The girl said that the knight's strength was incredibly great, so it would be difficult to fight them one-on-one. But she said that they would still be able to win due to well-coordinated teamwork. Now, looking back on her words, we can say that the girl was indeed right, because they were close to defeating the knights. Back to March and James, we haven't heard from these two young students for a long time. The girl kept asking him stupid questions, wondering who would win in a battle between an elephant and a hippo. Martha explained that there is a lot of talk about the white elephant being the strongest knight, although the hippo was the strongest 500 years ago. James replied that he thought the elephant would defeat the hippopotamus, that it could fight against a huge number of enemies on its own. Marta said that she was too bored without juice and did not know what to do with herself. The girl believes that such research is important for those who want to become stronger, and she and James have the same goal. The boy looked carefully into her eyes and said that they could not know for sure who was the stronger of the two knights. Hippo is a legendary warrior, one of those who can be called the fathers of chivalry. To fight with such a person means to turn all the knights against you, so such a battle will be lost from the very beginning. We can conclude that strength does not guarantee victory, which is exactly the kind of wisdom you expect from James. Martha looked at the guy, smiled, and said that she was glad they had chosen him. James realized that the situation was getting too romantic, so he said it was time to go to the general. An ordinary conversation in a calm atmosphere, a feeling James had already forgotten. But now he remembered his true goal. He came here for revenge, which is connected with the dragon's descendants, and he must not forget about it. He was never able to understand why the dragon's descendants killed his brother, and James is still too far from answering all these questions. He has to look into his own eyes and focus. He doesn't have time for idle conversations with girls. Later, he went up to the general and greeted him, and Paul said that he felt that Rex was dead. James immediately started shouting and saying that it couldn't be, because no one could have attacked General Rex. Maybe the information was wrong? Everyone knows that an elder Rex cannot be fooled, but who could be smarter than him? Perhaps all this time the general has been trying to test the guy, so you shouldn't blindly believe everything he says. Paul said that James had to return to the central continent and that some others would go with him. James began to worry and think that he needed the giraffe's help now. Soon the general said that a companion would go with the guy, and he was now standing behind him. James started to worry because he hadn't noticed the guy at all, and the situation became even more confusing. We have already seen this guy who called himself a dragon, and now we have met him again. James turned to him and asked to be left alone with the general to talk about something. There were no problems with this, and the dragon left the room in a few seconds. James felt that he had a great opportunity to take the next step, so he told the general that he had a request. This conversation turned out to be quite difficult, and I could even hear both men talking very loudly. After that, James returned to his room and immediately lay down on the bed, as if he had used up all his energy. Marta looked at him and couldn't understand what had happened to him. James was still thinking about the skeletons being attacked, but he can't even remember the expression on the general's face when he told him about it. James looked at March and explained to her that he had been talking to the general about various important things. During this time, Martha has already managed to go to the store and buy some delicious rice sticks. James refused this delicacy but could not understand where this girl had already found the money. She's been acting too calm lately, even though James used to worry about it. Marta said that she goes out to train at night because she cannot imagine her life without training. James is now worried about the giraffe, and he hopes that his teacher has a plan. They have to return safely to the central continent, but they can't pretend to be smugglers because James is now connected to the general. During all this time, James realized that knights have incredible strength, and in most cases, they solve the situation on their own. They never rely on just one strategy because knights also have strength. James believes that the giraffe is the same, although he will listen to others, but all his plans will be based on his own strength. If James can become the same, he may not be able to achieve his goals. He realizes that sooner or later he will have to make a choice. But for now, his main goal is to return to the central continent alive. Unknown guests visited the central prison and kidnapped one prisoner named Tamin. Now they are being hunted and must reach the maximum coma speed if they want to stay alive. The giraffe asked his friends to speed up and not to be distracted by anything. Otherwise, they would get into serious trouble. Margaret made sure that Tamin was not injured, and the boy asked to let him go. A real chaos began, even though the team acted according to the plan, but everything did not work out perfectly. The main thing is that everything ended well, so now it's time to focus on getting back home as soon as possible. The giraffe reminded him that someone was waiting for him, so he had to act quickly, and no one had the right to make a mistake. Margaret and James were all in the room and heard a knock on the door. They immediately tensed up. Unsure who exactly could be disturbing them, James opened the door but saw no one there. It turned out that in that second, the dragon had already entered the room and sat on his bed. It was unclear how he could do it so quickly, which is strange because even Martha did not have time to react. The guy asked me not to be afraid and explained that he often does this, and he also gave me his name, Mark. James could not understand why he had come here and tried to guess whose side he was on. He looked at his face and could not understand anything. His emotions were too hard to read. James recalled his conversation with General Paul, especially the moment when he said that the dragon's descendants must be destroyed. Of course, the general couldn't understand the reasons for such words, but James was sure that this strategy was correct. He had to change the course of the game. The guy explained that he was speaking on behalf of the Rex and believed that it was the dragon's descendants who attacked him. He said that they should find a potential traitor and destroy him, and then destroy all the dragon's descendants. It is quite an interesting plan to solve the problem with your enemies with the help of the Eastern continent. But the general replied that this was impossible at the moment because he needed the dragon's descendants, and they needed him. James was upset that he couldn't do everything he wanted to do, but now it's clear that the general is not fooling around. He makes decisions only after he has fully analyzed them from all sides, and only experienced warriors do this. James said that he wanted to meet the dragon's descendants in person because they might have invented some insidious treachery. He said he wanted to find evidence that they would not betray the Eastern Continent and General Rex. Meanwhile, Mark leaned over to James and asked him if he was going to betray them. James couldn't understand what kind of nonsense this guy was saying, and neither could Martha. This guy who calls himself a dragon is very strange, but at the same time he is incredibly interesting. Mark continued to look at James and said that no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't figure out who James was. It is difficult to come up with an adequate response to such words, but James immediately realized something. Mark was indeed a threat. We already know that General Paul learned of the death of his comrade Rex, and he was very angry at the news. He tried to recall a conversation with his friend when the skeleton said that he only knew how to fight and that he did not care about politics at all. He knows that everyone else has to work hard to do his work for him, but he doesn't feel guilty about it at all. Thanks to this, he was able to focus on his loyalty to the Emperor because General Paul was much more reliable than he thought. Now tears appeared on the general's face. He was sad because they all relied on the Rex. He wished the Rex could have lasted a little longer, and then everything would have been different. But that's a whole other story. The conversation between Mark and James continued, and James was completely unprepared for this unexpected question. Perhaps all this time Mark had been guessing who he was talking to, but how is that possible? James became visibly nervous, and he wasn't the only one, as March's anxiety also increased. When he saw this, the guy tried to stop her, because the situation must always be under control. Martha is not a calm girl, so she tries to solve the problem using her animal instincts. An unpredictable, swift attack is how she solves similar problems without thinking twice. But the outcome of this attack was not quite classical, as her fist stopped centimeters away from Mark's face. At that moment, she seemed to feel that she had hit herself, and it must be admitted that it was really very painful. Mark calmly looked at the girl and said that she should feel the pain she was trying to inflict on others. James asked the girl to stop and not move. He realized that this Mark had incredible powers. Mark said that he did not know who James was, but he had managed to look into his heart, and that was probably because he was a dragon. The descendants of dragons worship dragons, but they are ordinary people who do not realize that people like Mark exist. He says he's different from all these fakes, but if that's true, why is he the only one? The guy explained that he had been betrayed, so now he can only eat food given to him by others. He also can't sleep or leave this place at will, but who would think of being so cruel to him? Mark tilted his head down and said that if James could free him, he would be on his side. Looking at James, he felt that this was the guy who could set him free, that his fate could not be cheated. James had already seen his abilities, and Mark said that dealing with knights was the easiest for him. If James wants, Mark can show him even more of his skills and techniques. At first, the guy couldn't understand what the dragon was hinting at. It all looked too mysterious. His friends could have come back, and that's what Mark is talking about now, but how is that possible? Is he psychic? James could not understand when exactly his friends came. They must have heard their conversation, and now the giraffe might suspect him of treachery. It seems that the dragon is also aware of all this and deliberately plays these dirty games. Martha is still tense and doesn't know what to do. She keeps looking at James and is repelled by his emotions. Mark started to smile because he realized that he had gotten James into an unpleasant situation, and he apologized for it. The dragon said he didn't need an immediate answer and was willing to wait a few days. After that, this mysterious character left the room and closed the door behind him. The giraffe heard all this conversation, and he could not understand the meaning of the dragon's words, and could not understand what was happening at all. Martha wanted to make sure that James was okay, because he was looking incredibly serious. She doesn't understand what just happened at all. It seems as if she hit herself. And now she wonders what kind of person this Mark is. Suddenly, James heard words from the street. It was a giraffe speaking, and he said that even if he was one step away from death, he would still believe him. But now the giraffe wants to make sure that James feels the same way about him. There must be trust between them. If the trust between these two people is broken, real anarchy can begin. James took a few steps to the window and said clearly and loudly that he felt the same way. Juice wanted to make sure that everything would be fine, and James said that he could be sure of it. Because of these interesting conversations on the Eastern continent, we have completely forgotten about the real war in the homeland of the Knights. It is very difficult for Miss Fox now. She is fighting 4 rivals at the same time without support. It is too much. The descendants of the dragon have something that the Knights do not have. Someone once said that the power of the descendants of the dragon is different from the power of the Knights. The Knights are strong individually, but they become weaker when they unite, and the strength of the dragon's descendants doubles. Once these guys unite with each other, they can easily defeat the Knight. But suddenly, everyone saw a very bright light that began to blind their eyes. We had completely forgotten about Teacher Mary, and it was time for her to reappear and remind us of herself. She smiled and said that it was not nice to attack 2 beautiful women in 4s, and now the dragon's descendants would be punished for it. Among knights, there are sometimes those whose powers increase when they unite, and these words are probably about these 2 girls. Not far from them, the students also had their own problems. The genie was very seriously injured. John tried to help him, but it's hard to help your friend when he has a huge hole in his stomach. David looked at this and could not calm down. He felt that all this happened because of him. They were standing together with the genie, and this restless boy decided to intervene and try to stop the Rye, where he should have stopped him, but he acted too weakly and therefore missed the perfect moment to do so. It's not that he decided to believe in the genie, because he had to stop him and not let him die. David looked incredibly angry and determined, and Robert saw it right away and knew it was bad. Now we need to go back a few steps and watch the conversation between the turtle and the fox. Ruth came to the Dalmatian and handed him a note from the giraffe. It seems that the giraffe has a new plan. Dalchon hopes that nothing terrible will happen, and Mrs. Fox understands exactly what he is referring to. She explained that in such cases, you can never be sure that everything will go according to plan. It turned out that the giraffe was asking for help from a white deer, Marie, who had retired a long time ago, but now decided to return. There was no better time to come back, because if she had come 5 minutes later, there would have been no one to save. Maria always smiles and inspires optimism in her allies, and many people respect her for that. She asked her friend not to cry because her tears would interfere with the battle. The descendants of dragons are not used to waiting for long, so they almost immediately began to attack the knights. The girls remained calm even though they were outnumbered, which is what true professionalism means. The dragon's descendants surround them from all sides and take advantage of their numerical superiority. It's a very interesting and correct strategy, but you can only succeed if you act almost perfectly. Richard stood behind and attacked from a distance. His punches were very powerful and difficult to defend. The problem was that his assistants distracted the knights' attention, and at the right moment, he attacked them. So far, the knights have been successfully defending themselves, almost always with the help of Miss Fox's umbrella. But it can't last forever, especially when you're fighting incredibly motivated young talent. The white deer did not come here to play the role of a punching bag. It came to destroy, crush, and break bones. This battle really deserves special attention, because if the knights lose now, the dragon's descendants will be very close to fulfilling their mission. They have already managed to deal with the young representatives of the knightly school, and now it's their turn to destroy the adult knights. Even the Russian takes part in the battle. He has already been completely liberated, and now he can enjoy sweet revenge. During a battle, motivation is crucial. Of course, technical aspects and training are important, but motivation comes first. At the moment when soldiers have no more energy and strength left, motivation will come to the fore and play a decisive role. Each side of this conflict has its own motivation. The dragon's descendants dream of revenge. The knights defend themselves and ordinary people. It is not yet clear which of them is closer to victory. Although these two ladies are struggling, they are still in the game. Perhaps the mayor came too late, although it is unlikely that anything would have changed if she had been here from the beginning. Realizing that the situation was truly an emergency, she said she wanted to activate the Narragain, and Mrs. Fox was very surprised. At this point, the dragon's descendants did not stop and continued to attack them from all sides. Soon it became clear that the party fox was wounded. It did not have time to dodge another attack. This is what motivation of the younger generation means. They grew up dreaming about their victory, and now they will not stop until they get it in real life. It's time to remember the past again, and those who want to become stronger must correct their mistakes. James told David that he didn't give up because he had no chance of winning. He gave up, and that's when the chances disappeared. One wrong step can change a lot, but now it's time to correct your mistake and become more determined. And more importantly, David corrected his mistake and came to the aid of people who need it most. His dagger again helped his friends with its peculiarity, that is a bright flash of light. Mary was satisfied with his actions at the moment. She thanked him for his help and said that she would do the rest herself. Although this woman likes to smile, she is always serious in important matters, and her enemies should be afraid of this seriousness. At first, no one could understand what she was doing, because instead of fighting the dragon descendants, she ran in the other direction. After that, it became clear that she was running away because she had summoned her Narragain, also called mistletoe. A few seconds later, there was a loud explosion, and many trees were damaged again. Yes, we can say that Mrs. Mayer has a special Narragain. We have never seen anything like it before. She received it a long time ago and learned how to use it, although it wasn't always the case. When she first received this crystal, she didn't know what to do with it until it started to shine strangely. He was surprised that the girl opened her mouth and accidentally swallowed the crystal. Yes, even this happens in life. Since then, mistletoe has been in the body of a white deer, and from that moment, it became clear that the Narragain feeds on the life force of its owner. Until then, no one knew how this crystal worked, but this situation answered many questions. It is believed that the bulk of this Narragain is somewhere high in the sky, and somehow wholeheartedly hates the white reindeer Mari. When a white deer tries to activate Narragain in its body, an attack comes from the sky. The most interesting thing about this situation is that the target of this attack is always a white deer Marie. That is, the crystal wants to destroy its owner. All she has to do is try to avoid this attack at all times, and so far, there have never been any problems with this. Yes, there are problems in the place where it was before the attack. Those who are unaware of this feature of the celestial attack can be seriously injured if they fail to dodge in time. Although, even if you manage to dodge this attack, you can still feel some unpleasant sensations. For example, Ria cannot see anything now. After this attack, her eyesight deteriorated for a while, and of course, this can be used to her advantage. Her reaction also slowed down, and the white deer quickly sensed this and decided to take advantage of it. Richard doesn't like to see his assistants beaten up, so he drew his sword and prepared for a fierce battle. He said that he wanted to test the strength of a real white deer and finally send it to a well-deserved retirement. Marie was surprised that Richard was not injured at all after this attack, although it was almost impossible to dodge it all. It's all strange, but there's no time to think. She has to finish it right here and now. She has no right to lose. Rhea apologized to her boss for making a mistake, and if she had protected her eyes, she could have won. The girl is upset because she has not even achieved the first goal she set for herself earlier. Richard asked her not to be too hard on herself. The fox hunt had been successful because they were able to wound the fox. In addition, Richard is pleased that an unexpected reward awaited them. He's probably talking about the ability to empty her body of the white deer, but she won't be able to use her skills all the time. The white deer should activate the equipment only in critical situations, so the dragon's descendants are ready to use it. Sooner or later, the Knights of the Circle would appear, so they decided to run away immediately and leave the girls alone. Mariah immediately began to complain that her whole body hurt, and she was very unhappy with the actions of the fox. They started arguing again and discussing who was crying the most, and it was hard for David to listen to it. Soon, he heard someone approaching them, and it turned out to be a black hen and a feeder. The blue wolf still can't come to his senses and needs urgent help to save his situation. It should be reminded that the feeder was critically wounded, attacked by a skeleton with his spear. The girls were upset, but they also couldn't understand if the black hen was really carrying a wolf in her arms. During all this time, James has already managed to fully meet his knight friends. Everyone around him was now saying that he looked weak, but Marta defended the guy and said that he was stronger than everyone else. James had already met another street knight, and Tammin was the first to approach him and tell him his name. James quickly analyzed his body language and realized that this guy was about at the level of March. Zeus interrupted and said that now was not the time for talking. They all had to get ready. The knights must return to their continent immediately because there is a problem. The knights began to quarrel with each other and try to decide who was more to blame, but the jester asked them all to be quiet. He explained that regardless of who is right or wrong, past mistakes cannot be corrected, so there is no need to think about it. Margaret was sure that it was Hassan who was to blame for the whole situation with the prison. But Zeus looked at her and said that it was wrong to use violence, even if someone deserved it. Soon they both realized that they were wrong in this situation, looked down, and fell silent. The giraffe asked everyone to get ready because they had a long journey ahead of them. He explained that they were in a hurry because they had escaped from prison and would soon get into trouble with the law. They need to get out of here before the news spreads across the continent, but first, they need to come up with a plan. If you leave right now, James can meet the general. But the knights have no way out. Even if they face a general, they are unlikely to lose, because they have 4 knights and 3 students with them, and of course they have a James. Of course, they will be able to defeat the old general, although all this could lead to a full-scale war. In the best-case scenario, total war. In the worst-case scenario, the destruction of everyone right here. Zeus looked at James carefully and asked him if he thought there was another way out of this situation. James realizes that the information about the dragon's descendants was almost in his hands, even if they can return home. Will he ever have another chance? Because of all these problems, he might have forgotten that his goal is not to become a knight, his goal is revenge, and he cannot give up halfway. Now all the attention was focused on this guy. He looked into the eyes of his comrades and decisively stated that he would stay here. Of course, they were all incredibly shocked, especially Martha, and the giraffe calmly asked the boy what it all meant. James did not lose his resolve and loudly said that he had decided to leave the knight's disciples. Of course, it's hard to understand. The giraffe can't guess what game this guy is playing. James explained that he didn't like it from the beginning, so it doesn't make any sense anymore. Margaret could not stand it and started shouting at him, saying that this was not the right time for such decisions and calling him a pig. She believed he was a traitor and tried to beat him, and Zeus had to shout loudly to stop her. The situation really escalated when James heard a strange voice offering him help. At that moment, it was as if a protective zone was created between him and the other knights. This protective zone was not only in this room, it completely divided the house into 2 parts. In a few seconds, the house was almost completely destroyed and the knights found themselves on the street. They quickly made sure that no one was injured, and now it was time to focus on the James. Zeus was very unhappy and angry with his actions because he could not understand the guy's motives. But what he saw surprised him even more, because James was standing next to the dragon mark. Of course, they recognized this guy because they had met him in the woods before and gave him some food. Everyone quickly realized that it was he who had intervened in their conversation and protected James from the attack of an angry Margaret. Even James couldn't understand what had happened. He almost died because of these tricks and began to think Mark was crazy. Mark saw the people who had already shown him mercy and said that it was time to return the favor. He also wants to show mercy, but now it is not quite clear what exactly he wants to do. With the peach move, Hassan has already managed to prepare an attack from the dragon's back, but it could end badly. Mark calmly saw this attack and said that he would show mercy to everyone except this rabbit. It is already becoming clear that the dragon is too underestimated. Its true skills are still hidden. Hassan tried to strike him with a powerful and accurate blow, but at the last moment realized that it would not work. It's even hard to explain how Mark does it. His abilities are like kinetic energy skills or something like that. He felt that there was another knight behind him who was trying to attack him. It was Margaret. The girl pulled out her weapon and began to approach him instantly. She considered Mark an enemy. In response, the guy smiled and used some unknown force again. All he has to do is raise his hand to start controlling other people, as if he were not a person at all. At this point, Ta-Min started running towards James, giving the impression that he considered James an enemy. Of course, James is not ready to fight the Knight's apprentice. There is no point in them fighting each other because they are on the same side. Probably the minister decided that Mark and James were traitors to the knighthood, but this is absurd. He told his friends that they would be able to dodge the dragon's attack if they could calculate the trajectory of the strike. Margaret thanked him for his analytical help and then told him it was time for him to go to a safe place. She wants to personally take responsibility for the attack on the brand. This girl loves to fight. There is no other way to say it. At that moment, another character came on stage, very angry and nervous. General Pole does not understand what is happening at all, and if we do not explain everything to him, then real chaos will begin here. The situation really got out of hand in a few minutes. Right here and now the knights have a problem. Zeus realized that they could not take on these risks and incredible responsibilities, so he decided to step in. He told all his people that they should immediately step back. Of course, he was addressing mostly the Margaret Badger. General Pole took out his weapon and said that he was not going to allow anyone to escape from his territory. At that moment, it was time to fulfill my promise and respond with mercy for mercy. Mark intervened to stop the general and allow the knights to escape. Paul could not understand what exactly this fool was doing, but the dragon did not stop and continued to hold his weapon. As soon as he stopped doing so, it turned out that the knights had already managed to escape. Now Mark asked the general to calm down and said that the knights could not be overtaken, so there was no point in getting angry. It's easy to say, but it will be hard to do, because the general said he needs an urgent explanation of this situation. He wants to understand why Mark acted the way he did and why the building is in such a terrible state. He also wants to find out all the information about these unknown people in hats. That is, he needs absolutely all the information about everyone. Mark and James must come up with something immediately. Otherwise, they will be in serious trouble themselves. Mark turned his head to James and said that he would tell him everything, so this cunning dragon was not going to create problems for himself. He decided to complicate a situation that was already unstable because of his actions, as if he wanted to test the waters. That's right. Mark wants to see what James will do in a critical situation. It was at this point that the building was completely destroyed, and it will be very difficult for James to explain. But he cannot take a step back and give up. He must solve this problem and move forward. It was Mark who initially told the general that the skeleton was killed on the territory of the central continent. Of course, General Paul did not believe it and said that it was all nonsense and impossible. Mark guessed that the general would not believe this information, but he explained that someone else had told him about it, and he always tells the truth. Nothing is known about the rest of them, and this information was not enough to satisfy the general. He was visibly angry, and it was after this conversation that James came into the room and met Mark personally. Now James is standing before the general again and must explain his actions. Otherwise, he will also be under threat. Mark asked the boy to be careful, because the general is particularly tense now and suspicious of everyone around him. James doesn't quite know what to say, and if he says it's Mark's fault, the situation could get even worse. This fool can start saying all sorts of nonsense and complicate the whole process even more. If the general started asking questions about the people he saw, he doesn't know that they are knights, so he doesn't know anything at all. Perhaps on the contrary, the general has found out all the information and is trying to check James. It's all too confusing. This general is very suspicious and has never fully trusted the guy. He is still filled with doubts. The only thing James is sure of is that the general won't believe him right away, so he has to be careful. James decided to say that he didn't know anything about these people and explained that he didn't know where they came from. The general looked closely into his eyes and asked him if he hadn't sailed to the continent with them. James said that's exactly what happened, but he can't understand why they betrayed him. He feels that General Paul is too weak when it comes to human emotions. It is necessary to focus not on the situation, but on the feelings it creates. I told them that he should have guessed everything and apologized to the general for disrespecting him. He said that all this could be connected with the descendants of dragons, although the general replied that they could not have killed the skeleton so quickly. James continued to hint at the involvement of the dragon's descendants and reminded the general that he had been used. Now he's sure that the general is weak when it comes to emotions and talking about the skeleton, probably because he was too attached to the Rex. The general asked the boy how it happened that he decided to follow the Rex. James replied that this conversation could drag on for a long time and they should rather hurry to solve the current problem. The general replied that James didn't have to worry about it because they would go together and they would have enough time to talk about everything. Of course, James is very unhappy with these words. Now they are back to the very beginning and it will be a difficult task. All this time, Mark had been quietly watching the conversation, not saying a word, just listening. Meanwhile, Juice gathered all the knights and disciples around him and had a serious conversation with them. He informed them that 3 people would return to the continent immediately and 3 would stay and return for the James. Hassan believes that they cannot take that much risk because first, they need to understand the intention of the James. Marta is still very worried about the guy. She's in a strange state because she does not understand whether she can trust him. Tamin said that we should respect the choices of others, and if James said that he was no longer a knight's apprentice, then this should also be respected. I have already listened to everyone's opinions and realized that there is no point in arguing about it, so the choice has been made. Now we need to recall the battle between 2 girls with bright red hair. It's not the first time Jiren has fought against the Quarren, but she has never been able to defeat her. But the Quarren is still dissatisfied with herself because she is still one of the weakest, even though she wants to be as brave as a James or as calm as a Jiren. But that's what makes her incredible, because she doesn't back down when she sees fear. So her courage deserves respect. He is already strong enough to start comparing himself to others, and there is no need to be ashamed of it. Hearing these words, Quarren was very pleased and began to smile sincerely. She had never been told this before. A lot of time has passed since then, but she still keeps replaying that moment in her memory. Different words have different effects on people. For some, it can be an additional motivation, while for others, it can be a hindrance. The fire tends to spread around. James once praised the Jiren, and it affected everyone. This fire spread, and the Jiren said a few nice words to the Quarren. That's how this one works. But this process also has a downside, and this fire that is spreading around is easy to extinguish. Today is a difficult moment for all knights, not only for them, but also for their students. They will remember today's sad day for a long time. This day will leave marks on their hearts. Some of that fire has gone out today, and the Jiren will never compliment anyone again, unfortunately. Sometimes it happens that even a small spark can cause a large fire to start. Kavarin saw the Jiren in front of her as if it was all just a joke, and now everything was really good. But it turned out to be just a dream, and when Kavarin woke up, she realized that there was nothing to take back. The deaths of young people are always difficult to accept. The psyche of a normal person is never ready for this. No one can prepare themselves for something like this. Such situations always take away a part of your soul. She grabbed the Turin's hand and asked him if he knew what the horrible creatures that killed the Jiren looked like. That's how a small spark can give rise to a big flame, and this flame can lead to catastrophic consequences. We shouldn't forget that where there is death, there is also life. If someone died, someone was born at that moment. Jolie was also seriously injured, but suddenly opened her eyes and rose as if from the dead. John tried to make sure that the girl was okay, and she answered somewhat expectantly, saying that she was very hungry. John began to shout with joy and ran to the others to tell them the good news. Julie quickly forgot about her hunger. She turned her head and saw the wounded genie lying next to her. He has always come to her rescue in difficult moments. He has always supported her and been there for her. But now, he is in critical condition. Not only knights led by Juice went to the central continent. General Paul and James did the same and were already sailing at full speed toward the continent. James began to talk about the day they first met the Rex, when the weather was about the same. James began to tell us that at first he thought that real death had come for him, and he described his feelings at that moment. He looked at the general and could not understand whether he knew that his comrades were knights. Surely the general must have guessed this because he is not fooling around. They stood next to each other before the battle, so this could have been enough. Strong people always recognize other strong people, so from this point of view, it's better to pretend that James doesn't know anything and is just a victim of the knight's deception. He also told us about how he wanted to eat with the Rex, but he didn't like anything because there were only vegetables. So far, he has managed to come up with the most truthful story possible because that is exactly what he and his brother were doing all the time. Now James has seen something. General Paul has taken out a Narragain as if he is preparing for battle. It was at this point that the guy told us how he got this sword from a Rex, because otherwise no one would have believed him. This story looked quite plausible, but the general was still determined to doubt every word of the boy. Throughout this story, James hints that he knew from the very beginning that he would meet this general. But the guy said that he could not have foreseen this, but the skeleton was able to do it, and thanks to him, it was possible to do all this. James has to be incredibly careful when he mentions the skeleton. The slightest mistake and he will be dead. Of course, Mark went with them to the central continent, and he continued to listen calmly to all the stories that James was telling. The general still finds it difficult to understand why the skeleton handed over his sword, which was personally presented to him by the emperor. It's hard to believe, given Rex's character. How could he entrust such a special thing to such an ordinary guy? James explained that even the skeleton was surprised when he was able to roll the Narragain. James immediately took up his sword and showed what his word meant. The general was shocked to see this. He thought it was impossible, because no one but Rex was strong enough to do it, so he really chose the boy. So far, the situation is on James's side. What he knows about the sword and the ability to control it is helping him a lot at the moment. It's easy to trust a person who seems to have done something impossible. It's just normal psychology. A little while later, Mark approached James. He was also shocked by this story and decided to find out how the guy managed to roll out the Narragain. James replied that it was too easy for him and he didn't see anything special in it. Looking more closely at Mark's eyes, he saw something that looked like a crystal, although he may have just imagined it. Mark said that he didn't understand how they had fooled them, probably because of their cunning. James didn't understand what Mark had just said. He didn't understand who Mark was talking about. At this point, Mark began to explain something interesting. He said that there was an option to combine the two Narragain. 2 days later, he pointed to his mouth and asked to be given the opportunity to eat Narragain. James didn't know what to say. It all seemed like some kind of theater of the absurd. He had lost touch with reality. The general's questions continued afterward, but James did not arouse any more suspicion. Nevertheless, General Paul still did not trust him anymore, and perhaps this will change in the future. Now they are on an island off the left continent, and it will be easy to reach their destination from here. James wondered if his knight friends were all on the eastern continent. In any case, he is sure that they are fine, because they are some of the strongest people he has ever met. Let's get back to our friends, the knights and the students who are going through some pretty tough times. Mrs. Fox saw that there was an encrypted message from the giraffe. He hadn't written anything for a long time. In this message, he said that the first special unit is finally returning home. He also wrote something extraordinary. Mrs. Fox told everyone that James was now considered a traitor. It's not hard to imagine the emotions of everyone around him, especially if you look at his closest friends with whom he spent the most time. James still didn't know what they were saying about him. He guessed that he might be recognized as a traitor, but he tried not to think about it. Now all his thoughts are focused on the general and the opportunities he will have communicating with him. Tears were visible in the guy's eyes. Probably all these difficult trials had already tired him out. He said that he had decided to take a break and then asked how they would act in the future. James offered to contact his allies, but the general assured him that everything was already fine because he had managed to do it earlier. So the general would leave to fly a bird, send a letter, or check something, and this is the way he communicates with the dragon's descendants. The general couldn't help but notice that the guy looked upset, and he tried to find out what exactly was bothering him. James replied that his thoughts are now focused on the difficult work they are currently doing. By the time the dragon's descendants respond, he has to come up with something. Of course, as soon as the general is in full communication with the dragon's descendants, it will be over. James realizes that the dragon was trying to protect him at a critical moment. Judging by the conversations, he doesn't think much of the central continent, so we should be careful. Even the general noticed that the dragon didn't look very friendly, so why keep it alive at all? He recalled the situation when the dragon did not allow him to attack the knights. As far as he knows, the dragon will never be able to return home. The general also guessed that knights had sailed to the eastern continent with the James, and he felt their strong level. Now it's time to figure out whether they really deceived this guy, or whether he lied about it and is actually a member of the knightly community. Now the general wants to use the guy to his advantage, so James has to be very careful and focused. It seems as if Mark has been able to read the minds of others all along, as if he can hear the two trying to deceive each other. He looked at James and thought that he needed to come up with something more interesting. It wasn't enough to release him. If James can't do what Mark expects of him, then there's no point in staying on his side. That's why James is under incredible pressure now. He's under pressure from all sides and he has to be strong. Psychological pressure always affects physical abilities, and James's body began to obey him less and less. He has always had problems with endurance, but now these problems have reached a whole new level. However, James realizes that he does not have to pretend to be very strong in front of these people. Perhaps his weakness will help him on the contrary because he does not hide who he is, and this makes him feel better. The main thing is not to become too weak because then the general may decide to get rid of him. They climbed to the top and James saw something he had never seen before. One could even say more. He had never even heard the telling of legends about such beautiful places. Mark explained that more than 400 years have passed, but everything is still beautiful here. It's called the Crystal Sea until you see it with your own eyes and feel this incredible beauty. James didn't know that the Crystal Sea really existed. He thought it was just a fairy tale, but it turned out to be much more beautiful than they said. James would like to touch this sea at least once, but it seems that after that the sea will become dirtier. The general agrees that it is incredibly beautiful. Even he cannot easily pass through this place without looking at it, so we need to make a halt. Of course, they have their own important things to do, but there is no need to rush. You just need to find the right place to relax. I probably need to go downstairs, but it looks like it will be very difficult. Fortunately, there is a brand that is always ready to come up to you and push you into this abyss. At this moment, you forget about all the problems and realize what is really important in this life. In a few seconds, all three of these incredibly interesting and colorful characters found themselves in a crystal sea. He said that people usually thank him for such help, but that James didn't have to. We should not forget that there are still knights on the eastern continent who must leave this territory. Margaret and Tamine went for a walk and looked around, and they didn't notice anything strange. According to observations, they told the giraffe that the bald general was accompanied by James. After that, 2 more generals came, and they were followed by at least 3 detachments. We talked a lot about the James, the 1st Special Unit, and the wounded students, but we completely forgot about someone else. We should not forget that Darren is now with the descendants of the dragons. She believes that if they want to kill her, there is no need to drag out the time, they just need to do it faster. In response, she was asked to shut up, at which point she could not answer the question. What was she doing here? Soon, the descendants of the dragon learned the news from the eastern continent, and everyone guessed that something bad had happened, because otherwise the general would not have written to them. Perhaps the eastern continent has already learned about the situation with the broken spear, although Richard believes that they know nothing. He opened the letter and began to read it carefully, and it was clear that he did not like what he saw there at all. Later, he told me that a general from the east was on his way, an influential and strong warrior. But there was one problem. The letter says that one of the representatives of the dragon's descendants is approaching here with the general. This representative's name is Robert, and now the dragon's descendants do not understand what exactly is happening. I guess I need to explain the situation a little bit, because James said his name was Robert, and now the general and Mark think so. It is not known for what reason he decided to give his name in this way, but he probably has a plan. Ma said that the name Robert sounded very cool, and it was unclear whether he was joking or serious. James had already guessed that the general had written to the dragon's descendants that he was coming to them with Robert. He realizes that this letter will confuse the dragon's descendants, and soon the situation will become even more interesting. James did this because he was sure all along that Robert had something to do with the dragon's descendants, which is why he was following him. I wonder how these people will react to this message, and with any luck, we may be able to get more information. In any case, James was able to take some time and mix the cards of the dragon's descendants. Richard decided to check with Rhea to see if Russ was really with Robert, and she confirmed it. Now he can't understand what exactly is going on. How can the general know Robert? He began to guess that someone might be using a robot, like a giraffe, but in any case, he needed to understand what was going on. He wrote a letter and sent it with the help of a bird, and soon this letter will reach the general. Paul said they could no longer rest and had to continue on their way. James decided to ask him if he had already received a return letter from the dragon's descendants. The general replied that the letter would arrive today, so there was no need to worry because it wouldn't be long now. James realizes that he urgently needs to come up with an explanation for what is happening. He looked at the crystal sea and seemed to be trying to draw additional strength from this incredible element. He also wondered if he would ever be able to come back here and enjoy this view in peace. Back to the night students, they still can't believe that James really turned out to be a traitor. Even Mary can't believe that James is her enemy. She thinks the whole situation happened because of the giraffe. It seems as if he tried to do the best he could, but made fatal mistakes. The black hen, Varen, interrupted the conversation and asked all the students to shut up and go to rest. He doesn't mean an unusual vacation in his rooms. He wants them all to come home. Varen explained that he had been thinking about this for a long time and believed that they were of little use to the knights. The fox told him that these were not funny jokes at all, but the black hen is not joking today. They need to know that they are a kind of material for strengthening knights. A mother can defeat a predator much stronger than her when she protects her children. Mrs. Fox understood the meaning of his words, but said that the Varen still spoke too cruelly. He asked her to be quiet and listen to him more carefully. He believes that there is no point in taking children with you to the deaths because terrible things happen. They have already lost a Jiroon, which is a terrible tragedy and cannot be allowed to happen again. Varen is sure that the second squad completely failed to live up to expectations, and the girl's death is on their conscience. The fox could not listen to all these disgusting words and began to attack him. The raven grabbed the fox by the neck, so the mayor intervened. Black Chicken Varen does not understand why they are so angry at his words. He said nothing special. It's all really true. The fox thinks that he is having fun with what is happening, and in fact, he does not care about the lives of children. Varen replied that all this was empty talk. If she really wanted to fight with him, she should do it in silence. Mary realizes that a new conflict is about to start, and this is the worst thing that can happen in their team at the moment. She tried to stop them all, but they were so angry about the recent events that they didn't listen to her at all. In just a few seconds, this house has turned into a kind of dump, and it's hardly possible to live in it normally. The most interesting thing is that the fight did not stop there. The knights moved to the street to continue what they had started. But later, it turned out that the explosion was not caused by the knights' battle at all. It was a quarry. The girl was incredibly angry and started shouting at the knights. She said that the girl who died had a name. Her name was Jiroon, and knights should remember the names of their students. They should be ashamed of their behavior. While Mary tried to understand what kind of power was hiding in this girl, James suggested that the general find something to eat. He said he had some knowledge about animals and poisonous plants on this continent. In order to go in search of food, he needs the general's sword because he doesn't have his own. Of course, the general was not going to give up his spear. James understood this from the very beginning. That's why he wanted to get the same spear that was left after Rex. Let's talk a little about the eagle. Everyone knows that this bird has incredible speed and hunting skills. He has always been a problem when knights wanted to find some food. He is too much of a competitor in this business. When it comes to hunting, all experienced hunters know that in this aspect, the eagle has no equal. These birds live by hunting, so they know the habits of other animals and birds better than anyone else. James took advantage of this and received the letter faster than the general. His mental abilities could once again save his life. The guy was very lucky that this letter was not encrypted. Even a child could read it. Richard greeted the general and said that if Robert's hair was black, he should not be trusted. But if his hair is golden, then he should be cut to death. Richard also wrote that they had almost finished their mission, with only the dark red Dorothy hippo left. So that's who they were talking about in the forest. So it turns out that destroying Dorothy is a way to destroy the knights. Now James has to figure out what to do. The most important thing is to understand what the general wrote in his letter. We also need to hear the information from the next message and act as efficiently as possible. The general could not calm down and was constantly nervous. He heard strange sounds in the forest. Without turning his head to Mark, he said that he was going to help James look for food. But Mark intervened and said that it was better to leave the hunt to an expert and surprised the general. The general replied that he was the best hunter on the continent, so he could also be called an expert. After that, Mark did not interfere in the situation, although he realized that the two were about to meet and that problems might arise. At this point, the two eagles met each other and began to vote, and James began to beg them to calm down and keep quiet. These strange but loud sounds could not pass an experienced hunter by. He notices such moments immediately, and when he notices something strange, he immediately takes out his weapon. However, General Paul quickly calmed down or realized that he was actually looking at an eagle stuck in a tree, and he would help it out. At that moment, James came up to him and asked if he was okay. James was happy that he was able to play it safe and not get ambushed by the general. Otherwise, things would have been bad. At that moment, the general saw an eagle that was supposed to bring him his message. James did everything on time and almost perfectly. If he hadn't done it a little bit more, he would have lost his head. In a few seconds, the general opened the letter and began to read the message from the dragon's descendants. James was very curious to know how the general would react to this news. Suddenly, Mark approached them. This guy always looked strange, but now he is especially excited. An incredible glow began to shine in their eyes, and there is no explanation of what it is. Let's go back a few months and look at the events that took place in the capital of the Nizal Empire. Everything was calm. So far, there was little threat to the knighthood, although our friends had met a long time ago. The knight's wife hoped that everything would be fine without her. She hoped that he would not cry because she had left. Surely no one has forgotten about Charles the White Raven and his magical powers. Now he tells other sorcerers about some kind of efficiency, slowing down time around him and speeding up himself. He says that the result is always the same, but the level of complexity and scale differ from each other. The White Raven Charles looks at Herman and hopes that this sorcerer understands everything. The concept of efficiency will be the key to creating new weapons, and only the smartest people understand this. Combining a formula and a spell has been the main desire of wizards since ancient times. Many different sorcerers studied this question, but only German came close to it. It happened when he believed in himself and thought he was very close. But it was at that time that a young sorcerer appeared who found a very simple and understandable method of solving this problem. This sorcerer is called a White Raven, and he told us about the basic principle and the spell that creates the desired formula. It seemed too easy a solution, and Herman said he didn't agree with it. It didn't matter if we were talking about unification. This was exactly the reaction the White Raven had expected from him, and it did not surprise him in the least. Charles turned to everyone around him and pointed to the German. He said that this particular sorcerer could now tell them about the true meaning of the concept of combining a formula and a spell. The White Raven asked the German not to be shy or silent, but to answer all these questions. The words that everything is simple and everyone can achieve their desires became meaningless after the public announcement. From that moment on, White Raven Charles became the greatest magician. Soon after, he demonstrated his first creation, a magic weapon, although it is only a demo version as the project is not yet complete. Even members of parliament came to see it, although the task was entrusted to the emperor personally. In general, it's strange that so many people from the parliament gathered, because if this is just a test, then everything could have been organized in the capital. The members of parliament were unhappy to be dragged here, but Charles assured them that they would understand when they saw it with their own eyes. He has been working on his invention for a long time and is now ready to demonstrate his skills. It was hard for everyone around to breathe, which is normal because weapons accumulate mana and consume a lot of energy. Soon, they all saw what this machine was capable of, and they were all amazed, even though it was only a demo version. That's what James, the general, and Mark saw at that moment, although they didn't realize what was happening at the time. It seemed like some kind of energy attack, but no one understood what it was. This attack was aimed at the mountains near the forest, and what happened next is really incredible. It can probably only be compared to the explosion of an atomic bomb. It is very, very similar to this effect. James and General Paul tried to understand what they had just seen. It looked like some kind of dragon or demon. Most of all, Mark started to panic. He said it couldn't be, and added that he didn't understand what the fools from the center were doing. The White Raven was pleased to show off his magical weapons, and now, in his opinion, the Empire does not need the protection of knights. James still could not understand what exactly he saw in the sky, but it made him worry. Even if someone did not have time to see this beam in the sky, the sounds were so loud that everyone heard them. It seems like some kind of horrible sounds of spirits. Even General Paul had never heard anything like it. James remembered that Mark could listen to other people's thoughts, and he wondered how well this technique was developed. Does he really hear absolutely all thoughts at any given moment? With such skills, you can really go crazy. Mark heard these thoughts and decided to explain it. He doesn't read other people's thoughts, he only hears what comes out. That is why he asks us to refrain from aggressive opinions about him, because it gives him a headache. James thought that in the future, he would need to test this skill and think something bad about the brand. In another part of this forest, a sad event was taking place, or to be more precise, the knights were saying goodbye to their student. It was hard for everyone to watch, and it is probably only now that these young talents are beginning to understand what chivalry really is. They may have heard only beautiful fairy tales and legends before, but only now are they beginning to really feel the business. Not everything is as perfect as in the legends. Chivalry has not only bright victories, but also heavy defeats and deaths. John heard some strange sounds in the sky. He asked his friends about it, but they didn't hear anything. It was at this point that David decided to talk about James. He still can't believe that their friend turned out to be a traitor. The guy believes that they need to be prepared for anything, but what is happening to James is not like him at all. John replied that James was doing the same thing he did last time. That is, trying to make it look like he was a traitor. Now John is sure that a similar situation is happening, so it is better not to doubt their friend. He looked at Robert and hoped that he felt the same way, because at times like this you want to find support and understanding. Robert started to smile and said that he also fully trusted James and was not ready to change his mind. Meanwhile, Teacher Mary called all the other students to her, and it looks like we will soon see another training sparring session. Knights and students gathered to watch the mayor fight against the Turins and Quarrens. She told them to fight 100% because they were much stronger before. Black Chicken Varen was also watching and asked the students to do their best so that they would not be ashamed in front of the Jiren. They are ready to do anything to betray the girl who died, and Quarren looks especially motivated as if she is going to kill everyone. Mary looked calm, even though she sensed the tension among the students, but she should not forget that she is a knight. Now the Quarren does not think about this at all. She is not interested in the knightly hierarchy because her head is clouded with anger. Of course, Mary is innocent, but she wants to demonstrate her strength to make her feel better after losing her friend. So far, this anger has only hindered her. Her movements have become too predictable, and therefore she has become an easy target. Now it's Turin's turn to fight, and his teacher Mary hopes that he hasn't forgotten his oath to the knight. After these words, the guy instantly got angry and prepared for a tough battle. Let's see what he can do. Mary was about to repel his first attack, but at that moment, something strange happened that even scared her. She turned her head and saw a Quarren behind her, and it looked like this girl was not going to lose the battle. Even though she is fighting a knight, she still wants to win at all costs. Some students do not understand what is happening. Mrs. Fox explained that most knights have an explosion of power during training. This event can be called the Knight's Awakening, and there are signs that these two disciples are showing signs of awakening. It seems as if the quarry has unique abilities that are very rare, and she does not realize what she is capable of. Moreover, knights have limits on how much they can help students. Nowadays, the knighthood really needs students with unique abilities to come around, because knights across the continent have a lot of problems. The first special unit of knights has enough problems, but they are confident that they will solve all their issues. The giraffe and his friends are very close to landing on the central continent, and their long journey is finally over. The giraffe has been getting too tired and sleeping a lot lately, and even he has difficulty explaining his physical condition. Their friends from the continent should have contacted them long ago, but so far nothing has happened. Martha explained that no messages were received because James had left the device. The giraffe was unhappy that they were left without contact with the knights of the continent, but he hopes that it will not be for long. As soon as they landed on the shore, Juice immediately said that her main task now was to find James. We need to do it faster than the main military forces will. Juice is sure that this cunning and clever guy can use himself as bait. The day of sparring was over, and everyone was happy with the result, even though it was a hard day. Turin is interested in what awaits them next. He has already heard that the second special unit will be disbanded. The girl looked at him and asked him not to pretend that nothing bad had happened. She still hadn't forgiven him. Even though the knights say it's not true, she is sure that it is the Turin who is to blame for the death of the Jiren. It was clear that he was very uncomfortable hearing these words. She could not have acted so harshly towards him. If ever there is an opportunity to redeem himself, he will definitely take it. Meanwhile, Musa approached the Black Chicken Varen to talk a little about his last sentence. He still can't forget the words that students are the material to strengthen professional knights. Varen asked the boy not to focus too much on these words, because even Varen does not know enough about it. There is a lot of talk about James now. Everyone is gossiping and trying to figure out whether he is really a traitor or just a role. Everyone has their own opinion on this, but of course everyone is worried because it will be hard to accept if James really turns out to be a traitor. But he looked at the giraffe and asked him if he really didn't trust anyone now. Juice always deals with all the problems on his own, which of course makes it look like he doesn't trust anyone. Tammin doesn't ask them to tell them everything the Jews know, but he wants the students to at least be used to help. He became a knight's apprentice in order to help knights, not to be constantly under their protection. This is what being a knight means to this guy, and everyone finds a personal explanation for this role. Jais apologized, but admitted that he did not trust them, that the situation was very difficult and he could not be sure of anything. All he has left is to trust James, although recent events have made him doubt. He doesn't understand what the guy meant in their last conversation, but he still continues to believe in him. Margaret disagrees. She said that as soon as she saw James, she immediately realized that he was a nasty rat, because she is a good judge of character. She believes that he is a disgusting traitor who should be caught immediately and his head should be cut off. Zeus asked us not to jump to conclusions and said that James is not exactly what others imagine him to be. James asked the general to rest for a while, but Paul replied that he had to see everything with his own eyes, and if James didn't want to leave, he should stay. Of course, he couldn't stop halfway, so he went along with everyone else to see what the explosion had caused. The beam of light was coming from there, and the general believes it looked like some kind of natural disaster. But as far as James knows, there are no such natural disasters, so it was something completely different. Mark said that he did not know anything about what had happened. The only thing he understood was that it was very serious. There are creatures and things that, for various reasons, have become independent of the laws of nature. People call such phenomena dragons, Narragan, and knights, and it's very interesting. In any case, whoever dared to create this should understand how it works and what to do with it. The general was watching James closely all this time, and he was constantly hearing responses from the dragon's descendants. In this response, Richard said that he shouldn't trust a guy named Robert. This guy should be treated with caution, but the general can trust the dragon's descendants without hesitation. They agreed to meet to discuss all the details of cooperation, and the only thing left to do was to choose a meeting place. Of course, James understands that the general is asking his opinion about all this, and the guy is ready for it. This refers to a letter the general received from the dragon's descendants, and now is the time for this conversation. The general wants to know what the boy thinks of these words, and I also want to know his opinion on the place of the meeting. Of course, the general is interested in the words that Robert cannot be trusted, and he wants to understand why. James remained calm and didn't show any unnecessary emotions. He said that there was nothing strange in these words. General Paul reacted calmly to this, saying that if there was nothing strange about it, then we should start looking for a meeting place. James promised to think about it and find the most suitable place for a secret meeting. Then the general surprised the boy a bit, because he said that James would personally go to meet the dragon's descendants. Now the guy could not help but show his emotions, as if he had not expected it at all. Now he can't believe that he will actually have to go to the meeting with the dragon's descendants alone. There were serious problems on the eastern continent. Something catastrophic happened in the city port. Those responsible for this apologized. They explained that their ship had been taken away from them, probably by knights from another continent. The person who spoke to them was interested in the dragon that went with the general to the central continent. No one would want this dragon to break free of its chain, because then real chaos would begin. In a sense, it is not surprising that people cannot understand dragons, because they cannot perceive the concept of high dimensions. For example, if we observe a sphere from a low dimension, we can only perceive it as a point or a circle, but not as a sphere. James did not want to listen to all this and thought only about the general and the upcoming meeting with the descendants of the dragons. He wonders what the general thinks of stamps in general and how he will behave when the meeting begins. Perhaps he will hide and secretly observe all this, or perhaps he wants revenge. James is probably referring to the murder of General Rex. Even if it wasn't done by the dragon's descendants, the killers should still be punished. The guy is sure that Paul was very close to General Rex, and that's why he wants to avenge his death. The man replied that this was exactly the case, and that is why he is a general who will always serve his master. His master was also a general, and it was an honor for him to fulfill the emperor's will, just as it was for his master Rex, because that was what he wanted. That is why he believes that revenge will be for the sake of the Rex, not for his own pleasure. However, these words made the general quite angry, and now he thinks that revenge is always the most important thing for James. The guy decided that the best answer would be that he had the same opinion as the general. It should not be forgotten that the members of the 1st Special Unit of Knights had already landed on the central continent. Martha has already analyzed the situation and found the animals' tracks, and now she needs to understand the direction in which they went. They still have a long road ahead of them, and now they need to figure out what will happen if James tries to use himself as bait. Tammin is sure that James wants to win the trust of his enemies, which is why he acts so strangely. This is probably why he arranged everything so that the knights would attack him, despite the fact that he might get hurt. Geus thinks that this is a possible option, but there is one problem: he underestimates the knights. Their attack will not be able to withstand an ordinary student. That is why his recent actions are too. He believes that James's plan is likely to be thwarted. The boy misunderstands the meaning of the word knight, because knights are not weapons that follow orders, but people. Absolutely everyone is talking about James now. Everyone already knows that he can become a potential traitor. Mary looked at her friends and asked them what they were going to do with the James. Mrs. Fox replied that she didn't believe in the theory that this guy would turn out to be a traitor. The white deer didn't answer, but she thought that the fox still didn't know everything about this guy. The black hen Varen thinks quite differently. He admits that James may turn out to be a traitor. Perhaps for James, the knights are not an aid to his plan at all. The knights may be his target. Raven isn't entirely sure that James is a traitor, but he remembers that this is the guy who contacted them. We have to take this fact into account and look at the whole picture, which is the only way to remain objective. Now Varen looked at the women and asked them what their future actions were. The descendants of the dragons are still in a favorable position. They are still strong and close to success. Russ is unhappy that they went through the swamp. He is afraid that they might get into trouble now because of it. Richard reassured him and told him that he would go on alone and that they should all wait for him here. Russ began to wonder what Richard would be talking about at the meeting, but Rhea didn't answer. The guy is unhappy that these people never tell him anything or explain anything. He wants to understand until what point they will hide everything from him, and he is even thinking about running away from them. Now Richard was walking and recalling a conversation with a woman, oddly enough, the topic of which was Robert. He is the only one who can stop the fire of the Udion. And if he does not, the dragon's descendants will come to an end. Richard must remember that he cannot kill the child, because if he does, he will lose himself. This conversation with the mother of dragons is etched in his memory, but he'd rather focus on something else. He walked up to the meeting place and looked at his opponent carefully. Of course, Richard hoped that General Polk had come to see him. Now the man's face is not visible, so Richard immediately grabbed his weapon just in case. When General Paul asked James about revenge, he said that revenge would always be a priority for him. The dragon's descendants have taken everything from him, so the general cannot understand how much anger has enveloped James's heart. The guy greeted Richard and said he was talking to them on behalf of the general. After these words, he finally showed his face and prepared to take revenge on his brother and everyone else, and this is the path he chose. We should recall the words when a masked man ordered a boy to kill his brother in order to save his own life. James is not a fool. He understands that Richard was the person who spoke to him in the village. Now it seems as if a real James has risen from the dead and is standing opposite his enemy. It is not known if this is true, or if Michael is pretending that he is his brother. The situation is too confusing but interesting. The sensory information that people usually rely on the most is vision. Of course, when you look at this guy, it's completely impossible to tell which of the two brothers he is, but these scars hint at James. It doesn't matter if a person is strong or weak, they will still rely on their eyesight in all cases. Visuals are incredibly important, and of course Richard can't help but notice the burns on the boy's face. I wonder who exactly the dragon's descendant sees this guy as. Maybe he will now believe that he is a real James. He is 100% in great doubt now, and I wonder how you will end up. All this time, all the descendants of the dragon saw Michael in front of them, but now they are facing a real James who survived. It is unlikely that Richard could have imagined such a scenario. James will play the role of both brothers at the same time. He looks at this descendant of the dragon and tries to understand what he will do. Before that, General Paul asked the boy how he would act and what plan he would choose. If he has to meet with the dragon's descendants, it means that the general will be doing something else. Although perhaps the general is trying to test the guy because he doesn't quite trust him. James believes that the general will be watching him from a safe distance to make sure he poses no threat. James also has an interesting idea about revealing the hostility of the dragon's descendants, and he wants the general to listen to him. All this happened before the meeting with Richard and was quite important for this event. Now the main descendant of the dragons cannot understand what exactly is in front of him. It seems that it is really James. He is mostly covered in burn marks. He is not the James they have seen before, so Richard is surprised and nervous. This whole situation is too confusing for him. If he is not a James, then his actions will be difficult to predict. Now he finally realized that this guy had been using the name Robert all along. Now James is completely sure that the dragon's descendants consider Robert to be their friend. This is how he wants to continue receiving information in the future. He looks at Richard and realizes that it's time to take the initiative if he wants to succeed. The fact that he is here all alone means that General Pole has full confidence in him. Richard must realize how risky it would be to attack the boy now. In this case, James would never think of killing the enemy. His main goal is to gather information. He is directing all his initiatives to this end, but he is confident that it may soon backfire. For Richard, it doesn't matter who exactly is standing in front of him. He knows that this is a child of fire, and if he doesn't act, things will get more serious. He plans to kill this guy right now and forget about it like a bad dream, even if he has to sacrifice his own life. It seems as if Richard has completely lost his mind. He is no longer going to act cautiously and is ready to act recklessly. The main descendant of the dragon grabbed his sword, as if even Mark could feel the tension from a distance. The General and Mark don't know what's going on. They are quite far from the meeting place. General Paul said it was time for him to leave, and the dragon decided not to stop him. Suddenly, he felt the approach of some unknown force, probably the first time we've seen him so excited. He quickly turned his head and thought he might have been caught off guard. But it turned out that there was no one around. Although this guy's intuition has always been of an incredible level. It's not just James and the dragon's descendant in this swamp anymore. Our old friends have joined us. Juice and the other knights continue to search for James. It seems they have found his traces. They heard something and immediately pulled out their weapons. In such a situation, everyone is incredibly tense and afraid of making a mistake. The giraffe asked everyone to be quiet and pointed his finger forward, as if he had already seen something. He very quickly realized that, apparently, some kind of large-scale battle had taken place here quite recently. Margaret looked ahead and said that someone was there. She could see the silhouette of a person. It seemed difficult to understand who exactly was standing across from them. Maybe a friend, maybe an enemy, maybe a woman, maybe a man. Juice took a closer look and said out loud that he had an evil and unpleasant feeling. This feeling always arises in the face of difficult problems, and he does not like it at all. Back to James and Richard, the descendant of the dragon grabbed for the sword, and that was enough to scare the guy. When James talked to the general, he asked him to trust him one last time. He said that there was one way to understand the intentions of the dragon's descendants, and the general would have to do almost nothing to do it. All you have to do is stand still and believe in the James plan, and it looks like the general has agreed to it. The general looked at the two and felt a deadly aura. They say that only masters can feel something like that. Thanks to this feeling, two very strong warriors can recognize each other, and Richard feels the same deadly aura. He believes that this aura is coming from the general, and he has probably already realized what position he is in now. Richard smiled and said that he was sure that the real James was dead, and there was nothing to talk about. Richard knows that the real James acts very differently, so Michael won't be able to fool them all the time. It seems that Richard is really confident in what he is saying. In any case, James has achieved what he wanted, so custody is no longer needed. Even if Richard didn't understand anything, it's too late to try to change anything. But the dragon's descendant thinks differently. He only needs to kill the boy and convince the general that James was on the side of the knights. James realizes that all this is just a cheap bluff. He shouldn't fall for it and let Richard intimidate him. James chose the place for this meeting, and he probably did so because he had a reason. Richard is not afraid of this. Even if there are some flaws in this area, they will also interfere with the general and James. That is why he is confident that this will not be a serious threat to him, and he is also confident that he will be able to kill the guy. James realizes that it's all just a game. As long as the general is watching them, Richard will not start attacking him. The general feels that the situation is very unusual, and to be honest, he is very curious about what these two will do. Richard said that this guy didn't know his dead brother very well, and that was his big mistake. James feels that it's all just a provocation. He shouldn't let himself be fooled, because Richard is doing everything he can to make sure James attacks first. Richard is very good at playing psychological games and confusing his opponent. He says he can tell a lot about the real James. But if he is the one who makes the first step in this battle, then the victory will be Michael's. Suddenly, strange things began to happen, and it's unlikely that James had this in mind when he planned this meeting. As if out of nowhere, the dragon mark appeared. He is so excited that you don't know what to expect from him. He began to use some unknown force, the trees around him began to collapse, and James felt pain in his back. Even Richard couldn't figure out how to react to this. The situation was really quite atypical. There was a big explosion, not comparable to the explosion after a flash of light, but it was still large scale. Later, the dust began to settle and we could finally see what was going on. It seems that a young warrior from the eastern continent has joined them, and he is a bit upset that he is late. If you look closely, you can see a giraffe and his friends are meeting in the swamp. A cautious conversation began between these people. Everyone wants to understand what is going on here. Zeus guessed that he was facing a man from the eastern continent. It was not difficult to understand by looking at his opponent's clothes. This man also analyzed the knights. He quickly saw the armor and weapons, and of course, the combat readiness for decisive action. It was not hard to guess that he was facing a real knight after all. He was on the continent of knights. The man said that there were people here before, but he killed them all. Zeus saw his students losing control and beginning to show serious signs of aggression. He asked Pi and March to stop immediately, but they had already drawn their weapons and prepared for battle. They began to attack the man even though the knight ordered them to stop. But the funny thing is that even though we attacked quickly, it wasn't enough to succeed. Everyone around realized that they had a very skillful and serious warrior with them. In a matter of seconds, he was flying like a bird, a skill not even a skeleton could do. The man smiled and said he was ready to strike back because he was attacked first. Just tried to calm the situation down and said that there had been a misunderstanding. But it seems that these words were spoken too late, because the dragon martial arts were activated. Sometimes reality does not suit us, which is why we have to imagine alternative realities. These can be called dreams, and they are personal and different from each other. Michael is not an exception to the rule. He is a human being like the rest of us, and he also likes to dream about an ideal reality. A reality in which his brother is alive and in his place, the place of a talented knight's apprentice. In this reality, Michael is also in his place, traveling around the world and seeing all these beautiful places he had dreamed of before. He is pleased to have seen the icy desert and crystal sea. They turned out to be much more beautiful than he had imagined. He also liked the eastern continent very much, but he was not able to rest and relax as he needed to, so it is better to go there again. He looked at his brother and said that he was doing a great job as a knight and he had so many friends. But at that moment, reality intervened in this dream, and I returned to him and told him that I had died a long time ago. Sometimes, even in his secret dreams, Michael completely forgets the fact that his brother is no longer alive. It is at these moments that James must remind him of this, because his brother must live in reality, not in an imaginary world. James said that Michael underestimated the dragon's descendants, that they were too weak. He may not get a second chance to kill these bad people, so you have to take advantage of every opportunity. James can't understand why his brother is so calm. He probably had no desire for revenge from the beginning. Tears appeared in Michael's eyes. He said that this was not true at all and James was wrong. That's why James asked him to confirm these words in real cases and show real cruelty. He has to take revenge because he promised to do so from the very beginning, and one cannot forget about one's promises. This is how it happens. Even in your innermost dreams, you can't completely relax, because even there, harsh reality catches up with you. Finally, James woke up and Mark was standing next to him all along, waiting for this moment. Mark explained that the situation is very urgent, so there is no time to explain everything, although of course James will be very excited now. When he saw Richard, he immediately grabbed his weapon and prepared for revenge. But judging by his face, Richard doesn't understand what's going on here either. James decided not to wait for any explanations, but to get down to business and avenge his brother. Probably because of all these dreams, he forgot that he is not a talented melee warrior, so it will be difficult for him to defeat Richard. The descendant of the dragon will not allow himself to be killed so easily. He is a very technical and experienced warrior. But now James doesn't care. It seems as if he has lost his mind because of his anger and desire for revenge. James turned to Mark and asked him to help. Mark should grab Richard and hold him until James kills him. An interesting plan. It had to be done from the very beginning, and now James is ready to promise to do whatever Mark tells him to do. Mark approached Richard and told him what James was asking him to do, but the dragon's descendant explained that he would explain everything. He looked at James and asked him to calm down. Maybe they wouldn't have to fight each other at all. That is why he suggests that the guy talk to him first, and of course James is shocked by this turn of events. James doesn't understand where General Paul is now and what they want to talk to him about. He doesn't understand how Richard has the nerve to suggest negotiations after what he's done. He wants to finally understand why they killed his brother, because after what happened, it is impossible to just talk. After such an insult, it is impossible to talk calmly with the person who took away your most precious possessions. James said he would find a way to beat him, and that's where his power lies. But Richard replied that he expected to hear this and was therefore ready to make an offer. He listened to James very carefully, paused, and said that he would give him the opportunity to take revenge. Of course, the guy did not expect this at all. He thought that Richard would ask him to calm down, but he was ready to give him opportunities for revenge. Richard replied that he would do it, but not now, only after he had achieved his goal, and he could not die until then. Once he's done everything he planned before, he'll be happy to die by James's hand, which is why he asks for help. James stood there and didn't know what to say. This proposal completely changed his perception of reality. Mark was also shocked in a way, but he was looking at James closely because he was curious what he would say. Richard also looked at the boy closely. He was sure that the real James was dead. He also understands that Michael is still a child, and this can be used to his advantage. All this absurdity made James's thoughts completely jumbled. He doesn't know how to react to this. Perhaps Richard is just trying to cloud his mind and subdue him to his own desires. First, James needs to calm down, and then he needs to understand the situation from the inside. He looks at Mark and Richard and realizes that there may be some kind of agreement between them. Perhaps the dragon has sided with Richard. Perhaps this guy was with them from the beginning. And it's a good thing James didn't trust him. James knows that his target is in front of him, but it is impossible to kill Richard right now. He used to feel that Richard could kill him in a second, but now he doesn't feel any threat from him. He probably wants to use him. James needs to understand why they are trying to use him, but it will not be easy. Richard offered to give him time to think about it because it was the best option for him. It is not known whether Richard and Mark came here with 7 intentions from the very beginning, but now all his plans have been destroyed. Mark said that there was a misunderstanding and he saved James's life. Otherwise, something terrible would have happened. Finally, General Paul approached them and tried to understand what was going on. He knows that Mark has used displacement distortion and is unhappy about it. Mark replied that he had no choice because the demon had come. To begin with, I need to explain what displacement warping is, which is the ability to curve space. Mark said they have 2 more opportunities to use this skill. A demon is a person you should never meet, and it was he who turned the brand into what it is today. This is the demon we recently saw on the central continent, and he has already met with the knights. Now it seems as if the dragon's descendant is really on their side, but it even sounds ridiculous. James thought that he could use the general to destroy the dragon's descendants. But this could turn into an even worse situation. Then James may lose his credibility and be driven into a dead end, and the situation has now become quite confusing. At this point, it's better to slow down. Don't rush too much and get nervous, because it's a long game. You have to find a way to win, and that's James's main strength. His intelligence always helps you find a solution. General Paul said that the weather could change very quickly soon, so it was time to move on. Now we need to go back many years and look at Richard's younger years. He was only 14 years old at the time, but even then, everyone knew how talented this guy was. There is already talk that Richard may become the future leader of this group. But his father was always dissatisfied with his son's behavior. Richard was too often causing problems. In a sense, we can say that he is a child born in war. He was picked up on the battlefield. Most likely, they rejected him because he is from a different clan. But the boy understands them because he would have done the same. But his parents became special people for him. He could always trust them. In all his difficult moments, he always came to talk to his mom. She asked him not to do it so often because the dragons might get bored with him doing it. His mother was pregnant. She was sure that the child would be born healthy and everything would be fine. She had already heard that he had killed himself again, but the guy explained that he was defending himself because others were constantly insulting him. Nevertheless, his mother believes that his behavior is unworthy and no one will trust him on the battlefield after that. The mother tried to reassure her son and said that no matter what path he chose, she would always be on his side. This is probably the kind of support every child wants to receive. Richard replied that he was no longer a child, but for every mother, her son would always remain a child. The mother knows that her son is a righteous godfather and that the dragons will soon get tired of her, so he must come here and pray in her place. Pray for her first child to be very happy and healthy. During these words, young Richard realized 2 important things. First, his mother loves and believes in him very much. And secondly, he will never be able to become a real part of their family. Not long after this conversation, his mother died. Of course, it was very difficult for his father, even though Richard was not their own son. But he still had a hard time with this tragedy. However, before her death, the mother managed to give birth to a child. It was a boy, and he was really healthy. The most important thing in this story is the name that this boy was given, because his father decided to call him Robert. 3 long years have passed since these events, and they seem to last forever. Richard was often alone and constantly trained to become stronger. Soon after, Ruyen found him. She said she had been looking for him for more than a few hours and did not understand why he had gone so far. He needs to go downstairs and find a sparring partner to train. He said that no one would want to train with him except to fight because no one likes him. Most of them don't want him to join the squad at all, so each time he goes further and further away to avoid seeing anyone. Lately, he has completely stopped conflicting with everyone and constantly fighting like he used to. The fact is that his past behavior only emphasized his shortcomings, which is why he decided to change. He doesn't know yet whether he needs to leave his clan. He wonders if she will follow him. The girl was surprised. Theoretically, she could really do it if he asked her to. Then she laughed and said that it was all just a joke, that everyone around him believed in him, and that if he left, it would be a huge loss. She also reminded him of his younger brother, and he should not forget his responsibility to him. At that moment, the boy remembered the words of his mother, who said that he should pray for Robert to be a happy child. After that, he really thought about Robert, and that's the only thing that keeps him in this place. His father disagreed when the rules of his clan were violated, and outsiders should not be allowed to come to the settlement. The descendants of the dragon are an ancient clan. These people have always used their powers to work as mercenaries. Unlike in the past, now that it has become smaller and harder to make a living, there are people who are curious about the power of this clan. In addition, it was time to change the clan leader, and this led to constant problems and conflicts. Each candidate for the role of clan leader had his or her own opinions about outsiders. Some believed that they had already broken the rules by taking in a stranger, while others thought that cooperation with the knights would be useful. The leader of the dragon's descendants said that the mother of dragons is still silent and does not say anything. He feels that he is getting weaker every day, and perhaps the appointment of a new leader should be accelerated. Of course, at such moments, when a new clan leader is elected, a million conflicts begin. Some people are too stupid to understand the world they live in and do not understand the current realities. Soon, Ruyen should become the next mother of dragons, and once that happens, her family will have the advantage. It's only a matter of time, because that's how the world works. But will the Russians do everything right? She should live in full prosperity, and her father is sure that this is exactly what will happen. It also seems that no one suspects the relationship between Ruyen and Richard. The two of them look at each other in a special way. Richard's father's name is Donald, and he believes that now we just need to observe the situation and think things through. It is not yet known whether we should prevent Ruyen from becoming the successor to the Mother of Dragons. Donut believes that children are not to blame for anything. Usually, everything comes from their parents. It was then that the first conversations about Ria's successful skills began, and everyone began to notice that she had talent. Donald recalled the days of his youth and said that it took much longer for children to reach such talents than now. Of course, there was talk about Richard, who was also one of the most talented young men in the clan. But the problem is that he is not a native descendant of the dragon. Donald didn't even want to hear about all these words. He always said he still considered him his real son. Richard also has to come to the ceremony and must be able to deal with the backlash. Maybe he doesn't even want to do it, but if he agrees, there will be no other way. Donald said that he did not want to involve young children in this showdown. This is real politics, and there is no room for error. If you do something wrong, a war within the clan will immediately begin, and then even the smallest ones, Robert and Ria, can get into trouble. Now all the talk is about Richard. He is not a native member of this clan, so there are many contradictions about him. Robert decided to talk to his older brother. He had heard from his father that Richard wanted to leave. His father asked Robert not to stop his older brother and to give him the opportunity to find a place where he would be happy. Richard didn't know that his father talked about such topics with his brother, and it excited him. Later, he spoke to his father in person and he told him to take part in the ceremony. It's nothing special. You just have to go through a ceremony and recognize yourself as a full-fledged member of the clan of the dragon's descendants. It's a great honor. Richard wanted to say something to that, but his father asked him to shut up and obey the order. Later, rumors began to spread that Donald wanted to start a war, and other families of the clan were ready for it. What we are now seeing with our own eyes is called a ceremony, and this is what there has been so much talk about. Thanks to a ceremony held by the clan, they managed to survive all this time as mercenaries. The dragon's descendants have no innate physical advantages, but their main task seems to be related to ritual. It is said that the power gained from this ritual can be compared to the power of knights. Only the leader of the clan, the main chief, is capable of performing this ritual, so the leader's words are crucial for the dragon's descendants. Usually, everyone is only interested in the ability to see the future from the mother of dragons. The descendants of the dragon are called legendary mercenaries who give victory. Historically, those countries that hire the descendants of the dragon usually win. All of this becomes possible with the help of the Mother of Dragons, because she can predict future events. As long as you have the ability to see the future, you control the world, and physical strength is worthless in comparison. But the elders explain that this power does not actually allow them to see the future. The future Mother of Dragons must forget about it. The power is not in seeing the future, but in feeling the direction of the will. That is seeing what can happen, not what will happen. In other words, it is a future that can be changed by the influence and direction of our will. Now this curse will constantly haunt the Royan from the moment they acquire the skill until the woman's death. She must endure this if she really wants to become the Mother of Dragons. She must endure this helplessness. Of course, this will be a challenge for every young girl, but not every young girl will get this right. The ritual can be compared to taking on the power of a dragon, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. From the very beginning, Richard did not believe in such fairy tales, probably because he was not part of the clan. In general, nothing has changed in his life, except that he now has to follow the rules. That's how this guy became a dragon warrior, but we're not talking about a kung fu panda, we're talking about Richard. He recalled his mother's words that no matter what path he chose, she would always be on his side. But now he feels this is a problem, because there is nothing he can choose. Ryan came up to him. She wants to make sure he is used to his new role. The guy said that he had almost nothing to get used to. Everything remained the same as before. Now he thinks more about her. The girl said that it was difficult for her to get used to new obligations. She had a constant impression that someone was trying to get into her head. Each time she sees constant fragments of different events, and it does not depend on her will. The girl also recalled the master's words that this curse would haunt her all her life, until her death. Now she finally understands what he was talking about then. It would probably be better to run away with Richard somewhere. The boy is interested in who he will become in the future, and perhaps Ryan has already seen such options in her head. She wanted to answer, but at that moment, her father came up and said that Richard had to become a real defender of the family. His role was defined from the very beginning, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Richard immediately thought about these words, and Ryan began to shout at her father. Once upon a time, the Mother of Dragons told Donald about a prophecy that he would find a child on the battlefield, and that child would become the family's protector in the future. Soon, Donald did find Richard. The guy survived, and now we can say that he is a real lucky man. It turns out that his father didn't bring him here at all, but carried him in his arms. Donald knows that Russell is a very cruel man and will do anything to become the future leader of the clan. If he really becomes the most important descendant of the dragon, this can lead to significant problems. Richard came to talk to his father about all these prophecies, and Donald confirmed that the Mother of Dragons had indeed said it. Richard tried hard. All this time he was training much more actively than anyone else in the clan. He was constantly thinking about who he really was, but in the end, he realized that he was just a tool to protect another clan. Perhaps his fate was really predetermined from the moment he was born. But it didn't matter. He ran out into the street and ran away. The guy returned to the same place where his mother always prayed, and they talked there many times. Now he misses his mother very much. He would like her to give him some advice at this difficult moment. Soon he saw that the Mother of Dragons was standing in this place. Did she really know that he would come here? The girl doesn't like that he speaks to her so formally, as if he is distancing himself from her because of it. They have been close friends for a long time, although perhaps they are even more than friends at heart. Endless options for the future are constantly popping into her head, and there is even room for a Richard in these options. But one of these futures was connected to her mother, and this is the most interesting thing. My mother always worried that Richard was very similar to his father. They constantly kept their feelings and emotions inside. It will be difficult for both of them to find a common language when she is not around, because Donald is a very honest but incredibly private man. But he always felt the same way as his wife about Richard. They always tried to create comfortable conditions for the child. From their first meeting to the very end, they will love him and always consider him their first son. Soon Richard saw his father. He was dead, having been insidiously killed from behind. The boy was so shocked that he could not even realize for some time that his father was no longer breathing. Those who did this were watching all the while and then came close to him. On that snowy day, there were many drops of blood on the ground. As soon as Richard saw the people who killed his father, he could no longer contain his rage. No matter how many conflicts there were between him and Donald, he still always considered him his own father, so he took revenge for him. Ruyen saw it all with her own eyes, saw Richard kill her own father, but remained calm. Both candidates for the position of clan leader are now dead, so the Mother of Dragons has officially appointed Richard as the new leader of the dragon's descendants. In the last moments of his life, Donald continued to think about his family. He probably already realized that he was doomed, but despite everything, he still had his own son, Robert. He ordered his son to immediately turn around and run away and never look back. Donald was ready to give his own life to protect his child, and that's exactly what happened in the end. In that snowstorm, Robert ran forward for a long time and did not look back. We all remember what happened to him, and James and Michael found him. Let's talk about the stream of consciousness. It is important because each of us is driven by a goal. There is a point where all these streams of consciousness collide, called the intersection of the streams. These intersections give birth to other intersections. Connections of intersections arise, and they are reflected in the eyes of the mother dragons. There is no sense in the flow of consciousness. Everything just follows one another and never stops. As soon as the clan leader died, the Rushel immediately called his daughter and told her about it. Seeing that she was not surprised at all, he guessed that she had seen the death of the leader. Because of this, the father was upset with his daughter, who saw this important moment and did not tell him anything about it. The girl recalled that he himself had told her that her ability should work in favor of the clan. He confirmed his words and reminded us that if Donald becomes the leader of the clan, the descendants of the dragons will disappear forever. But despite all this, the Mother of Dragons cannot believe how her father could do this to Richard. As soon as Richard learns this truth, a turning point will begin in the clan of the dragon's descendants, which has long been known. But her father is sure that nothing bad will happen because he will do everything to make sure that Richard dies today. His daughter began to scream and stop her father, but he ordered her to shut up and explained that it had already begun. The choice had been made in favor of the clan. Despite the fact that she is the Mother of Dragons, no one paid much attention to her opinion. In a sense, she is also a tool of the clan. Her task is to analyze what she sees in her head in order to help the clan in the future, but her word means little to her father. After that, everything that we have already seen happened. Richard realized that Ruyen had predicted all these events. Now their parents are dead, and how far can she even see that future? The boyfriend looks incredibly upset and thinks that she acted too cruelly towards him. But Ruyen calmed the guy down. She explained that it was all done for the sake of everyone else. The fact is that the way the dragon's descendants will be able to survive is connected to Richard. He has to become the real protector of this clan, and she is not happy about this scenario either. But she sees many variations of the future, and that is why she chose the best option for the dragon's descendants. As soon as Richard became a full-fledged boss, he immediately began to solve all the important issues. He said that there could be no union, although there were already agreements with the Rushel. The guy said that we should return to this conversation later and asked to come back another time. Of course, it all looked disrespectful, but you have to understand that Richard was a child who became a boss. Rumors that problems within the clan had begun spread very quickly. Everyone found out that Richard was not so perfect. His hands were already stained with blood. Of course, the knights are not happy with what is happening. They have long dreamed of an alliance with mercenaries. It's probably all because of their reputation. Now they can't even get into a mercenary village. During this conversation, they saw someone sitting on the ground, not paying attention to the snow around them. Meanwhile, everyone in the village had already learned what had happened and who the new boss was. They knew that if not for Richard, something terrible could have happened. Then there were rumors that he had arranged it all. Robert disappeared and no one could find him, so there were more and more bad rumors. Many people thought that Richard was capable of something terrible, but everyone knows that he is not a blood descendant of a dragon. Richard decided to go in search of Robert, because Robert is the real candidate for the role of boss of the dragon's descendants. The only way to stop the war within the clan is to show that Richard does not want to become a leader. In this way, he found himself in the outside world, although of course he didn't really want to be. The place Ruyen told him is inside the forest, and he didn't run away because he feels a sense of responsibility. Richard hoped that he would be able to find his younger brother very quickly before it got dark. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice. and this voice addressed him and said that it was the first time he had seen him. At this point, the village began to worry about the mother of dragons, as it seemed that her condition had deteriorated dramatically. She fell to the floor and her hands began to tremble very quickly. At that moment, Richard met someone in the forest, and I think everyone has already guessed who we are talking about. It was a James. He said that all the trees in this area belonged to his family, and he had never seen other people here. I understand that this story is incredibly interesting, but now we must return to the events of the present. James is focused. He knows he shouldn't believe a lie, and he suspects that Richard is talking nonsense. He tries to bring James to different emotions, although he may have a different motive. Richard recalled that when he met the real James, he told him that his twin brother was very ill. He said that now he would have to constantly defend him. The guy was shocked by what he was hearing. He didn't understand why his brother was telling him all this. Richard is surprised. Doesn't he want to know what his brother was really like? Sometimes you spend your whole life searching for answers to some important question, but when you finally find the answer, you don't even want to hear it. James has about the same feeling in his head right now. He doesn't know what to say. He's just plain scared. No matter what Richard says now, he won't believe his words. He's not interested in what happened in the forest. Richard explains that only the facts matter to him, and the facts are very simple. James was his own brother, and Richard killed him. I guess sometimes facts are more important than the truth. It's all about revenge. And Richard understands this very well. James started to feel that he was losing control. He used to control his emotions. Now his emotions are starting to control him. He remembers his brother and tries to understand why he acted the way he did, as if he is the reason this situation is so confusing now. Richard was worried too. He didn't understand why the guy had given himself away so quickly and shown who he was. Perhaps he is facing a real James who is only trying to pretend to be a Michael. In any case, all this is not very important now. It is important that he is now facing a child of fire. Is it because this guy was in the city of fire, Udion? That's what the mother of dragons was talking about earlier. The one who is not subject to the power of the dragon, the one whose will cannot be read and who cannot escape, is the child of fire. This child of fire can even fry a dragon, which is why this child of fire is so dangerous. Richard and James went to talk. They both have something to hide, but they are not ready to stand up to the Eastern continent. Mark is sure of it. The general said that he did not care how they treated him as long as they did not have ideas that threatened his country. Mark explained that they both love their homeland, and he is the only one who can pose a threat. That's probably why the general uses the services of the Marks, but why is he asking all these questions? The general knows exactly what's going on inside this guy, but he asks anyway, because Mark never deceives him. Maybe it's not just that this guy is honest, maybe he doesn't cheat because I can't do it. Let's go back to the first special unit of knights. They recently survived a big explosion. Juice immediately tried to realize that all his friends and students were fine. He started shouting at March and Pi, saying they were acting too recklessly, even though he asked them to be careful. Pi replied that he was only thinking about actions to protect himself in case of danger, but he was not going to attack first. It seems as if his body chose the attacking actions on its own, or he just made it up and is lying to his teacher. Then the knights looked up and saw this demon above them, seemingly still alive and angry with them. Jaius said that he was absolutely sure that they were facing an enemy that needed to be destroyed urgently. He immediately called the rabbit, ordered him to take all the disciples with him and retreat immediately, while everyone else should prepare for battle. The demon was surprised by their actions, because they were able to understand his abilities and even his sphere of power. This means that the knight understands everything very quickly. Moreover, they even have some bullshit skills. But now none of this matters much, because the demon decided to use the martial arts of the dragon, the falling dragon. The knights immediately realized that danger was approaching, but they did not realize how difficult it would be to stop it. We must act very quickly and carefully in order not to give our lives in this battle. The giraffe repeated that all the students should run away immediately. He wanted to make it seem as if everyone should run away. Soon, it was decided to find a safer place because the enemy was too strong and powerful, even for the knights. When he saw that they started to run away, he started to smile, as if he was expecting a much more serious battle. Now it is clear that their enemy is not simple. They believe that it may be one of the generals of the Eastern continent. They were probably lucky to have encountered him in this place, and they managed to identify his capabilities and weaknesses at the risk of their lives. Soon, the demon was able to find them again. There was no choice, and the Zeus asked him why he had come to the central continent. Now the giraffe is trying to find out as much information as possible to understand whether this person is pursuing military goals. But the demon replied that they would not succeed and that he would not tell them anything, which made the badger scream even more. If a demon really has the ability to manipulate consciousness, then it is an incredibly powerful enemy. In this case, the situation can escalate very quickly, especially since he disappeared in a second. It turned out that he was already standing behind them and preparing to test what the knights of the central continent were capable of. He used dragon martial arts again, which is one of his best tactics. He has a special sword, the work of an 11th master, Gnosis, which can absorb certain types of physical interaction and then release them. It's not clear why they can't hurt this guy. There's no physical characteristic of their attacks. It seems as if they are fighting a ghost. It threatens their lives and they can't respond to it. Margaret began to get seriously nervous. She usually hits everyone, not the other way around. It seems like this demon from the eastern continent is playing with them like little children. It looks too easy. A few seconds later, he disappeared again. Even when the knights were fighting the Rex, it was much easier for them than it is now. Soon they realized that he was high in the sky again. This guy had seen too many Superman movies. Now there is no doubt that the demon can predict the future actions of his opponents. He understands what they will do in the next second. The enemy is not making precise hits now, but we need to focus on its future attacks. Barsuk noticed two interesting features. First, this guy does not have any extraordinary speed. In addition, he did not prepare before using his skill, which probably means instant movement. Margaret also worries about their team's actions, as if they have become too predictable. They are knights, but they decided to attack him first. Even if he knows how to defend himself, it is still a battle against one person. If you think about this situation, you still cannot understand the behavior of the knights. This can only be explained by the demon's skill. He is able to enhance the function of the human psyche by satisfying it with certain conditions. A demon cannot create emotions that do not exist, and the person attacked by this demon cannot understand what exactly is happening. After that, the victim begins to doubt his or her judgment, and distrust of himself or herself limits subsequent actions and even thoughts. Such behavior leads to insecurity and self-destruction, but this is true for ordinary people. But knights are much stronger than ordinary people. That's why they are knights, so it doesn't matter which of them feels this manipulation now. In other words, knights who feel the demon's manipulation become too unpredictable. Now they will have to fight him no matter what. Juice has noticed that he fights much like a Rex. The skeleton had a direct strong punch, and the demon's attack is created from a direct punch with low physical properties and a powerful punch after that. This is a completely different technique, but the theory may be correct, so you should try all options. Instant movement was possible, as the enemy was not physically close by. Its attacks take place with a certain delay, as it takes time for the physical body to appear, and the accuracy of the attack suffers because of this. We can conclude that their real enemy is not in front of them now, and this is incredible. The demon acknowledged that this was the case and could not understand how the giraffe could have guessed it, as if the giraffe was a genius. Even though he does not know where the real demon is now, if everything has become clear, why does he not want to show himself? Zeus offered him to fight him one-on-one. They are ready to use all the abilities they have in their arsenal. A second later, the demon appeared behind him and laughed, saying that he actually had to go. He wishes he had more time, because he would really like to use all his strength. As soon as he said these words, he immediately disappeared, and it is unclear whether it was some kind of game or a test of the knights. Zeus was also testing his abilities, and in any case, this demon will make itself known in the future. The giraffe is not happy that he has to ask for help, but he has no other choice. In his mind, an image of the person to whom he needs to turn has already arisen, our old acquaintance. A little later, a mask of General Rex was found, as if it was all that was left of him. General Paul was very upset when he saw this with his own eyes. He guessed that the body of the general was probably with the knights. Actually, there is no guarantee that the Rex is necessarily dead. In theory, it can still be alive. Richard is right. We shouldn't rule out the possibility that the general is alive, but we shouldn't be under any illusions either. The conclusion said that the knights destroyed the general from the eastern continent. But who wrote this conclusion? James is not sure that the source of this information can be trusted, but Richard assured him that there was never any suspicion about the man's veracity. It looks like someone is behind the dragon's descendant, and perhaps the situation is even more serious than James thought. Soon, the weather changed very quickly and it started snowing. It became cold and almost impossible to walk at night. The general was unhappy with the fact that there was more and more snow. He would not want to stay too long on this continent. Mark suggested waiting for the sun to rise, but then decided that they should move now so that the demon could not notice their tracks. James still can't figure out where they're planning to go. Maybe they want to know what's wrong with General Rex? Paul replied that the mission was now a priority, and he promised to tell us about the future location in the morning after discussing this issue. James and Richard didn't mind, but Mark was visibly nervous as he seemed to be very afraid of the demon. James realized that the general is not the one who controls everything around him. Perhaps he is actually helping the dragon's descendants with this mission. James mentioned that the mission was missing the dark red hippo Dorothy, a hero among the knights. Most likely, she is the final target of the dragon's descendants, so now they will be sent to catch her. It is safe to say that the descendants of the dragon used the general to destroy the knights. Although Richard says they are not traitors, James is confident that he will soon be able to break him. Now he thinks only of revenge, and Richard promised that it would become a reality if he helped him. These words helped James to make a decision. He was going to avenge his brother in full force. Now Richard is sleeping and does not even suspect that there is a man standing over his body who wants him dead. At first, James pretended to be ready to accept the terms of the dragon's descendants. But now everything can change in a second. The guy leaned over to the clan boss and ordered him to get up because it was his turn. However, deep down, James knows that now is not the time for this. He will act only when he is completely sure. Richard opened his eyes and said that James scared him. He thought the guy really wanted to kill him. James won't lie. Such thoughts do cross his mind all the time, but he is well aware of what he is really capable of. James knows that he can't kill Richard using his powers, so he chose the more obvious way. Richard agrees with his decision. He did the right thing because if they are enemies, no one will benefit from it. He also reminded us that he would fulfill his promise because for the dragon's descendants, a promise is equal to an oath. Yes, James has a clearer and more perfect form of revenge. The same cherished desire as Richard, his plan. James plans to destroy his entire plan when he is one step away from success. After that, he will fight in despair, and then he will destroy it. The next morning, the knights continued their search but found no trace of the man, and everyone was very upset and decided to go elsewhere. Suddenly, they saw a flash of light, as if this light was coming at them and even threatening them. Juice immediately realized that this could be a potential problem for them. He didn't have time to say anything and just watched. In a second, he disappeared. Almost nothing was left of the giraffe, and it was very strange. Later, it became clear that everything was fine, and a white deer decided to visit them. It appeared so quickly and unexpectedly that no one even felt it coming. Christopher, the jade cat, saw David, and they looked very much alike and seemed to know each other. Now it's time to return to the dragon's descendants, whom we have not seen in action for a long time. They finally met with their boss. Rhea and Rus were waiting for him exactly where they had agreed. Of course, they were surprised to see that Richard did not come alone. He was accompanied by General Paul, Mark, and even James. The other assistants of the dragon's descendants also gathered here, and Thomas and Mary brought Darren with them. When James saw the raccoon, he felt an attack of real horror. Everything is turning out exactly as the descendants of the dragons had planned. She mentally ordered him not to look at her, not to call her, and not to address her. James thinks Darren is too stupid. She's also inattentive and doesn't notice or understand hints, so it's going to be hard. He realized that now she might say something unnecessary, and James quickly realized that this could be a threat. That's why he decided to act and make the raccoon shut up, because now he doesn't care about dragons or dragon descendants. Now he doesn't even think about knights, because he has decided that his target is General Paul, and everything will be fine as long as he trusts him. It is for this reason that he is going to attack the raccoon right now, although this is absurd. At these moments, James still acts with prudence and calm, remembering that Darren had told him that dodging is the foundation of knights. That is why he hopes that she will not really be hurt, but in any case, he is obliged to try. Everything went well, and the experienced knight was able to easily dodge his obvious attack. She immediately started yelling at her student because she didn't understand why he was behaving like that. He ordered her to shut up immediately and hoped that she could understand him. James said that he was the one who was leading General Rex. She should know who this general is, but the raccoon keeps saying that she doesn't know this character. If she doesn't understand what James is trying to say now, then she will really have to be killed. She must shut up immediately because General Paul considers him a Rex leader, and this is very important. If she values her life, she should choose her future words very carefully. This is the last warning. Finally, Darren shut up and realized that the guy was not joking. If she said anything, she could endanger him. At that moment, she remembered the giraffe's words. He always asked her to think twice before saying anything. That's why she calmly replied that she understood James and decided not to add anything else to it. The guy is visibly worried about her long tongue, but even he noticed that she understood everything. General Paul was completely focused on this situation, while Mark was calmly watching him and smiling. Later, everyone wondered about this situation, and many thought that they were watching a play in a theater. Richard confirmed that it was staged, but now even the dragon's descendants have to get used to it. Of course, they are not happy that their boss does not stop this disgusting act, although he can. Richard understands his students' anxiety and is not going to ignore the situation, but now we have to do as he says. He is confident that very soon they will be able to use James and the Eastern Continent to achieve their goal. That's when they will finally taste the sweet revenge on their lips. It will be an incredible pleasure. General Paul said he needed to step away for a while to send a new message. It's strange that he says such information to James. It can only hint that he trusts the guy. Now James is watching the hostages, which has its advantages because he is sitting next to the gifts. As a last resort, they will be able to use her strength, although of course she is now unarmed. James said that she could talk to him freely. The main thing was to be careful when a bold man was around. Darren said that she was healthy and everything was fine. The problem was that she came unarmed and did not engage in any fight. She was not even going to fight anyone. She threw away her weapon and surrendered. She was talking, but the woman did not stop and said that she deserved to die at their hands. He began to realize that she had done something bad in the past, and indeed, Darren had helped destroy the clan of the dragon descendants. That is why death is his form of apology for his past sins, but why is he still alive? If the dragon's descendants want revenge, so why didn't they kill her? There must be some reason why they are keeping her alive. James started thinking about it all the time and promised himself he would find out everything and find the key to the mystery.